I've got the first one. Tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir de déposer.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 41 of the Privacy Act and 25(1) of the Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, which is the report of the Office of the Privacy Commissioner.
Order 1083H. This report is deemed to have been permanently referred to Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 38(3.3) of the Public Service Disclosure Protection Act, a case report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed sent to the Standing Committee of Government Operations.
Dépôt de
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of members' bills. Ms. Lansman, seconded by Mr. Majumdar, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Imposition of Restrictive Measures Against Foreign Hostage Takers and Those Who Practice Arbitrary Detention in State-to-State Relations, and to make related amendments to the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to have this first in the House, and I hope it's amongst my many. And it's an honour to present my first private member's bill, the Foreign Hostage Takers Accountability Act. And it's high time, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canadians who are used in hostile foreign states as pawns in diplomacy. Foreign states imprisoning our citizens on spurious charges to extract concessions is fundamentally unjust, and it puts Canada's national interest in deep peril. Our country has a strong tradition of upholding its commitment to protecting its citizens, including those living and traveling overseas, standing up for fundamental human rights, civil liberties, and the rule of law. As it becomes more and more dangerous, the realities in modern terrorist networks are becoming more complex, requiring continued vigilance and real action. To ensure that Canada responds effectively to hostage-taking and hostage diplomacy, I'm proud to introduce this bill. It would strengthen Canada's ability to deter, minimize, and resolve instances of hostage-taking by increasing governmental power to levy sanctions, by establishing a family liaison office, and by providing incentives for foreign cooperation. The Hostage Takers Accountability Act will build on Canada's reputation as a dedicated defender of human dignity, and if passed, it will be a vital tool in our nation's arsenal to continue to protect the lives and rights of Canadians wherever, whenever, and however they are at risk under wrongful and unlawful detention. So I'm happy to bring this bill to the floor of the House of Commons, and I want to thank the member from Calgary Heritage for seconding it.
Ms. Lansman, seconded by Mr. Majumdar, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Beaulieu, seconded by Mr. Trudel, seeks leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission Act, Quebec's cultural distinctiveness and French-speaking communities. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois likes to say once again that our culture shouldn't be taken over by our neighbours, and that is what we want to make sure through this bill. This bill seeks to force the CRTC to consult Quebec before making regulations that will have an impact on Quebec's cultural distinctiveness. This meets the Quebec government's request regarding C11 so that a mechanism is created, a mandatory consultative measure is created with the government of Quebec. This bill also comes from the recognition of this House of Quebec as a nation. It's a constructive response to an answer that we are expecting to hear from the federal government when it comes to having a francophone than an anglophone as the head of the CRTC. Provinces must be consulted before any measure is taken that may have an impact on francophones throughout the country in order to protect our cultural distinctiveness. Thank you. Mr. Beaulieu, seconded by Mr. Trudel, moved that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
De ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga, seconded by Ms. Damoff, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Prohibit the Export by Air of Horses for Slaughter and to make related amendments to certain acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor and a privilege to rise today to table my first private member's bill, the Prohibition of Export of Horses by Air for Slaughter Act. Currently in Canada, large breed horses are bred to be fattened up and sent by plane to other countries, where they're slaughtered and used raw as delicacies for human consumption. This private member's bill seeks to ban this practice. Over the past several months, I've consulted with industry members, stakeholders, advocates, and fellow members of Parliament. These consultations helped shape the legislation of this bill, which has garnered support from members on both sides of this House. Many Canadians have expressed concerns about the export of live horses for slaughter. Other countries have banned this practice, and I believe it's time for Canada to do the same. I look forward to working with my colleagues from all parties to pass this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga, seconded by Ms. Damoff, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Ms. Anand for Mr. Varani, seconded by Monsieur Duclos, moves that Bill S-12, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, and the International Transfer of Offenders Act, be now read a first time. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that a take-note debate on credible allegations of a potential link between agents of Government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen be held on Tuesday, September 19, 2023, pursuant to Standing Order 53.1, and that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, members rising to speak during the debate may indicate to the chair that they will be dividing their time with another member. B, the time provided for the debate be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each. And C, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually today to present a petition that deals with the pressing issue of the climate crisis, and specifically the petitioners zero in on the government's commitment to ban the export of thermal coal. Coal, and particularly thermal coal, is the dirtiest of all fossil fuels. And as Canada has, unfortunately, a sorry record of increasing greenhouse gases since we pledged to cut them, the petitioners call on the government to take the necessary measures to regulate the export of thermal coal under the existing legislation, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Amendments that went through this House in S5 are not considered in the petitioner's motion here, which I will read. The petitioners wish the government to act expeditiously to put thermal coal on the priority substances list, and then as quickly as possible thereafter to add it to the toxic substances list under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, to allow the Minister of Environment to take the steps to regulate it, and the Minister of Health may also take steps under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to stop the practice which has been continuing from the Port of Vancouver as ports along the west coast of the United States ban the export of thermal coal. U.S. thermal coal is moving out of our Port of Vancouver, and the steps the petitioners wish us to take would expedite the government living up to a pledge that the government made in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I just want to remind the honourable members, with the backlog having built up over the summer and quite a few people wanting to present petitions, I'm going to ask them to be as concise as possible with their comments. And it's about telling the petition, not speaking to the actual petition. We'll continue with the honourable member for Mission Metsky, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the summer, I heard from a large number of constituents in Mission Metsky, Fraser Canyon, that they're concerned about the trafficking of individuals, namely foreign students. Foreign students come to Canada to start a new life, to get an education, and play a part in Canadian society. Yet over the last number of years, we've seen an increasing number of foreign students, namely women, who have been exploited in Canada. So petitioners in my riding are calling upon the Government of Canada to strengthen the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act to make sure that our law enforcement agencies have the tools they need to go after people, the traffickers, to keep international students safe and all Canadians who are possibly subject to human trafficking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member Surrey North.
Madam Speaker, my thoughts and prayers go to the soul of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar, his family and loved ones. Madam Speaker, I rise today to present a petition brought forward by the leadership and Sangat of Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara Surrey Delta following the tragic killing of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar. The petition calls upon the government to address concerns related to India's alleged involvement in the killing of Canadian citizens on Canadian soil while ensuring the safety of all Canadians.
I do apologize. I said Surrey North. I meant Surrey Norton. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, today I rise, Madam Speaker, to present a petition brought forward by two university students, Bianca Mamarella and Mikhail Visanji, working with the Heart and Stroke Foundation and the Canadian Cancer Society, regarding the usage of e-cigarettes, or commonly known as vapes, and the targeting of these products towards youth and the negative short and long-term consequences of the usage of these products. Madam Speaker, the petition seeks to ensure that the proposed regulations that would ban all vape flavors, apart from tobacco, mint, and menthol. However, this progress has been stalled. Additionally, these regulations exclude mint and menthol, which are two of the most popular flavors among youth. And by introducing these regulations, we aim to curb the harmful addiction that occurs with e-cigarettes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise to petition on behalf of hobbyists in my community who fly remote-controlled model airplanes, which are separate and distinct from drones. They note that there are over 13,000 members of the Model Aeronautics Association of Canada, and that prior to 2013, that remote-controlled model airplanes were exempt from regulations that apply to drones. However, in this year, new regulations were brought into effect that brought those two groups together, which results in significant additional burdensome paperwork for the remote-controlled model airplane hobbyists. They call on the Ministry of Transportation to separate these regulations once again so that remote-controlled model airplanes hobbyists are not subject to the same regulations as those who fly drones. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first one comes from the Falun Gong community, where they specifically ask that a resolution be passed to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs. Second, that there's an amendment to Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and third, to publicly call on the end of the persecution of Falun Gong in China. The second petition that I have, Madam Speaker, comes from residents in my community of Kingston and the Island, drawing to the attention once again of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that has warned us repeatedly that rising temperatures over the next 2 decades will bring widespread devastation and extreme weather. They are calling on the government to move forward quickly and immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Ward, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be back in the House, and I hope the feeling is mutual from the members opposite. The first petition I want to share is in support of my private member's bill, Bill C-257. This bill recognizes the growing problem of political discrimination, that is, people facing discrimination on the basis of their political views. While federal human rights legislation protects people from various kinds of discrimination, it does not include a situation in which, for instance, someone could be fired from their job or denied access to a bank account or denied equal access to government funding simply because of political opinions that they hold and they've expressed. My bill would change that by adding protection against political discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. So petitioners like the bill. They want the House to support this bill and also to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition I'm tabling is on a different private member's bill from a colleague of mine, Bill C-281, the International Human Rights Act. Petitioners highlight that Canada should be committed to upholding the protection of international human rights and therefore calls on the House to pass Bill C-281 to add protection against human rights violations and to promote a stronger role for Parliament in responding to those human rights violations. The next petition that I'm tabling is respecting the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. It notes various violations of the fundamental human rights of Falun Gong practitioners, including but not limited to forced organ harvesting, and petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada and the House to take stronger action to respond to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners and to continue to be vocal about this issue. Madam Speaker, the next petition that I'm tabling deals with the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Sadly, Ukrainian youth who have come to Canada as part of the the authorization for emergency travel were not able to participate in Government of Canada funded summer jobs, and petitioners believe, rightly so, that this was an unfair exclusion, that youth coming here as refugees who are looking to, of course, support themselves and their families should not have been prevented from accessing this very large number of summer jobs, which happen to be be Canadian government funded. Petitioners note that youth from Ukraine are facing unique barriers and therefore should not be barred from summer jobs in this arbitrary way. They call on the Government of Canada to allow Ukrainian youth under the Canada-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel to apply for jobs funded through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. It is sadly too late for this summer, but there will be other summers in the future. The next petition I'm tabling opposes the changes the government has made to the Canadian passport. They note that the passport Canadians have used for a long time contains images significant to Canadian heritage, including the Fathers of Confederation, the Vimy Ridge Memorial, and Terry Fox, and the government's plan to erase these images from the Canadian passport. Petitioners call upon the government to reverse their plans to erase these symbols of national heritage and identity from the Canadian passport. Madam Speaker, the next petition that I'm tabling contains a number of different asks related to the ongoing horrific violence that we're seeing in Burma. The petitioners note the horrific campaign of violence against civilians that is happening in Burma. The need for communications infrastructure that will allow early warning and allow civilians to protect themselves. They also note the role of state-owned Myanmar oil and gas enterprises in providing funding to the military and Canadian obligations for the responsibility to protect. The petitioners want the government to take more action on this, to call on the military junta to immediately cease executions, atrocities, and human rights abuses against civilians, to increase humanitarian aid to Burma, but in particular not delivered centrally, but rather delivered working cross-border from neighboring countries to provide support directly into minority-controlled areas. Petitioners want the government to provide the technological and logistical support for communications, to establish early warning systems and air defenses to warn and protect civilians from aerial attacks, to call on insurance companies to stop providing insurance cover for deliveries of aviation fuel to Burma, to impose sanctions against Myanmar oil and gas enterprises, including blocking direct and indirect oil and gas purchases that support the Burmese regime, to swiftly implement the objectives set out in the aforementioned strategy, upholding our obligations under responsibility to protect, to refuse to engage or recognize the junta's state administrative council in any regional or international fora, and to recognize the national unity government instead, to promote open dialogue among pro-democracy groups and diaspora groups with a view to helping the Burmese people to establish an inclusive democracy with full representation and recognition of the rights of all ethnic minorities, including Rohingya, and to provide assistance to Burma's politicians and citizens to support the development of a federal democratic system and power sharing that will provide a solution for the country of multi-ethnic people who have been living together for a very long time. Next, I am tabling a petition regarding our international development policy. Petitioners note the success of the Muskoka initiative launched by the previous Conservative government that involved historic investments in the well-being of women and girls around the world, and how the initiative emphasized value for money and ensured investments in priorities identified by local women. Petitioners note that the Liberals' approach to international development for women and girls has recently been criticized in an Auditor General's report for failing to measure results, and also how the government has shown a lack of respect for cultural values and autonomy of women in developing countries by supporting organizations that in some cases violate local laws at the expense of international development priorities like clean water, access to basic nutrition, and economic development. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to align international development spending with the approach taken in the Muskoka initiative, focusing international development dollars on meeting the basic needs of vulnerable women around the world. And the final petition that I am tabling today refers to comments made by Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommending the expansion of euthanasia to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities and various serious syndromes. Petitioners believe that this proposal for the legalized killing of infants in Canada is deeply disturbing and wrong. They call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to legalize the killing of children. Thank you.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bill, commons, study at second reading of Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to have the opportunity to commence debate on Bill C-49 and to amend the Canada, Newfoundland, Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act. I am here today to deliver on the Government of Canada's commitment to work in close collaboration with the governments of Newfoundland, Labrador and Nova Scotia to establish firm foundations for a thriving offshore renewable energy sector in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador. This legislation is an important part of our country's future as we work to fight climate change by reducing carbon emissions and seizing the economic opportunities that can come from a transition to a low-carbon future. Around the world, businesses large and small and governments are in a race to reduce carbon emissions and to seize the extraordinary economic opportunities associated with a low-carbon transition and, of course, to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. Global financial markets are playing a key role in this investment shift through their investment decisions. Successful businesses interpret and adapt to changes in the environment in which they operate. It is what their shareholders expect. It is what their employees depend upon. The science of climate change is clear. The major cause of increasingly severe and frequent weather events and wildfire is, of course, climate change. Similarly, the science is clear about what must be done to avert the worst impacts of climate change. As a global community, we need to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, and we need to make meaningful progress by 2030. We cannot get to net zero by 2050 if we begin our journey in 2040.
In 2019, Canada was one of the first countries to commit to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. We subsequently committed to ambitious interim targets along the way. That was just 4 years ago. Today, there are 80 countries committed to achieving net zero. We have made progress both here in Canada and around the world, but we all need to do more. Commitments are only as strong as the plans and the actions behind them. Which is why Canada has developed one of the most detailed climate plans, and even one of the most comprehensive ones in the world. Increasingly, governments are not the only ones taking climate action. Global financial markets are playing a crucial role in the transition to a low-carbon future through their investment decisions. We need to invest intelligently in search of long-term goals and gains. We're turning away from assets that will perform poorly in a low-carbon world.
To effectively serve their citizens, they must also respond to changing circumstances and then take decisive actions. The economic future of Canadians depend on us making the right choices to ensure that Canada will thrive in a low-carbon world. The good news is that Canada is very well positioned to take advantage of these opportunities. It is up to us as a country to make the smartest possible choices. Canada can choose to be a leader in this global economic shift, or it will pass us by. Going slow and just hoping for the best is a choice, and a much riskier choice. In fact, I believe it is a terrible gamble. There are really two paths we can take. The first path accepts that climate change is a reality, a scientific reality, one we can and we must address. It understands that the world at large is moving in that direction, creating a shift in investment and in innovation. The first path calls for a thoughtful plan for the future, a plan that acknowledges where the world is and must be headed, a plan that seeks to take full advantage of the economic opportunities that are available through the transition to a low-carbon economy. The second path starts with shrugging off the damage that climate change has already caused. The dramatic floods in our towns and cities, dried up rivers, melting glaciers, the wildfires in our forests that folks here across the country know very well. It pretends that climate concern is a fad that will fade, and we don't really need to do anything to keep our economy healthy for the long term. The second path presents, as I say, a terrible gamble, one that effectively is betting against the environmental imperatives that are all around us, one that will thus lead to both environmental and economic devastation. This federal government has chosen the first path. The 5 key things that we must prioritize if we are to seize the historic opportunities and go down this path are, firstly, identifying and seizing key economic opportunities in every region of the country which are made available via the global shift to a net zero economy. From critical minerals to batteries and EV manufacturing, from hydrogen to biofuels, from small modular reactors to renewable sources of energy and to a wide range of clean technologies. Secondly, a thoughtful approach to Canada's oil and gas sector and its resources, for which there will continue to be demand, albeit less demand, in a net zero world. Thirdly, building out a clean, reliable, and affordable electricity grid. Fourthly, advancing economic reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And finally, we must make more efficient and effective our regulatory and permitting processes. C49 is about creating a clean electricity grid, seizing the economic opportunities of a low-carbon future, and about the opportunities this entails for economic reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. As part of our broader plan, we need to build more clean power, certainly a lot more, which we are focused on deploying clean energy to reduce electricity sector emissions. We must also expand the total amount of power on the grid. As we electrify much of the transportation and building sectors with electric vehicles, heat pumps, and other technologies, we will need new clean power to meet this rising demand. An abundant supply of clean energy is also at the core of accessing critical economic opportunities, like we have seen with Air Products in Alberta, with Volkswagen in Ontario, or Ford's new battery cathode facility in Bécancour. This all demands a decarbonized grid, but also a much larger grid. In fact, we will need to double or more the size of our existing grid by 2050. Offshore wind offers opportunity for Atlantic Canada to not only feed the need for significant additional renewable energy for the electricity grid, but also provides a major export opportunity associated with the production of zero-carbon hydrogen. C49 is a critical piece of legislation to enable our offshore power potential to be realized, not only to meet federal climate targets, but also to achieve provincial power and economic plans. Last fall, Nova Scotia set an offshore wind target with a goal of providing seabed land leases for up to 5 gigawatts of offshore wind energy by 2030, with the intention of using most of that power to support the production of hydrogen that will be used in Canada or exported. That's enough energy to power 3,750,000 homes. Newfoundland Labrador has high ambitions as well. During my last visit to St. John's for the Energy NL conference, there was extensive interest from the private sector, workers, and local levels of government in the opportunities presented by offshore renewables, very much including hydrogen production. With regard to the hydrogen opportunity, it is an economic opportunity for Canada. It is also an opportunity to help our friends in Europe in their efforts to enhance energy security and to accelerate the move towards a low-carbon future. It is something that we discussed when Chancellor Schulz and Vice Chancellor Habeck visited us last year, and it is something on which we continue to work actively with our friends in Germany. Newfoundland's Energy Minister Andrew Parsons has said of C49 that he is, quote, pleased that the federal government is moving forward legislative amendments to modernize the Accord Acts to enable new clean energy opportunities, grow the economy, and protect the environment. This is consistent with their government's commitment to achieving net zero by 2050. And Nova Scotia's Ministers Hallman and Rushton said that we need, quote, modern, forward-looking solutions to achieve climate goals, stating that amending the Federal Accord Act is an important step so that we can safely and responsibly pursue renewable energy projects like offshore wind. Today, we are here to talk about a potential $1 trillion global industry, offshore wind, and Canada must move rapidly to seize our share in this global economic opportunity. We know that we are in a race for investment, and that is why, in partnership with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador, we have been working on this legislation while concurrently preparing for its implementation. Les amendements proposés au
The proposed amendments to the Accord Acts are a key factor in unlocking this potential. Because, as we all know, major project development needs a stable, predictable, and credible legislative and regulatory pathway, as well as oversight from a predictable and credible regulator. We have both. We have the Accord Acts, and we have the offshore regulators, which are a product of enduring federal-provincial partnerships that have lasted for more than 3 decades. The 2 historic Atlantic Accords were established in the mid-'80s. The first, between Canada and Newfoundland and Labrador. The second, afterwards, between Canada and Nova Scotia. These were landmark agreements that established the foundations for today's successful joint management offshore regime. Under these historic agreements, the 2 provinces became equal partners with Canada in governing offshore energy, with proceeds flowing back to the provinces.
We're tasked with regulating offshore oil and gas projects. Through this bill, we will expand their mandate to include the regulation of offshore renewable energy. The boards are already well accustomed to interpreting offshore energy legislation and enforcing standards that each project will be expected to meet. Madam Speaker, it is time to look to the future and move forward with these important amendments to the Accord Acts informed by years of engagement and collaboration with our joint management partners, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland Labrador. There are several things these amendments will do. First, they modernize parts of the land tenure process for existing offshore activities to better align with international best practices and keep pace with emerging technologies. Secondly, they will leverage the board's wealth of expertise and modernize the Accord Acts so that the boards can take on the important responsibility of regulating Nova Scotia and Newfoundland Labrador's offshore renewable energy projects, very much including wind projects. This will allow the boards to implement and administer the proposed legislative frameworks around offshore renewables and ensure best practices around land rights management are adopted, specifically around land use planning, bidding processes, issuing licenses for seabed use, and providing authorizations for the development of offshore renewable projects. The amendments will also ensure the Accord Acts align with the Impact Assessment Act, ensuring the roles and responsibilities of the regulators and the Impact Assessment Agency are further clarified for all parties and stakeholders. With regard to the government's duty to consult with Indigenous peoples, the amendments also specify that the government will be able to rely on the offshore energy boards to consult with Indigenous peoples and make accommodations to mitigate any adverse impacts to treaty rights and Aboriginal rights. This legislation is a critical part of Canada's ongoing work in the fight against climate change, and it aligns with the actions taken by some of our peer countries. Several countries have taken the step of creating or broadening the authorities of existing offshore energy regulators. This is true for the United States, the United Kingdom, Norway, and Australia. Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador are working to fight climate change and to seize the economic opportunities that can come from a transition to a low-carbon future. They're promoting the use of low-cost and low-carbon electric heat via the installation of heat pumps. They have joined with the Government of Canada on the regional energy and resource tables to ensure they are well-placed to capitalize on economic opportunities. And they are initiating new innovative renewable energy projects. They are part of a push that's happening across the country to encourage renewable energy and clean fuels, as well as create a thriving energy economy. As I mentioned off the top, there is an alternative to our plan for the future. This is what I referred to earlier as the second path, one of hoping for the best. In my mind, this path ignores the very clear evidence as to how climate change is undermining the health and safety of people and of the planet. Burying your head in the sand will lead to environmental devastation and economic stagnation as the world, very much including global investors, simply looks elsewhere. Some in this country will try to tell you that one can fight climate change by simply relying on technology. I know that the Conservative leader is often fond of using the tagline, technology, not taxes, by which he seems to imply that we can simply hope on technology to save us. But I will tell you that is not a plan. That is a blind hope that comes from someone who has no background in technology, no background in energy, and no background in climate issues. I certainly am very well aware, given the time that I spent in the technology industry, of the power of technology. But technology is not a climate plan, nor is it a plan for the economy. A true plan requires thoughtful regulation, thoughtful investments, and yes, a price on carbon pollution. This hope for the best approach will lead Canadian economy down a path to obsolescence and the loss of tens of thousands of jobs in Canada's energy sector. Such an approach will create uncertainty and dissuade investment from coming to Canada, which is, of course, the opposite of what we need. Simple taglines in place of serious policy simply do not serve Canadians well. Which is why we are here today with serious policy that will create good jobs, fight climate change, and unlock the full economic potential of the offshore. Certainly, passing C-49 will allow Canada to compete with our peer countries to seize our share of a massive global market opportunity. On the other hand, opposition to this bill would hold back our potential, prevent job creation in Atlantic Canada, and send the wrong message to Nova Scotians and Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. It is incumbent on us to ensure that we act in the best interests of the economic and environmental well-being of Atlantic Canadians by supporting C-49. I sincerely hope that no one in this House will decide to go down the wrong path instead of working together to pass this legislation to bring our offshore into being. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, all of these changes make sense. Offshore wind energy can and will contribute to this government's goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. It is a key part of decarbonizing the electricity sector, transitioning our economy towards electrical power, establishing our hydrogen sector, and providing new, sustainable jobs in the offshore energy sector. I am confident that this bill is and will be a critical element and a key driver to achieving the future we all envision in this House, one that is sustainable, affordable, and prosperous for all Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Excuse me, Jonquière.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of friendship for my minister colleague. I appreciate him very much. But reading through the bill, there's something that jumped out at me. It's a change in name. They talk about clean energy. But if I look closely, this bill applies mainly to offshore oil exploration. To me, offshore oil exploration is anything but clean energy. And on that, I know he criticized the Conservatives in the context of the awful forest fires we experienced over the summer. We need to listen to science. But sometimes I think the Liberals use science when it suits them, and they go into greenwashing. So could the minister explain how this bill applies specifically to clean energy? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question. Of course, the bill is focused on the issue of renewable energy. It's particularly to ensure that we can launch a new industry with wind in the sea to have a strong economy for Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador. That is the focus of this bill.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for his speech today. Obviously, Conservatives support expanded development of offshore petroleum resources and the development of innovative green and new technology development. Conservatives have, for years, highlighted concerns around permitting timelines and gatekeeping roadblocks of uncertain conditions. Could the minister clarify how many of the details around the scope and mandates and requirements of the additional responsibilities of the new boards and regulators will be clarified before this bill passes the Senate? How much of that will be left to regulations as they did in C-69, creating the disaster that Canada now finds itself in?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. There's actually a fair bit of detail in the bill, and as the Honourable Member will know, the way in which the Offshore Accord Acts work, these are actually jointly done, and they must be agreed upon. There has to be mirror legislation introduced in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador. So the bulk of that will be laid out in the bill. There will obviously be some that will be in legislation, but that will be, of course, something that has to be agreed upon between the provincial governments and the federal government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, we know that the clean energy tax credits of the Biden administration has created an explosive growth in clean energy opportunities, $110 billion in new projects. On offshore wind, the Vineyard project will create energy for 400,000 homes, off Rhode Island 250,000 homes. So it's a huge opportunity. At the same time, we see the Danielle Smith government shutting down and walking away on $33 billion in opportunities. So Atlantic Canada has a huge opportunity here, but the urgency here is getting the tax credits moved from promises to reality so that we don't lose opportunities stateside like poor Alberta's doing from Danielle Smith's action. So I'd like to ask the Minister, when does he see the clean energy tax credits coming into force so that we can take full advantage and compete with the United States?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. And certainly, I'm in agreement with the member that we certainly want to advance the final definition of the investment tax credits, so that there is certainty with respect to investment that is right now waiting to see what that will be. I would also say it's really important that we have a regulatory structure that companies can rely upon, and that's exactly what this bill is intending to do, is to put in place that regulatory structure in collaboration with Newfoundland and Labrador and with Nova Scotia. But certainly with respect to the investment tax credits, we are working on that very actively. As you would know, the Department of Finance leads on that, but we are certainly working to have that done expeditiously. We all recognize the need to have that in place.
The Honourable Member for questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly C-49 is welcome. The Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board and the Canada-Newfoundland Offshore Petroleum Board have long had embedded within the legislation aspects of the Atlantic Accord that make it a duty of these offshore boards to increase offshore petroleum production. I don't see those sections being removed. It's certainly welcome to see a focus that allows the offshore petroleum boards to actually promote and regulate offshore wind energy production, which is truly green. Meanwhile, we still see subsidies pouring into fossil fuels. We still see that this government is intent on completing a pipeline, which is the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which we own, which is a horror and a scandal, to waste $31 billion on a project intended to produce more greenhouse gases out of the oil sands. We still are putting money into the proven failure of carbon capture and storage, which is yet another disguised subsidy to fossil fuels. My question to the minister is, will this bill be, and will the government be open to amending the Bill C-49 when it gets to committee to ensure that it takes away the embedded preference of petroleum over renewables?
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, certainly, as the Honourable Member will appreciate, the role of this House and the role of committees is to discuss and to look to find ways to improve upon bills. I think it would be irresponsible for any minister to say that they are not willing to engage a conversation about how bills can be improved. But I would say that the focus of this bill is actually on enabling the offshore renewable sector, and that is something that we are very intent on moving forward as expeditiously as is possible going forward. I would perhaps correct a couple of the things that the Honourable Member said. The government brought forward a few months ago a framework for the elimination of fossil fuel subsidies. We are the first G7 country to do that. We're 2 years ahead of all of the other countries in terms of their commitment. And so we have been very focused on that, as well as international financing of fossil fuel projects. And with respect to her comments on carbon capture and sequestration, I would just say to her she's wrong. There are many carbon capture and sequestration projects that are in process, being developed, but also already operating. It is a technology that actually is not that novel. It is scaling the technology and making it economic that is most important, and so I would suggest to her that perhaps she do a little bit more deep sort of homework on that. So.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. I do want to remind members they have to be in their seat if they want to ask questions or comments. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's nice to hear the Minister endorse the idea of carbon capture. it's nice to have him on the record on that. I'm also wondering about liquefied natural gas. He didn't mention it in the speech. Mr. Putin is largely funding his war on the back of selling natural gas in Europe. Canada is one of the largest producers of natural gas. Is his government now behind the idea of building liquefied natural gas terminals and supplying clean Canadian natural gas to the world?
I don't know if there's going to be enough time.
Well, no, this bill is actually about enabling offshore wind. It has nothing to do with liquid natural gas. But I will say that there certainly are opportunities for liquid natural gas. LNG Canada 1 will be coming on stream in 2025. The wood fiber project probably not that long afterwards. And there are a number of other projects, including some that have been approved, like Cedar LNG. But for liquid natural gas to actually make sense in the context of moving forward, it has to be done in a manner that is consistent with Canada's climate obligations, and it has to be in a situation where it actually displaces heavier fossil fuels that are being used in other countries. We have been working with the sector on that. We will continue to work within the sector, but it's simply not appropriate to ignore your climate obligations. Canada has to meet its own climate targets, and so it has to be done within that frame.
I'll take a brief question. The honourable member for Halifax, a brief question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is a historic day. The modernization of the Atlantic Accords between Nova Scotia and the federal government and Newfoundland and Labrador and the federal government as we try to decarbonize our grids in the face of the increasing demand on electrification for home energy and for transportation. I wonder if the minister could comment briefly on the connection between the offshore accord modernization and the ability to decarbonize the Atlantic Canadian grid.
Answer from the minister.
Sure, there's a direct connection. I mean, as you know, Nova Scotia still relies, and New Brunswick rely significantly on coal. And there is a need to move away from coal. The government of Nova Scotia has its own requirement to be off coal by 2030. One of the ways in which we can actually enable that is through development of more renewables, and certainly offshore wind offers the opportunity for large-scale renewables to feed the grid.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's great to be back in the House of Commons on behalf of the people of Lakeland and Canadians everywhere who want life to be more affordable and also want energy and food security, which is the most important economic and geopolitical question facing the free world. Bill C-49, unfortunately, is another step in a long line of Liberal laws and policies since 2015 that appears destined to drive investment out of Canada with more uncertainty, red tape, and extended and costly timelines. Hopefully this time, the Liberals will actually listen to cautions and analysis during debate and committee consideration to prevent the rather ridiculous current spectacle they're now caught in, claiming to want to reduce permitting and regulatory timelines, even though they've been in the government for 8 years. And they're actually talking about the extra red tape, confusion, and potentially endless timelines that they themselves imposed through C-69, which Conservatives and then municipalities, Indigenous leaders, private sector proponents, and all provinces and territories did warn about at the time. But you know what? As always, the Liberals figured they knew best, and they sure did create a heck of a broken mess. Ostensibly, this bill amends the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board and the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board to become the regulators and adds offshore renewables to their mandates while creating a regulatory regime for offshore and wind and other renewable energy projects that currently exist for offshore petroleum operations. Now, it's a reasonable and a necessary initiative, to be sure, and Conservatives are glad to see the inclusion of the provincial governments as required partners in final decisions on this joint jurisdiction. I might note that's a principle the Liberals often abandon when it comes to other provincial governments with whom they disagree. But it's both unfortunately and unsurprisingly clear that Bill C-49 will also subject offshore renewable energy to the same web of uncertain regulations, long, costly timelines, and political decision-making that has driven hundreds of billions of dollars in private sector energy investment, hundreds of businesses, and hundreds of thousands of energy jobs out of Canada and into other jurisdictions around the world. Bill C-49 also includes provisions that could impose a full shutdown and ban on offshore oil and gas development at any time. That's a direct attack on one of Newfoundland's key industries, risks undermining the rights of Indigenous communities and local communities to meaningful consultation, and ignores the work and aspirations of other locally impacted communities and residents. Now, of course, the Liberals have already threatened offshore activity in Newfoundland and Labrador, with a minister saying that the decision on Bay du Nord was the most difficult one they had ever made. Bay du Nord, of course, would have provided more than 13,000 jobs overall, 97.6 billion in national GDP, 82 billion in provincial GDP, more than 8,900 jobs, 11 billion in taxes, and 12.8 billion in royalty revenues for Newfoundland and Labrador, 7.2 billion in GDP and more than 2,200 jobs for Ontario, 2.6 billion and more than 900 jobs for Quebec, 3.1 billion in GDP and almost 700 jobs for Albertans. But like usual is the pattern under this government, the private sector proponent has put that project on hold for 3 years because of uncertainty. As written, this bill has many gaps. The Liberals must clarify sooner than later a number of practical implications. For example, will the offshore boards need more resources for technical expertise or personnel, or more funding to fulfill the additional responsibilities? If so, who will pay for it? And what is a realistic expectation of when the regulators would be fully ready for the work outside of their current scope? What about the responsibility for health and safety regulations for renewable energy projects at sea, which are currently the job of the respective offshore boards on offshore rigs and under the Department of Labor on land? These obligations should be clearly defined jurisdictionally in this bill. What about environmental considerations relating to offshore renewable projects? The boards, the truth is, currently have no experience in activities around wind, tidal, and other sea-based energies that may disrupt ecosystems and seaweed growth, harm seabirds, whales, fish stock, lobster stock, or interfere with organisms that live on the seabed like anemones and corals and crabs and sea urchins and sponges. What provisions are needed for the regulators to adequately assess risks to key habitat and vulnerable species? Now, I can't imagine, nor would I ever suggest, that the NDP Liberals will add upstream emissions requirements as a condition for such approvals, like it did along with downstream emissions in a double standard deliberately designed to kill the west to east pipeline that could have created energy self-security and self-sufficiency for Canada by refining and exporting Western resources on Atlantic Canadian coasts for export. European allies and Ukrainians sure would definitely appreciate that now, wouldn't they? But it would certainly be a significant hurdle if they did, given what's really involved in the manufacturing of steel and concrete for offshore renewable projects, which do create a lot of hazardous waste on the back end, for example. Now, if the Liberals actually care about cumulative impacts like they always say they do, they would clarify all of that in this bill too. The Liberals must account for these considerations. And at this point, after 8 years, Canadians should be skeptical if this government says it will just work out the details later or in regulations after the fact. That's always become a disaster under these guys, no matter the issue. On top of these unanswered questions, the reality is this bill triples the timeline for a final decision on alternative energy projects and gives political decision makers the ability to extend that timeline potentially indefinitely. If this all sounds familiar, a lack of details on crucial issues, uncertainty around roles, responsibilities, and requirements, timelines that actually have so many loopholes for interference that no concrete timelines really exist at all, that's because it is. This is what the Liberals did in Bill C-69, which Conservatives warned would help prevent any major pipeline projects from being approved or even proposed in Canada since it was passed in 2019, and has become a gatekeeping roadblock to private sector proponents in all areas of resource development and the pursuit of major projects in Canada. The reality is companies won't invest billions in building energy infrastructure in Canada's uncertain fiscal and regulatory framework, where excessive and duplicative red tape mean there's no consistency or certainty in the assessment process, no clear rules or a path to completion, and no guaranteed return on investment, which can all be lost at the whim of a government minister's decision. unilateral decision. And as much as the Liberals wish it were true, alternative energy projects are not in a separate magical category from oil and gas where they are somehow immune from these basic economic and fiscal considerations, well, except for all those publicly funded through subsidies or paid for by utility ratepayers. Definitely a significant proportion of renewable and alternative energy to date, especially outside of Alberta. The fiscal and where it's done by the private sector primarily, the fiscal and regulatory sector proponents politely call the lack of a business, the fiscal, here's what the Liberals and the NDP have to really get straight here. The fiscal and regulatory framework is a crucial and definitive aspect of what private sector proponents politely call the lack of a business case every time they halt or abandon a major project after years and years and millions of dollars of working towards it, usually to move their focus and, tragically, their money, their jobs, their innovation, initiative, creativity, and expertise to other countries. And the Liberals have already created these same adverse conditions for wind, solar, and tidal, too. Just take the Peppercue Tidal Energy Project in the Bay of Fundy. It would have provided clean, green energy to Nova Scotia's electrical grid, and it could have generated up to 2,500 megawatts while bringing in $100 million in investment and significantly reducing emissions. But after repeated delays, a tide of Liberal red tape and, quote, 5 years of insurmountable regulatory challenges, the proponent withdrew, and it folded. Sustainable Marine wasn't the only victim of multiple layers of red tape and involved departments, though. Other renewable projects, like a pulp mill that would have created biodegradable plastics from their waste stream, left Canada because the Liberals told the proponents that the approval phase under their gatekeepers would take 20 years. Wow. The bottom line is that energy companies, like any company, need certainty to invest, whether in the oil sands, natural gas, critical minerals, pipelines, hydrogen and petrochemicals, wind or solar farms, or hydroelectricity. Proponents need concrete timelines, consistent, well-defined, and predictable regulatory measures, and to be confident that a government will respect jurisdictional responsibilities and be willing to enforce the rule of law and take action, if necessary, for projects after approval, so proponents can know that if they follow the rules, meet the conditions, and act in good faith, they will be successful. Companies and the regulators also need to account for possible risks posed to local activities, most notably the impacts of offshore wind development and other technologies on the livelihoods of Atlantic fishers and lobstermen. In this case, all impacted parties need to be involved in the consultation process from the get-go. Unfortunately, the Liberals' Bill C-49 creates the opposite for both alternative energy sources as well as offshore oil and gas. When it comes to crafting anti-energy legislation, you know, these Liberals, with their NDP power-broking coalition, just can't seem to help themselves. Sections 28 and 137 in this bill give the government the power, as I mentioned before, to completely end any current offshore drilling for oil and gas, as well as any offshore alternative energy development. Obviously, that's an immediate threat to the sector because of that uncertainty even for existing operations, and it risks any future projects in these provinces by designating prohibited development areas. Notably, the bill states that any activity may be suspended in those areas. That obviously includes offshore petroleum drilling and exploration, but the language could also include offshore wind and other alternative energy development. So one thing that is predictable is that that's a pattern, because it's similar to a previous Liberal Bill C-55, which allows a government minister to unilaterally designate any marine area in Canada as a prohibited development zone. So the Liberals must answer, will their increasing targets and the language in Bill C-49 cancel and or prohibit both traditional and renewable energy projects if located in those areas? What are the restrictions? How can developers make investment decisions if the areas where they operate may suddenly be declared prohibited? The Liberals are so comfortable with their nearly decade-long pattern of piling on layers of anti-energy, anti-development, anti-private sector laws, policies, and taxes on Canada's key sectors. They hinder both traditional sources of energy that they recklessly want to phase out prematurely and stand in the way of renewable and new technologies that they purport to want to. This discussion cannot be removed from the context that Canada is still operating, or rather more accurately, not operating, under the rules and red tape of this NDP Liberal government imported into this bill. Bill C-69, of course, actually completely erased the concept of having any actual timelines for approving energy infrastructure, and instead allows for limitless and indefinite extensions of regulatory timelines, as we warned. Unfortunately, it just creates a swath of potential maybes on project applications because of the potential for suspensions, delays, and uncertainty about measures for applications and outcomes. With Bill C-69, as many Canadians said at the time, the Liberals might as well have hung a sign in the window that says Canada is closed for business. Because what is clear and should be stunningly and frankly through a total travesty be clear to all Canadians by now is that clear timelines and requirements and predictable rules and responsibilities provide certainty for private sector proponents that benefit the whole country. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canada ranks 31st among peers in the burden of regulations as of 2018 and is less than half as competitive as the OECD average in administrative burdens on energy project startups. Canada is second last in the OECD for construction permits, only ahead of Slovakia, and 64th in the world for building permits. The Liberals touted creating certainty and predictability for energy companies with clear rules and regulations to follow, but the actual bill created a massive new web of poorly defined criteria for companies and gave cabinet ministers the power to add any criteria to the list that they want at any time. There's no predictability or consistency, and Bill C-49 is an extension of that pattern. Another concerning part is the provisions that specify the regulators in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia as the parties responsible for Indigenous consultation for offshore oil and gas and affordable energy projects. I must say that Conservatives believe in greater authority and autonomy for provinces to govern their own affairs. We want less Ottawa. Conservatives believe in smaller governments and a shift of power to individuals and local communities. And you know what? The many Indigenous communities where I'm from and all across the country who are reliant on and depend on traditional and alternative energy development, they all say the same thing. But I want to caution the NDP Liberals that this section may invite court challenges if it isn't clarified, which would create even more costly delays in an already drawn out and unpredictable process. Through years of extensive legal challenges, precedent, and judicial decisions on major energy infrastructure, courts have emphasized that it's the Crown's duty to consult Indigenous people, and that a failure on the part of the government to ensure a two-way dialogue and that actual decision makers are at the table during the consultation process is what has overturned approval decisions. That was the case when the Liberals' approval of the Trans Mountain expansion under their own process and Indigenous consultation was overturned, and the minister had to spend months meeting with Indigenous communities to redo it, which of course they also could have done with the Northern Gateway pipeline before that and would have saved everyone the time and money later on with TMX. But instead, the Prime Minister vetoed Northern Gateway, which blocked exports from the West Coast to countries in Asia who need our energy desperately, and killed all the equity and mutual benefit agreements for the 31 Indigenous communities along the pipeline that supported it. But I digress. As currently drafted, this bill explicitly delegates the regulators as responsible for Indigenous consultation, is silent on the Crown's particular duty to consult, and also shifts the power of final decision-making to federal and provincial government ministers. So on top of the fact that Indigenous leaders often consider a federal minister specifically as the appropriate decision-maker to engage with them, if the current or future governments rely too much or exclusively on the regulators for all assessments not captured by the Impact Assessment Act's consultation process, as is suggested in this bill, this section risks court challenges to proposed and approved projects in the long run and will jeopardize both future offshore renewable and petroleum projects. The impact of the uncertainty created by this Liberal government cannot be overstated. It takes Canada out of the global competition for energy development, punishing the best in class, and cedes market share to dictators and regimes with far lower environmental and human rights standards. It cost Canada billions of dollars in investment and hundreds of thousands of jobs, and robbed Canadians and Canada's free and democratic allies of many irreplaceable opportunities, energy security, and hope for the future. But I believe the impact on provinces like Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia deserves special attention. Anyone who's worked in Alberta's oil patch has no doubt worked together with many Newfoundlanders and Nova Scotians. Certainly that's where my own family came from. My mother was from Newfoundland, my father was from Nova Scotia, my grandmother was the first female mayor of Dartmouth, and I'm a first-generation Albertan. As my own constituents have been hit hard by the hostile, divisive NDP Liberal government, and other than the people of Saskatchewan, our neighbours and often interchangeable citizens based on the free enterprise policies of our respective provincial governments at any given time, the people most concerned about the damage done to Alberta are consistently Atlantic Canadians. I wish that more of my neighbours could hear directly from Atlantic Canadians who are always effusive in their reverence for Alberta and our main industries. Atlantic Canadians share with Albertans feeling of distance and neglect from Ottawa, and they are concerned about the exact same consequences of NDP Liberal policies, the skyrocketing cost of living and fuel and food prices, being forced to choose between heating and eating, reliance on energy sources for which there are few affordable or immediate options, worry about how to make ends meet, and wanting hope for the future. Thousands of people from Atlantic Canada every year come to Alberta to support their families and communities through the array of diverse opportunities offered by Alberta's globally renowned energy and renewable energy sectors, with steady work in high-paying, quality jobs that contribute revenue to all three levels of government for public services and programs that Canadians rely on. That impact was unprecedented. In 2014, for example, 9 out of every 10 full-time jobs created in Canada were created in Alberta, and every job in the oil sands creates 2 direct and 3 induced jobs at home in other regions and provinces. But while Albertans and Atlantic Canadian, while public enemy number one for the NDP Liberal anti-energy and anti-private sector policies during the last 8 years is Alberta, the truth is the costly coalition's approach hurts the whole country, especially Atlantic Canadians. Because while Albertans and Atlantic Canadians are inextricably linked and have helped to build each other's provinces, there's always a human cost to having to move away for work. Generations of parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents spent 100 years working hard to build lives, businesses, farms, and futures for their kids. But now their children and grandchildren are being forced to seek out opportunities elsewhere. Legacies left behind, that's the very real generational impact of anti-development, anti-resource policies. And Conservatives, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, we want to see the same opportunities, the same high-paying quality jobs for people in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia as in Alberta and for every Canadian. Conservatives want families to be able to stay together, for parents to be able to see their kids, for cousins to know each other, and to build upon legacies secured by generations before them.
That's questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her speech, and thank you for her work that she's done on natural resources over the years, and looking forward to working with her more closely in the coming years. The member talked about at great length about other bills and other issues not related to C-49. This bill is looking at creating jobs, looking at attracting investment, and that's been the federal government's approach. I want to ask the member, can she explain why both provincial premiers, Premier Fury and Premier Houston, are supporting this bill? Can the member explain if the Conservative Party will be supporting this bill, support the premiers, support investment, and support jobs with C-49? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, thank you to the member for his question. I sure did enjoy our time together on the Natural Resources Committee in my first term. So the issue is that actually I spent a whole lot of time talking about C-49, and aspects of this bill C-49 are imported from bills like C-69 and C-55, which is why I talked about them, to give context for policymakers, for elected representatives in this debate, and for all Canadians. I suspect the provinces of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador are supportive of the intent of this bill, because they also want to have effective, efficient regulatory frameworks for both petroleum and alternative energy offshore development. And a crucial thing that we support is that in this bill is that this does include the requirements of provincial ministers to be consulted in the case of any of the decision-making around development areas and the regulations and the framework for this development offshore. Obviously, those provincial governments should be partners. I suspect that's why they support it. Of course, that does stand in contrast to provincial governments that the Liberals attack on energy when they disagree with them.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my Honourable Member for her question. My question is rather simple. We seem to be before a bill that is in the Liberal wave of trying to put forward renewable energies, but at the end of the day, nothing is going to change. And they're still going to help oil and gas. The Bloc Québécois believes that oil and gas has to be gradually reduced or slowed down. Does the Honourable Member believe that we should begin to act now to slow down the effects of climate change? That's my first question. My second question, is she ready to consider in the study of this bill that we start to seriously talk about a progressive and reasonable and intelligent slowdown of the oil and gas sector whilst helping those in the oil and gas sector so that it can one day be replaced by renewable energies?
Lakeland.
Well, this is, I guess, the key philosophical dividing point between Conservatives and every other party in the House of Commons, which Canadians should know. Conservatives recognize the reality that multi-pronged energy companies, multi-pronged private sector energy companies are involved in the development of innovation and technology across the entire expanse of different kinds of oil and gas production, as well as all kinds of different sources of energy production. Certainly in Alberta's case, that stands as an example with the oldest and largest scale commercialized solar and wind farm. That's been going on for decades, so funded mainly by oil sands and pipeline companies. So here's where Conservatives stand. Global demand for oil and gas will continue to rise for the foreseeable future. Conservatives believe that Canada should be the supplier of choice for our responsible oil and gas products and technologies which will help lower global emissions and are produced under the highest standards of in the world. And it's
you have to allow for other questions. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a great respect for my colleague, and I love being on committee with her, and we have lots of great discussions. I'm really fascinated by her concern about driving investment out of Canada. Exhibit 1, Danielle Smith. There is no place on the planet that has more opportunity for clean energy than Alberta, but you have a premier who believes that the world is, 5,000 years old and that the dinosaurs exist at the same time Fred Flintstone, and shut down huge opportunities in clean energy. Alberta lost 91 projects, $33 billion, at a time when the Biden administration is moving ahead $110 billion in opportunities. So we have huge opportunity in Alberta shut down, driven out of the country by the bizarre talk of Daniel Smith. So I want to ask my honourable colleague, is her leader willing to tie himself to Danielle Smith, stagecoach to nowhere, or will they be willing to compete for clean energy in Alberta?
For Lakeland.
Well, I too enjoy working with this colleague of the Natural Resources Committee, and having got to know him over the past couple of years, I also enjoy his CDs, even though we give each other the gears on a very regular basis because of our divergent worldviews. I'm quite frankly confused why the member actually doesn't see the wisdom in a world-renowned energy and renewable energy development jurisdiction starting on the front end to implement clear requirements, clear conditions, clear accountability to Albertans, through the entire process, as well as remediation, reclamation, which will help set attractive investment conditions for alternative energy development and build confidence among Albertans in the long term for the development of those projects. That's an important, responsible tactic that a provincial government must take, and shouldn't be surprising, I guess, also since the province has always led in regulatory standards for all kinds of energy development.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague from Lakeland would probably be the only one in the House who's not surprised by what I'm going to say, which is that Bill C-69 was not in the interests of environmental assessment in Canada, was so poorly designed. It's all discretionary. There's no timelines. And the only thing that made environmentalists think it was a good bill was that Jason Kenney called it the Anti-Pipeline Act. It could just as easily have been called the Pro-Pipeline Act because it's discretionary and lacks the basics that had been in our environmental assessment law since the mid-1970s through the early 90s when former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney brought forward a very good Environmental Assessment Act. So my honourable colleague from Lakeland, she knows that we will disagree on the notion that we want to expand oil and gas demand across the world and that there's any such thing as responsible oil and gas. There's only fossil fuels, and burning them destroys our future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Lakeland.
Well, yes, I do recall finding interesting points of agreement on C-69 around the arbitrary, unilateral, and unclear impacts of that bill, but as she noted, with wildly divergent worldviews and aspirations for the energy sector in Canada. Since we're debating this federally, let me just emphasize what Conservatives believe in. We believe in lower taxes and red tape and the elimination of duplicative and onerous regulations so businesses can thrive. Conservatives want Canada to be the supplier of choice for our responsible oil and gas development, our own energy affordability, security, and for our allies. As Prime Minister, our Conservative leader would greenlight green technology so brilliant engineers can advance more affordable electricity. We would reduce approval timelines for all energy projects, remove unnecessary and duplicative red tape, and punishing taxes so entrepreneurs and companies can invest in Canada, and so major energy and infrastructure projects can actually get built in this country, unlike the NDP Liberals, who gatekeep, roadblock, and make traditional energy more expensive while delaying and driving out new energy opportunities.
For a brief question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just very quickly, I had to go back and reread what I heard because I'm pretty sure that I heard that the members say that this Liberal government was interested in phasing out the oil and gas sectors, and then she said the word prematurely. So that would suggest to me that she agrees that the phase out is inevitable or happening, and I just want to seek clarification on that. Does she agree that that is inevitable, and despite the fact that she might think it's premature?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, this is sort of what's wild about the Liberals over the past 8 years. They've tried to speak out of all sides of their mouth, and you know what? I hope that actually NDP and Green voters who fell for their empty words on the environment in 2015. Well, I shouldn't say fell for it. I mean, quite in good faith, trusted the Prime Minister and this government to keep their promises. But the member for Sandwich Gulf Island, is that the riding, did point out the very reasonable concerns that those voters should have with this government too. This Liberal government tries to say it supports pipelines on one hand, but brings in anti-energy legislation on the other, and it will block renewable energies just the same as traditional energies. The Canadian energy sector should be able to thrive long into the future so we can provide energy affordability, security, and self-sufficiency for ourselves, as well as offer emissions-reducing technologies and products to displace higher-emitting sources around the world.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to rise and speak to you this morning. My party's whip, in fact, complimented my hair just before I got up to speak, so I'm feeling great. Happy to speak to C-49. The Bloc Québécois will take a close look at the principles of Bill C-49. Now, it goes without saying that we hope to study it in depth when the bill is studied in committee. Before addressing specific elements of the bill, I would like to mention a few issues that I spotted when reviewing the bill. The first relates to provincial jurisdiction. I don't want the federal government to have oversight of natural resource management in Canada. We know that provinces have jurisdiction over natural resources management. When one looks at this bill, one notes that the jurisdiction is shared. Newfoundland and Nova Scotia agree to jurisdiction sharing. This is pursuant to a Supreme Court decision about jurisdiction over water. But in this bill, we feel that environmental assessments should be Quebec's responsibility. Quebec should handle environmental impact assessments for anything on its territory. Now, in my riding, we have the Saguenay Waterway, the Saguenay Estuary. The federal government produced a study saying that we should reduce marine traffic in the Saguenay Seaway. And so we need to ensure that Quebec and all provinces' jurisdictions are respected. I would also like to talk about the context of this bill. The minister mentioned the context of this bill during his speech. This summer, Madam Speaker, we had a horrible forest fire season. There were forest fires in Abitibi. People in that area were affected by forest fires all summer long. They had to support members of their community. And what causes forest fires? Climate change. We have longer periods of drought, so that leads to forest fires. And if anyone were to deny that, that would be ludicrous. Heresy, in fact, in my opinion. The Bloc Québécois has a goal for the beginning of this parliamentary session. For the whole session, we feel that politicians need to take responsible action, especially when it comes to the climate crisis. What does it mean to act responsibly? In this case, it means listening to science. And if we won't listen to science, at the very least, we shouldn't lie. We shouldn't lie to Canadians. We shouldn't lead Albertans to believe that everything is as it was before, that they can exploit and produce oil sands as much as before. We shouldn't lie to Albertans. Most of all, we should not lie to Quebecers. And currently, there is a lie that I see every day here, a lie about the infamous carbon tax. There is no carbon tax in Quebec because Quebec has its own carbon pricing system. The carbon tax applies elsewhere in Canada. Conservative colleagues, when they talk about this, they are referring to a fuel standard. And the Conservatives themselves, at one point, tried to set standards on clean fuels. We are currently experiencing a climate crisis, and we need to respond by following science and, most importantly, by not lying. And I commit to you, Madam Speaker, that I will not lie. Now, let's paint a more detailed picture of the current situation. What is Canada's role? What is the role of fossil fuels in Canada? What comes to mind for me is that Canada paid over $30 billion for a pipeline. That's significant. $30 billion for infrastructure that will profit those who run big oil.
The Liberal government, under the pretext of fighting climate change, has been spending billions of dollars of public money since 2015, spending it on a pipe dream. The fantasy that you can make this oil better, but it is dirty oil. And so they say that it will be low emission, but the government isn't actually taking action. For example, there's the Emissions Reduction Fund, which was instituted during COVID. It does everything but reduce emissions. The Environment Commissioner testified before the Environment Committee and said that emissions were not reduced through the Emissions Reduction Fund. There is also a coastal and subcoastal program, part of the Emission Reduction Fund, up to $675 million. But conservative estimates say that in 2022, the federal government provided at least $20 billion in financial support to the oil and gas sector. So the government is subsidizing fake solutions with pipe dreams and fantasies, false solutions like carbon capture and storage and blue hydrogen. There are new subsidies for blue hydrogen, which is produced from natural gas. And there are subsidies for carbon capture and storage. Many experts say that these solutions are not realistic, and yet the government's going forward with them. And if we look at 2022 as a reference year, because 2023 is not over yet, so looking at 2022, industry gluttons and big oil posted record profits in 2022. In 2022, Madam Speaker, Exxon's profits were $56 billion, $40 billion for Shell, $36 billion for Total, $36 billion for Chevron, and $27 billion for BP. All of that added together, the total is $220 billion in profits. So it's crystal clear to me, and it's probably clear to all my colleagues, that Canada is a prisoner of oil. We are trapped in an oil straitjacket, and it's hard for us to get out and to think outside that box. Now, back to C-49. Now, I'm not saying that we won't support Bill C-49, that the Bloc won't support it, but if the government wants to convince us of the merits of Bill C-49, the government has to prove that C-49 is truly at the service of energy transition. And later on, we will also talk about the name of the bill, because this bill would change the names. Now, this bill must plan for a gradual reduction of oil and gas, and there will also be new licenses for drilling and offshore. C-49 would modernize the administrative regime in the marine industry in Eastern Canada. So that's not necessarily contentious when it comes to jurisdictional issues. But what I will say, Madam Speaker, is that the bill talks about future possible activities in renewable energies, for example, renewable offshore wind. But that said, what I was saying to the minister this morning is that the main goal of the bill is oil and gas, hydrocarbons, and their production, and our party is always against that. So it's called clean energy, but what's behind this clean energy? Well, oil and gas development projects. That said, Madam Speaker, there are some positive elements in the bill, but we have many unanswered questions, especially when it comes to marine biodiversity protection and conservation. So when it comes to developing renewable energies in Eastern Canada and oil and gas production, we should not be in oil and gas at all. Now, that said, producing hydrogen for exportation, and also offshore wind. Those are positive. The government's hydrogen strategy, though, is to produce hydrogen from gas. Wind is a lot more eco-friendly than blue hydrogen, because for blue hydrogen, that is a carbon capture technology that isn't even fully fleshed out yet, and the government's investing heavily in it. My party and I, we feel that when it comes to the energy transition, production of renewable energies offshore is positive, and we should be decreasing our production of non-renewable energy. We feel that marine projects are important. And I'd like to remind you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to remind my Liberal friends, my Conservative friends, and my NDP colleagues, I'd like to remind them all in a friendly way that Quebec is currently on a different track. The Atlantic provinces and Canada could take inspiration from Quebec's model because, as you know, Madam Speaker, Quebec put an end to research and production of oil and gas on its territory when it adopted an act to end oil production and public funding of oil production. So, a responsible government respecting its jurisdiction in an attempt to respond to the climate crisis can put an end to oil production. One nation has already done so, the nation of Quebec. You know that. In fact, the federal government followed in our footsteps when it came to daycare and childcare. So I encourage the government to follow in our footsteps on this. And maybe in 20 years or so, Canada will follow in Quebec's footsteps when it comes to state neutrality and religious neutrality. So Quebec is the first state in North America to ban hydrocarbon production on its territory. The Government of Canada failed in its duty to protect ecosystems. There's not a day or a week that goes by where my colleagues don't ask questions of the Minister for Environment on this subject. The Minister for Environment failed in this regard. The Minister approved countless drilling projects in eco-sensitive areas, even in marine protection areas. And, Madam Speaker, you know, as I do, that offshore drilling is a threat to marine wildlife, and despite its efforts for conservation and protection of marine industries, the government authorized drilling in marine shelters that it's the government itself created. It's kind of a double standard, Madam Speaker. I've noticed this double standard. Quebec's forestry sector was under threat when it came to protection of caribou. The Environment Minister stated many times that he might proceed by government order to ensure protection of the caribou, but then that same week the minister was ready to approve offshore drilling. That's a double standard because these are two natural resources sectors, but when it comes to oil and gas, wildlife protection doesn't seem as important. But then, when it's Quebec's forestry sector, the minister's ready to proceed by government order, by decree, and then changed his mind when we had all the forest fires. But this is a double standard. The Environment Minister, when it comes to offshore drilling, did not follow his responsibilities because he said that it was an independent organization. So that's how the minister justified the inaction. But we have a board between Newfoundland and the federal government, and the federal government is responsible for undertaking environmental impact assessment studies and protecting nature areas. The Newfoundland and Labrador board has been promoting offshore permits and has been seeking exploratory drilling permits. But every year, the Bloc Québécois condemns this because it runs counter to our biodiversity goals and our goals to fight climate change. And in fact, the Natural Resources Minister, incongruously, is responsible for regulating the industry and its development. And those two goals, you'll agree with me, Madam Speaker, are contradictory. Their role, according to the department's website, is to facilitate exploration and production of oil and gas resources. In the current bill, I hope that this problem will be fixed. I hope that this won't prevent production of renewable energies. And now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to something else. There is greenwashing in this bill. When I read the bill, I wondered why clean energy is mentioned, because as I said to the minister earlier, the projects in question, now of course there will be wind projects, but this is mainly about hydrocarbons. So why does the bill mention clean energy? The government talks about clean energy left, right, and center. Oil has never been and will never be clean energy. That is a Canadian pipe dream. So my party, and I hope the NDP feels the same way, I hope all political parties feel the same way, we weren't born yesterday, and we won't be convinced by a name change. Taking out the expression oil and gas, that's greenwashing in the bill. So mention of oil and gas is removed at the same time when Ottawa and Newfoundland have a plan to double production beyond 2030 in order to produce 235 million barrels per year, which would require 100 new projects between now and 2030. So clearly, it's a lot of talk and no actions. If the goal is to have more clean energy projects, well, behind closed doors, what the government's actually doing couldn't be farther from that.
Madam Speaker, we're used to this greenwashing language. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Natural Resources engage in this. What I like about the Conservatives is that we know what to expect from them. They're proud to be lobbyists for the oil and gas sector. They say it with enthusiasm. The Liberals claim to want to reduce climate change, to reduce the impact of greenhouse gases from the oil and gas sector. Different strategies are used. They talk about carbon neutral oil, using different technologies that cost a fortune, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing. What they're trying to do is support the oil and gas sector. But on a positive note, before concluding, it's not totally hopeless. We have to look at the bill where it talks about renewable energy. We need to study these elements in detail at committee. We also think that environmental impact assessment should be the responsibility of independent public institutes that have no other responsibilities or goals. We believe the federal government and the provinces could look at Quebec's Environmental Act. Finally, Madam Speaker, if the government wants the Bloc Québécois support for Bill C-49, it must show that it serves the energy transition. And here, I'd say there's a futile argument that says that it's only exploratory work, because everybody knows that the goal of exploration is exploitation. No company would spend millions of dollars for exploration without intending to use the resources. The honourable member is out of time. He may continue with his speech a little bit during the questions and comments. Questions and comments now. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech today, for the work he does on the Natural Resources Committee, all of the work he does for renewable energy, and he champions clean energy in his riding and in Quebec. I'd like to ask a question regarding provincial jurisdiction. At the beginning of his speech, he mentioned that we have the cooperation, we've negotiated hard with Premier Houston of Nova Scotia and Premier Fury of Newfoundland and Labrador. They support Bill C-49. We heard earlier that the Conservatives won't be supporting the premiers. I'd like to hear from my Bloc colleague if they will be supporting C-49 because the premiers support it in those two provinces. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. As I was saying in my introduction, respecting provincial jurisdiction perhaps is not a problem, because if we look at the discussions that were conducted with the different premiers, that's not an issue for me. But I'd like to mention that it's important to note that natural resources are provincial jurisdiction, but in the case before us, it's not an issue. What is a problem for the Bloc support, I'm not saying it won't happen, but it's the fact that I think that once again, the goal is to develop oil and gas, and there's a label like clean energy on it, but the ultimate goal is to support oil and gas. And then what we should be doing is reducing projects. That's the problem in the current bill.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan.
King Vaughan.
Oh, King Vaughan, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little confused, and maybe my honourable colleague could help me understand. It takes 80 gallons of oil to lubricate one windmill, and he spoke about the wind turbine. And there are 2,212 turbines in Quebec, which require 176,960 gallons of oil. And this report comes as of October 14th of this year in Radio Canada. And the thing that I'm trying to understand is we're worried about the environment. We want to be environmentally friendly. What happens to those windmills, because their lifespan's 20 years and they're not recyclable? Could he explain that to me? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I always find it comical when a Conservative member, when we're talking about the oil and gas sector and the fact that we need to decrease our use of hydrocarbons, mentions clean energy that need products from oil and gas. But I will state that oil from the oil sands is the dirtiest in the world. The energy we invest and the money we invest in those resources serves Albertans, all of Canadians, because these are not resources that go into renewable energy. We need to step aside from this fake idea of clean oil. All countries want to do it. We need to stop talking about something that is outside of science. Stop inventing facts like there being a carbon tax in Quebec. That's not true. That is a lie. All politicians who say that discredit themselves.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's no secret to anyone that we're in a very serious climate emergency, and I'm sure people across Canada, sent thoughts and prayers to Atlantic Canada as they experience some of the worst environmental crises and damage as a result of the climate crisis. And while all of this goes on, although we see a bill today, the Liberals have sat on their hands while the country burns, where we see record floods, and the Conservatives aren't willing to move towards a real plan, an aggressive plan towards renewable energies. I'm wondering if my colleague agrees with me that the Liberals, the Liberal government needs to act more quickly if we are going to tackle this climate crisis head on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Yes, I entirely agree with my colleague. And I would tell my colleague that the NDP has a way to have the government act quickly because the NDP has an agreement with the Liberal government. I think the NDP could use the same proposal the Bloc would like to put forward. If we want to support this bill, there needs to be a plan to gradually reduce production. So it would be great to add an amendment on that. The NDP could support it. Perhaps it could use its agreement with the government to have its idea to reduce our dependency on hydrocarbons go forward, to reduce the huge pressure that we currently are experiencing with the increase in greenhouse gases. I totally agree with her. I invite her to take action.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I can just start with a brief comment on breaking news. I know many people are horrified and have been contacting me about the aggression we're seeing by Azerbaijan against Nagorno-Karabakh or Artsakh. They're launching, it appears, an aggressive war of choice, calling it a military operation and taking a page out of Russia's playbook in the process. And I hope Canada takes a firm stand for peace by opposing this aggression. Now, to my colleague, I wanted to follow up on a comment he made about how allegedly we're trapped by oil. I, of course, reject that framing. But I want to point out that his province, Quebec, receives transfer payments that are funded by energy production. So I wonder if he wants to tell us how he feels about that and address whether Quebec should maybe reject transfer payments that owe their origin to the production of oil and gas.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I love that question. It comes up often. I would simply tell my colleague that we paid over $30 billion. There's money from Quebec for infrastructure that will never be of use to us. In 2022, it was $20 billion that the oil sector will receive from the federal government. This is something that will never benefit Quebec. The difference between Alberta and Quebec, well, there's a loss of $2 to $3 billion. If you want to send it back to us, we'd be happy to have them. When we're done electrifying transportation, we'll be glad to get that money back. Now, equalization is blamed for a lot. Once we're sovereign, we'll be better off. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his speech on C-49. We've had forest fires, and I'd like to say that in my riding, just in the north, 3.6 million hectares burned. So climate is a major issue. I'd like to hear from my colleague, and we've had huge losses economically, socially, and for labor when we're affected by forest fires. My riding is three times bigger than three times the size of France. So that gives you an idea of the losses. I'd like my colleague to tell us if Bill C-49 would reduce greenhouse gases, if this would be for the environment or for oil. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you to my colleague for her question. I'd like to highlight the huge amount of work she's done over the summer to support the people of her riding in relation to forest fires. And I would repeat what I said at the beginning. A number of people this summer said that climate change, we're experiencing them currently, we're in it. People have said the year we say that it was the beginning of the effect of climate change, well, that was summer 2023. I can't imagine how people can still say they want more oil. and they see everything that goes against the oil and gas sector as an obstacle. That's what the Conservatives do every day when they talk about the carbon tax, when they try to associate difficulties the poorest are experiencing in feeding themselves and clothing themselves and housing themselves with a crisis that they see as a problem for the oil and gas sector. The oil and gas sector is making huge profits. The Conservatives defend them, saying that it will help people who are having a hard time housing and feeding themselves. I've never seen such populist rhetoric, and in a few years when we look at this, I think some people will be embarrassed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm certainly proud to rise on behalf of the people of Timmins James Bay to speak on Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act, the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, in order to make sure that we can finally embed the issue of getting renewables and wind energy development off the east coast of Canada. I want to begin by saying I extend my deepest concern and solidarity with the people of Atlantic Canada who've just come through the devastation of Hurricane Lee. I was supposed to be in Lunenburg this past weekend. It was the second year in a row I attempted to be at the Lunenburg Writers Festival. Both years, planes booked, hotels all set. And then last year, it was the devastation of Hurricane Fiona that shut down not just the Writers' Festival, but cost $800 million of damages to the people of the region. I was invited to come again this year, and now we have Hurricane Lee. What we're seeing, Madam Speaker, with this is the climate crisis up close. It used to be that hurricanes were spread out over many, many years, but now we're starting to see the regularity and the move of them moving further north as we see an increasingly destabilized climate. This past summer, 200,000 Canadians were displaced by climate catastrophe. 200,000. We had communities that we almost lost, from Kelowna to Yellowknife to Halifax to my region in Saskatchewan and Fort Albany in the James Bay subarctic. Fires in the subarctic of James Bay are almost unheard of. And as we were scrambling to try and get Hercules aircraft up to get people out of the fire zones, people had to put their families in canoes to stay ahead of the fire. All through this time, of course, the leader of the Conservative Party was running his tour to make pollution-free across Canada. In fact, he had to cancel a number of his events because the people were being chased out by the toxic fumes of a climate catastrophe. Now, how does the fires in James Bay and what we just saw in the Arctic, and the fact that we've, for the last number of weeks in Edmonton, we've seen almost toxic levels of air quality, how does that tie to the crisis being faced in Atlantic Canada? The scientists who are monitoring the collapse of the Greenland ice shelves have noticed a very disturbing trend. Soot from fires that is landing on the ice shelves draw heat because it's dark, and ice normally is reflective of the sun, but the more soot that falls on the Greenland ice shelves, the quicker and the faster the disintegration of those ice shelves have become, and that is causing increasingly destabilized waters in the Atlantic. So when you have 14 million hectares of Canadian forests burn in a single summer, you are seeing that we are at an environmental tipping point, and it needs to be just said clearly and simply, the cause of this collapse is from burning fossil fuels. The oil industry bears responsibility, and they know it, and they've known it for decades. In the early 1980s, Exxon produced some of the best scientific evidence of a climate catastrophe that was unfolding if the diminution of the use of fossil fuels wasn't implemented immediately. In fact, 1982, we have a memo from ExxonMobil warning that if they don't take steps now, the damage will not be reversible. And unfortunately, this is what our country and our planet is living now. The fact that Exxon and the other oil players decided to suppress the evidence and, in fact, spend millions on a disinformation campaign falsifying what was very straightforward science. Straightforward science that the more carbon you put into the atmosphere, the more heat you trap. The more heat you trap, the more the temperature changes and the more the planet destabilizes. So it's really important that we address this crisis straight on, and we have to address it from the sense of urgency. An urgent need for this government to actually start moving quickly on addressing this, a need to urgently hold the big oil companies to account. Now, we know that this past summer, Rich Kruger, the CEO of Suncor, said the only urgency facing his company was to make as much money as possible. This at a time when they're making record profits, and yet he sees the urgency of burning more of our planet quicker in order to pay for shareholders, most of whom who live offshore. But there's an impact to that that's not just about this year, next year, 10 years from now. Scientist David Archer states that, quote, the climate impacts of releasing fossil fuel CO2 into the atmosphere will last longer than Stonehenge, longer than nuclear waste, longer than the age of human civilization so far. And that is the cavalier attitude of those who are promoting the expansion of big oil to not just the world that we have today, but the world that our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren are going to have to live with. And it makes no economic sense whatsoever. I refer the Speaker to last week's really interesting report by the International Energy Agency, hardly a left-wing think tank, that have warned that we are now, quote, at the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel era. They say that because since the war in Ukraine, there's been a massive push in Europe to increase clean energy so that they're off Russian oil and gas. The Biden administration's IRA has launched a huge clean energy transformation, something that's not being picked up in Canada. In fact, we see Danielle Smith, who's just spiked $33 billion in investments and shut down numerous projects out of the ideology she has that clean energy is somehow a threat to oil and gas in Alberta, even though thousands and thousands of jobs would have been created. In fact, the Calgary Economic Development says Alberta alone stands to gain $170,000 from clean energy developments. But unfortunately, you have a premier who believes that the world is flat. It's not flat, it's burning. So to the International Energy Agency's comments that the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel era is here, Fatih Birol of the International Energy Agency says, we are witnessing the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel era, and we have to prepare ourselves for the next era. I'm hoping that this legislation on updating the accords with Atlantic Canada to increase offshore oil will be part of that process. Birol says, quote, oil and gas companies may not only be misjudging public opinion, they may well be misjudging the market if they expect further growth of oil and gas demand across this decade. New large-scale fossil fuel projects carry not only major climate risks, but major financial risks. And so Canada, as a petrostate, needs to get very serious very quickly about diversification of energy, not just to deal with the fact that our northern boreal forest is on fire, not just to deal with the fact that our communities on the Atlantic and the Pacific coast are facing more and more climate urgency, but the fact that our economy needs to shift in the way that we do not lose the competitive advantage. And it's a competitive advantage that's being taken very much by our colleagues and our neighbors in the United States. So why is it urgent to move on Bill C-49? Well, up till now, the Liberal government has talked a good game on the climate crisis, but they haven't really delivered. They have made numerous promises in the fall economic statement and in the budget about clean energy tax credits, but those clean energy tax credits have to come into force very quickly because we've seen in the United States, again, huge opportunities and huge investments being made. So C-49 would modernize the Atlantic Accord and notably establish a framework for the development and regulation of offshore renewable energy projects in both provinces and offshore areas. And C-49 would expand the regulation of current petroleum projects and clarify jurisdictional rules regarding domestic and international internal sea boundaries. And as this is about, also includes petroleum, we have to get a real clear sense as New Democrats, how much is this government going to actually hold petroleum exploration to account, because as the International Energy Agency says, we cannot allow more development of the energy that is actually burning our planet. So the Liberals are going to have to come clear with us on this. But we really need to catch up with the United States. Now, my colleagues in the Conservative Party who seem to think that clean energy projects are some kind of ridiculous, outrageous attack on the 20th century, where they're very comfortable living. We see the Conservatives' attack on the investments in the battery plants that are being put in the auto sector when huge amounts of investment is happening in the United States. We see their attacks on wind energy, relentless attacks as though it's some kind of threat, and particularly when the ones coming from Alberta, where we have 170,000 abandoned wells spewing toxic stuff all over the farmlands. Look at what's happening in the United States off the Atlantic coast right now. One wind farm off Rhode Island is going to create energy for 250,000 homes. There are 27 major projects on track to be completed by 2025 in the United States on the East Coast. The Vineyard Wind Project will create power for 400,000 homes. Canada isn't anywhere near this, and the Maritimes, with their huge energy costs, have an opportunity to step up right now, create thousands of jobs, and dramatically lower the energy costs that they face. And so this is why we need to move quickly on this. The other huge opportunity we have is hydrogen. And getting a strong hydrogen economy off the ground is essential. You know, this past November, I was in Berlin. We had excellent meetings with various ministers, and I met with Chancellor Olaf Scholz. And the question that the Germans asked for us was whether or not we could deliver them a hydrogen economy. That was what they were interested in Canada. My Conservative colleagues are always going on about how Canada should be selling our LNG to Germany and Europe. They said to us very clearly, we're not interested in Canadian LNG because the time you guys could actually build a pipeline, we're going to be off that energy. We want to have a hydrogen economy, but hydrogen is something that the Conservatives don't believe in because it doesn't burn the planet, so they think it's some kind of threat. The Germans are a major industrial economy. They want to know, is Canada a partner? I had certainly, when I met with Premier Schultz, told him about the huge potential for hydrogen in Alberta. But now that we have Danielle Smith and her stagecoach to nowhere sitting out on the dead prairie grass, the Germans are not going to be going to Alberta if Danielle Smith doesn't get her act together. But they will go to Atlantic Canada, and Atlantic Canada has a huge opportunity right now. In Alberta, we saw $33 billion in clean energy projects just spiked out of ideology. Again, because the Conservatives believe in the world is flat. Now, you compare this to the Calgary Economic Development Study that predicted 170,000 jobs in Alberta alone from a clean energy economy. 170,000 jobs. I meet with Alberta energy workers all the time. Those workers want a clean energy economy because they know what's happening in big oil. Big oil has fired 50,000 jobs in the oil patch in the last 10 years. Suncor got rid of 1,500 jobs this year alone, and Rich Kruger's bragging that he's going after work. They're moving towards automation. There's nothing in this for workers, but where the opportunities are going to be is in clean energy. But what we need is we need to move beyond ideology. We need to address the economic issues and opportunities because this investment is going stateside in a big way. I talk with people in energy and I talk with people in the mining sector all the time, and they're saying if we don't get our tax credit program up quickly, the Americans are moving forward on that. How fast are the Americans moving? Well, since Biden moved forward on a clean energy vision, there's been $240 billion in new clean energy manufacturing investments in the United States. The private sector in the United States has over $110 billion in the clean energy manufacturing investments, $70 billion in electric vehicle supply chain, and more than $10 billion in solar manufacturing. So let's just talk about the electric vehicle supply chain for a moment. We know that the Conservatives have been regularly attacking the investments made in the EV investments to keep our auto sector competitive. If we don't play in this field, it goes stateside, and the states are very, very willing to get this. It will have a huge impact in regions like mine, which is based on mining. They are looking at the opportunities of the base metal and clean energy, critical minerals supply chain that Canada could be a leader in. We can do this. But what we need to do this is we need to move quickly. We need to get the regulations in place to make these things happen. These are huge projects we see in Scotland, where North Sea oil is continuing to diminish. The huge offshore wind projects in Aberdeen have been transformative. We're not seeing that here in Canada, so we need to move on that. The issue of what we're seeing in the United States on the Inflation Reduction Act, it's expected that it'll be 1.5 million additional jobs over the next decade in the United States based on clean energy jobs. That is a huge transformation. But here's the other element that's really fascinating. Since the Biden plan came into place, and there were a lot of skeptics, I personally didn't think it was hard to tell whether or not this was going to work or not, but they brought a whole-of-government approach, something that this present government hasn't done. At every level, they're focused on making this happen. And so what they're talking about now is that the Biden investments, the clean energy takeoff that's happened, is that we're going to see a 50 to 52% below emissions by 2030 than now, whereas the Environment Commissioner says that the Liberal government's promises to get to 40% below is still very much pie in the sky, very much unrealistic, because the Liberals have missed every single climate target they've made. And this is a problem of the Prime Minister going to COP26 and standing on the world stage and making big, bold pronouncements, but not actually having done the work. For example, when he announced the emissions cap, they didn't talk to anybody here about what that emissions cap would look like. So they went to COP26, made an announcement of an emissions cap, and then did not follow through. They're going to have to follow through on the emissions cap now, because what we're seeing from the walk away of the big oil companies in the Pathways Alliance, the lack of investment in clean tech, the fact that Suncor has walked away and divested themselves of their clean energy projects, and the fact that they want to vastly increase oil and gas production. The emissions cap has to happen, and the government needs to get serious about this. There's an interesting other element, Madam Speaker, why we need to make sure that we get these regulations, we get these tax credits, we update our acts so that we can actually compete with the United States. In the United States, American families are projected to save between $27 and $38 billion on their electricity bills from 2022 to 2030, relative to a scenario if they didn't have that act in. Because the other thing we've learned about clean energy is it is much cheaper. It is much cheaper to produce than gas or oil right now. And that's why we're seeing this movement where the International Energy Agency says we've reached the economic tipping point here. And so is Canada going to continue to live in the 20th century, or is it going to embrace the realities and the crisis of the 21st century, the realities of a burning planet, the realities of destabilized weather systems that we have to address, but also the opportunities to dramatically decarbonize. The other element, Mr. Speaker, I would add here that I think we need to get really focused on is who is going to pay the cost for the huge damages that's being done to our planet right now. The billions in damages to communities, to provinces from these unprecedented wildfires. We were so lucky and thankful that we didn't lose communities this summer. We saw a lot of damage, but we realized that we do not have the capacity anymore to deal with the kind of fires that we're seeing. They easily could have taken out Kelowna, easily could have taken out Yellowknife, easily could have taken out the communities in my region. So we're going to have to start addressing the issue of fire in a new and a different way. Certainly, growing up in Northern Ontario, firefighting in the summer was kind of like a summer job before you went to college or when you came home from college. We need to actually talk at the national level, and my colleague from Okanagan, the Kootenays, has really put forward a vision of the need to have a national program, but also who's going to fund this? Right now we're seeing oil, like Suncor made $70 billion in profits in 2 years. I think they should be putting into a fund for the damages that's being caused by their actions. Because who takes the risks when fossil fuels are burned? It's ordinary Canadians. It's citizens around the world. If the shareholders are going to make a profit, I think clearly that the people who really have a stake in this crisis should be able to get some recompense. So the New Democrats will be supporting this bill. We have a number of questions we want to see clarified at committee, and we will be more than willing to work to get this happening because we need to move quickly and we need to move decisively in the face of the climate crisis, but also the opportunities that we see.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, given that the anti-energy, anti-private sector, anti-resource development, costly coalition of the left continues to, what would be an appropriate word, mischaracterize the position of Conservatives. Let me just say it again. We support innovation and the development of new energy sources, which obviously help diversify Canada's energy mix and create new opportunities and reduce emissions globally. But here's a crucial point, and it's relevant to the members' comments. Conservatives want to attract private sector investment that will spur the development and the affordable and feasible adoption of alternative energy and the fuels of the future, instead of putting taxpayers on the hook or losing innovation and investment in the valley of death between invention and commercialization in Canada. So it makes no difference, and it's not in good faith to tell Canadians a bunch of things that are not possible. So here's the reality that Conservatives recognize. Oil and gas remains the top private sector investor in the Canadian economy, Canada's top export. It also accounts for 75% of private sector investment in clean tech in this country. So that's why Conservatives are taking an approach of the development and advancement of all kinds of energy, because all of this innovation and technology fits together. But given all the concerns that member raised, since he seems more interested in holding Danielle Smith accountable instead of this Prime Minister, could he just explain how he rationalized being the power-broking proper-upper of this federal Liberal government, despite all his complaints and crises about which he's apparently outraged?
The member for Timmins, James Bay.
Oh my, I'm an anti. I think the issue here about private sector investment was very clearly stated. How are we going to have private sector investment in the clean tech economy when you do have someone like Danielle Smith, who is part and parcel of this Conservative movement that's over there, shutting down clean energy and telling them to go to the United States? How do you have private sector investment when $33 billion of clean energy projects backed by... Are you, I'm not, sorry, I thought you were, I was being interrupted by my dear friend. So I want to just finish. How is it that the Conservatives can believe that they can talk about private sector development when they're shunting billions of dollars of investment to the United States because of the ideology that if it's not burning the planet, it's not good for us? That is a false view, and we have to challenge it, because private sector investment will only come if we have the regulations and the support in place for a clean energy economy.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I really enjoyed some of the exchanges that I've heard from Conservatives in the last half an hour. So the previous MP to speak specifically talked about Conservatives being willing to and open and see the need for change and transition and for growing out all sectors of the energy opportunities in Canada. But yet, moments before that, the member from King Vaughan stood up and complained that it took 80 gallons of oil to lubricate a single windmill. Like the red herrings that they seem to throw up in the air as if that's going to suddenly justify stopping all investment in renewable energy just seems to be countless coming from the other side. I'm wondering if the member from Timmins, James Bay, can comment on his observations of the little bit of hypocrisy that we seem to see from Conservatives from time to time.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. The issue here is that there are huge opportunities, but again, my colleagues over there believe it's sort of like they're defiantly against a cell phone because they believe the typewriter is going to come back. But the difference is the typewriter is not killing the planet. Big oil is. And so they can pound on their typewriters all they want and scream at the moon. But the reality is that when you go to Alberta and you meet with energy workers, which I do all the time, they're saying, we get it. We want investment because you know what wind power does? Wind power is based on, they need metals. They need aluminum. They just lose their minds at that. It actually creates jobs. It creates jobs in the value chain. And the fact that the Conservatives are out to ridicule and undermine the creation of one of Canada's main industries, which is auto, in terms of getting a proper EV battery operations off the ground, they don't want that. They don't want that. They want us stuck in the 20th century. They want us to think the world is flat. They want to think that vaccines don't work. And you know what? Meanwhile, the planet is burning.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, turning towards renewable energies is the way to the future that we have to take into account. We must also take into account the rights of workers. However, sometimes the devil is in the details. 25.4.2 on page 16 states that people hired by this new entity won't be subject to the Canada Labour Code. Does my colleague agree with this? Or is this an element that we should perhaps amend or at least specify at committee? And why should these workers not be protected by the Canada Labour Code?
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Honourable colleague, that's an excellent question. We need to make sure that whenever we go forward on anything with clean energy, that workers, their rights are protected and they are fully covered, and we will certainly be looking at that. We noticed, and when we spoke with the Liberals again and again, these the clean energy tax credits have to be tied to apprenticeships. They have to be tied to standard wage rates. So we're not creating Mac jobs. We're actually creating good paying union jobs. That's Biden's commitment in the States. That needs to be the commitment here, and we will continue to push. So I'm certainly willing to work with the Bloc on this and making sure that that is very clarified in the legislation.
And comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent intervention. This summer, we saw the ravages of the impacts of climate change, quite devastating, not just in Canada, but all over the world, which means that we need to start acting now. And that's why I think the NDP supports Bill C-49. But I do want to ask the member to describe clearly why we support Bill C-49. It's not that we're propping up the Liberal government on this bill, but we have our own sets of priorities, like combating the climate crisis, and I wonder if he can comment on that.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. The reality is that we are in an unprecedented moment in our history as a people, because the decisions we make now will affect 1 generation, 2 generations, 7 generations, 10 generations ahead. And to be cavalier about this, to engage in petty politics, when we need to say, what is it that we can do to make a difference, we have to do that. We have to take seriously the fact that the planet is on fire, and that fire is being caused by the burning of fossil fuels. And the fact that the most vulnerable regions in the planet are the ones taking the biggest hit, whether it's in the South Pacific or whether it's even in the region that my colleague represents. Those communities did not cause this problem, but they're living with the consequences, and they look to us to make a difference.
And comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to take this member seriously. In one breath, he says, "Don't engage in petty politics," and in the other breath, he says, "People who disagree with me are flat earthers." Yeah. They believe in a flat Earth, Mr. Speaker. Listening to this member speak, it's also clear that he's more interested in holding Danielle Smith accountable than he is in actually holding the Prime Minister of Canada accountable in this chamber. And that's because his party has negotiated a deal with the Liberals whereby they vote for every single significant proposal they put forward, while they still want to be able to criticize it for electoral reasons. But they're here every time voting with and supporting the agenda of the government. And I can tell you that these policies are not popular in this member's home riding, which is why our leader has been so warmly received in his riding. And maybe this member is preparing for a political future where he runs for the legislature in Alberta. I would certainly welcome him to come to my constituency and do that. But Mr. Speaker, he's also misstating the Conservative position very clearly. The Conservative position is that the red tape that the Liberals are constantly piling on industry is as much a problem for green energy as it is for traditional sources of energy. And they are not helping any aspect of our economy through measures like Bill C-69, which make it harder for any industry to create projects and create jobs. That's the real problem. The problem is gatekeeping across the board, including the way it negatively impacts the green energy sector.
That's right. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay in 36 seconds.
This is a bill about cutting red tape, but the Conservatives are going to lose their minds over that because it's about creating clean energy opportunities, which they have spoken out against continually. Those are the facts. They may not want to admit that, but those are the facts. So yes, when I say flat earth, as Bob Marley would say, if the cap fits, let them wear it.
Resuming debate, continuing debate, the honourable member for Halifax.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to let you know I'll be sharing my time with the excellent member for Kings Hants this morning. Mr. Speaker, at 2 in the morning on July 22nd of this year, Tara Sisko heard an emergency alert on the first responder scanner at her workplace. A flash flood was barreling through Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, where Chris Sisko and their 6-year-old son were sleeping. Worried, she called Chris, who woke to find the apartment filling with water. He told Tara they were going to get into their Ford F-550 and evacuate. Chris and their son, along with neighbors Nick and Courtney Harnish and their 2 children, got into the massive truck, but even at 4 tons, it was no match for the flood's current. And soon the truck was drifting away, filling with water and sinking. The next update Tara received came over the scanner once again, and word was that there was a child in the water. On July 21st and 22nd, thunderstorms dumped 25 millimeters, 10 inches, Mr. Speaker, of rain on Nova Scotia. It was the heaviest rainfall in 50 years, amounting to 3 months' worth of typical rainfall in just 24 hours. Tragically, 4 Nova Scotians died in those floods, including the 2 children in that Ford F-550, Colton Sisko and Natalie Harnish, both just 6 years old. Nick Holland, 52, and Terry Lynn Keddy, 14, also perished. And I know that all members in this House join me in mourning this terrible loss and extending our condolences to their families and to their loved ones, whose grief must be simply unimaginable. In an interview with the Canadian Press, not long after burying her 6-year-old son, Tara Sisko recounted to reporter Michael Tutton the story I just shared. I'd like to read one quote from Tara in that piece. She said, "Governments aren't moving quickly enough to prepare for climate change, and Canadians are now seeing unavoidable climate disaster deaths. These climate events are historic, and my little boy is part of that history now." Mr. Speaker, I hope her words are heard loud and clear here in this chamber. This year, Atlantic Canada has seen the devastating impact of unrelenting climate disasters. A year ago this week, Hurricane Fiona, the strongest storm in Canadian history, swept through Atlantic Canada, and in just one small community alone, Port aux Basques, 20 homes were destroyed, displacing 200 people. A Nova Scotian, a Prince Edward Islander, and a Newfoundlander each died in that hurricane. This past summer, wildfires raged through the Halifax area, destroying 150 homes, causing 16,000 Haligonians to evacuate, many without a home to return to after the fires. I'm sharing these stories to illustrate the human impacts of climate change. The climate crisis is here, it's ravaging communities in each of our ridings, and it's getting worse by the month and by the year. Canadians are looking to us to act and to protect them from the most devastating impacts of extreme weather events caused by climate change. We have an immediate responsibility to adapt our infrastructure to this new reality, especially in coastal communities like ours in Atlantic Canada, and to mitigate the worst, most unbearable impacts of climate change caused by fossil fuel and greenhouse gas emissions. Of course, there's no mystery as to why these disasters are happening, Mr. Speaker. We've known for decades that climate change is caused by releasing greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And we have known for decades that the only way to mitigate climate change is to stop releasing greenhouse gases into the atmosphere by transitioning to cleaner, renewable energy sources like wind, solar, tidal, green hydrogen, and others. Now, in Nova Scotia, we're particularly vulnerable to unmitigated climate change. We have 7,400 kilometers of coastline. We're surrounded almost entirely by water, as you know, Mr. Speaker, with the Atlantic Ocean to the east, the Gulf of Maine to the south, the Bay of Fundy to the west, the Gulf of St. Lawrence to the north. In fact, we're connected to the rest of Canada only by a 21-kilometer wide land bridge known as the Isthmus of Chignecto, mostly a marshland barely above sea level and extraordinarily vulnerable to sea level rise, storm surge, and hurricane damage, and more so every year. So, while our identity and our livelihoods have been sustained for generations by our proximity to the sea has increasingly become a threat due to extreme weather events and sea level rise caused by climate change. But here's the thing. Our proximity to the ocean also grants us a fighting chance to protect ourselves and future generations from the very worst effects of climate change, and that is the immense potential of offshore renewable energy. This is the context in which the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources has introduced Bill C-49 in the House today. Bill C-49 proposes to amend the mandates of the historic Atlantic Accords in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador to accelerate offshore wind development off of Canada's east coast. Since the Atlantic Accords were signed in the mid-1980s, they've become vitally important for the economic prosperity of our two provinces. They've provided a framework between Canada and Nova Scotia and Canada and Newfoundland and Labrador that has allowed each province to receive a significant share of revenues generated from offshore oil production. But times are changing. And as we make our necessary transition from oil to a low-carbon future, and in order to reach net zero emissions by 2050, Canada and the world is looking for new forms of renewable energy. And so for Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador to continue to benefit from the Atlantic Accords in this new context, the Atlantic Accords, too, must change and evolve. This change is good, it's necessary, and it's a long time coming. And it brings with it an incredible opportunity to our region and to our people. Bill C-49 expands the mandates of offshore boards that today regulate offshore oil and gas projects to now include the regulation of offshore renewable energy, like wind, for example. And we do this because for major offshore projects to proceed, the government must provide a stable, predictable, and credible legislative framework and regulatory regime, and this is exactly what we're providing for in Bill C-49. In introducing these amendments, we're unlocking the enormous potential of offshore renewable energy development for generations to come. As has been expressed by Canada's Industry Association, Marine Renewables, and their support for this bill, we're building an industry that reflects Canada's values and builds a sustainable blue economy. Last year, my province of Nova Scotia established an offshore wind target. Seabed leases will produce up to 5 gigawatts of offshore energy by 2030. This was an incredibly exciting move that garnered a great deal of excitement from the renewable energy industry around the world. Bill C-49, which, as we've heard, is supported by our provincial partners in Nova Scotia and in Newfoundland and Labrador, is the necessary, obvious next step in ensuring that we meet that opportunity. And let's be specific about what that opportunity is. It's $1 trillion. That is the potential economic opportunity of offshore wind globally, and make no mistake, Atlantic Canada is in that global race. Europe is already knocking at our door for clean energy options. The changes in C-49 will allow us to further create products like green hydrogen that we can then ship to our European allies like Germany, whose Chancellor himself came to Newfoundland last summer to show his country's interest in Atlantic Canada's clean energy potential. And Chancellor Scholz is not alone. When I met recently with Ukraine's ambassador to Canada, Yulia Kovalev, the first thing she wanted to talk about was how soon can we start exporting green hydrogen from Nova Scotia to Europe to get off of Putin's gas. And let's not forget the immense private sector interest in cleaner forms of energy development. The Port of Halifax is in advanced talks about decarbonizing their port, and I've been involved in many conversations with offshore shipping organizations to figure out how to decarbonize the marine transportation sector as well. Now, This kind of job creation is exactly what we mean when we talk about the sustainable jobs of tomorrow. These renewable energy projects are creating good-paying jobs for generations of Canadians to come. I mentioned earlier that our proximity to the ocean has shaped who we are as Atlantic Canadians and has provided a livelihood to communities along our coastline. Bill C-49, by unlocking the promise of offshore wind energy, provides a limitless new opportunity for Atlantic Canadian workers to earn a livelihood, to grow our regional economy, all the while providing us with a fighting chance against the threat of unmitigated climate change. Mr. Speaker, if this bill does not pass, it will stall offshore renewable energy projects in Atlantic Canada for years to come. So to the official opposition's energy critic, who signaled earlier in this debate that she is not supportive of this bill, I will say this. She and Premier Smith can own the stalled emissions reductions, the ecological devastation, the human impact and unrealized job creation that comes with cancelling renewable projects in Alberta. But she may want to chat with Nova Scotia's progressive Conservative Premier Tim Houston, who is in full support of Bill C-49 and wants it passed as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, this government is unswerving in the fight against climate change, and we stand with the offshore renewables industry in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador. For our workers, for our communities, and for our future, I urge all members to support this historic bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Charles. The one writing that I continually not get correctly, but I will get it correctly this time because it's the one I need to learn. I just need to make sure I find it here. There you go. Charles Wood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his thoughtful speech. One thing I'd like to get clarification on, though, Mr. Speaker, is he talked at great length about the importance of renewable energy, wind, and presumably tidal as well. And I agree with him. But the problem is that there was recently a tidal project in Nova Scotia that was basically roadblocked, gatekept by federal bureaucrats. The Sustainable Marine Energy Company of Canada had to pull out of their project because of these roadblocks. How can Canadians take his government seriously when a simple project like that is blocked by the federal government?
Honourable member for Halifax.
Everyone was disappointed, Mr. Speaker, by that project's cancellation, but it is emblematic of the fact that we're living in a changing world. Governments at all orders, municipal, provincial, and federal, are being called upon to regulate for economic, for human health, and for environmental reasons. Brand new technologies that have never had to be regulated before. So we're learning quickly with this. Bill C-49 is exactly what this is about. We are modifying an existing framework for oil to make it function even better for offshore renewables, and I look forward to working with the member on making this bill a reality. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about offshore wind. That's a project I've seen in Denmark. It's a very interesting prospect. But I want to make sure that none of these offshore wind projects will be built in protected or endangered marine areas. And we don't want to see marine boundaries changed or moved in order to benefit investors or project developers. Can the member guarantee that? Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for this good question she's asked.
Is about making sure that offshore energy projects can proceed in a way that causes no harm ecologically or culturally or any other way. The important thing is that we are able to approve these projects quickly in a way that is respectful of all points of view and all perspectives. And by working with industry, we have landed on the current contents of the bill. By working with stakeholders, we've landed on the current contents of the bill, and we believe it's the path forward.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his comments. As indicated by many in this House, that we are faced with a climate crisis. In my community in British Columbia, we are seeing forest fires. We're seeing catastrophe happening right before our eyes. We know that this has impacted the Atlantic provinces as well. So we're not spared, and this is the reality to which we're faced with. One of the questions that I keep on wondering in terms of the action from the government, for the workers who are in the energy sector, the assurances that needs to be given to them, of course, is a pathway to an alternative energy, to different infrastructure building. And to that end, my question to the member is this: will the government support a jobs guarantee for the workers, so into the new energy sector, into other infrastructure development in Canada? That way we can transition people smoothly into the sector and to ensure that the good paying jobs, the union paying jobs are secured for them and their families.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I share the member's interest in making sure that our highly talented and skilled workforce of today can transition and be just as productive in the low-carbon economy of tomorrow. The process of reskilling and upskilling these already extremely talented people from across the country is one that the government is focused on. The offshore renewables sector alone, never mind all the other sort of renewable energy frontiers that we're working on, will require an unimaginable number of workers. There will be jobs for all who are interested in all manner of turbines, wind turbines. I won't go into all the details, but there are a great many jobs that will be available, and we will work together in this House to make sure that those jobs are transitioned. Thank you.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, my honourable friend from the Northeast, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you had a great summer. I saw some of your posts you wrote and active, and it's great to see you back here in this place. And of course, it's a pleasure to be here today with my colleagues to speak on Bill C-49, which is a piece of legislation to amend the Atlantic Accords, which are between the governments of Newfoundland and Labrador and the governments of Nova Scotia. And this is a crucial piece of legislation that matters in the global race towards net zero. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say to my colleagues, we are in a perfect position as a country. Canada is in the driver's seat to make sure that we can be part of that global solution. But this legislation is a requirement to do just that. L'accord atlantique signé pour la première fois par le gouvernement.
The first time the government of Newfoundland and Labrador said in 1985 and subsequently signed between Nova Scotia in 2005 are symbolic of the importance of the work that was done to fight for regional equity in Atlantic Canada, to ensure equity in how the resources of oil and gas were to be distributed in the Federation and for the benefit of our provinces. While the oil and gas sector still plays an important role in Newfoundland, today, by amending the Accords, we are setting the path to how best to govern, manage, and ultimately benefit from the resource which is offshore wind. There are many ways to look at what the offshore wind benefit represents to Canada. First and foremost, this opportunity is crucial in our fight against climate change. The science is clear. We need to work on reducing Canada's greenhouse gas emissions, and projects on the Atlantic coast can do just that by harnessing the wind for our collective benefit.
That power can not only help Canada decarbonize its current electricity grid, but ensure that we have access power supply, not only for our home province of Nova Scotia, but indeed for all of Canada in the days ahead. And I'll have more to say on that in a moment. But beyond the domestic focus, this is a tremendous opportunity, an enormous opportunity for exports of green hydrogen, transported as ammonia, to fuel industrial uses around the world. My honourable colleague from Halifax talks about the German Chancellor who was in Newfoundland and Labrador last summer. whether it's Europe, whether or not it's countries like Germany, but all around the world, green hydrogen is the pathway for our industrial future. We have that opportunity right here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is helping to enable Canada's offshore sector to play a crucial role in doing just that. And I want to talk about some of the projects so people can actually conceptualize what we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, in our home province, it's Everwind, led by CEO Trent Vichy, and there's Indigenous partners. We actually, as Atlantic Caucus, had the opportunity to talk to Chief Terry Paul of Member 2, who are partners on this project that are driving tremendous benefit. First, of course, about onshore production of wind, which will play into a green hydrogen strategy. But part 3 of that plan is to go offshore, is to leverage the tremendous opportunities we have in Nova Scotia to help fuel the world. I want to talk about the foreign direct investment. I was actually just sitting in on a meeting, Mr. Speaker. I'm part of the Canada-United Kingdom Interparliamentary Association. We had Minister Rutley, who was here, and I was talking about the fact that other jurisdictions around the world have already moved in this direction. You look at the United Kingdom, you look at Europe, they have tremendous expertise, and their ability to invest alongside Canadian firms and Canadian expertise is significant. This represents a significant opportunity for foreign direct investment across the country, but particularly in our Atlantic region, Mr. Speaker, which is extremely important. And last, I want to tell a story about the jobs and opportunities, Mr. Speaker. It's not too long ago I actually came out of high school in 2009 at Hants-East-Rural High. I'm proud to say I'm an alumni of there. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, graduates of my ilk were going to Western Canada. That was where the opportunities were. And Mr. Speaker, I want to articulate, there are still great opportunities in Western Canada, but what I'm proud to say now, Mr. Speaker, is that there are more opportunities in our home provinces of Atlantic Canada where young people can make a future. And I give credit in part to that, to this government and the investment and focus they have had on Atlantic Canada. So now people graduating high school in Nova Scotia, they can look west, they can look east, they can stay where they're at. There's opportunities at home to build a future. This legislation builds on that, Mr. Speaker, and we need to be able to move quickly, because the other thing that we need to understand is that this legislation is straightforward. I heard the Conservative critic earlier in the debate talking about the variety of questions that she has. When I look at this legislation, it's straightforward. It's amending the accords to create the former Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board to actually regulate, to be the regulator of these projects, to extend that. And Mr. Speaker, you know very well, because you were involved in provincial government during that time, and I want to credit you for your work at the provincial level. This legislation is straightforward, a regulatory model will follow, and we have the expertise involved in the board. But time is of the essence, Mr. Speaker. This is a global race. The longer that this sits in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, the more and more we are wasting time on being able to fight climate change, but more importantly, create great jobs in this country. And what I am disappointed in, Mr. Speaker, is when I look across the way with some of the Conservative members, they are signaling already that they are going to be against this. They are signaling that they are against Atlantic Canada, then, Mr. Speaker, because this is a tremendous opportunity. Ask the governments of Newfoundland and Labrador, ask the governments of Nova Scotia. The member from Halifax very clearly said the Progressive Conservative, and I highlight progressive, the Progressive Conservative in Halifax wants this legislation. Where are the members? Where are the 8 members of the Conservative Atlantic Caucus? Will they stand up and make sure that their party votes as quickly as possible to advance this legislation, Mr. Speaker? This matters for Canada. It matters for Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker. And I want to see the member from Colchester, Cumberland. I want to see the member from Miramichi. I want to see the member from South Shore, St. Margaret's stand up and be with this government, because that is what Atlantic Canada needs. We need to drive this forward. In fact, every member of this House, Mr. Speaker, for those who stand here in this House and talk about climate change as being the existential threat to our country and to our world, I agree with them. But let them not stand here and say that they are against this straightforward piece of legislation that we need to be able to advance our green energy future. It's hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. If I hear this from the Bloc, if I hear it, fortunately we have the NDP on board. Who would have thought, for all the criticisms that the opposition will sling at the NDP for being anti-development? No, it's the Conservatives that stand here against the ability and the green energy future and the technology that we have in Atlantic Canada. I look forward from taking questions, Mr. Speaker, from my Conservative colleagues, because they are going to have to explain to my constituents, They're going to have to explain to Nova Scotians. They're going to have to explain to Newfoundland and Labradorians why it is they are against their prosperity, because they sure as heck stand in this House and pretend that they stand for their interests at other times, but on the piece of legislation that can create the economic prosperity that matters to our world and to our region, they heckle me from a side and say that somehow they will not support us. I actually want this House to move this legislation quickly. Let's get it to committee. Mr. Speaker, let's put a motion up this afternoon to get it to committee to study. I'll ask my honourable colleague here who knows more about procedure, the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader. I think we should put this up to the House and see if we can get unanimous consent to move this through the House so we can get it to committee. This matters. They want to talk about global energy. This is what it represents. Canada's in the driver's seat, Mr. Speaker. Canada is in the driver's seat. But only if we have this House on board to be able to move. Every day that this languishes in the House is yet another day that we are not moving forward on the global fight on climate change, and we are not fighting for Atlantic Canadians. That is what matters. They can scream all they want from the other side, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking the Conservative Party of Canada, stand with this government for Atlantic Canada. Very simply. The last thing I want to say in my 45 seconds that I have, Mr. Speaker, is this. The Atlantic Loop is extremely important as part of this. We are going to create the conditions so that the offshore can succeed, but it's not just an export opportunity for hydrogen. It's an opportunity to provide Quebec and Central Canada the power that they need. The Premier of Quebec has talked about the need for more generation. We have it on the offshore. Let's partner together and drive an opportunity to make a difference in this country. Let's make sure that we're focused on the ITCs. This government needs to clarify them. I will say that. And we also need to drive forward. But the question remains today, Mr. Speaker, and I will finish on this. Will the Conservative Party join us in supporting Atlantic Canada and our clean energy future, or will they not?
I gotta say, I always enjoy lively debate in this House of Commons. And also just a reminder that as one of those Atlantic Canada guys, you know, you gotta be careful and, no, I'm just kidding. The Honourable Member of Cumberland Colchester, questions and comments.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it fascinating the member from King's Heads talks about moving quickly after 8 years, the NDP Liberal coalition sitting on their hands. And, you know, it's really strange, Mr. Speaker, that after he's door knocking and his fear of you losing his seat, that now he has to be lambasting everybody he can and trying to become this champion of Nova Scotia. You know, he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. When we realize when he talked about the gun registry that he said he would oppose, and when the vote came, what did he do? He abstained. Wow, what a great supporter this guy is. You know, and the other thing, Mr. Speaker, that's very, very clear is when we begin to understand the title project in the great riding of Cumberland Colchester, we start to understand that there's a business there called Sustainable Marine Energy. And I really wonder if the member from King's Heads went and talked to the leadership of Sustainable Marine, because what Sustainable Marine said was they are the first project to be out there putting actually electricity back into the grid. That's right. They had no fish kills, no hits, no threatening markers at all. And what did this Liberal NDP government do? Absolutely nothing. They gave them no direction, and they allowed a project that is clean and green to actually be demolished. Yes. Sad, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for King's Heads.
Mr. Speaker, he had almost as much time as I had in my remarks to actually give a speech, so I hope you'll give me some time to respond. First of all, there is no gun registry, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to work with the Minister of Public Safety to make sure there is an exemption for sports shooters. Number two, Mr. Speaker, on Sustainable Marine, I agree with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans that we have a problem. I have been out and vocal, Mr. Speaker.
Kingston Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't even hear the answer that's being given right now. This side of the House certainly did afford the other side the opportunity to say their question, to ask their question and listen to it, really hoping that the same can be done for my colleague who's trying to answer the question.
I will take this opportunity to remind everyone to keep a little bit of decorum as we have these debates, and as I do enjoy the energy of what's happening today, we should try to keep it down so we can actually hear the responses to the questions that we are asking. The Honourable Member for King's Heads.
Mr. Speaker, I covered the public safety question. I'll now cover the question around Sustainable Marine. I agree. In fact, there actually has to be a fundamental change in the way that DFO operates and approves these projects. In fact, if the member opposite, my neighbor, would know that I was against DFO and the way in which the situation was handled on the Avon River, and continue to be against that if the government moves in a different direction. So he does not need to lecture me about being an advocate. The last piece I will say is that he mistakes himself, because here we have an opportunity to make a difference for our province here in Nova Scotia. He can talk all he wants about 8 years. The legislation is now before us. The industry is ready to move, and his party suggests that they are against it. Will they move with us to make sure that there's opportunities in Atlantic Canada? It is a straightforward piece of legislation, and it's actually incredible that the Conservatives are giving me an opportunity to highlight the hypocrisy that they talk about technology, not taxes, but they won't support the legislation that drives the technology.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little surprised. I thought after the summer we had with forest fires all over in Quebec and Alberta, around the world, that it would give some humility to the Liberals in the face of climate change. But today, they're hammering things and they're saying they need to vote for the Liberal plan on climate change. But I want to say to my colleague, in 2022, the Liberal government gave $51.5 million to the oil industry, an industry that made $220 million in profits in 2022. We need to build 3.5 million housing units in this country, and it's indecent. I'd like to see some humility, please. The Honourable Member for King's Hands. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. My answer is simple. Will the Bloc Québécois join in our effort to create legislation that is necessary to advance the green industry, advance the offshore wind industry in the Atlantic? Because the Bloc always said that climate change was an important issue. Today, they have an opportunity to help fight climate change. The question is simple. Will the Bloc support our effort to advance Canada's wind industry, yes or no?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly a pleasure to be back in the House of Commons. I had the last couple of months were tough. Had a few sinus surgeries and missed a bit of time and some uncomfortable moments, but really happy. And truly, when you don't have good health, it really gives you an understanding of how precious it truly is. So today, I'm really excited to speak on this bill for a number of reasons. Before I get into the meat and potatoes of it all, a few comments I heard. I'm really encouraged by the fact that the Liberal member from Nova Scotia acknowledges that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is a complete failure on just about every front. In Miramichi Grand Lake, they've failed the Atlantic salmon, the fish, the species, the community itself, all the people from benefit from it in a vast, almost an unprecedented level. They actually don't even deserve the right to govern it anymore. So as a federal MP, I'm left believing that the Atlantic salmon, though a federal jurisdiction, they've lost the right to govern it. They actually don't care. And the people where I live know this, and it's heart-wrenching for all of us. My dad was an outfitter. I grew up a salmon fisherman and a guide, so I've seen a very serious decline in that species. And I will comment on the Liberal member's question of progressive Conservative support in the Conservative Party of Canada. That was one of my favorite things he said because Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote what the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney's son tweeted the other day after the Quebec City Convention. This is what the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney said to his son about our leader's speech at the convention, and I quote, "Mark, I attended my first convention in 1956 for Mr. Diefenbaker. I was 17 years old. I've seen a lot of convention speeches since then. Pierre's speech was probably the best convention speech I have ever witnessed. Pierre's command of such a large amount of information in both official languages for an hour and a half was extremely impressive. The only other speech that may have challenged his own was that of his wife, Anna. So that's the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. And just as an honourable mention, yeah, give it up, you know? So as an honourable mention, the Honourable Peter MacKay was speaking at the convention and quite proud to do so. So I think they can take their worst fears and realize that they're true. Maybe plan harder, go door to door, start working harder. You know, I can understand that. So now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to get into this Bill C-49. In my speech today, I'm going to cover three things. Number one, the positive impact on the Atlantic Accords in both Nova Scotia as well as Newfoundland and Labrador. Two, the potential upside of Bill C-49, proposed changes to energy regulation for the Atlantic offshore. And number three, the reasons why I cannot support Bill C-49 as currently presented. Let's start with the 1985 Canada-Newfoundland Atlantic Accord. The original Atlantic Accord was an agreement between the province of Newfoundland and Labrador and Ottawa concerning the management of the oil and gas reserves off the coasts of Newfoundland and Labrador. It determined how two governments shared revenues and how that income affected the equalization payments received by the province. It also established the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board. The Atlantic Accord was a watershed in the province's economic development. It ended years of negotiations and allowed Hibernia and subsequent offshore oil fields, including Hebron, Terra Nova, and White Rose, to enter into production. Mobil Oil carried out the first seismic surveys on the Grand Banks in the 1960s, and then exploratory drilling continued during the 1970s. Mr. Speaker, Chevron Standard Limited discovered the first commercial oil field, Hibernia, in 1979, 1 year after I was born. Actually, yeah, that's accurate. My math is good today, Mr. Speaker. But there's a reason, yeah. But development could not proceed until the provincial and federal governments resolved the ownership and management disputes, which continued from 1967 through until 1985. The Atlantic Accord was widely hailed as a success and a turning point for the provincial economy. At the signing in 1985, Premier Brian Peckford predicted it would allow, and I quote, this province to catch up socially and economically to the rest of Canada. While Right Honourable Prime Minister Brian Mulroney famously stated, I'm not afraid to inflict prosperity on Newfoundland and Labrador. So you can see very early on in my speech and the history lesson, Mr. Speaker, that Conservatives clearly had a vast and productive, successful outlook for Atlantic Canada. Yeah. I just went back over a number of decades. And this is, thank you, this is history, Mr. Speaker, and that's why it's important. 26 years ago, Hibernia, Newfoundland and Labrador's landmark oil production platform became the first to produce oil in the province. Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore oil and gas has contributed more than $25 billion in royalties and directly employed over 6,000 people, as well as thousands more in supporting industries. That's $25 billion in royalties and over 6,000 people employed. The Hibernia project came to life thanks to former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney's support at a time when Newfoundland and Labrador was facing economic and cultural challenges of the cod moratorium. Hibernia created thousands of jobs and new government revenue at a time when it was truly needed. Hibernia was celebrated as a new dawn for Newfoundland and Labrador's economy in 1997 and has continually exceeded expectations over the past quarter century. Production was expected to last 18 to 20 years and produce 520 million barrels of oil. In fact, Hibernia has produced more than 1.2 barrels of oil and has paid almost $20 billion under fiscal agreements to the provincial and federal governments since 1997. Today, about 95% of those working on the Hibernia project are Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. The skills, technical ingenuity, and work ethic of the team has been the backbone of Hibernia's success for 26 years and will continue into the future. That future is exciting, with the potential for Hibernia to continue production for another 20 years. In Nova Scotia, one of Premier John Ham's most notable achievements was negotiating with the federal government to implement the Atlantic Accord, a multi-decade regional development program that had been approved in principle during the late 1980s to prevent provincial government offshore oil and gas royalties from being included in calculations for the federal equalization program. This resulted in $830 million payment to the Nova Scotia government in 2005 from the federal government, which Premier Ham applied against the principal on the province's long-term debt, thereby reducing debt servicing payments by more than $50 million annually. Clearly another great conservative decision made over the course of time. During Premier Ham's reign, During Premier Ham's reign, the Sable Offshore Energy Project was Canada's first natural gas project. The Sable project provided a new source of clean energy to Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and a new supply to the northeastern United States through the Maritimes and Northeast Pipeline. Saying the word pipeline in this chamber gives me pleasure, but not really what it should have given me. As a New Brunswicker, we wanted to bring a pipeline from Alberta to St. John and Montreal. And, you know, now we see, and I remember at the time the mayor of Montreal was against it and the province of Quebec was a little worked up about it. But now Quebecers are against the carbon tax, and some of the Quebec candidates on this House that are not in the Conservative Party are running for dear life in their seats because they supported the carbon tax and put that on the backs of Quebecers, and they're going to pay for it. Beginning production in 1999, Sable was a catalyst for $3.7 billion in direct payments to Nova Scotia's government, made up of royalties, Crown share, and exploration payments. This is money that helped build better schools, hospitals, and roads over 20 years.
Exactly.
Since the mid-1980s, Canada, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland and Labrador have jointly managed the development of offshore petroleum resources under the Canada-Nova Scotian Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act. Not an easy label for a guy with asthma, Mr. Speaker, but I got through it. And the Canada, Newfoundland, and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act, also known as the Atlantic Accord Act. See, this is the easier one. That generated more than $30 billion in government revenues off the East Coast. Mr. Speaker, now here are a few points worth making about the concept behind Bill C-49. The idea of a single regulator for offshore energy projects makes sense whether they are oil and gas or renewables like wind. Joint management between the federal government and Atlantic provinces is good and should be maintained, as that was the promise of the original accords, which we've just learned were successful. Regarding offshore wind, siting is important that other existing users aren't damaged by the new activity, whether that be fishers or transportation routes. It is extremely important the wind industry works with fishers to minimize direct impacts and ensure collaboration and compensation if there is a direct impact. End of project remediation and bonding must be sufficient to remove the infrastructure when out of use. The current process will take far too long to identify potential areas suitable for activity, and it's likely Canada will miss the opportunity to benefit from offshore wind. Generally, floating wind is less impactful than fixed and provides more flexibility, Mr. Speaker, for siting in deeper water, which tends to be away from land and inshore fishing activity. By the time the current process concludes at the pace they are going, the opportunity will likely have passed Canada anyway. You can see this with the Energy East pipeline. That was this government across the floor, the Liberal government's problem. They caused it. I could see how in my own province of New Brunswick, we were decades behind in natural gas production, and we lost the ability to move forward with moratoriums, and it really set New Brunswickers back. That's a project that should have been a success. For Nova Scotia, offshore wind is an area of promise because of land spaces are limited and tidal is still speculative. Nova Scotia does not have hydro opportunities, yet the federal off-coal mandates are real for 2030. One big red flag for me is Bill C-49 allows the federal government to rely on the regulators for Indigenous consultation. This could result in court challenges and detrimental judicial decisions on both offshore petroleum and renewable projects. If the federal government relies solely on the regulators and does not sufficiently execute the Crown's duty to consult, because this bill also makes government ministers the ultimate decision makers. I know from my time as Minister of Aboriginal Affairs in New Brunswick, our First Nations want to be partners in future energy projects and not to be just considered stakeholders.
Yep.
They want to be a partner. And I know from all of my experience at that time that negotiation is always a better path than litigation. And we've seen situations, Mr. Speaker, in the past where governments get really excited about projects. Governments get excited about potential economic projects, large energy projects, and what happens is they bring in the First Nations chiefs at the ninth hour. They've already upset them. They've missed the process. And I think it's interesting that this legislation is coming from the Liberal government right now, because they've clearly failed First Nations on every single front.
Yeah.
You know, I was reading something yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and it struck me. You know, all the work that the Liberals have done over the past 20 years in basically pretending to be the best friends of First Nations people. We have situations in this country where we have people who are of Indigenous, of descent in our country that don't have water. They have water that they can't drink, and that's a basic necessity of our country. That's a basic necessity almost in every country in the world, and it should be paramount. And they failed on that to the point where I can't believe they would put a bill on the floor of this House that would literally disrupt the duty to consult, and we've seen how successful these projects have been. Well, the times have changed. You have to work with everyone involved, and we clearly have to work with treaty people. That's part of what it is that's Canada. And the Liberals that put this forward, it's really rich of them to do it, because there's a lot of Indigenous people still waiting for clean water, and they should get on that, because they don't even have a leg to stand on at this point. It's actually totally ridiculous that they would ever claim to be a friend of any Indigenous person in this country. So I can tell you right now, that's a box that they better start to check off, or none of this will be successful. More red tape and delays. This bill will add delays in the approval process because it triples the timeline from the current framework and politicizes the decision-making process, giving final authority to the federal and provincial ministers. Canada's red tape regime already hinders traditional and alternative energy development. This bill adds broad unilateral discretionary cabinet power for arbitrary decision-making, and it actually increases timelines and adds uncertainty around requirements. This drives investment away. Mr. Speaker, we've seen it. We've seen this record playing over and over and over in our country. You know, we had a project in New Brunswick called Maritime Iron. Everybody got all worked up and said it wasn't economical. Somebody in Venezuela thought it was economical. Right. I remember other projects that, this isn't economical. This might emit carbon. Well, guess what? China did the same project with the same company. I see North African companies take our projects. New Brunswick, and it pains me to say it, but New Brunswick, we've lost so much because of bureaucracy, whether it be provincial or federal, weak leadership, failure to consult with First Nations, and an overall non-understanding of the projects in front of us that could actually have paved the way in New Brunswick. Sisson Mine, natural gas extraction in New Brunswick. We have moratoriums on uranium. We have moratoriums on natural gas, even though the entire city of Moncton, the lamps were lit by natural gas in the late 1800s. We have areas of New Brunswick where they've had to, we've had it forever. That's what we're built on. And I think that the Liberals really need to get their act together on this, because the Atlantic Accord was a big-time positive in Atlantic Canada, and we need them to stop driving investment away and impeding growth and progress in Canada. This bill could end offshore petroleum drilling in the Atlantic provinces, literally.
Yeah.
Sections 28 and 137 give Cabinet the ability to end offshore drilling or renewable energy projects with the authorization of the provincial minister if the area may be identified as a marine protected area. Any activity may be suspended in the marine protected area or in an area that may be identified in the opinion of Cabinet as a marine protected area, creating significant uncertainty. There is no formal Indigenous consultation required in the cancellation of new or currently operating projects. The Liberals' Bill C-55 allowed the Fisheries Minister to select marine protected areas by order in council, which can prohibit development and activity. This bill implements this measure, which the Conservative Party opposed because marine protected areas should really be called prohibited development areas. It would be so much, but that would be common sense. But what we get over here is nonsense. So that's why they have it that way. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me reiterate this. Conservatives support the development of offshore wind and renewables in Atlantic Canada, but this bill imposes uncertainty and extends timelines that could hinder the development of the sector while creating opportunities for politically motivated anti-energy decisions and delays of offshore petroleum development. Bill C-49 should be amended to require development of a framework for renewable energy projects that requires clear plans for the project's impacts to fish, birds, and environment. It also needs to require consultation with impacted Indigenous communities and private sector proponents before the establishment of a marine protected area and/or the cancellation of any in-progress operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, I just want to commend the member for talking about such a great cabinet way back in 2003, 2004, where a young Chris D'Entremont was a member of that cabinet. Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really enjoyed the history on previous Conservative governments. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find any member in this House that would agree that Conservative governments of the past, the Progressive Conservatives, were actually really big champions of the environment. I've even heard the member from Sandwich Gulf Island say that from time to time. The member unfortunately cannot see the link between the Conservatives of the past and the Conservatives of today because they are quite different. He talked at length about Brian Mulroney. Well, I have a Brian Mulroney story myself. Not that long ago in this House, I spoke at great length about the great work that Brian Mulroney and Progressive Conservatives did, and then contrasted them to the Conservatives of today. Much to my surprise, something that arrived at my constituency office just the next day was a portrait of Brian Mulroney where he personally signed it and said, "Mark, keep making those speeches with 2 exclamation points, signed Brian Mulroney." I think it's very rich to try to suggest that the new Reform Party of today somehow has a link to Brian Mulroney Conservatives of the past. Nonetheless, my question for the member is, both the Premier of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland Labrador support this piece of legislation. This member said he supports it in principle. So my question is, why won't he at least help get it to committee so that a decision can then be made to try to form it to the way that he wants to see it, at least supporting the fact that he does support it in principle?
Honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question opposite. Going to committee may be potential down the road, but as elected officials in this House, we have to do our due diligence. We've watched this government impede growth in several sectors. We've seen several bills they put forward that really limited progress in the energy sector. We've watched this across all aspects of the energy sector. So what I would say here today is Conservatives are doing their due diligence, and that's the best thing we could do in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the honour this summer of being part of an advertisement campaign from the Conservatives. I'm happy that I was on TV throughout Canada. My agent would like to send the Conservatives a bill now. The thing is that what was said in this advert was completely false. They talked about the carbon tax, saying we were for increasing carbon tax. Yes, we want to put a price on pollution, that's true. on this side of the House, we agree with this, but the carbon tax isn't applicable to Quebec. Has someone told the Conservatives this? The Premier of Quebec said it, the head of the Bloc Québécois said it. We keep saying it. It's not applicable to Quebec. We've had our carbon market in Quebec for the past 10 years, so we don't have the carbon tax. But then the Conservatives keep pandering these untruths throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Speaker, I mean, what it would be the liberal fuel regulations. So there's carbon tax, there's clean fuel standard, there's lots of different bills. So it's the liberal fuel regulation that now has captured, it's basically hurting Quebecers. I heard it, I was in Quebec City. I had people telling me they were against it. So, I mean, he may think it's interesting, but I think what we've done is the Bloc Party has been in cahoots with the Liberal Party enough that there's almost like there's two coalitions in this House. And if the Conservative Party, if we have to take on every party in this House on behalf of Canadians, we'll do it. Thank you.
Comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sarnia.
Now, I know that there was a project called Sustainable Marine Energy. It was the first North American tidal power project, and it was canceled by the Liberals by stalling and lots of regulatory red tape. Is the member concerned that this bill is going to exacerbate that problem and institutionalize red tape and bureaucracy that will prevent projects from being built?
Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. We have grave concerns on this side of the House that the Liberal government, they actually either don't know anything about economics whatsoever, or every decision they make impedes growth and progress across all sectors. It's probably A and B. We have grave concerns because that project, as she mentioned, didn't go forward. I told you about Energy East Pipeline as another project. There's a lot of evidence over the past, 7 or 8 years that the federal Liberal government has clearly driven a spike into so many economic opportunities in this country. We now look like a laughingstock around the world because all the projects we said no to are happening in other jurisdictions, and they're emitting twice the carbon we are with no regulations.
That's right.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Nunavut, and then I'll go.
This summer, we saw the ravages of climate change. We're in a climate crisis, not just in Canada, but all over the world. And I wonder if the member agrees that C-49 needs to pass because it's creating more opportunities for the East Coast to use renewable energy, and that we need to act now. The
Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, obviously in my speech, I laid out the reasons why we think it shouldn't pass at this point. It needs amendments, but if this truly is an urgent matter for the federal government, federal Liberal government, if this is urgent, why did it take 8 years?
Yep.
Why are we watching a recycled video of a housing announcement that happened 6 years ago? Why are we, there's no urgency on this side of the floor. Yeah. Canadians know it. Everybody can't afford their mortgage now. People can't afford gas. They don't need an electric car where I live. There's nowhere to plug them in. Yeah. They're 18 months showing up, and then there's nowhere to plug them in when you get them. Yeah. I mean, I could just go on and on and on, but no understanding of rural Canada exists over there. None. None at all. So no, it doesn't go forward right now. It needs amendments because they impede progress, and we can't allow them to keep doing it.
Yes.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who comes from Nova Scotia and someone who represents Indigenous communities, I've heard loud and clear, not only from our provincial leaders, but also Indigenous leaders, that this is an important thing for us to make that transition to clean energy. Right. We've heard from my Chief of Member to Chief Terry Paul, who's talked to us about the importance of Everwind and hydrogen moving forward with all of the things that we need to make a better future for future generations. And so, I'm kind of astonished to hear that the member would stand up and say that there isn't anything that looks at Indigenous consultation when economic reconciliation is indeed part of this legislation. So I'm wondering if he's read the legislation, and if so, can he tell us one provision, just one provision, that he is against?
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier, it's interesting because what I laid out is the fact it doesn't mention the duty to consult, and it doesn't mention the Crown's responsibility, and it's silent on that part of the legislation. As a First Nations individual, he should know that. That should mean as much to him as anybody else. No, that's the duty. The duty to consult is on the Crown. You've bypassed it. You haven't given water to the people that needed it and asked for it 8 years ago. You have failed Indigenous people on every front in this country. You failed them. You completely failed them.
Order. You can't speak directly to a member. You're speaking to the chair. You can't use the word "you" when you're talking to another member. So we'll just move on to the next question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think my colleague from Miramichi-Grand Lake, I had not heard over the course of the summer that he faced health challenges. I had a stroke in June, and it's my first opportunity to speak of it in this place since we resumed. But I want to thank from the bottom of my heart all the members from different parties who sent me notes of encouragement. As you can see, I'm recovering well, but I'm still not allowed to fly to Ottawa. I'm not allowed to fly anywhere. So I'm glad that I can participate virtually. To my friend from Miramichi-Grand Lake, good to see you back, and I hope you've got through your health challenges. I just do want to correct the record. The member spoke of marine protected areas as if they stopped development. From the point of view of the Green Party, we would love it if that were the case. The Minister of Natural Resources has said recently that even the interim protected areas offshore Newfoundland would be removed if the oil industry that's currently exploring there were to find oil. They'd just get rid of the protected area so that they could exploit oil there. So I will agree with members of the Conservative Party to this extent that the ministers speak out of both sides of their mouth. I support this bill. Let's hope we move wind energy and offshore wind energy and try to catch up with the rest of the world. We're a long way from being in the lead on this.
The honourable member for Miramichi-Grand Lake, and a very short response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments about my health. Glad to hear that you're feeling better too. And clearly, Conservative opinion and Green Party opinion on some of these files greatly differs on a good day, and some of her more concrete questions would really have to come to the Liberal ministers that drafted this legislation and have them explain it. For me, I think we've lost so much to other jurisdictions by trying to prove to everybody that we're saving the world here, and I don't think our emissions are even high in Canada. So I think we've really stalled productivity all over the place because of the Liberal government's decision making, and that's where our party has to do due diligence in the House to make sure that we have opportunity for Canadians.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today to speak on behalf of the people of Sackville-Cheston-Prescott.
From the Conservative Party, I'm very, very surprised, but not shocked, because I'll share what they did back in 2007 with the Atlantic Accord in Nova Scotia. So this act, of course, this bill, C-49, is extremely important to make the adjustments and the modification so that we can be moving forward very quickly on the potential of economic growth and also, of course, reducing our emissions. But I want to share a story that's extremely important. My colleague that was here in the House with us, Bill Casey, was elected in the Conservative Party back in the 80s, 1988 to be exact. And in 2007, believe it or not, he was thrown out from the Conservative Party of Canada under the Harper government. You ask why was he boosted out, put out, ejected from the party? Well, I'll tell you what my colleague told me. I'll share his story. I'm sure he could do a better job, but I'm going to share it. He stood up and defended the Atlantic Accord because the Conservative Party under Harper in 2007 decided in their budget they were going to tweak a piece, a very important part, all by himself, no consultation with the province of Nova Scotia. They were going to tweak it so that some of the revenues coming in would be lost because, of course, they would make a change. and that change would be that they would lose some money because of the equalization payment. I have to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that I will be sharing my time with a colleague from Halifax West as well. So Mr. Casey was telling the Conservative Party, don't make that tweak because Nova Scotia could lose up to $1 billion of revenues if you make that change inside the budget. The Conservative government was the Premier of Nova Scotia at the time, MacDonald, McKay was Minister. They were all trying to convince him that it was okay, we would fix it later. Absolutely not. Mr. Casey was a man of principle. Mr. Casey was in the Conservative Party. He was ejected in 2007. He came back because the people had lots of trust in him. He came back as an independent and won. And then he came back as a Liberal and won. He was a very good parliamentarian, and he stood for Nova Scotia. He stood for Canadians, and I want to thank him for that. And I have to say, when I first got elected, I was impressed with how he got the work done. The first year I watched him as he moved from desk to desk, talking to ministers about how they could help his region. So, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious the Conservatives today are against an accord that they tried to take pieces of the accord out from Nova Scotia. Very sad. Mr. Speaker, this is a joint, if you want, management between Nova Scotia and Newfoundland for many, many years. And this is an industry that is now ready to boom. There's actually $1 trillion on the table of investment from now to 2040. Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, across Canada. We need to take advantage of this, and the time is right. And how are we going to do that? Well, for Nova Scotia, it will help us, of course, to lower our emissions and bring us to zero by 2050. Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador have the fastest winds in the world. Why do you think offshore... why do you think this is so important for us in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland? Exactly because it puts Canada in a great position to feed not only Canada but the world in offshore renewal, which is crucial. Also, Nova Scotia announced last year that they had the intention to put targets out, issue targets to 5 gigawatts of seabeds licenses by 2030. They want to get moving quickly as well. This will help them, of course, to decarbonize the grid, which is a goal of the province. Our government, we're very committed to move forward on this project. If the Conservatives could come on board, it would be very helpful. They keep talking about Atlantic Canada, and here's a chance they have to help Atlantic Canadians, and they're just refusing to be part of the solution to help economic development in Atlantic Canada. That's what they're doing today. Our government is committed to expand the mandate and to include, of course, offshore wind as a key ingredient into the accord. And we will also ensure highest standards of workers' safety and the environment protection. Mr. Speaker, we have to move now. Can you believe, as I speak today, there is not one commission wind project offshore in the country, right across Canada. There is none. And of course, it's important that we move forward and fill in that gap. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do it with the amendments that we're bringing forward. We're not the only ones. The UK, United States, are all expanding their mandates to pick up offshore wind, which is crucial to move forward. Mr. Speaker, last August, I was in Halifax to witness an announcement of the first ever wind project called Nova East Wind Project in Canada. And this is a joint venture between two companies, DP Energy and SBM Offshore. They're global leaders in the industry. And they are now putting the project together, and they will help us establish the first ever offshore wind farm project in Canada. It'll take place in Nova Scotia near Goldsboro. Other steps that we've taken to move the process forward to ensure that the ingredients are in place so that these type of projects can continue to prosper. And the government has launched its regional assessment for offshore in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, and this will provide the information and the analysis for future offshore projects. It will inform perform and improve impact assessment. It will engage Indigenous peoples and various communities across Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, etc., and it will identify optimal areas for future development. Mr. Speaker, we need to be in support of this. If the Conservative Party wants to support Atlantic Canada, they need to change their vote now. Very important. Our government has indicated in our 2023 budget new investment, investment in tax credits, major tax credit for those type of investments, and enhancing small renewal electrifying pathway programs. Those are investments that would allow us to continue to prosper quickly and move forward the agenda in this area. So the amendments are not difficult. One, modernize and expand the mandate, like other countries are doing, quickly, so we can get it done. Improve the alignment with the Impact Assessment Act, very important, and establish new tools to support government marine conservation agencies. That's what we're talking about today, to move the dial quickly so that we can take our place, Canada and Nova Scotia. So what do we got to do? Simple. This Parliament needs to approve and pass Bill C-49. We need to get raw assent. What will happen next? The province of Nova Scotia and the province of Newfoundland and Labrador will mirror the same amendment so that they can move this project forward. Then we will see prosperity and, of course, our important role in the world for climate change will also be enhanced as well. Nova Scotia will launch a call for bids by 2025. We'll be there for 2030 for sure. This is how it works. Partnership between the provincial and federal government. But you know what? When I think of Mr. Casey, who was told the day before the vote, if you vote against the budget, we won't throw you out. And he tells me, and you can go check it, Google it if you want, the article when he spoke about his 30 years in Parliament, he said one of the worst experience that he had is when, right after he voted against his government to support Atlantic Canadians, to support Nova Scotia, they said, you're out of here. Pack your bags, you're out. And that's what happened. We'll stand with Atlantic Canadians today, tomorrow, and every day. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to say two things quickly. One, when the honourable member was sitting over here, when they moved him over there, I thought I was going to miss him. But I'm thinking we should move him further back so that we can, because I've never seen someone with so much power and passion in his voice. Maybe one of those booths out back where we close the door. Maybe we'll be able to hear him appropriately. But I do appreciate the honourable member and his passion for the debate here today. Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will point out that in certain times in this chamber, I have probably matched or exceeded that passion, for good or bad. That said, I appreciate the passion from the member from Sackville-Preston. However, I do have a real question related to the bill, despite all the rhetoric we heard about the former member of Parliament. And that's related to the new licensing regime for exploration, which is capped at 25 years. Part of this bill talks a lot about empowering Indigenous Canadians or using the consultative processes with regulators in conjunction with Indigenous Canadians to respect their inherent rights. So what this bill doesn't explicitly outline is if an Indigenous resource company has a license, will the government take it away after 25 years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my colleague for his question, and I have to say he's always asking me some questions, so I appreciate that very much. Well, let's talk about Indigenous people. As my colleague just said a little while ago, Indigenous people have been consulted, will be consulted as we move forward. The Chief spoke with the caucus, Atlantic Caucus, only a couple of weeks ago. They're 100% in favor of this. The license is going to 25 years. It's good, because it was lifetime before, and if nobody moved on it, then there was no progress. This is important to make sure that we're going to move forward. Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador are excited, are in favor, and they're asking the Conservative government, the Conservative Party of Canada, to vote with us us to move and improve economic situation down in Canada. Today, not tomorrow.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member to honourable député de BTB.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his great enthusiasm and his passionate speech. He is absolutely right. We need to prioritize the climate. With what we're experiencing, forest fires, flooding, so we need to make good decisions when it comes to oil and gas. So what is his government's goal for oil and gas and for the environment? The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. I'd like to thank my colleague for her very important question. As she knows, for us and for her party, the environment is very important. In fact, the environment matters greatly to all parties except the Conservative Party, which seems to be the only party that doesn't want to prioritize climate change and to prioritize the changes we need to make. We've been saying since 2015 that the economy and the environment go hand in hand, and that's exactly what we're doing with this bill. This bill will allow us to be responsible when it comes to the environment, but also to create wealth, to develop our economy, and to become a worldwide leader. So Canada is in a great position to move forward, and we're moving forward with or without those who are opposed.
River Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem is that we've heard a lot of talk, and we've actually seen a lot of hot air from the Liberals on how committed they are. But the Americans have moved dramatically ahead with the IRA under Biden, over $110 billion that are moving projects forward right now. So there's 27 offshore wind operations off the Atlantic in the United States that will be in operation by 2025. One of them off Rhode Island will give energy to 250,000 homes. One off Martha's Vineyard, 400,000 homes. And yet we still haven't got the promised tax credits that are needed to be able to compete. They still haven't been finalized. We're still dealing with the regulatory framework here. I want to ask my colleague, why is it that the United States has moved so much further ahead on this, taken so much more opportunity, and we're still standing here in Parliament talking about what could be done when we see what is being done in the United States?
The honourable member for Preston Chesapeake.
Yeah, well, I guess the simple answer is Biden doesn't have to deal with the Conservative Party across the aisle. We do. That's one part of it, that's for sure. And the second thing I would say is all the countries like the United States, United Kingdom, are expanding their mandates to increase the investments in that area. But there's $1 trillion on the table of investment by 2040. And Canada is well placed to be the leaders in the world. Let's come together for Canada.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege to rise today to speak on behalf of the people of my riding, Halifax West.
That modernizes the mandates of the offshore boards, including Nova Scotia's, to unlock the full potential of offshore renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, just 2 years ago, the Nova Scotia government announced its intention to stop using coal to generate electricity by the year 2030, shortening their deadline by a decade. They also set an ambitious target of having 80% of their electricity sourced from renewable energy in the same time frame. They recently amended Nova Scotia's Electricity Act so that the province can issue requests for proposals and contracts for things like large-scale batteries and renewable energy storage solutions. Offshore wind and hydrogen have been identified as a priority for Nova Scotia, and the province's government has indicated to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources that they want Bill C-49 passed without delay. The province has already officially said they want to launch a competition in 2025 for offshore land leases with the intent of getting enough turbines in place to produce 5 gigawatts of power. That's enough energy for roughly 1.5 million homes. And the province has joined the regional energy and resource tables, which will help them identify funding
and financing opportunities in low-carbon energy sectors and optimize their policy and regulatory approaches. With a greener future, less severe weather, and job creation as their North Star, Nova Scotians have already begun unlocking the economic opportunities that come with expanding Canada's renewable energy sector. That's why I support making amendments to the Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador Accord, so we can facilitate the launch of wind energy projects off our shores, a whole new renewable energy industry for Canada. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to focus on why these amendments make so much sense for the province of Nova Scotia. As a former Nova Scotia cabinet minister, I know how important it is for our levels of government to work together to achieve great things like tapping into our incredible offshore wind potential.
We have some of the best and most consistent wind speeds in the world that provide world-class conditions for offshore wind projects. And of course, Nova Scotians are already very familiar with the technology used to harness with wind power. Almost 15% of our province's power comes from our 300-plus wind turbines, making it Atlantic Canada's provincial leader in wind power generation. It's truly inspiring. The initial work is already happening. This March, Nova Scotia's provincial government teamed up with the federal government to launch a regional assessment of offshore wind development off the coast of Nova Scotia. The assessment seeks input from Indigenous groups and a range of stakeholders. Independent committee members have a year and a half to report back to governments on their work, which will include analyzing future development opportunities and the potential socioeconomic, health, and environmental impacts of offshore wind development. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act are about ensuring that future offshore wind projects are subject to the highest possible environmental and safety standards under the guidance of an independent expert regulator. The Act was put in place in the 80s and provided a solid base for today's offshore regime. The Act set up the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board, and it made Nova Scotia an equal partner with Canada, allowing them to jointly govern offshore oil and gas-related activity while sending proceeds back to our province.
Since the Act was passed in the 1980s, we have taken the opportunity to make some much-needed changes to ensure that we keep up with modern technology and international best practices.
We're updating the offshore petroleum's land tenure regime. We're limiting the term of a significant discovery license to 25 years. This will ensure that these licenses cannot be held forever, which is currently the case. And to make the regulation of future offshore wind projects efficient as possible, we're proposing that the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board's responsibilities be broadened to include renewable energy, such as offshore wind. It makes sense that a board that's already so familiar with the offshore, its legislation, and its management be given this job. It gives these projects more stability and makes them more desirable to the companies who are considering investing in offshore wind and other renewable energy sources.
The board understands the challenges of operating in a difficult offshore environment and has decades of experience in safety and environmental standards, monitoring, and review procedures.
Renamed Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Energy Regulator will undergo a significant transition as their duties expand. They'll regulate the entire life cycle of offshore wind and other renewable energy projects from site assessment to decommissioning. The board already ensures that offshore projects are operating safely and protecting the environment. Specifically, the boards are in charge of land tenure, including licensing, providing offshore authorization and approval, monitoring compliance with the Accord, carrying out enforcement activities. With these amendments in place, the board will administer the governance framework jointly created by both federal and provincial governments and make sure that the best practices in land rights management are being employed, specifically in the areas of how the land will be used, project bidding procedures, determining how to evaluate bids, and granting licenses for commercial projects. Mr. Speaker, a regional assessment of the suitability of the offshore wind around Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia has officially begun. These regional assessments are getting input from Indigenous people, the fishing industry, experts in environmental issues, and others. They'll also inform the project-specific assessments carried out by the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. And it's clear that developers are interested in making offshore wind a reality. Some have expressed interest in developing offshore wind projects. Others want to get in on related facilities like on land turbine staging sites and plants for producing hydrogen and ammonia. For example, the enterprise Brazeau Energy developing a technology for a floating offshore wind project. And they say Nova Scotia is a perfect fit for them. Another company called Novaport has promised that shovels will be in the ground this year for an offshore wind marshalling yard in Sydney, where turbines will be stored and assembled. And Nova Scotia has already approved 2 large-scale green hydrogen electrolysis and ammonia production plants along the Strait of Canso. This aligns well with the proposed Atlantic Loop that would provide the backbone for an interconnected Atlantic power grid. The loop would make it easier for neighboring provinces to trade clean electricity and enable critical load balancing. Lastly, with these amendments, we're making marine conservation tools stronger, and we're improving the alignment of the Accord Acts and the Impact Assessment Act. So this is a great move. It makes sense. We can't fail to attract Canada's share of the forecasted $1 trillion in global investment in offshore wind by 2040. And it requires regulatory certainty, and it will make Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador global leaders in hydrogen exports, a source of secure energy that we know Europe needs, and it'll create good-paying jobs for Canada's highly skilled energy workers. So these amendments are an essential part of our broader climate plan, and they will help bring our emissions down, making Canada more competitive and stop feeding into the climate-linked natural disasters that my constituents have been experiencing this year. So Nova Scotia knows that this is a time to act. We know that this is good for Nova Scotia. This is good for Newfoundland and Labrador. This is good for Atlantic Canada. It's good for Canada. Let's get this moving, get this to committee so that we can work together and get this going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Then the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her intervention. Is the member aware that this bill gives federal cabinet the power to cancel a petroleum drilling project on a whim at any point, overreaching provincial jurisdiction and disrespecting Indigenous interests?
For Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, this is what I know. When this was announced, I actually was in the foyer and I partook in the announcement. And I also know that the minister from Nova Scotia was at the announcement and represented Nova Scotia's interest. I know Nova Scotia is on board with this. I've also had the opportunity to speak to chiefs from my province, from the Indigenous communities, and they are on board with this. I know the Petroleum Board itself is on board with this. This is a partnership between the government federally here, the province, the Indigenous partnership, Nova Scotians, Newfoundland and Labrador. So this is a good thing to go. And if there's issues with it, let's get them worked out at committee and move this along. Thank you.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask the question I asked earlier. I know my colleague has a great interest in protecting marine areas. Can she guarantee me that regardless of the wind project offshore, no project will be done in protected marine areas, and that no marine border will be moved to accommodate a company. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for a good question, and I appreciate that. What I'd like to say is this bill was put forward, and it's a bill that we've worked on for months. We worked a lot with Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as with our other partners. I'm confident we can work together to improve, and if there are reasons, we can work on it at committee. Thank you very much for the question.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member for Halifax West in terms of her support for offshore wind and climate action. My question is about being cohesive. As she likely knows, environmental and Indigenous groups are continuing their legal challenge of the Minister of Environment and Climate Change's decision to approve Baie du Nord. Baie du Nord is Canada's first ever proposed deep water oil drilling project off the coast of Newfoundland, expected to produce 1 billion barrels of oil, 400 million tons of greenhouse gases. This new fossil fuel infrastructure is what the UN Secretary General calls moral and economic madness. Will she bring her same passion to opposing Baie du Nord?
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for the question. I have to say, I have the same passion that my colleague from Preston Chesapeake had, except I don't, I also have my own Lebanese and Arabic kind of whatever, which I'm not going to go through here. I believe the environment and the economy work together, and I believe this is a good piece of legislation for Nova Scotians, for Newfoundland and Labrador, one that has been built on it. And when this is passed, both provinces provincially also still have to pass their own provincial laws. And I know that both provinces are actually waiting for this to happen. And I urge parliamentarian here to take it seriously, as I know you all do, to pass it along, to go to committee, because this is good for the provinces and for the country. Thank you very much.
Continuing debate, and I really hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the honourable member has about 6 minutes to get his speech started, and we'll continue after that. The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise in the House today and to speak on this particular bill. And I'd like to just say it's good to be back in the House after our break, and good to see so many, I should say, not really a break, but constituency time. We're very busy summers for a lot of us, and good to see so many familiar faces on all sides of the aisle and be able to have this discussion. Today we rise in speaking in regards to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. It has a lot to do with Atlantic Canada. This bill will have direct effects on development within Atlantic Canada and the region throughout. I think a lot of things about the bill may be intended well, but the consequences of the bill and the realities of the bill as it is written could have devastating consequences for the resource sector of not just our region, but also have an echo effect across the country. I think it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that we get the balance right, and that we take the time to get the bill right and fix the bill. And if we can't fix the bill, then do everybody a favor and make sure the bill doesn't pass in its current form. Because without amendments and without these concerns being addressed, this could lead to a lot of unintended consequences that could have devastation economically throughout the region and for much of the country. I come from the beautiful province of New Brunswick. It is an outstanding province. In fact, it's a place that the half has not yet been told, and its potential has not yet been nearly realized. And part of us realizing the potential that we have as a province and as a region is unlocking the key to ethically and environmentally responsibly extracted resources and development of our natural resources and getting those resources to market. It can be a pathway to our region's prosperity, and it must not be overlooked. And the consequences of passing bad legislation that could hamper that development and lead to more hurdles for our resource developers and those who are in the area of green technology and innovative technologies and resource development, such as tidal and wind and others and solar. If we don't get the bill right, it could have unintended consequences that hurts future development in those areas that are critical to our energy security going forward. And one thing we know, Mr. Speaker, is if we don't get energy security right and we don't get food security right, they do inevitably and directly affect national security. So it's so important that we get these questions right and make sure that we pass bills that enhance our energy security and our food security, not hamper it. And this bill, as it is written, will go and cause, I believe, a lot of hurdles for developers as they look at coming into our region and potentially investing in not only just the new resource areas of resource development and extraction, but also existing ones. If we put further hurdles and bureaucratic hurdles and don't correct what's wrong with this bill, we're sending a message to the investors, to those in the resource sectors, don't come to Atlantic Canada, because you'll never get through the bureaucratic maze, the regulatory maze, and all the requirements. And at the end of the day, if you do happen to get through all the hurdles, they could shut you down at any time at the whim of any particular minister, because this bill, as written, puts unbelievable power in the hands of a federal minister. I don't believe it works collaboratively enough with the provinces or with the key stakeholders or with those who are going to be directly affected by the decisions that they make. And we've seen this already with the enactment of the marine protected spaces, the marine protected areas, and some of the enforcement around that. What can happen is, at the whim of a particular minister, a certain area of our ocean can be blocked off, and there'll be no more development or fishery.
Shame.
This is bringing devastating consequence to our harvesters, to those in the fishing sector, as well as to those in the energy sectors. We need to get this right. We need to make sure that we address the concerns that are going to be laid out throughout this debate and fix the bill. And if this bill cannot be fixed, we must not pass it, because the consequences of this going through could be devastating to a region that already has tremendous economic headwinds against it. We have huge potential. And I speak on behalf of fellow Atlantic Canadians who we do have a great love for our environment and a great care for our natural resources. We do believe you can do both. You can protect your environment and responsibly develop your resources, and you can do it hand in hand and not at the cost or devastation of one sector. It's time we got the balance right. And this bill doesn't get the balance right. And so I challenge, through you, Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side to go back to the drawing table and fix what's wrong with this bill that's going to bring devastation to the resource sector of this country.
When we return, the honourable member will have 14 minutes and approximately 30 seconds to complete his thoughts. And I'm sure everybody will be waiting with bated breath to hear the remainder of that speech as well. All right. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be back in Ottawa with all my honourable colleagues, and it is always an honour to rise in this chamber on behalf of the people of Richmond Centre. Over the summer, I had meetings with constituents on matters such as affordability, housing, health, public safety, and of course, climate change. And I was pleased to update them on the work our government has done and is doing. Mr. Speaker, through those meetings, I saw inclusivity and genuineness, that we all want to make Richmond a better place in every aspect. I'm proud to serve as a member for Richmond Centre, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the community, city, provincial partners, and my friend and colleague members for Steveston Richmond East for the continued service and championship for Richmond. But most importantly, I thank my constituents for sharing your inputs and priorities, for your continued trust and support. There's more to be done, and let's continue to work alongside with one another and together we can build a better community for everyone. Thank you.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House today to say thank you to the residents of Portage-Lisgar for entrusting me to be their Member of Parliament. It's a distinct honour and privilege to be in this chamber representing my friends and neighbours, and I recognize the responsibility I have to be their voice in Ottawa. The concerns they shared with me at doorsteps, at community meetings, at various events over the past number of months have stuck with me. Today in this House, I reaffirm my commitments to them, including my pledge to oppose the NDP Liberal government's carbon tax. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, life has become unaffordable for so many Canadians. That's right. The Liberal government's carbon tax on the farmer who grows the food and the trucker who ships the food is a tax on all who buy the food. And now he wants to quadruple that tax. The Leader of the Opposition will axe the tax, so you pay less and bring home more.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise, particularly as the only female Member of Parliament from Nova Scotia, to raise awareness of the distinct health needs of women and advocate for improving access to services. Today, I want to highlight the Orchid Gala, which was organized to support the creation of the Deanne Reeve Pelvic Health Suite at the Dartmouth General. Deanne lost her life to a late diagnosis of cervical cancer, and that suite will focus on gynecology and urology services, reducing wait times and increasing patient comfort. Up to 40% of women will experience pelvic floor dysfunction in their lives, and this expansion will ensure they have a place to turn for care in the Halifax Regional Municipality. Though Hurricane Lee canceled the gala this weekend at the last minute, the organizers worked with United Way to deliver the prepared dinners to people in need in our community and reached their fundraising goal. To Sherry Morgan, Liz Rigney, and to all sponsors, thank you for your advocacy. I am honored to have been included and look forward to what's next. Merci.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. After getting the biosphere in our area, we today are assembling around Anticosti, that is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This acknowledgement is the fruit of the impassioned work of the Anticosti municipality, of the Magani, of the Innu nation as well, who were generous and visionary. And so our country within a country was recognized on the international scene. A big thank you to those who helped, from Port-Meunier to Montreal, who helped in this acknowledgement. Hélène Boulanger, John Pinault, just to name a few, Madame Meggy Richard, also her predecessor, Luc Noël, and Ushima Jean-Charles Pietachot. Thank you to them all. This is an emotional moment because we love the island of Anticosti, its beauty, its history, and its many, many deer. It's a happy day. Our jewel is protected for the world now. The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, it is with great humility that I rise to pay tribute to a great Canadian and parliamentarian, Monique Bégin, who was a pioneer of this House for many years and who made a significant contribution to improving the lives of all Canadians. She was Executive Secretary of the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, and 5 decades ago now was one of the first 3 women from Quebec to be elected to this House. She was a pioneer in the advancement of women as an academic and teacher who worked to create opportunities for women and always defended our universal healthcare system. She should be an inspiration to all girls, all women and all Canadians, as well as to other women members like myself who have the privilege of serving their country in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor of a lifetime to be able to serve the hardworking people of Oxford. Oxford is a great community full of doers. We have the best farmers, best auto workers, amazing truckers, and great Canadians that want to roll up their sleeves and get to work. But Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Canadians are working harder and harder but barely getting by. The dream of home ownership is now fading away. The cost to buy a home has doubled. Mortgages have doubled. Rent has doubled. The amount needed for a down payment has doubled. 9 out of 10 young Canadians now believe they'll never own a home. That is not the Canadian dream. And even if you're fortunate enough to buy a home, now the Coalition's carbon tax is making families and seniors choose between heating and eating. So who will pay the cost of the Liberal NDP government? That's right, we all will. The Liberal NDP government is not worth the cost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to acknowledge Mr. Jimmy Lai, a 75-year-old UK citizen imprisoned in Hong Kong. Mr. Lai is a well-known supporter of the Hong Kong pro-democracy movement and the founder and owner of Apple Daily, one of Hong Kong's most popular Chinese-language newspapers, until its forced closure in June of 2021. Since 2020, Mr. Lai has been imprisoned in Hong Kong for exercising his right to freedom of expression and peaceful protest, his advocacy for democracy in Hong Kong, and his journalism and writings. He is currently awaiting trial under the controversial national security law and sedition laws in relation to various Apple Daily publications and is at risk of facing life imprisonment. No person should be prosecuted for standing up in defense of universal human rights, freedoms, and democracy. I stand in solidarity with Jimmy Lai and call for his immediate and unconditional release. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Listen up, everyone. I would like to share with you the wisdom of Nodin Outen Joseph, a graduate from Kapapa Matru Kwe Wandering Spirit School in my community, who is a national winner of Your Voice is Power competition for his work on coding to make music. He stated about his work that it represents a need for the voices of Black and Indigenous peoples to be listened to by those in positions of privilege and power. So listen up. About his experience, he said, as I crafted the elements of my song, I learned that in the act of responsibly interweaving Indigenous language into music, the music itself becomes a vehicle for activism and an intrinsic creator of equity. And about his music, he says that it includes a profound power found in diversity, as well as a desire for the destruction of colonial structures and worldviews, destruction that doesn't end in death, but ends in rebirth. Congratulations, Nod, and thank you for your strong voice and power.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
I proudly rise today, Mr. Speaker, as the newest member of Calgary Heritage. My deepest thanks goes to my family, friends, and volunteers whose shoulders I stand on. Most importantly, my gratitude is with the great people of Calgary, for whom I will never forget the core mission: to serve you, to fight for you, and to restore the promise of Canada for you. The carbon tax is an attack on our way of life. It's an attack on the many Calgarians I met wondering how they're going to put food on the table. The very prosperity they need rests with our energy sector, yet the very tax crushing them comes from right across the aisle. To all the friends back home, I have a message. Hope is on the way. We will axe the tax. We will get our resources and ingenuity to market. We will replace woke nonsense with common sense. And we will restore the promise of Canada by firing this Prime Minister and hiring our Conservative leader to bring it home. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, I just wish people would realize that anything is possible if you try. Dreams are made possible if you try. Terry Fox asked us to carry on when he was unable to complete his Marathon of Hope for Cancer Research. This past Sunday in Oakville, I joined about 1,200 people, including Team Canada sledge hockey champion and gold medalist Tyler McGregor, to take part in the 43rd annual Terry Fox Run. Tyler lost his leg to the same cancer as Terry, but he was given an 80% chance of survival. He's living proof that Terry Fox-funded research dollars make all the difference. Wow. Thanks to my volunteer committee members, the town of Oakville, our top teams, Team Darrell, Team Win, Primal Athletics, Bronte Runners, to our volunteer sponsors and everyone who took part and donated to see Oakville raise $150,000 this year. Wow. Thanks to Canadians for continuing Terry's dream of a world without cancer.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, everything's going wrong. The NDP Liberal coalition has made life impossible for too many Canadians. Groceries, housing, everything is more expensive, and the half solutions proposed by this government won't change a thing. Canadians don't need out-of-touch, insensitive politicians who simply don't care about their everyday concerns and challenges. Canadians want and need a leader who lives in the same world as they do, who is capable of empathy and understanding, Mr. Speaker, their reality. Canadians want a leader who speaks from experience, raised in modest circumstances. Our leader of the Conservative Party of Canada is that leader who has the ability to connect with his world. He rightly said, "It is not important who you know or where you come from. What's important is who you are and where you're going." This is the kind of leadership the country needs. It's a question of common sense, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Missionetsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, everything feels broken in Canada. It really does. Under the NDP Liberal government, Canada is unaffordable, unsafe, and more divided. The Liberals have vastly expanded the size of the federal government while driving participation in the entrepreneurial economy to record lows. Wow. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. He isn't. But we can put the pieces back together by giving Canadians, newcomers and entrepreneurial-minded Canadians, a foundation for success. Yes, We're going to build a Canada with a competitive tax regime and a labour pool that meets the demands of today's market. Instead of brushing off small businesses and labeling them as tax cheats, we're going to support them by creating an environment where they can thrive. Yes, we are. We'll be a government that spends within its means, leaves more in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, and one that lets them get ahead. We're going to bring back the Canada we know and love. Let's bring it home. Amen.
L'honorable député de Glen.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House to recognise the remarkable people of Glengarry Prescott Russell.
To honour 20 outstanding individuals that have dedicated hours upon hours to improve the communities they call home. Le bénévolat est au cœur de nos communautés.
Volunteering is at the heart of our communities. Without these people, there would be no music concerts, no baseball leagues for our young people, no fundraising for social causes, monuments to the francophonie in our villages, and so on. I'd like to thank everyone who took the time to nominate these people. So Bernard Boulris, André Brisson, Elizabeth Cadell, André Chamaillard, Robert de Boyer, René Baird, Liécotte, Alain Huppé, Connie Johnson, France Lamarche, Denis Tardif, Muriel Lanty, Pierre Leroux, Don McDougall, Benoît Paré, Nicole Picard, Francis Lauzon, and François and Rachel Sigouin. A big thank you and congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, recently I crossed a new Rubicon in 23 years of public service. I had to ask the OPP to come and answer phones at my office because we were being overwhelmed with threats of violence against me, my staff, my family. Welcome to public life in 2023, where death threats and intimidation are becoming part of the playbook of the far right. And it's not just politicians. We're seeing death threats against journalists, school board trustees, medical professionals. What's bubbling up in the conspiracy swamps of 4chan, Reddit, and X are increasingly crossing the line into real life. Call it pitchfork politics. It represents a serious threat not just to public safety, but the very nature of democracy itself. These extremists make these threats because they can get away with it. It's time to mandate the RCMP to establish a registry of online domestic extremism. They need to have the resources to identify the sources of the threat, to make contact with them, and to keep track of them in a public registry. Democracy is in a very fragile place, and we need to work together to keep people and our system working and safe.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Metro Media, the company that owns 16 local newspapers in addition to Metro, has gone bankrupt. The company is no longer in business. Over 70 people, including some 30 journalists, are losing their jobs, Mr. Speaker. It's another blow to the battered state of the news industry in Quebec. The closure of a local newspaper hurts in many ways. Of course, access to information is affected, which is a fundamental element of a healthy democracy. And the link that local newspapers weave in a community, its fundamental role in developing a sense of belonging for a town, a region, a neighborhood, that's what it's all about too, Mr. Speaker. As well as the diversity of information, the on-the-ground perspective that local news offers. 16 local newspapers are closing their doors, which is appalling for our communities, appalling for journalists, for information, and for democracy. Mr. Speaker, we need to do more to preserve our local media outlets, and it is clear that what is on the table at the moment is not enough. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Speaker, does inflation cost everyone? Most young people feel they'll never own a home. Rent has doubled, the Liberal NDP inflationary deficits are driving up interest rates, and families can't afford their mortgage. Mortgage payments on a typical home are up 151% since this Prime Minister took office. The Prime Minister just said on young people affording a home, quote, that loss of hope and optimism is devastating on people's morale. Of course they're going to grumble at government. Grumble? No wonder young people's morale is down when a National Bank of Canada's report says it now takes 37 years to save for a house in Vancouver. Former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley said the Liberals' deficits press on the inflationary gas pedal, which forces the Bank of Canada to press harder on the brakes with higher interest rates. And who will pay the cost of the Liberal NDP runaway inflation, which spiked at 4% today? We all will. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
The game of hockey has lost a true stalwart. Brian O'Neill served 52 years with the National Hockey League, nearly all of those as Executive Vice President. Hired by Clarence Campbell in 1966, he oversaw the 1967 expansion, supervised the draft, managed scheduling, and was the league's disciplinarian. During his tenure, 6,595 players played in the NHL in a total of 52,092 games. In 1994, he was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame in the Builders category. Brian O'Neill's leadership was rooted in his integrity, humanity, and good humor. To quote NHL historian Dave Stubbs, he was as honest as a rink is long and as playful as a game of shinny. Commissioner Gary Bettman has spoken of Brian's elegance, grace, dignity, meticulous attention to detail, and important counsel. To Brian's wife of 68 years, Jean, and children Sean, Darcy, Nancy, Patrick, and Sandy, we offer our condolences.
Question orale, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
L'inflation qui accède.
Inflation continues to rise. It shows that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost after 8 years in office. Inflation is higher here in Canada than it is in the United States and in Japan. All prices are going up for all products. This Prime Minister said that inflation would go down. Rising inflation is the result of inflationary deficits that the government has created. Now, that money is in the economy, driving up prices. There's even music playing in the background, showing us that it's the end of the world, Mr. Speaker. So here's my question. When will he finally balance the books to bring down inflation and interest rates? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know full well that Canadians are experiencing tough times. That's why we're here for them, here to help them. We have brought down daycare costs. We are helping as well with the grocery rebate, which was paid out this summer. These are investments in helping Canadians. That's maybe what the Conservatives would like to slash, but we will continue to be here for Canadians, all while managing our finances responsibly. We have the lowest debt-to-GDP rate in the G7. We will continue to help Canadians and continue to grow the economy. The Honourable Opposition Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has printed money and doubled our national debt. He is causing inflation and then denying it. I warned him about this 3 years ago, and I warned him 5 months ago that inflationary deficits would cause the problems we're experiencing today. Even the Finance Minister said that deficits put oil on the fire of inflation. And then right after that, she added 60 billion of oil to that inflation. So when will they balance the books to bring down inflation? The Honourable Prime Minister. What the Leader of the Opposition seems to be saying is that he wouldn't have paid the grocery rebate to 11 million Canadians. He's saying that he wouldn't have invested in dental care for Canadians living with low and modest incomes. He wouldn't have helped children with dental care, and he wouldn't have cut daycare costs in half. He's saying that he wouldn't have been there for Canadians to help them get through tough times. But us, Mr. Speaker, we are there for Canadians, all while managing the deficit and public finances responsibly. We want to bring inflation down, yes? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Today's accelerating inflation rate proves that after 8 years, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. After he and his ministers pumped their fists in the air and declared victory over inflation, it has now gone up 43% in 2 months. Through all categories, it's higher than here in Canada than it is in the United States and Japan. And worse, it may force the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates again, causing Canadian households who are the most indebted in the G7 to go bankrupt. Will he balance the budget to bring down inflation and rates before that nightmare unfolds?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Over the past year, we've demonstrated that we were able to bring down inflation from the highs of 8.1%, while at the same time being there to invest in Canadians. What the Leader of the Opposition is saying is he wouldn't have been there to help 11 million Canadians with the grocery rebate. He wouldn't have been there to help Canadians with dental care for kids whose families can't send them to the dentist. He certainly wouldn't have been there to cut childcare fees in half right across the country on the way to $10 a day. Those are measures, Mr. Speaker, that have helped Canadians while maintaining fiscal responsibility and seeing inflation.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Doubling the debt on Canadians is not fiscal responsibility, and forcing Canadians to live in tents is not compassion, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, life is miserable, especially for the poorest among us. And his solution is to make everything cost even more. Inflation is now accelerating. He hasn't brought it down. He stacked 4% inflation on top of the previous 8% inflation, which means that Canadians can't eat, heat, or house themselves. Will he reverse his disastrous policy so Canadians can pay their bills?
Honourable Prime Minister.
While the Leader of the Opposition continues to talk down Canadians and talk down the Canadian economy and say that everything is broken, we're getting to work helping Canadians through this difficult time. We're eliminating GST on construction of new apartment buildings to make sure that people can get rents, and we're encouraging all provinces to do the same. A number of provinces have stepped up, which is going to make housing more accessible for millions of Canadians. We're also moving forward on extending the repayment deadline for CBIL loans to help small businesses, and we're working directly with grocery chains to stabilize food prices.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
One of the ways that this Prime Minister doubled housing costs was by flooding the economy with $600 billion of newly created cash, which bid up the price of homes, forced Canadians to overpay, and then many bought at rock-bottom low rates because he promised that they would never go up. His inflationary deficits pushed them up, and now 1/5 of all Canadians are actually unable to pay the interest on their mortgages. Their mortgages are growing in size. When they renew, it will be at a bigger principal at a higher rate. Yep. How many Canadians will go bankrupt, and will we have a mortgage crisis when that happens? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we know Canadians are struggling right now. I heard from a mom from Oakville who actually said that her mortgage costs went up the same amount as her childcare costs came down. Thank God they canceled each other out, but people should be doing better than that. That's why we're going to be able to continue to be there for Canadians.
Are we ready to continue? Order. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, every now and then the Conservatives show their true colors and react over the top, not just with rhetoric, but in attacks on things like childcare that we know they disagree with. We know they don't believe in making childcare more affordable, and every now and then they show it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in the middle of the housing crisis, $900 million earmarked for housing in Quebec is being held hostage in Ottawa's coffers. And why? Because this Prime Minister is telling us, if I can't impose conditions, then you won't get any money. Mr. Speaker, there's only one question that the Prime Minister should be asking Quebec, which is, to which bank account should I transfer the funds? That's it. It's simple. We're in a crisis, and the Prime Minister is delaying $900 million worth of housing starts. So I make an appeal to his sense of duty and responsibility. Will he finally release the money? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course we know that we all have a responsibility in dealing with the housing crisis. The federal government has a role. The provinces and municipalities also have important roles to play. We have a $400 billion plan to encourage municipalities to accelerate housing starts across the country. And currently, we are working with the Government of Quebec in order to ensure that we can get that money to municipalities in the best way, in the most effective way to get housing built across the country. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's very hard to understand why this hasn't already been fixed. Because apart from Quebecers who are struggling to find housing, nobody, and I mean nobody, needs good news on housing as much as this Prime Minister does. Everyone would benefit from good news on housing, starting with him. He has $900 million worth of good news in between his hands, and yet he's the one who is delaying things. So, Mr. Speaker, what is he waiting for to get the money out the door and finally give some good news to Quebecers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to giving the $900 million to municipalities across Quebec, but you know as well as I do, Mr. Speaker, that we need to work with the Government of Quebec to ensure that this money is paid out in the right way, in the appropriate way to municipalities. So we are working in good faith, but I can tell you that this $900 million is there for Quebec's municipalities, and we are very excited to send it to them.
Burnaby South.
Canadians have been struggling with food prices for almost 2 years now, and here's the classic Liberal response. They asked the CEOs of the big grocery stores to come to Ottawa to nicely ask them to stabilize the prices, not to bring them down, to stabilize them. All the while, they don't want you to know that they met with the grocery lobbyists over 57 times in the past 2 years. They had 57 opportunities to ask the government to lower the prices, but they didn't. So why should Canadians trust this could have, should have Prime Minister now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry convened the heads of the five great grocery chains across this country to talk about how we were going to stabilize grocery prices, how they were going to make life more affordable for Canadians. We are there to work with them to make sure that it happens in ways that continues to support our hardworking farmers and food producers across the country, that continues to put high-quality, affordable food on Canadians' tables from coast to coast to coast. We've said clearly clearly that we expect to see a concrete plan from those grocery CEOs. And if they don't come forward with strong enough measures, then we will take measures, Mr. Speaker. But we're going to stabilize.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Burnaby.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Shocking allegation that a Canadian citizen was killed on Canadian soil by a foreign government has rocked our country. People fleeing violence and persecution have always thought of Canada as a safe place, but now that sense of safety and security has been rocked. People are afraid for their lives. So my question to the Prime Minister, for people that have received credible threats of active credible threats of violence to their lives here in Canada, what is the plan to provide them with protection so they can be safe in Canada?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadians can trace their roots and origins to different countries in the world, some of which do not hold by the same values and rules that we do. And it's important for everyone to feel safe in Canada. That's why keeping Canadians safe is one of our absolute top priorities, why we continue to work closely with security agencies and partners and allies around the world to ensure that the rule of law is respected and citizens are kept safe. We know there is much more work to do. We will continue to stand strong for the rule of law, continue to keep Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The NDP leader just now asked why we should trust this Prime Minister. Why does he continue to trust this Prime Minister and prop him up over and over again? The Liberal NDP inflation pile drives Canadians further, up to 4% now. This Finance Minister was doing victory laps just 2 months ago, saying that she stopped inflation. It's gone up 43% since then, and after 8 years of this incompetency, they're just not worth the cost anymore. They've doubled the cost of rent and mortgages and how much it takes to save up for a down payment. When will they stop fueling inflation, press the gas on their inflationary spending so Canadians don't lose their homes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today the Conservatives have shown their true colours. The leader of the official opposition actually bragged about his comments 3 years ago. That's when he railed against big, fat government programs. You know what those were? That was the emergency support we provided to Canadian families and to Canadian businesses to get through COVID. Thanks to those programs, we have nearly 1 million more jobs in Canada than before COVID. Our government is proud of supporting Canadians then, and we're proud.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Coming from the minister who 3 years ago said that interest rates would stay super low. Then they piled up so much debt that the interest rates went up, and now Canada is the most at risk in the G7 for a mortgage default crisis. Maybe she should take advice from the former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley that said that their deficits are like pressing the gas while the Bank of Canada is slamming on the brakes with their interest rate hikes. Not seen in the last 3 decades, these interest rate hikes. When will they stop the inflationary spending and balance the budget so interest rates can come down and Canadians don't lose their homes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, who we do not intend to take advice from. We do not intend to take advice from the party that was going to leave Canadians high and dry when COVID shut down our economy. Instead, we supported Canadians, and that support worked. That kept businesses going. That means we have 1 million jobs more than we had before. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue working hard for Canadians. We have removed the GST on purpose-built rental. We're going to get more homes built faster.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Speaker, mortgage costs for Canadians are going up because of Liberal and NDP government spending and deficits.
That's right.
Even the current finance minister said spending and deficits are like pouring fuel on the inflationary fire. And John Manley said it's like pressing on the gas pedal while the Bank of Canada is pressing on the brake with higher interest rates. Canadians are realizing that this Prime Minister's not worth the cost. So when will they stop their inflationary deficits so that Canadians can keep a roof over their heads?
Great. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me bring some facts into this conversation. Canada's AAA credit rating was reaffirmed last week by DBRS Morningstar with a stable outlook. We have the lowest debt and deficit in the G7. And when it comes to housing, we are rolling up our sleeves and getting the job done. We have lifted the GST on purpose-built rental. Provinces across the country are following us. We're going to get more homes built for more Canadians. The only thing the Conservatives can offer is austerity and cuts.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, how about a fact? 1 month in 27 months, the interest rate goes below 3%, and this finance minister declares victory. She says that the government's plan to bring inflation down is working, but that's not just what's happening. In fact, it's going up because of rising energy costs. But this government is determined to make energy more expensive by increasing the carbon tax. So here's an idea. Why don't you reduce the carbon tax or reduce other taxes on energy and make it affordable again for Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Just a little point of fact, Mr. Speaker. I think my honourable colleague just confused the interest rate with the inflation rate. I guess an easy mistake to make if you're a Conservative and you don't really care about facts. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, what our government is focused on. We are focused on Canadians. We're focused on fighting for Canadians. That's why, together with our industry minister, we met with the leaders of Canada's grocers yesterday, and we said, stabilize prices now, and we're going to make sure that happens.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Monsieur le Président,
Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, more bad news for Canadians this morning. Inflation in Canada has hit 4%, and that has a direct impact on all Canadian families. But in July, a few weeks ago, the finance minister said, let me tell you, she said Canada's plan to bring inflation down is working. No, it is not working, Mr. Speaker. And Madam Minister of Finance, it is not working. So the Liberals have been in office for 8 years. Is the Deputy Prime Minister aware that reckless, crazy spending has a direct impact on mortgage payments that Canadians have to pay? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there's one very important thing that I know, something that the Conservative leader admitted just today. Today, he was proud of what he was saying. He was proud of what he was saying at the beginning of the pandemic and at the beginning of the recession. He today is proud to have said that it's not the right decision to support Canadians and to support small and medium enterprises. We're proud of having supported Canadians and businesses. We are still supporting Canadians. One example of how we're doing that is the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the very least we could say is that the Deputy Finance Minister has a very short-term memory. She doesn't even remember that 2 months ago she said her plan is working, but it is not working, clearly. So here's my question. Does she remember who said, and I quote, deficits are putting oil on the fire of inflation? And do you know who said that, Mr. Speaker? Let me tell you, the Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister of Canada. She's the one who said that. But here's my question for the Industry Minister. Does he agree with his colleague that more spending means throwing fuel on the fire of inflation? Does he agree with his colleague? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague across the way wants to teach us how the economy works, he can start by giving lessons to his colleagues who don't seem to understand the difference between the policy rate and inflation. We understand full well the importance of fiscal prudence and responsibility, which is why Canada has the lowest deficits of all G7 countries. This is also why, just last week, our AAA credit rating was reconfirmed. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, we are not about to see the impact of yesterday's meeting with CEOs of major grocery chains on our grocery bills. Ottawa has demanded that they produce plans to stabilize prices within 3 weeks. Oh yeah? What will happen if they don't? Well, obviously, Quebecers can't go shop elsewhere. And if major grocers don't lower their prices, Ottawa is threatening to overtax them. Okay, but then who do we think they're going to pass those fees on to? That's a question worth asking, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's all well and good to include major grocers in the discussion, but we need to get everyone around the table. When are we going to see measures that will make a real difference to our bills? The Honourable Innovation Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are fighting to defend Canadians. What occurred yesterday was unprecedented. We called in the 5 heads of Canada's major grocery chains to express the frustration of millions upon millions of Canadians. People are experiencing frustration week after week, and we insisted that they give us tangible, detailed plans to stabilize prices in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canadians expect from us. That's what they ask. That's what we've done. We're going to deliver, and we're going to continue fighting for Canadians, regardless of what the Bloc Québécois may say. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the price of groceries, farmers and processors are the ones who get the short end of the stick. They are the ones producing our food. And right now, nothing's being done in Ottawa to support them in the face of rising basic costs, like labor, for instance. There's nothing being done to help them with inflation and their record levels of debt. There's nothing to combat the ravages of weather events. And then Ottawa's surprised that food prices are rising? Will the government finally commit to supporting our farmers and processors? Because that's going to show up in the price of groceries, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his important question. Now, Mr. Speaker, one thing was very clear yesterday during our meeting with major grocers. We need to support our farmers, processors, small and medium enterprises, because they are all important players in our food supply chain. So the government demanded unequivocally that major grocery chains stabilize prices in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we support supply management, we support our farmers, and we will always defend the little guy in our supply chain, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the situation is especially critical, including for Quebec's fruit and vegetable producers. This summer's rains resulted in disastrous harvests. Mr. Speaker, the federal government needs to provide emergency assistance to vegetable growers. And I'm telling you, if the federal government doesn't intervene, farms will disappear, and you will see that will have a huge impact on food prices. Will the government act responsively? Will the government stand up for our fruit and vegetable producers before it's too late? The Honourable Agriculture Minister.
I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and my sympathy certainly goes out to the farmers with the weather we're facing in Quebec and right across this country. And we have, of course, the CAP program, the Business Risk Management program, which we work with the provinces and the territories right across the country. And my honourable colleague is well aware that the province applies to tabulation, sends it into the federal government, and we make sure that we compensate the farmer. And we will continue to do that, working hard with farmers to make sure that they are able to continue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Just 2 months ago, the Finance Minister said, and I quote, "Canada's plan to bring down inflation is working." Well, clearly the Liberals are experiencing inflation differently, because it's not going down, it's up again today. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, mortgage payments are up 151%, and Canadians are suffering. He's not worth the cost. When will he admit that his inflationary spending is leaving Canadians homeless?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Speaker, with great respect to my honourable colleague, she would recognize the disastrous consequences that would have befallen Canadian households if we weren't there for them during their time of need. Their argument ultimately boils down to the fact that we should not have provided support to families to keep food on the table, that we should not have provided support to Canadian employers so workers should remain on the payroll. That's what would have caused Canadians to be without homes. But you want to talk about housing plans? The only plans they've got are to raise taxes on the people who build homes, and it's just foolish, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to put forward programs that will allow us to build more homes, and we're going to put forward measures to support Canadians during their time of need.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard repeatedly from this Prime Minister that the cost of living is not a priority, and Canadians are feeling the consequences. Here's a few quotes from the Prime Minister. you'll forgive me if I don't think about monetary policy.
Yeah.
Or how about we took on debt so Canadians wouldn't have to? When will the Prime Minister admit that it is not his debt, it is taxpayers' money?
Exactly.
And more importantly, when will he start caring about monetary policy so Canadians can afford to live?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find it fascinating the Conservatives' newfound interest in making life more affordable for Canadians. What's funny, Mr. Speaker, is she doesn't realize that many of her colleagues voted against the Canada Child Benefit, which puts more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families and stops sending child care checks to millionaires. They oppose increases to old age security for seniors when they turn 75. They oppose increases to the Canada Student Loan and Canada Student Grant programs, and they oppose increases to the Canada Workers Benefit. You can't be fooled, Mr. Speaker. Their record in government was lower wages, higher unemployment. We've turned the ship around. We will be there to support Canadians in their time of need.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Failed plans. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, finding an affordable place to live is a crisis. Under this NDP Liberal government and their out-of-control spending, inflation and interest rates are both skyrocketing. Rents have doubled, mortgages have doubled, and people are becoming homeless. Will the Prime Minister stop his inflationary spending so Canadians can keep a roof over their heads?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect, our plan to make sure that Canadians will have a roof over their head is to build more homes. We advanced plans that's going to cut the GST for people who are building homes for Canadians. We are changing the way that cities build homes. We will grow the capacity of the workforce to build those homes. Realistically, when you dig into the housing plan, if you can call it that, which they put forward the other day, they plan to cut funding for home buildings and put GST back on some homes that need to be built. Mr. Speaker, we will be there to build the homes Canadians need, and we will be there to support people during their time of need when it comes to addressing the cost of living.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. 2 months ago, the Finance Minister declared victory over inflation. However, just today, inflation went up again, over 43% since that declaration. Even former Liberal finance ministers, Bill Morneau, John Manley, all agree deficits lead to inflation. And yet, this government keeps piling more and more on the inflationary fire, which is costing more and more Canadians their homes. Does this Prime Minister have any plans to keep his promise to balance the budget so that Canadians can keep their homes?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in response to global inflation that is felt in every corner of the planet, what is the Conservative solution? Slash support to the most vulnerable people, as if that's going to help global inflation. You know what? What is their plan on dental care? We are having the opportunity for 9 million Canadians who don't have the opportunity today to have good oral health, to make sure that that's not only a matter of dignity for them, but it's also a matter of prevention, and they're going to fix global inflation by taking away dental care? No, it's the same old Tory plan. Make the most vulnerable pay and pretend that global problems aren't actually what's at fault.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, families and advocates took to Parliament Hill to demand this government to search the landfills in Winnipeg. This is a human rights issue. It's a dignity issue. And while the Manitoba Conservative government and this Liberal government sit by, human remains of loved ones remain in a garbage dump. Will this government stop playing jurisdictional games, uphold their international human rights obligations, and provide the much-needed resources to search the landfills?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for this very important question. This is a heart-wrenching issue and is part of our sad reality of missing murdered Indigenous women and girls. I had the opportunity in Ottawa yesterday and in Winnipeg last month to meet with the family members, along with members of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, as well as the Long Plains First Nations Chief. I understand the deep frustration that exists with families and communities, Mr. Speaker. Our approach must be victim-centered, trauma-informed, and Indigenous-led in order to support healing, and we look forward to working with the families to reach that end. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
entity meeting with those agencies does not equal action.
That's right.
Why did we still end up in landfills? This government's response to MMID WG2S Plus crisis is not enough. The NDP is working with families, survivors, and advocates to push for a red dress alert. Because should we go missing, we must be found. When will this government stop stalling and implement a red dress alert system to save lives?
The Honourable Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for that very important question. We look forward to working with the opposition as well as all parties in order to implement the red dress alert. We know that it will save lives, and it is something so important in order to address the national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and we will continue to work in order to ensure that women are protected, Indigenous women are protected across the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the Minister of Labour for his leadership during the longshore workers' strike in British Columbia. Workers in Surrey Newton and across the country have been loud and clear that they support the legislation to ban the use of replacement workers. This morning, workers gathered on Parliament Hill to call for legislation as soon as possible. Can the Minister tell us if and when this government will prohibit the use of replacement workers in federally regulated industries?
Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament from Surrey Newton can tell his constituents exactly what I told workers who gathered on Parliament Hill this morning. We will table legislation to ban replacement workers this fall. Because we believe in collective bargaining, because replacement workers distract from the table, because they prolong disputes, because they poison workplaces for years afterwards. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that all parties in this House, as they did for paid sick leave, will join us and vote unanimously to ban replacement workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
8 years of this Liberal NDP government, farmers can't afford this Prime Minister. On Friday, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said by 2030, Canadian farmers will be paying close to $1 billion in carbon taxes alone. Wow. Carbon taxes that are driving up inflation. Do you know who's paying for that inflation? Canadians. Right. Canadians are literally paying the price. The cost of apples up 61%, carrots 72%, potatoes and oranges up 77%. Will the Prime Minister axe his plans to quadruple the carbon tax so Canadians can afford to feed their families?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
And I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but I think my honourable colleague realised, like when Hurricane Fiona hit eastern Canada, it destroyed barns, it killed cattle, it destroyed wharves, it cost enormous amount of money. It's quite obvious that we have to do something about the environment, and we are doing something about the environment. And I know my honourable colleague is well aware the farmers stand with us to do something about the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, I'm glad the new Minister of Agriculture still believes that farmers support the carbon tax. He's out for a rude awakening. Yeah. But the previous Agriculture Minister said it's not like we can pass a law that will reduce the price of food. Well, I've got great news. She was wrong. The Prime Minister can reduce the cost of food right now by axing his inflationary carbon tax, which is driving up costs on farmers, on processors, on truckers, and on Canadian consumers. Inflation is up another 4%, and a quarter of Canadian families are skipping meals because they can't afford food. How much will Canadians have to pay to feed their families when he quadruples the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from these conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have heard the leader of the opposition when he advocate for crypto to Canadians. When it comes to groceries, Canadians are saying thanks, but no thanks, leader of the opposition. We know what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, and yesterday was the first steps. We call on the big grocers to be part of the solution. We express the frustration of millions of Canadians. We ask them to come with concrete plans to stabilize prices. On this side of the House and this caucus, we'll fight for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Liberal Coalition to radically increase the Carbon Tax 2.0 fuels inflation across the country. It's a real scandal. Everything costs more because of the Liberal government and the Bloc's obsession with radically increasing the inflationary carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister and his coalition with the Bloc understand common sense and cancel their plan to radically increase their inflationary carbon tax? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have had enough of Conservative slogans. What Canadians expect from all parliamentarians is that they take concrete action. That is exactly what we've done by holding a meeting for the first time in Canada with all of the grocery CEOs with one message, and all parliamentarians should speak with one voice. We understand the frustration of Canadians. There's a role to play. Conservatives should work with us to fight for Canadians and stabilize prices. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, this government and its coalition with the Bloc wants to radically increase the cost of living for Canadians. It's expensive to vote Bloc. Your gas taxes will be sky high. Your grocery bills will be sky high. Your rent will be sky high. Mr. Speaker, will the government reject the Bloc's demand to radically increase the inflationary carbon tax at the expense of Quebecers because the Bloc blocks common sense? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order. Order. I know everybody is very excited to hear the answer, but I'd like everyone to calm down. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a whole block of silly things. He's talked about common sense. In 2023, not having a plan for climate change, that makes no sense. In 2023, having assault weapons in our streets, that makes no sense. In 2023, having women's rights go backward, that makes no sense. Mr. Speaker, they want us to go backward, but we're going forward. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, a large union demonstration took place on the Hill today to call for anti-scab legislation now. We've tabled and retabled bills to prevent the use of scabs. But Ottawa won't budge, and it's the right to free bargaining that's paying the price. Honest workers and their families suffer the consequences. Will the government ban the use of scabs once and for all? The Honourable Minister of Labour. We have absolute confidence in the bargaining process. We are certain that we are on the right path to put forward a bill by the end of the year. We need to find a balance between speed and quality. This is something new to protect the bargaining process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, it's been a year since the longshore workers at the Port of Quebec were locked out. 1 year. There are workers who have lost their homes. There are couples who have divorced. There are people up to their neck in trouble. It's no longer just a labor dispute. It's a tragedy for dozens, almost 100 families. What's more, the Quebec City longshore workers are fighting a lopsided battle. It's David against Goliath, but this time David doesn't have his slingshot. Because this supposedly progressive government is 40 years late compared to Quebec. When will it finally understand? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
For her question, there are indeed a great number of lessons that were learned over the summer with the BC longshore strike. And indeed, there were lessons that have been learned over the course of labour relations at both ports, both in Montreal and in Vancouver. We will be taking a careful look at both of those situations and the relationships between government, business, and employers to make sure that the collective bargaining process is paramount, but also to make sure that the supply chains of this country are protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
After 8 years of this government, Canadians are seeing record inflation and they're seeing their grocery prices skyrocket thanks to the carbon tax. Tim Macklem, the Bank of Canada governor, agrees and says, quote, the carbon tax announcements that have it going up increases inflation each year, unquote. The NDP Liberal carbon tax has increased the cost of apples by 61%. And that's just one example. Everything is more expensive. Will the Prime Minister cancel his plans to increase his inflationary carbon tax?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Since it's the first time that I get to stand in the House on behalf of the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, I'd like to express solidarity and condolences to all the families who suffered this year's unprecedented wildfire season. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read a quote called "A Good Idea." Quote, "Thank you for the question," and I'll read a quote from a well-known conservative. "I wholeheartily support in the production of energy, identifying its negative environmental impacts and include the costs of mitigation in the price of the product. This idea is using carbon pricing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions." Mr. Speaker, that quote is from Preston Manning, the political mentor of the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not rocket science. It's basic math that the NDP Liberal government just doesn't seem to get. If it costs the farmer more to grow the food and costs the trucker more to ship the food, it's going to cost Canadian families more to buy the food. And now, after 8 years of raising taxes on families, farmers, and truckers, they want to quadruple the carbon tax. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So when will the Prime Minister cancel his plans to increase his inflationary carbon tax?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Conservatives just don't seem to get is there's a cost of climate change as well. But I appreciate the opportunity to remind Canadians that the price on pollution is a rebate program. And over the next couple of weeks, the tax-free quarterly payment goes out. That's the first week of October. And my colleague is from Ontario, so for a family of 4, this happens 4 times a year, Mr. Speaker. It's $244 quarterly for families in Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis-Jemay-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance said she wouldn't add fuel to the fire of inflation, and then she added $44 billion in new spending in 2023's budget, forgetting to get back to a balanced budget. The Bloc is now trying to convince Quebecers that the carbon tax doesn't apply to Quebec. But talk to our farmers who receive bills that clearly show carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. I could even table it if they agree. Everybody here understands that setting aside the carbon tax is the thing to do to help our farmers. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am not a Quebecer or a Francophone, and clearly I'm not a Bloc MP. But I know one thing about Quebec, and it's that the nation of Quebec is Canada's leader on the environment. It is Quebec that is a leader on climate action. Our government understands. Our government admires Quebec's leadership on the environment. We understand that the Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, for many families in my riding, the cost of living isn't easy, and they're having a hard time making ends meet. It's especially difficult at the grocery store. We see prices going up. But, Mr. Speaker, what gives me hope is the discussions that are happening now with the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, who called grocery CEOs in to have discussions on how to stabilize prices. So could he inform this House of progress on those discussions? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. It's an important one. Mr. Speaker, there's empathy in that question. Understanding Canadians who are going through a difficult time at the grocery store. That's why, with the Prime Minister's call, we brought together grocery CEOs to Ottawa. And for all of this House and Canadians, I expressed people's frustration of seeing grocery prices go up. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that it's a step in the right direction. CEOs committed to working with us on a concrete plan to stabilize prices. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fight for all Canadians.
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Canadians simply can't afford this Prime Minister. 20% of Canadian families are skipping meals, half of Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck, and credit debt is at an all-time high, with the average non-mortgage debt being $21,000 per consumer. So will this Prime Minister show some compassion for Canadian families and cancel the costly carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister.
As it's my first opportunity to rise as the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development, I'd like to thank the residents of Canada Carleton for putting me in this House and the Prime Minister for his confidence. Mr. Speaker, we are building a nationwide system of childcare that is affordable, inclusive, and high quality. This is literally putting hundreds of dollars back into the pockets of Canadian families. This is transformational, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work with the province and territories to make sure this happens. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
And, Mr. Speaker, that minister is part of the problem. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Canadians simply can't afford this Prime Minister. Even the Governor of the Bank of Canada agrees that his costly tax on gas and groceries is increasing inflation. 20% of Canadian families are skipping meals, but this Prime Minister thinks nothing of spending $10,000 a month on groceries. So why doesn't he show some compassion for the Canadians who put food on his table and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, what's not honest about that statement is that, of course, it's not acknowledging the money that is coming back to 8 out of 10 Canadians. But I would also say we're not talking about the costs of a climate that will not bear crops. We're not talking about just take respiratory illnesses. Do you know 15,000 people die a year prematurely as a result of respiratory illnesses related to air pollution? Do we know that in the heat dome that occurred in BC, we lost 619 lives? Do we know the cost on our health system and productivity is over $100 billion a year lost as a result of climate change? We need to act.
Luban.
Our farmers could produce more if he'd stop cutting the legs out from under them. 76% increase in carrots, 76% increase in the cost of potatoes and oranges. There is no doubt the carbon tax is inflationary. But don't take my word for it. Take the Bank of Canada, who recently said every time there's an announcement when the carbon tax goes up, that increases inflation each year. Mr. Speaker, when you tax the farmers that grow the food, when you tax the truckers that truck the food, that increases the price of food across the country. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will this Prime Minister and his NDP government cut the carbon tax so Canadians can put food on their table?
The Honourable Minister. Natural
Certainly, ensuring affordability is extremely important in the design of a price on pollution, which penalizes polluters, but does so in a manner that 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back. But I would just say having a relevant plan to address climate change, including a price on pollution, is required to have a relevant economic plan for the future of this country. Today, I was very pleased to speak on C49 in this House, developing an offshore wind industry that's going to be extremely important for Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador. I see across the House a whole range of MPs who spoke against that. My goodness, they're going to need to explain it to the constituents in Atlantic Canada and to the Premier.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The invasion of Ukraine has underscored the need for many European countries to reduce their reliance on Russian energy and strengthen energy security. Earlier today, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources was joined by the Romanian Minister of Energy to announce a significant milestone in our two countries' collaboration on nuclear energy. Can the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources update the House on this significant announcement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question and all of the hard work with respect to nuclear energy in Ontario. Today, I was extremely pleased to announce that Canada will be making available up to $3 billion in export financing to Romania for 2 new CANDU reactors.
Bravo.
This will help Romania in its efforts to phase out coal, to reduce European reliance on Russian energy for Romania, for Moldova, and for Ukraine, while supporting sustainable jobs and major economic opportunities across this country. This announcement sends a clear message. Canada is a committed ally in the fight against Russian tyranny and against climate change, and is successfully building a prosperous low-carbon future.
There you go. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiewatnik-Aski.
Paying the price of a housing, a mental health, and now the climate change crisis. Yet the Liberals think that now is a good time to cut up to $7.6 billion in Indigenous services. We've seen this devastating austerity from Liberals and Conservatives in the past, cuts that will hurt Indigenous peoples, families, and communities. So my question is, which programs are the Liberals targeting? Housing, health, education, Jordan's principle? And why aren't the Liberals going after the billionaires to recoup the money they owe Canadians instead of making cuts on the backs of Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Relations.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And listen, in 2015, after a decade of entrenching poverty for First Nations, a newly elected Liberal government got to work on reconciliation. First Nations community services have increased by 156% since then. That's for things like school, Mr. Speaker, water, and health services. I've been clear, and so has this government, programs and services for Indigenous peoples will be protected. Reconciliation is good, Mr. Speaker, for Canada and for our economy. And it's something that the leader of the opposition, of the official opposition, has never understood. Indeed, under the Harper government, First Nation organizations faced a 65...
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
From hurricanes to floods to catastrophic wildfires, Canadians are living the urgency of the climate catastrophe. Yet at the boardroom at Suncor, the only urgency they see is making as much money as possible from burning fossil fuels, even as our planet is on fire. We need better from CEOs like Rich Kruger. So to the Energy Minister, when will this government stop giving a free ride to big oil and institute a credible emissions cap that will hold them accountable and protect the future of our planet?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you for the question. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that it is important in the context of the fight against climate change that every sector of the Canadian economy play a role. That is what we are doing through the emissions reduction plan that we have put into place. Concurrently, obviously, we need to look to take advantage of the economic opportunities that can be enabled through a shift to a lower carbon future. Earlier this week, I was speaking at the World Petroleum Congress, and I spoke very, very clearly to the oil and gas sector about the need to decarbonize to remain relevant and competitive in a low-carbon future. And certainly, we are going to continue that conversation with all of the CEOs in the energy sector and in other sectors.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Sebastian Borduja, Minister of Energy for Romania.
We also have a point of order from the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. We have a point of order, and I'm sure everybody wants to hear what it is. Je suis sûr que tout le monde veut...
I'm sure everyone wants to hear what the member has to say, the honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the question period, the carbon tax came up. I think I demonstrated that the carbon tax does apply in Quebec. I have proof. I would like the House's consent to table this bill received by a farmer in Quebec. Could all oppose to what the honourable member has to say please say nay? It's quite clear. All right, so...
Of the day. The Honourable Opposition Whip is rising on a point of order as well. I'm sorry.
After discussions between the parties, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, for Mr. Nader, Perth, Wellington.
That's a Those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Any other? I think we're good. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac has 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And I want to make sure it's nice and quiet so we hear what the honourable member has to say. I think we're there. Well, we'll let those folks go. And the honourable member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying previously, it is so important that we get this right as it relates to Bill C-49. The critical importance of natural resource development and the critical importance of getting the renewable sector right and making sure that we expand the economic opportunities for the region of Atlantic Canada is absolutely vitally important to not only the citizens of Atlantic Canada, but the nation as a whole. Our country has been
Interrupt the honourable member just for a second, just so I can remind everyone. Order. We have debate going on, and I'm hearing some rumblings and just people talking. If they have discussions that they want to take place, if they don't mind to take them to the outside, either in the lobby or they've got beautiful new meeting rooms on the other side in the antechamber. So I'll just leave it to them to do that so that we can hear what the honourable member has to say. The honourable member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things when you're considering resource development and we're considering this bill, I think obviously all Canadians want us to strike the right balance. They want us to balance out, obviously, the responsibility to be good stewards of the environment, to make sure we care for the planet, for not only our generation but future generations. And that is of utmost priorities for all Canadians, as well as those who live in my region in particular, including New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador. We want to hand on to future generation a planet that is cleaner and greener, and obviously want to develop our resources in a responsible fashion. We also, as a region, and the people from the area that I represent, and I believe it's true throughout Atlantic Canada, want to make sure that they have an economically viable future for them and their families in their local communities and throughout Atlantic Canada, so that not only do we reap the benefits of that hard work and that development, but future generations do. So striking that balance is of utmost importance. And what I find with this particular bill that is concerning is that it puts way too much power in the hands of too few. And it could be detrimental to the development of vital resources to our nation's national energy, as well as our nation's food security, our nation's future as a secure country in which to invest and do business. If we don't get it right, and if we allow this type of control in the hands of very few, the consequences could be devastating for economic development in Atlantic Canada and across Canada as a whole. So we've raised very legitimate concerns. We want this government to look at carefully and hopefully amend this bill and correct this bill so that development can happen that is responsible and obviously cares for our environment, which we all want to make sure is done, but at the same time doesn't prohibit those who want to build Canada's economic future and make sure we take advantage of the tremendous resources that we have across the country from coast to coast to coast, including Atlantic Canada, that has unbelievable potential to develop its resource sector. This is a time not to hamper investment. This is a time to look at ways to enhance investment into our region. Canada and Atlantic Canada wants to contribute to our future economically as a country in a way like never before. Let me pause just here, just for a moment, Mr. Speaker, to recognize something that oftentimes gets lost. And I think we talk about things in terms, and governments bring in legislation and they pass things based on ideology and thoughts and philosophy, no matter how well intended. But in all of this, it is no secret that national unity is at stake. We have for too long of late, under this particular government and this particular Prime Minister, pit one region against another and caused certain regions to feel alienated or left out, or perhaps taken for granted. In fact, in reality, we know that's the case. Well, I'd like to say on behalf of Atlantic Canadians, I love Canada. And I love every region of it. And we've been blessed in Atlantic Canada, directly and indirectly, because of the resource sector that is in the western part of Canada. So I'd like to just say on behalf of those of us on the East Coast, thank you to our western provinces. Thank you to our friends out west that have allowed our resources to be developed, and the money and the proceeds and the revenue that's been generated from that extraction and from those resources to be distributed throughout the country to regions like mine and provinces like mine. We benefited from those transfer payments. And we would be remiss not to say thank you, Western Canada. Thank you to the resource-developed regions of our country who made it possible for revenues to be transferred to our provinces so that we can have good schools and we can have hospitals and we can build roads and we can develop. But just as much as I believe in that, I think it's so vitally important that we as Atlantic Canadians also have the opportunity to develop our own natural resources and prosper as a region and elevate the economy of our families. It's unfair to hold back the potential of a region like Atlantic Canada that has endless potential in this region and in this realm by putting in prohibitive measures and over-regulate a sector or put too much power in the hands of too few that could, at the whim of an in particular minister, shut down an entire sector of our economy. So we have big, big cautionary signals coming from this bill. And I challenge this House to look beyond the noise, look beyond the rhetoric, and see the facts. We hear a lot of noise about we're going to protect the planet, we're going to heal the oceans, we're going to reduce carbon, we're going to do all these things. That's the noise. But when you get beyond the noise and the chatter, the reality is, and the facts are, we rank 57 out of 63 nations. We haven't met our targets despite our virtue signals. We haven't met those objectives despite great soaring rhetoric. We talk about we're going to plant billions of trees with only a handful that are actually in the ground. I think it's time we look beyond the noise, and Canadians expect us to stop all the chatter and all the talk and all this great sounding rhetoric about this and get to the place of achieving actual attainable results that do good for our country and the world. And here's the reality. The reality is, we're not measuring up on meeting these targets, but we're certainly punishing the very sectors that have led to Canada's prosperity to this point. That's the facts. The noise says, oh, well, we're meeting these targets and we're doing great. But the facts are we're ranking 57 of 63 nations. And facts are stubborn things. And they're proven when it comes to both the environment and the economy, this government is all noise and no results. Canadians want real results. And I believe we can have both responsible and good, wholesome environmental stewardship and economic prosperity and resource development that's responsible at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive. In fact, Canadian energy is the best energy in the world, and we need to make no apologies for Canadian energy. We need to stand up for Canadian energy. It is the most responsibly extracted energy on the planet. And why are we displacing Canadian energy with those from countries that don't have near the environmental regulations that we have as a country? It makes no environmental sense, nor does it make energy sense. Nor does it make economic sense. It's important that we get the balance right. And this bill is not going to go a long ways in helping us get the balance right. We've got to correct this bill. There's so much noise that the facts are getting lost. But Canadians are perceptive, and they're getting beyond the persuasiveness of rhetoric, and they're saying, what is it that you're accomplishing to position Canada to prosper in the future? We talk about just transition. This government loves to talk about that. Just transition to what? No, it's not a just transition to move segments of our population from prosperity to poverty. That's not just. That's an unjust transition to poverty. We need a true, mobilized transition to economic empowerment accompanied by environmental responsibility. We can do that. And Canada has proven they can do that and be a leader in that space. And I'm actually quite encouraged by some of the developments we see within our resource sector. We have some of the greatest clean technologies in the country. We have some of the most environmentally responsible resource projects in the world. We are a leader, and we got to stop taking a back seat and stop talking down our energy sector, stop talking down our resource sector, and stop putting impediments in the way of our development. What we need to do instead is start championing our energy sector, our resource sector, and our good environmental practices, and tell the story of the great results we're attaining as a country and as a natural resource industry in this country. Why is it we're talking down Canadian energy when we should be saying, we've got a good news story to tell? And yes, we're all for all the above. We want to transition in areas where it's possible. We're for wind, nuclear, solar, and yes, even tidal. You see, while they talk about transition, we're shutting down some of the moves towards renewable energies and projects that have incredible potential. Because of what? Cumbersome regulation and misplaced priorities. We had the sustainable energy project that was going to be going on with tidal energy in Nova Scotia. They pulled the plug on it. Why? It was so encumbered and hampered by over-regulation and cumbersome rules that it was no longer economically viable and made no sense to continue. So they stopped that. How is that good for the planet? Well, we're sitting on the cusp of innovation, and it was the only tidal project in North America. We pull the plug on it as a country and then talk about how, we're for saving the planet and we're for transition to new green economy. And yet, we pulled the plug on those viable projects. There's another one. A mill in Nova Scotia was going to use its waste for biodegradable goods and producing those. We pulled the plug on that. Why? Because it'd take 20 years to get the approvals they needed in order to proceed with the project. We're scaring away investments into our renewable energy sector and our resource sector, and we're not investing in the areas that could do the most impact and have the biggest and most resounding results for our country economically and environmentally. We have a great news story to tell. Another concern that we have with Bill C-49 is as it relates to our Indigenous partners and friends. It talks about that the regulators would be able and be empowered to talk with our Indigenous leaders. But it never mentions once the obligation and the absolute primary importance of the Crown to deal directly with our Indigenous friends to get these projects off the ground. Surely history has taught us a lesson to engage with our Indigenous friends at the beginning of the process, at the beginning of these projects, and make sure they're welcome and equal partners at the table with us as we enter into these areas of innovation and production. And we can get great things done for the country, because as you hear from Indigenous leaders across the country, they're wanting to partner with us on these. They want to be at the table with all of these types of projects, and they want to prosper economically and do good for the environment as well. Let's welcome them at the front end and make sure a bill like this includes them meaningfully and instructs the Crown to deal with them directly rather than, oh, the regulators will. Let's not make this a secondary priority. Let's make it one of the primary priorities. So, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I conclude my remarks by simply saying that we have an opportunity to position Canada to be the most energy secure and one of the most economic powerhouses in the world, while at the same time being one of the most environmentally responsible jurisdictions on the planet. It's time we get it right. Let's stop talking down Canadian resource development and stop throwing up roadblocks to resource development for all regions of our country, including Atlantic Canada, and let's prioritize them and get them at the table. We have a great opportunity. Let's get it right. Let's get the balance right. Let's fix this bill, and if we fix the bill, then we'll do good for everyone. But if we don't fix the bill, we got no choice but to stand against it so that our country can move forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
I am absolutely flabbergasted at listening to that speech. A couple things I want to say, Madam Speaker. Has the member opposite talked to the energy industry in Atlantic Canada? They want this piece of legislation advanced as soon as possible. Has he talked to the Premier of Nova Scotia or the Premier of Newfoundland Labrador? They want this legislation advanced as soon as possible. Has he talked to Indigenous leaders in Atlantic Canada? They believe in this legislation. So don't let the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, through you to them, don't let them hide behind the idea that the delineation of consultation to a regulatory authority is somehow stepping away from the Crown's responsibilities. This matters to Atlantic Canada. The Conservative Party is standing against prosperity in Atlantic Canada. But my question, Madam Speaker, is very simple. The member has said that he believes in the principle but not the legislation. Will he support it to get it to committee so he can supposedly make it better? Will the Conservative Party support getting this to committee so we can advance it moving forward?
Honourable Member for Etobicoke-Mataquin.
I appreciate my honourable colleague's passion and his exuberance in the question. But the bottom line is, once again, they've missed the mark. This legislation is poorly written. And we cannot vote on legislation based on our aspirations, or we hope that it's good. We must vote on bills as they are written. And this right now has so many concerning loopholes in it that need to be addressed as quickly as possible so that we can prioritize the priorities of our region and ensure that true stakeholder engagement takes place and that those in every sector that will be most affected by the decisions of this government through this legislation will be incorporated into the process, not on the back end, once a bill comes in, but on the front end. And I think they've done a terrible job in consultation up to this point with those who are going to be most affected by the ramifications of this bill. We got to get it right. That's why we on this side of the House are standing up firmly against it.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, the last Liberal speaker mentioned that he had questioned whether or not my colleague had talked to anybody in Atlantic Canada, any leaders, about whether or not they wanted this bill. I'm wondering if he could speak to the fact that most premiers in Atlantic Canada have asked for the carbon tax to be removed. In fact, some of the Liberal caucus is actually all of a sudden starting to ask for the carbon tax to be removed, in spite of the fact of voting for it multiple times over this session of Parliament. And I'm just wondering if my colleague could talk about how that decision to keep the carbon tax in place is harming the economy of Atlantic Canada, as well as not doing anything to lower greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
For Etobicoke-Mataquin.
I thank the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill for that great question, and absolutely couldn't agree with her more that the carbon tax is having devastating consequences on Atlantic Canadians. They feel it every time they fill up their car. They feel it every time they heat their homes and fill up their fuel tanks for their homes. They feel it every time they go to the grocery store, because everything that's trucked and shipped is affected by the carbon tax. And honestly, I don't know about anyone else, but there's not a whole lot of access to metros and subways throughout Atlantic Canada. In fact, we have to drive everywhere we go, whether it's taking our kids to sports or whether we have to, go to work. No matter what it may be, we're driving vehicles. We depend on it, and our industries depend on it. Our trucking sector, which is vital to our region, and those in the resource sector and our mills, all that depend on fuel. They depend on natural resources, and the carbon tax is punitive, useless, and ineffective, and has shown no results as it relates to reducing carbon in the atmosphere. We've asked for a metric on it. We've asked for any type of reductions that can be shown by this government, that as a result of the implementation of the carbon tax, somehow emissions have gone down. They have no proof of that. And there is no metric that has been provided yet to this House that substantiates the use of their signature landmark piece of legislation as it relates to the environment, the carbon tax. There is no substantiation.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By the way, my honourable colleague from Tobic-Mactaquac, I can't move to my question without personally thanking him for his really, really kind email this summer and sending prayers after my stroke. I'm so grateful. But what I wanted to ask him is, in the debate all day today, I've heard the Conservatives say they don't like Bill C-69. I've been specific about the thing I'd like to see changed, which is to go back to the original Canada, Nova Scotia, and Canada, Newfoundland, Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board Acts and remove the conflict of interest that exists that promotes petroleum. I don't know, and I haven't yet heard from my Conservative colleagues, what it is that they want changed in C-69, because it's good legislation and we need to move it forward.
The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands, and it's so nice to see she's recovering and doing well, and wish her all the best for a full and speedy recovery, and continue to pray for that. And look forward to seeing you back in the House in person. Honourable member from Sandwich Gulf Island. I was about to use your name, which I'm not supposed to. So, anyways, as it relates to Bill C-69, I think what's really important is we feel overall that bill is detrimental to the future development of resources in this country. It tramples all over provincial jurisdiction as well, and it causes huge concerns for those that may want to invest in Canada, invest in our resource sector, and help grow Canada's economy, because they see it as a further impediment to growth, and many premiers have raised use concerns as it relates to Bill C-69, and we will continue to stand against it, because that bill hampers development, it hampers our economy, it hampers our economic viability in the future, and it hampers investment into a vital resource sector in this country that will lead to our future prosperity.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from New Brunswick for that wonderful speech, if you can call it that. But it seems like the Conservatives have an idea that they should be in control of what goes on in individual provinces. I go back to the days of Stephen Harper when Danny Williams was Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, and there was a great feud built up because the federal government wanted control of everything. Again, we're seeing it here today from the Conservatives. They want control. Both premiers of Newfoundland and Nova Scotia are in favour of this bill and asking for it to be done quickly. So what if they got against Newfoundlanders and Nova Scotians from an MP from New Brunswick?
Honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
I want to assure my honourable colleague from across the way, the most distinguished member from Avalon, that we definitely hear the concerns from the region. And that's why we're standing against this bill on principle. We hear the concerns and the reflections of the premiers from a couple of the provinces, but we also have heard concerns on various bills that this government has brought in, namely the carbon tax that this honourable member would be very, very familiar with, that his premier and others have expressed huge concerns about its implementation and do not want that bill and do not want that tax, do not want it anywhere near being fully implemented or continue to be implemented and raised as we go forward. And I'm sure my honourable colleague would agree with me that, yeah, I think maybe the government should start by listening to the premiers and scrap that useless carbon tax, because it doesn't do any good.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lexington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member mentions the need for spending and partnership with the oil and gas industry in order to make the transition. And I do agree that the oil and gas industry invests greatly, generally speaking, in green technologies. I think the member from Lakeland mentioned yesterday the amount of spending that goes on in green technologies by the industry. But recently, the oil sands companies are on track for their second highest profits in a decade, yet they are making no new investments in reducing emissions. So I'd like to know if the member believes this kind of voluntary approach has promise.
The Honourable Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his question. I would say this, that the energy sector in Canada has been doing an incredible job up to this point in innovating and leading the way around the world in some of the best practices for extraction for energy, and as it relates to carbon capture initiatives and turning lands back into usable functional areas and environmentally eco-friendly development. They have been some of the best innovators. What we can say is that instead of getting credit when they have exceeded and gone beyond in these areas, we've always found that the government of this country continues to lambaste that sector, come against that sector, ridicule that sector, and talk down the energy sector of this country at a time when we got a great news story to tell. When we say Canadian energy is the best energy in the world, and it's a great place to invest, and it's the best place from which to get clean, ethically, and responsibly developed resources. I think we need to be telling the good news story of energy in Canada, not the bad.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Labour and Seniors.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, c'est un honneur pour moi de pouvoir parler du projet de loi.
It's an honor for me to speak to Bill C-49 today.
And Labrador have relied on the oceans industries. Others across Atlantic Canada have too. It's what we know. It's who we are. And it feels somewhat historic when we talk of the Atlantic Accord. If you're not from Atlantic Canada, you might not realize the significance of this agreement, particularly for Newfoundland and Labrador. The Atlantic Accord is fundamental to the respect and recognition shown between the federal and provincial governments. It was an agreement signed in 1985 that bound the Government of Canada and the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador to a common understanding that the people of our province are the principal beneficiaries of their offshore oil and gas. The Atlantic Accord recognized what my province brought into this country. It recognized the historic resource strengths of Atlantic Canada. And today, it recognizes that strength for the future. Because now the Accord will apply to renewable energy, to wind energy. Newfoundlander talking about wind, it may come as a surprise that this is neither a joke nor a complaint. We have huge opportunity harnessing wind in our offshore. Wind that will power not just the grid, but some groundbreaking hydrogen projects. The province knows it, the private sector knows it, we know it. It's why we're working so closely together to manage and develop that resource. This bill represents a moment of opportunity. And out my way, we know to seize opportunity when it comes your way. Times were bleak after the cod moratorium, until first oil, until Hibernia, until we started to build our offshore. I remember first oil. We weren't entirely sure we knew what we were doing, but we knew it was possible. We knew it could be done. And jointly managed and regulated through the soon-to-be former CNL-OPB, we stayed the course, and people prospered. We did this in one of the harshest environments in the world to operate in, but we found a way. We always do. More importantly, we built up one of the most skilled labor forces the world has ever seen. And people noticed. Companies noticed. Much like they're looking to us now. In 2019, we renewed the Accord. We established a Hibernia dividend for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, $3.3 billion of secure, long-term, and predictable payments that run from 2019 to 2056. More importantly, we recognize the province as the principal beneficiary of its resources. Now it is time to renew the Accord again. In fact, to call these amendments to the Accord, it kind of feels wrong, because what we're talking about here really is a natural evolution, because the world is evolving, because where we get our energy and how we get it is evolving, and we got to evolve with it. Now is the time to renew the Accord again. The Atlantic Accord will include renewable energy, so Newfoundlanders and Labradorians can be the principal beneficiaries of that too. We are not losing what we have built in the offshore. We are proud of it. The people of my province, the government there, are hand in glove when it comes to the energy mix. We accept the world as it is. We embrace it. We applaud the engineering skill that built a West White Rose gravity-based structure because it is the same skill that will construct the wind turbine monopiles that are stored right next to it in our Gentian, Newfoundland. Think about all the jobs that come with this work. As Minister of Labour, I certainly do. When we have a good management structure in place, the more projects we attract and build, and the more jobs they bring. And they are good jobs. Right now, there are oil and gas companies across Canada that are making sure the expertise of our workers can be used to build new renewable energy projects. And we're going to need every worker we can get because big things are happening. And they're happening quickly. And so they must be managed properly. They must be managed as they always have been in the past 25 years of remarkable success that our offshore has benefited from. Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure I tell you that by passing C49, we will secure Atlantic Canada's future and Newfoundland and Labrador's birthright to be reckoned in the global offshore wind and renewable energy sectors.
Secretary, on a point of order.
Not so much a point of order as we're hoping the Honourable Minister could look down at the note that was just provided to him, perhaps, and he may wish to split his time.
No, we're not splitting it.
No?
I'd like to keep going.
Go right ahead.
Let me go back. Let me add a few points. I'll go back to my page here because I don't want to cede any time on this, Madam Speaker. I have worked too long and too hard on this Atlantic Accord in both its renewed nature in 2019 and the $3.3 billion that we were able to get for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, as they should, as I am excited about what we are doing right now with Bill C-49. Because what we are doing now is we are taking a trusted structure, something that business knows, something that the industry knows, something that workers know, that through the Atlantic Accord we have built up agencies that provide investors stability, that they know what they're dealing with. And now, as we build a very exciting new chapter in Newfoundland and Labrador's energy industry, we want to make sure that those things still guide our way. That those things that we worked so hard to build through the Atlantic Accord and the CNLOPB, with names that I think would be familiar to all sides of this House. John Crosby, Bill Marshall, Brian Peckford, progressive conservative governments from both Ottawa and from St. John's that together worked very hard to make it happen. Brian Mulrooney, Pat Carney. These were people who had vision for this province and vision for what was at the time a very nascent industry. I grew up, Madam Speaker, on a rock in the middle of the ocean. And if you grow up on a rock in the middle of the ocean or in a town in Labrador like I did, both, you can't afford ideology. Can't afford it. You grow up seeing the world as it is, not as you wish it to be. You accept the world as it is. You're clear-eyed about it. Between the Minister for Rural Economic Development, to the member for Avalon, the member for Bonavista Burin Trinity, the member for Labrador, the member for St. John's East, we knew the Accord would need to reflect the change of the times. As companies and markets look to renewables, Newfoundland and Labrador needs to be well managed. It needs to be well positioned. And when it comes to energy, Newfoundlanders and Labradorians don't need to play catch-up. We're leaders. We like to lead. Even our province's Oil and Gas Industry Association, its biggest champion, NOIA, Newfoundland Offshore Industries Association, they changed their name to reflect this global shift in energy. It is now Energy NL. I was meeting with them just yesterday at the World Petroleum Congress in Calgary. Sustainability and reducing emissions has become the name of the game. They realize that. They know it. They embrace it. So Energy NL's vision is a sustainable and prosperous lower carbon energy industry. And this bill is going to change another name. The Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act will become the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation and Offshore Renewable Energy Management Act. With all this wind, including the wind I just used, we are now seeing big hydrogen projects on our doorstep. First of their kind facilities. When I was Natural Resources Minister and we were developing Canada's hydrogen plan, never did I think that I would be standing on the tarmac of Stephenville Airport on the west coast of Newfoundland and seeing the German Chancellor's plane landing with the CEOs of Siemens, and Mercedes-Benz to say we could invest anywhere and create a green hydrogen industry, but we choose here. We choose you. Because you're well managed, you're well regulated, and because you have the best workforce in the world. If you haven't been out my way, let me tell you, we got wind. The winds off the Atlantic coast rival those of the North Sea, which is the birthplace of the world's offshore wind industry. This gives Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia a once-in-a-generation opportunity to become leaders in an energy sector of the future, to support our region's industrial future, to create good jobs that will exist for generations to come. It's expected that the offshore wind industry will attract $1 trillion of investment by 2040. You would have to be out of your mind to think Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and others across the country aren't going to be ready for what's to come. We're talking about renewable energy here. That's good change coming. Change always makes some people anxious. But this is not about politics. This actually is about the market. Industry understands something that skeptics don't. The world is looking for renewable energy, for wind, for solar power. So we can sit on our hands and let those industries be built in other countries, letting workers in other countries get those good jobs. Or we can get in on the ground floor and make sure that it's workers here who get those jobs, that it's Canadian workers, that it's Atlantic Canadian workers, that it's Newfoundlanders and Labradorians who get that work, that they're the ones, that we're the ones who will be selling renewable energy to the world and taking home the profits. By passing C-49, we will secure Atlantic Canada's future as a force to be reckoned with in the global offshore wind and renewable energy sectors. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister spoke about the importance of petroleum drilling projects like Hibernia and White Rose to his province. And I'm sure he would be aware that within the NDP Liberal government, there are those who are continually warring on oil and gas and wanting to shut it down. So is he not concerned that Bill C-49 contains measures that gives Cabinet the power to decide on a whim to shut down important projects like Hibernia and White Rose without provincial input or necessarily Indigenous consultation?
The Honourable Minister.
Oh, I thank the member for Sarnia-Lambton for that question, because let me tell you what keeps me up at night is actually having anybody from that side have their paws on my offshore industry anymore. Let me tell you what they managed to do in their time in office, because it's absolutely remarkable. It would take somewhat 300 days to drill, to get the environmental permissions to drill an exploratory well. Through their magic, they made it 900 days. 900 days. Do you know what we did just a few years ago, Madam Speaker? We made it 90. And this may seem counterintuitive to all sorts of people, but by working with the CNLOPB, we managed to reduce it 900 days to 90 days and increase the environmental oversight. That's what good management does. There is a reason Danny Williams had an anybody but conservative campaign going for the better part of 12 years back in my province. It's because what they did and would do again to an industry that has given so much to my province. Pay attention to it.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to congratulate him for his new position as Minister for Seniors. I hope that we'll be able to work on this soon. I spent a lot of time on the road in Quebec talking to people. Now, C-49 has led to a great many questions for the government. Now, what we're seeing is that we'll be moving from a environmentalism that is just a facade to concrete action and to a true energy transition. I'd like to hear what he has to say to assure me that he will be working with the Bloc Québécois to deal with environmental issues, especially given the summer we've had. Is what concrete actions is intending to take for this energy transition? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question.
Member in English, first to say that I look forward to working with her on issues regarding seniors. But let me tell you, there is a place, I'll go back to it again this weekend because I'm very fond of this place. It's called Argentia, Newfoundland. And it's a historic place because just off its shores, it's where Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt signed another Atlantic Accord, actually, in the middle of World War II. It is a deep water port. It has great access to the eastern seaboard, and it is right there that we are seeing what is called a monopile marshalling port, the first of its kind in the eastern seaboard. It is where we are going to build, collect those large foundations that go for offshore wind. Let me tell you, transitions are not overnight events. Transitions take time. And perhaps one of the biggest differences amongst members in this House is just how much time that's going to take, and I understand that, particularly after the summer we've had. But let me tell you, it is happening. It is happening in Newfoundland and Labrador. It is happening because it is a place where, as I said, we can't afford ideology. We are about pragmatism. We are making those moves. Even as an oil-producing province, we are moving forward on lowering emissions and keeping our people employed in excellent jobs.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to, first of all, thank the Minister of Labour for appearing at today's rally. I think the Labour leaders who were there heard his very firm promise on anti-scab legislation, and we will definitely be watching him for that important follow-through. Now, Madam Speaker, my riding of Cowichan Malahat Langford is about as far away as you can get in this country from Newfoundland and Labrador, but we do share a similar environment. I am from a coastal community both on the east and west coast of beautiful Vancouver Island, and while the Pacific is not as rough as the North Atlantic, I do realize the potential that comes from offshore wind and tidal resources, and I celebrate the fact that we are trying to actively encourage that kind of development. What I wanted to ask the Minister about, though, was that we have heard from some conservationists and fishers about concerns with the lack of transparency when it comes to wind farm development in marine protected areas. And I'm just wondering if the Minister can provide an update with this House on how those marine protected areas will be treated when it comes to this important type of development. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
I thank the Honourable Member, and indeed we will be following up. I think, as he said, he heard my words at the workers' rally today, and as I said, we will be introducing that replacement worker ban legislation this fall. This is something that workers in this country have been looking for I would say, since Canada's inception. It will be a momentous day. It most certainly will. But it'll have to be managed carefully, and we will work together to do that. And I would say, I would answer his question on marine protected areas in the same way. I doubt that there are people anywhere, frankly, who are more attuned to what can happen if you take your eyes off the environment than Newfoundlanders. Because within 20, 30 years, during the industrialization of our fishery, we saw the world's single biggest source of protein, the North Atlantic cod, decimated. And we lived with those consequences back in 1992. We are thankful for the oil and energy industries for coming, frankly, to our rescue at the time, both in Newfoundland and Labrador, and also in Alberta and Saskatchewan, which I'm happy to say we helped build.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, the Minister for Labour and Seniors. I appreciate the important move that we move rapidly to develop our offshore wind resources, but I do dispute the minister's statement that it's a matter of opinion how fast we move in transition. I ask if he's looked at the most recent report from the United Nations. The climate summit is occurring there tomorrow. It's very clear the world is not on track, and that what we will experience in terms of extreme weather events in the future, if we don't take dramatic action before 2030, will make this summer's events look like a Sunday picnic of perfect weather. We are right now on the cusp, at the very edge. We're standing on the edge of too late. And we are acting as though we have time for this leisurely transition. We don't. So I asked the honourable member if he would reconsider and have his cabinet reconsider, his cabinet, the Prime Minister's cabinet, listen to climate scientists, cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline, ban fracking, and do those things that are required. They're not easy, but they are required.
Minister.
No, Madam Speaker, it is not easy, and no, I will not reconsider it. And I would invite the honourable member to listen to the energy workers of this country and the amount of change that they have gone through and the amount of change that they continue to go through and the frustrations that they feel. And I would challenge the honourable member to say, who do you think will do all this work on transitioning our energy sector? Who do you think will lower emissions? Who do you think will build up renewables? It is workers I represent in St. John South Mount Pearl. People who have built an industry and now who hear about massive change that's happening, and it is. But we on this side of the House listen to workers because not only because they're important, but also because they are absolutely essential to this transition. In my time as Minister of Natural Resources, the first thing that crossed my mind in that industry was that we not lose the good workers in our oil and gas industries because they are precisely the people who will build up renewables. They are precisely the people who are lower emissions. Who do you think does this work? That is why they are our greatest asset. That is why they are our greatest resource. That is why they are my top priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for, oh my God, total blank. Regina Lewis.
Thank you very much, and I listened to my colleague's speech, and I appreciate it. It's great to be back in the House. And just a simple question talking about the approval process. Will this help projects like tidal energy be approved faster so that we can have more clean energy in the Maritimes and on the East Coast? Just a quick question about that, because we've seen right now that is a bit of a slow walk, and it should be approved a bit faster. So we're hoping this legislation would help that out.
Yeah, I would assure the honourable member that the intention of keeping what we know is to give those assurances to investors. So the first thing you want to do is you make sure that you attract the investment. So we want to deal with entities that we know, with regulations that we know, and build on those rather than trying to reinvent the wheel. So, whenever we get involved in an industry like renewables or like oil and gas, like anything, frankly, there has to be a certain amount of regulation. Now, one person's red tape is another person's regulation, and you can go crazy with it. Certainly, we began with 300 days. They made it 900 days. We made it 90 days, and actually increased environmental oversight. So it is important to be smart about it and listen to the people close to the ground.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be here back in the House. And today I'll be speaking about Bill C-49, which is the Act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Now, I've listened to the debate today, and a lot of times members opposite have said, well, we want to know what it is that the Conservatives don't like about this bill. So I'm going to tell you what I don't like about this bill, and I'm one of them over here. So let's start off with, first of all, the name change to remove the word petroleum and change over to energy. Okay? So I'm not opposed to energy at all, but words are important. And we've had an entire history of a war of oil and gas against oil and gas in this country from the NDP Liberal government. And continually they have shut down projects. There were 18 LNG projects on the books when they came to office, and they shut them all down. They've shut down pipelines. They've shut down various expansions. And so I think the removal of the word petroleum tells you where they think they want to take this direction in the future. And we just heard the minister from Newfoundland talk about the importance of petroleum drilling projects there. And so I'm very concerned about this bill and the change to sort of get away from petroleum, because Canada could be self-sufficient. We import $15 billion a year of dirty dictator oil, and the government seems fine to continue that. That is the wrong direction. We should be taking our environmentally sustainable produced oil and gas and making sure that we're self-sufficient here in Canada. The whole eastern part of the country could use that. And so that's the first problem that I have with this bill. Now, the second thing about this bill is that it's going to award new powers to the regulators. Today, you've got people that are regulators in the petroleum drilling industry. And now, with a wave of the magic wand, they're going to be regulators of offshore renewable energy. this is another example of the Liberals, just making regulators, expanding their scope when they're not experts in that area. They did this exact same thing with the CRTC when we were talking about Bill C-11 and Bill C-18. And the CRTC had said clearly they had no experience overseeing digital media, but they made them the regulator of it. This is an opportunity for disaster. I am not opposed to renewables, Madam Speaker. When I was a chemical engineer, I worked in renewables. I worked on solar projects, wind projects, even offshore Lake Erie wind projects. So I am a fan of transitioning and coming to better renewable energy. But let's learn the lessons from Ontario. All of those solar and wind projects were done in a huge subsidized way that drove the cost of energy in the province of Ontario from 8 cents a kilowatt hour to 23 cents a kilowatt hour and made us totally uncompetitive. And so I'm very interested in the details of this offshore renewable energy and what kind of subsidization the government is going to do. Because if they do the same that they did to batteries and put $31 billion of taxpayer money into trying to attract people to build a facility, then again, the taxpayer is on the hook, and this is not an economically sustainable thing. So that is another concern that I don't see that detail here in the bill. The most concerning element of the bill is the addition of a new layer of decision-making and the granting of ultimate authority to federal and provincial ministers. It increases the timeline for a final decision to 60 to 90 days from 30, with the possibility of an indefinite extension as a call for bids is issued. So I have an issue with letting ministers have the power, federal ministers, to first of all issue land licenses in a province. The province's jurisdiction has to be respected, and we have seen numerous occasions where this government wants to overreach into provincial jurisdiction, with the carbon tax, for example, and with many of the other health initiatives that the government has had where they wanted to reach into provincial jurisdiction, and clearly the provinces have pushed back as they should. And so we need to make sure that if ministers are being given these powers, that there is some kind of limitation on those powers, because we know that we've already heard concerns on this bill that the Indigenous consultations are being given to the regulators. The regulators will have the responsibility to consult with Indigenous peoples. That is an abdication of the responsibility of the federal government. And I am not sure that the regulators actually have the resources to do adequate consultations, which could result in court cases and challenges that would further delay and cause uncertainty in projects as they move forward. And so, that is a concern to me, absolutely. The other thing that gives me great concern is that the bill gives the federal cabinet the authorization to end any operational petroleum drilling operation on a whim. So we've just gone through saying that this government is against oil and gas. They're trying to shut down fossil fuels. And so now we're giving cabinet the power federally to arbitrarily, on a whim, shut down petroleum projects that we've heard from the minister from Newfoundland are extremely important to the province. And this without the province's permission, without adequate consultation necessarily. And so I think this is just an obvious bad idea. You can see where this is going. The first initiative of this government will be to shut down as much oil and gas as they can. That's what they've done in Alberta. I'm from Sarnia-Lambton. We are 30% of the petrochemicals. And believe me, when the minister came to Sarnia to hear the concerns of the people about getting a transition, we weren't even mentioned in the plan in the go forward. So that tells us exactly how much they care about the oil and gas workers that are at risk in this whole equation. Now, the bill is also going to create a new licensing system for offshore drilling. And there's language in the bill that says they're going to impose a 25-year cap on licenses. So any licenses will be limited after 2050. everything is off. Why would we do that to ourselves as a country? We don't know what's going to happen in the next 25 years. We don't know whether or not there will be wars, there will be need for those resources. Why would we arbitrarily limit our licenses and cut them all off at 2050? Especially considering the expression of Indigenous people to have economic growth and get involved in projects. If they have a license, is their license going to be pulled as well after 2050 arbitrarily? We don't need to do this. We don't need to restrict ourselves in this way, and it's concerning to me that this would be in the bill because there is no need to do that. If you decide in 2050 that situation warrants less licenses, that's a government of the day decision. So, again, very troubling to see what is in here. Now, today, petroleum activities are subject to a fundamental decision by the existing review boards in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador. A decision on approving or rejecting a project allows 30 days for provincial or federal ministers to respond, or the regulator's decision is accepted. But for offshore renewable energy projects under this new process, the regulator will give recommendations to the federal and provincial ministers, and ministers will have 60 days to respond, with a 30-day extension allowed if given in writing, and with, again, the possibility of an indefinite extension if they decide a call for bids is issued. Now, this is exactly, once over again, C-69, where the government took the approval process for projects and made it longer and made it possible at a minister's whim to restart the process as many times as necessary to frustrate the private investors and drive them out of the country, which is what has happened with multiple of these projects, the LNG, the pipeline projects that I have mentioned. There is more than $80 billion of foreign investment that has been driven out of the country, and the uncertainty of having to spend billions of dollars and wait 6 years to get a project approved keeps anybody from wanting to do a project in Canada unless the taxpayer's willing to give them $31 billion to do it. And so this is not moving in the right direction. We need to be nimble when it comes to our decisions, responsible but nimble. And so again, I do not agree with the red tape regime that hinders both traditional and alternative energy development in this bill. The broad, unilateral, discretionary cabinet power for arbitrary decision-making increases timelines and adds uncertainty around onerous requirements that are already driving away investment. I want to read a quote from Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe, who talked about the lack of consultation with provinces. He said, "They're unconsulted, notional targets that are put forward by the federal government without working with industries, provinces, or anyone that's generating electricity." The provinces are concerned that they are going to see infringements from this government, and I think, based on what's happened before, that they are right to think that. Because there was a project that was a renewables project, and it was in New Brunswick, and it was the first North American tidal power project deal, and the Trudeau Liberals killed it. Sustainable Marine Energy started developing an alternative.
Member was quoting, but we still cannot use names of current members. Thank you.
Apologize. So Sustainable Marine Energy started developing an alternative energy project in the Bay of Fundy. Okay? After 10 years of hard work, it was providing clean, green energy, which is what we all want, to Nova Scotians. Okay, but then, for all their trailblazing efforts, Sustainable Marine Energy was awarded a tide of red tape from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. The repeated delays and a bombshell permit rejection that the Liberal government refused to justify was the straw that broke the camel's back. After 5 years of insurmountable regulatory challenges, the pilot project in Digby County was canceled. Now, let's think about the common elements here. Even though the project was the kind of, renewable energy that the Liberal government is saying they want to have, 10 years this company had to go through jumping through hoops. And finally, the government's able to pull the permit. The federal government can pull the permit without any justification. This is just a precedent of what is to come with the other projects that are currently existing in the petroleum sector on the coast. So I'm very concerned about that. The other thing I would say is that the Bill 49 actually contains language to put Bill C-69 in here. It references directly the Impact Assessment Act, which, again, as I said, was a process that made project approvals longer, more complicated in terms of consultation, and at the same time, you could start and stop the process as many times as you wanted. So lots of uncertainty, very unhappy about that one. Now, if we look at the access to offshore infrastructure, this bill says that the Cabinet, the government and council, can regulate access to that infrastructure, including enforcing tolls and tariffs. So here we go again, another opportunity for the Liberal government to toll and tariff and tax something that's already in place. Now, who do you think is going to pay the extra cost of those tolls and tariffs and taxes? It's the consumer of the energy that is created that will ultimately pay those costs. Like, have we not learned anything? We've seen the carbon tax get put in place. It drives up the cost of gasoline. It drives up the cost of home heating. People in the Atlantic provinces are already struggling. All the premiers have asked for the removal of the carbon tax, and even the Liberal MPs from that area are asking for the removal of the carbon tax because it's increasing the cost of everything. It's increasing the cost of food because they're taxing not just the farmers and putting tariffs on the fertilizer, another tariff, another cost that's being passed along, then transporting the goods to the processor, carbon tax on the processor, shipping it to the grocery store, carbon tax on that, and so at the end of the day, the consumer is paying. So when I see clauses like this that say that the government can enforce tolls and tariffs on the infrastructure, I'm concerned for the ultimate consumer because these costs are significant. If we think about the carbon tax, we know already from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that the carbon tax is actually costing, depending on what province you live in, $1,500 to $2,500. And then there's the second carbon tax that was put in place, and the cost of that is another $1,800. And that one is in every province, even in Quebec, although they're trying to deny that it is. And so when we talk about extra tariffs on top of that, Canadians are out of money. This government is out of touch when it comes to understanding that there's no more money that people can pay. They were $200 within not being able to pay their bills before the pandemic, and now with the increase of all these taxes, people are cutting into they're borrowing money essentially to live, and some of them have lost their houses, become homeless, and they're skipping meals they can't afford to eat. So honestly, I'm very concerned when I see this kind of language in the bill. There's also a financial stipulation in this bill. It came with a royal recommendation, so it says that there's some level of federal funding that is required. So an obvious question would be, how much is that? And there is no answer to that. And it was not in the budget. It was not in any of the forecasts. And so where's this magic money going to come from? Or are we going to run additional deficits, which is inflationary spending, that we keep telling this government? In fact, the finance minister herself said that it was pouring fuel on the inflationary fire when you have this extra spending. But then we see things like this, where there's extra spending. It's not even defined how much it is. So, that's not going to be an acceptable alternative as far as I can tell. So let's be clear that Conservatives support the development of renewable resources, but we support those developments without political interference. We don't want the government of the day picking winners and losers and deciding what to shut down based on their ideology. That's not where we want to be. We want to see the free market drive this. There's an opportunity to create jobs, to create prosperous industry, and to do the right thing for the environment, and that's what Conservatives want to see. So I don't think that this bill actually is capturing that. I think there's a lot of political interference that's put into the mechanisms of this bill, ministerial powers, cabinet powers, and tolls and tariffs, lots of mechanisms for the government to interfere. Canadians are struggling, and the government's new draft regulations on clean electricity will push up costs even higher. Reporting from CTV in August indicates electricity infrastructure expenses are expected to increase significantly over the next several decades as maintenance and increased demand is expected to cost $400 billion. Okay, so that's already before we know how much the offshore renewables are going to cost. And remember the lesson from Ontario, which is that they drove the price of electricity up so high we were uncompetitive and people could not pay their power bills. This is not just a lesson from Canada. Germany experienced the same thing. They went heavy on renewables, and it drove the cost of everything up, and they went back onto Russian oil and coal. And of course, we refused to take $59 billion to put them on low-carbon LNG from Canada, so Australia took that deal. Wow. Same for Japan, gave us the same offer. Saudi Arabia took that deal. Gee, I wish we had $120 billion more to put in our healthcare system so everyone in this country could have a doctor. That's what I think.
Great point. Great point.
So all I can say is those are some of the concerns I have. There are many things in the bills I don't object to. There's some administrative things that are taken care of. These are fine. Do I think that we can fix all of this at committee? Well, call me skeptical, but my experience under this NDP Liberal coalition is that they will ram through a shutdown oil and gas agenda. And it doesn't matter what reasoned amendments the Conservative Party will bring at committee, they will be refused. They will ramrod it through. They will time allocate it to make sure that this thing is just rushed through. And they will be skimpy on the details and say, trust us, we'll get it in the regulation. Yeah. Well, Madam Speaker, I've been here long enough to know that's not good for Canadians. Our job here as the official opposition is to point out what is wrong with these bills. It would be so nice if we were consulted before the thing was written, when it could still be altered. But here we are with something that honestly has way too much political power in it, and I don't think it's going to be good for the Atlantic provinces. They don't think it's going to be good for them. They're already crying out against the policies of this government with respect to the carbon tax. And so those are my initial thoughts. I may have more thoughts as we go forward, but I would be happy to take questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting in the member's closing comments, we see a wide spectrum of support towards Bill C-49, which includes more than just a Liberals NDP bloc inside the House, but other provincial entities. And the question I have for the member is she says she's concerned that we're going to have to time allocate it in order to be able to get it through, that we're going to try to ram through the legislation. Is that to say that the Conservatives have no intentions on seeing the bill ultimately go to committee? Is the member already conceding that the Conservatives are going to filibuster this legislation? Why does the Conservative not believe at least having the opportunity to see this legislation advance to the committee stage? Why does she insist that the Conservatives have to be time allocated in order for this bill to ultimately pass?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker. Well, I'm just judging by experience. The behavior of the past is a predictor of the future, and this government continues to time allocate all the time. Am I saying this is not going to committee? No, I'm listening to the debate. I'm listening to what other people are saying, but I'm pointing out the things that I think are shortcomings in the bill. And, you know, this government says, oh, it's urgent because, you know, we got climate change and it's an emergency. But, okay, let's talk about that for a minute. In 2005, our emissions emissions were 732 megatons. And every party in this House committed to reduce that 30% by 2030. That means we need to get to 512 megatons. Do you know where we are today, Madam Speaker?
Where?
819 megatons. This government's plan has done nothing, and I believe in real action. Offshore renewables, reducing emissions, all of these things are good things. But the government cannot be the one pulling the strings and deciding who are the winners and who are the losers.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Edmonton, Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her statements. I always find that oftentimes the member speaks quite eloquently to her points, and I think she's a champion not for just her community but for the points of conservatism across the country. And I'd humbly submit that New Democrats have often in this place been consistent in our message that we do have a climate crisis. And the member, it's a great day in Parliament when the Conservatives speak directly to the climate crisis. In my province of Alberta, we've seen and we continue to see outrageous wildfires that are polluting our smoke, polluting our air, destroying traditional hunting grounds, harvesting grounds, changing our environment for worse. And it's harming and scaring our children, the next generation. We spoke about, for example, free market decisions and how the Conservatives' values are in the free market. I'd like to remind the member that Conservative governments right across this country, in particular in my home province of Alberta, have directly intervened in the free market by way of a moratorium on all renewable projects for 6 months. Imagine that, what kind of interference that would be. Imagine if a government had that kind of power to intervene to stop projects like that. That's what's happening in Alberta right now. $33 billion, 118 renewable energy projects, including one of the largest renewable energy projects in the country. This is an extreme interference in the free market. No matter if it's a pause, no matter if it's a cancellation, it's a direct attack on the free market, something that the Conservatives often tout as a victory for capitalism in this place. How does the member circle that square when it comes to support for renewable projects and support for oil projects?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. And in the start of his question, he talked about all the forest fires. And I feel very terrible about the impacts of the forest fires that they've had in BC. But I want to point out that 14 years of carbon tax did nothing to help that. True. And I also want to point out that if you look at the 819 megatons of emissions we have this year, 290 megatons so far is due to forest fires. And this Liberal government had said they were going to spend $500 million to buy more water bomber equipment, to train more firefighters so that we could reduce the length of time that these things burn, and they have not done that. And why does this member and his whole NDP team continue to support this government on disastrous policies that are not addressing climate, that are making life more expensive? Why don't they get a divorce?
Yeah. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my honourable colleague from Sarnia, it's important to distinguish between those measures that reduce emissions or at least provide a break on growing emissions, because overall Canada's record is one of failure under successive governments to reduce emissions. The previous government under Stephen Harper promised in Copenhagen to reduce emissions and failed to do so. Emissions went up. Similarly, the government under this prime minister pledged to reduce emissions in Paris in 2015, but they have gone up. The individual use, particularly by the province of British Columbia, in bringing in place a carbon price, initially held emissions and reduced them until it was contaminated by the NDP provincial government in changing the way our revenue neutral carbon tax worked in BC. But you cannot attach the global phenomenon of increased emissions and increased global warming, and in fact, what is referred to by the member from Sarnia, she didn't identify it, but it's a feedback loop. Burning forests add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, but those burning forests are themselves caused by the carbon dioxide we already added to the atmosphere. And you can't attach that as a failure to a policy tool used in one jurisdiction. Oh, we really need carbon pricing, and it needs to go up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always enjoy listening to what the member from Saanich Gulf Island has to say. But what I would say is that it is a global problem. And if we look at the percentage of the global problem that is due to people that are using heavy oil and coal, And if we talk about that 50% and how Canada's LNG could actually cut that by 75%, that would be something worth doing in the world. But instead, our 18 LNG projects were cancelled. And guess what? The 18 LNG projects popped up in the Nordic countries. So the carbon footprint did not leave the planet, only the jobs and prosperity for Canadians, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte d'Orléans, Île d'Orléans, Beauport. I want to thank my colleague. I'm very concerned. I think that it's no longer time for taking very polarized positions on any project or initiative, be it good, moderate, if it needs additional studies. I think we have to look at the environment, absolutely, and the House should agree on the fact that there is a consensus to move forward as quickly as possible. It's not midnight minus 1 minute, it's midnight. I think that these kinds of positions appeal to the base, but it's not time for this. It's irresponsible. I think I would like to ask my colleague this. What will it take for the Conservative Party? What kind of climate change will it take, be it in the world or here? What will it take for this party to decide to take definitive action and to be aware of the environment? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker, and thank you for the question. The Conservative Party has an absolutely sound and actually a real climate change reduction plan. We would reduce emissions, increase absorptions, and get a plan to actually mitigate the impacts of climate change, floods, etc. that we're seeing. Our leader has talked about small modular nuclear reactors that could replace diesel in the north and be used to generate electricity for greenhouses for food security, for example. We have talked about the need to increase rail in this country, to build rail with housing close to it. We've heard about those things. We've heard about LNG. There are a lot of opportunities to reduce emissions in terms of increasing absorption. Carbon sequestration is a key technology that Canada should be leveraging. We certainly would actually be able to plant trees, not just talk about planting trees. And at the end of the day, we have to have a plan, because every time we have a flood or a fire, we can't be calling in the military. They are not resourced to do that work, and we have to have a plan because we know we're going to continue to see impacts.
Last question from the Honourable Member for Regina Lewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to take to my feet. You know, the Labour Minister said something very interesting when I asked him a question about tidal energy. He said, we really enjoy working with proponents we know. He wasn't talking about bringing in other outside foreign investments. So I firmly believe that Liberals like giving money to Liberals. And they're pretty good at that. So the one interesting thing is when you listen to his speech, every now and then you can hear the actual truth. And in this bill, there is an indefinite review process by ministers that would allow, perhaps, for some political maneuvering. I wonder what my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton thinks about this clause in this bill.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton, 20 seconds.
Well, thank you so much. Absolutely, I'm in agreement with my colleague, and I think that, you know, it's back to the drawing board in my books on this bill, because there's so much wrong with it that I'm not sure that we can amend it and fix it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak for a few minutes on this today. I certainly won't need all my time, as I'll be sharing it with the member for Winnipeg North, and he'll probably have the bulk of the 20 minutes. But since the topic began discussion and whatnot, I thought it was necessary for a Newfoundlander to stand up and have a few words on it. I know the Minister spoke earlier, and I compliment him for his speech. But it is a pleasure to rise and speak on Bill C-49, which is an act to amend the Atlantic Accords Act between the provinces of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador. This is a crucial piece of legislation that matters in the global race towards our net zero future, and Canada is in the driver's seat to be a leader on just that. The legislation is required to do just that. The Atlantic Accord, first signed between the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador in 1985, and subsequently signed between Nova Scotia and the federal government in 2005, are symbolic of the importance of the work that was done to fight for regional equality in Atlantic Canada, to ensure equity in how the resources of oil and gas at that time were to be distributed in the Federation and for the benefit of our provinces. While the oil and gas sector still plays an important role in Newfoundland, today, by amending the Accords, we are setting the path to how best to govern, manage, and ultimately benefit from the resource which is offshore wind. There are many ways to look at the offshore wind benefit, what the offshore wind benefit represents to Canada. First and foremost, this opportunity is crucial in our fight against climate change. The science is clear. We need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and projects on the Atlantic coast can do just that by harnessing the wind for our collective benefit. The power can not only help Canada decarbonise its current electricity capacity, but ensure we have excess power to supply to other provinces as well. Beyond the domestic focus, this opportunity represents an enormous export potential for green hydrogen, transported as ammonia to industrial uses around the world, helping to decarbonise the world. And I know that the province of Newfoundland and Labrador just issued 4 permits to 4 different companies who are interested in creating wind energy in Newfoundland and Labrador, and to produce that hydrogen to be shipped to other European countries. And they're not approved yet, but they're authorised to go to the next level to get that done. And as the Labour Minister mentioned earlier, it's something that will help workers create a new field of expertise when it comes to the workers in Newfoundland and Labrador, and the workers that built our oil industry will also help build our wind energy.
Hear, hear.
The Minister also mentioned in his speech about the port of Argentia and becoming a port to house the so-called monopiles that will be used in offshore wind energy projects. I had the opportunity to be in Argentia and look at some of those as they were sitting on the land that came in the first shipment. They will be used for projects down off the east coast of the United States, and Argentia will play a major role in it. They're able to do that with the help of the federal government, because it was only a couple of months ago that the Minister of Transport announced a major project funding for our Port of Argentia to build and expand their wharfage. And it was $38 million investment from the federal government for a $100 million project that the port is taking on. They've reinvented themselves. Argentia at one time was a U.S. naval base and served the area well. And of course, it was a great economic driver when it was there at the time. But today, they have this now to depend on as another major economic driver for that full area. And it boggles me to hear people say that nobody wants this to happen. The premiers of both Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador are asking for this to be done, for the renewal of the Accords to be done and signed off on by the federal government and the provinces, so as they can go out and attract new industry to come to their provinces, create good jobs and good family incomes in the meantime. Working with proponents, somebody said working with opponents we know that already have a record in this field. And that's exactly what it is. These people that are coming to set up these wind farms, whether it's onshore or offshore, have the experience. They've done it before in many regions around the world, and they're certainly looking forward to doing it in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. And hopefully it does get approval to go ahead in both areas. And I know the member mentioned about the carbon tax and nobody standing up against it. I'd remind people in this House that it was me as an MP from Newfoundland and Labrador that stood and voted with a Conservative motion to eliminate the carbon tax on home heating fuel. And I still stand by that, and I support that vote. And I had my own reasons for doing it. I wanted to let the people who I represent know that I'm prepared to stand up and speak for them when necessary in this House. So I'll close off there and answer any questions that anybody has on this particular piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, I'd just like to thank the member for his speech. And, you know, it's always tough. He probably knows that I share roots in Newfoundland. That's where my mother and her family were from. And I hope that he sees the Labradorite that I cherish from St. Paul's wearing on my neck for the point of this debate today. And, of course, it's always tough to debate a Newfoundlander and Labradorian who, also like the Labour Minister, are uniquely skilled at oration and speeches, I think, uniquely among Canadians, frankly. So I appreciate his measured comments because there has been a lot of mischaracterization of the issues that Conservatives are raising about this bill today. So we recognize that the provincial governments support the bill. I know that the key thing that they wanted was the incorporation of the provincial ministers for having a say. We respect provincial jurisdiction. We're glad to see that. But there are some realities around expanding the scope of the mandate of the regulators, dealing with a whole bunch of environmental issues and local impacts in renewable offshore development that would require new expertise, technical abilities, skill set. Does he have any comments around wanting to see, as we do, clarity in the bill in terms of resource provisions that will be required for the regulators to meet their new mandates, and any other kind of the real logistical practical implications that will be required to support both petroleum offshore drilling and renewable offshore projects as well?
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
I want to thank the member for her speech, and it's great to know that she has some roots in Newfoundland and Labrador. I always tell everybody that there's no place like home, and I look forward to each and every day that I can get on a plane to fly back to Newfoundland and be in my riding. I appreciate the time I spend there. I don't necessarily appreciate it as much to be here in Ottawa, but I'm a bit of a home person. But no, and I think passing this bill, I think will give the opportunity for it to go to committee, and if there are amendments that need to be done to strengthen the bill or to make sure we're not overstepping our boundaries when it comes to dealing with individual provinces and individual boards. So I look forward to the bill getting passed, going to committee for a review, and if there are some adjustments that need to be made to it, that should be the place that it happens.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-d'Orléans, Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You've almost got it. Madam Speaker, first I want to thank my colleague with whom I really enjoy working. He's the chair of the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, and we have a lot of time together where we are working to save our fisheries. And I'd like to hear him on two positions. We have worked a lot on the whale. We were able to look at all the efforts being made by the fishermen in order to ensure there is maximum protection for this species of whale. And I know it takes a lot of time and is very something that causes them a lot of anxiety. So they're making a lot of efforts, and we're talking about oil and gas explorations, offshore exploration, at a time when this species of whales has always been in this sector. What do you think of that? And Quebec is a leader, in fact, when it comes to wind energy, and we know that it has to be socially acceptable to put in place these kinds of mechanisms. It is a good option when it comes to oil and gas. Do you feel that people are accepting of this type of energy?
Et je vais juste rappeler à l'honorable député que...
I'd like to remind the honourable member.
I believe it is a good sector, and I understand what the member is saying from the whales perspective, I guess, and the protection of whales, but I haven't heard any incidents, even in the offshore oil industry, that have brought damage to whales or pods of whales or any. Mostly it's more concerning with the fishing gear that's in the water. They become entangled and drown or whatever. So the monopiles, if it's done in the water, I know in Newfoundland right now we're only looking at doing it onshore, not offshore. with the wind energy. Nova Scotia may be looking at offshore. I don't know, and I don't know the habit of the whales in that area. I know this past summer I managed to get quite a few nice pictures of whales in my riding, actually, and putting on a bit of a show in the area, so they were free to do.
Actually, I have a last question to the Honourable Member for West Okanagan, South Kootenay. Yes.
Merci, Madame the President. Thank you to the member for Avalon for his speech, and I just wanted, we're talking a lot about offshore wind. I used to live in Newfoundland myself, and it's a windy place. The door blew off my Jeep once at Point Verde, just south of Argentia, that we've been talking about. And I want to mention the fact that what we need in Canada is an increased interprovincial interties of electricity. We've heard talk of the Atlantic Loop and how that plays into all this investments in those interties that will help us develop renewables across the country.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
I'd like to thank the member for his question, and all I'll say about the Atlantic Loop is that I think all parties are on side with creating the Atlantic Loop. I think it's very important to get New Brunswick or Nova Scotia off of coal, for example, and I think that will allow it to happen. It will take a lot of money and a lot of effort to do. There's the power that comes from, I'll use Churchill Falls as an example now, that goes into Quebec. It may not be enough power to actually satisfy the demand, so maybe we have to look at developing Gull Island or some other project in Labrador. The water is there, the flow of water is there. It's the cleanest energy, I think, that we can produce, and I think we should be driving it more each and every day to help produce clean energy projects. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say I'm not one that's against all projects offshore either. I've got 2 family members that worked in that industry for many years, and one of them still do.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. And resuming debate to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, every so often when we bring in legislation, there's some surprises. Yesterday, it was actually quite encouraging when we brought in Bill C-48 on the bail reform issue, and we saw, parties, political entities inside the House come together, recognize the value of the legislation, understand and appreciate how important it was to get it passed. And in fact, later yesterday, after a few hours of debate, a Conservative member suggested that we go ahead with unanimous consent and pass it through the system. That was a bit of a surprise. I was actually quite pleased about it. I thought it surprised a number of people, and it was quite encouraging because it shows that if the House recognized something of great value collectively, where you have all parties on side, that we can actually accomplish things very quickly inside the House. When I look at Bill C-49, what we're debating today, I'm not from Atlantic Canada, as we all know, but I understand the importance of regional development. And the Atlantic Accord is of critical importance to Atlantic Canada. 2 provinces in particular, Newfoundland and Labrador, along with Nova Scotia. We understand and we can appreciate all the efforts. I've had a number of Conservatives stand up, or listen to a number of Conservatives stand up and say, well, why did it take so long to bring before the House? It's not like you can snap your heels together, wave a wand, and make legislation appear. There's a lot of work that's done prior to bringing the legislation forward. There is a timing issue that's involved. There's a great deal of consultation that takes place. My quick read-through in terms of the legislation and the passion that I have seen from my Atlantic colleagues in dealing with this legislation, and they are a passionate caucus, Madam Speaker, as you know. This is good, solid legislation that should be supported. What surprises me today with C-49 It's one thing to say, well, you know what, we don't want to pass it today. It's another thing to come out saying we oppose the legislation. And that's what we're hearing from the Conservative Party today. The Conservative Party of Canada does not support the principles of this legislation. Madam Speaker, this is legislation that has the support of every other political entity, from what I understand, inside the House. It also has the support of provincial jurisdictions of different political stripes, Madam Speaker. We have heard member of parliament after member of parliament, at least from opposition benches, some opposition benches, and the government benches, talking about how important this legislation is. Even when the Minister of Labour and Seniors came forward in a very passionate speech, and he wasn't the only member of the caucus that spoke passionately about the importance of this legislation to the province, their respective provinces, Madam Speaker. Renewable energy is so critically important when you talk about economic development into the future. I know that firsthand from being a parliamentarian for over 30 years, first as an MLA in the province of Manitoba, Madam Speaker, and the impact that Manitoba Hydro has had on the residents of Manitoba and to the benefits of Canada as a nation. It's a renewable energy. It's one of the reasons why, and I don't know if it still is today, if not, it'll be very close, the cheapest energy prices in terms of renewable energy is, or electrical rates, is in the province of Manitoba in North America. Now it might be 2 or 3, Madam Speaker, but I know when I was an MLA for a long period of time, it was number 1, the cheapest rates, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you that here is an opportunity when you talk about Canada reaching its climate targets and looking at offshore renewable energy projects. One can get very easily excited in terms of when you think of Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Labrador, and other coastal communities, Madam Speaker, because the opportunities are great. And I don't understand why it is, in looking at the legislation, that the Conservative Party of Canada wants to stand out and say no to Atlantic Canada. It makes no sense whatsoever, Madam Speaker. When I listen to the energy that's coming from the government benches that's being driven from my Atlantic colleagues, like the member from Avalon, talking about how important this legislation is, there seems to be a disconnect with the Conservative Party. You know, it's interesting, the member from Avalon posed a question earlier to a Conservative member asking, well, do you support, or why don't you support? And one Conservative member stands up and says, well, you know, the principle of the legislation is, well, you know, it's about the carbon tax. Really, Madam Speaker? I don't think they really understand, a number of the speakers that have been standing up, understand what it is that the legislation is doing. To try to rope in the issue of the price on pollution and to base an opinion of not supporting it, as that one member implied, Madam Speaker, based on a price on pollution, seems to me that they're being somewhat misguided. I have not heard from any Conservative member, and I've been here all day listening to member after member speak on the legislation, specifically why it is that this legislation cannot be passed. At the very least, you know, we had the former Conservative member that stood up and spoke for 20 minutes, talked about, well, you know, based on the past, we're going to see time allocation. We're going to see opposition parties some opposition parties working with the government in order to get time allocated in order to pass.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can assure the Conservative Party that there will be time allocation on this bill if the Conservatives are going to filibuster it, because we on the government side see the value of this legislation to Atlantic Canada and to Canada as a whole, and that's the reason why we will fight tooth and nail to ensure that we see this type of regional economic development taking place, Madam Speaker. And if that means working with New Democrats and blocs, bloc members, in order to be able to ensure we get time allocation so that we can get legislation passed, I'm game for that, Madam Speaker. Because we recognize that we are talking about our environment. We're talking about future jobs, opportunities. I want to see Newfoundland and Labrador continue to be a have province. I want to see the prosperity of all the different regions of our country. I recognize the value of regional, or I should say renewable energy, because of the example of Manitoba Hydro. I see where government does play an important role, Madam Speaker. What I don't see is why it is the Conservative Party would take an issue such as this and deny two provinces the opportunity where there was an agreement, Madam Speaker. After this legislation passes, and with the support of at least some opposition parties, it will pass, Madam Speaker. And when it does pass, it will receive what they call mirror legislation from provincial legislatures, Madam Speaker, in order to enact and make sure that it turns into a reality so that the people that live in Newfoundland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia will have wonderful renewable energy resources being developed, opportunities well into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Yeah, the member says that he was listening to the debate all day, but it seems like actually he hasn't heard what Conservatives said. Now, the point about the carbon tax, I think the reason the member was raising it is because, of course, the Atlantic Premier said they didn't want the carbon tax. They've also asked for a suspension on the clean fuel regulations. They also, by the end of C-69 leaving the Senate, opposed C-69. This government ignored all of them. I think that's why this is being brought up. But since the member wants to know what issues the Conservatives are raising in the actual bill, if he were to read, I'll tell him. It's because this bill will not only allow for the potential arbitrary decision-making to end both existing and future offshore petroleum drilling, but that will also impact renewable energy offshore development according to this bill. So this bill is an attack to end offshore petroleum drilling, as is this government's track record, and it will also hold up the development of renewables, so of renewable development too. This bill actually triples the timeline for final ministerial decisions on renewable offshore energy development. It imports Section 28 and 137 that gives the ability for Cabinet to arbitrarily prohibit development in areas. It imports
have to give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary the opportunity to answer, and other questions to be ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's interesting how the Conservatives want to critique the bill in order to try to justify an irresponsible position when all one needs to take a look at is you have a progressive Conservative Premier that is actually in agreement with the legislation. You have other jurisdictions that are provincial. And what the member is actually implying in her critique of it is that those jurisdictions also got it wrong. Well, Madam Speaker, I believe that the consensus that's within the legislation that we are proposing to pass is in fact
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At first sight, this bill seems to be putting an end to the process of auctioning licenses for exploratory drilling. So why did they withdraw the word hydrocarbure, petroleum, if this development is still taking place in the marine sea environment? Is this the government's marine environmental policy?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect that if we saw the legislation pass into committee, that the member would be afforded all sorts of opportunities to get some of the specifics answered at the committee stage. And if there are some issues in which opposition members have or would like to see amended in some fashion, that would provide an excellent opportunity to do so. I'm not familiar with the very specifics of the question that was posed.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, the provincial Conservative government in Nova Scotia is moving aggressively to establish a significant footprint in power supply from offshore wind, and clearly they see the benefits of tapping into the enormous potential of renewable energy, and that's because, as New Democrats agree, there is enormous potential for a thriving offshore renewable energy industry in Atlantic Canada. So we need to seize this potential while making sure it is done right. So my question to the government is, will the government guarantee that benefits from offshore wind projects will flow directly to local workers and that local fishing communities will be supported?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ultimately argue that there are many winners in the passage of this legislation. And to conclude my comments, because I think this might be my last question, Madam Speaker, by saying that you got to remember there has to be mere legislation from provincial jurisdictions in order to enact it into law, ultimately, the regulatory bodies. And that means, let's say, for example, if we can somehow get this thing passed before the end of the year, you still have to have provinces bring it in to their jurisdictions potentially, Madam Speaker, which can also take time. So that's the reason why, in good part, it would be nice to at least get a commitment from the official opposition that they would like to see this legislation passed before the end of the year.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, Parliamentary Secretary. Tip O'Neill once said all politics is local, but in the case of Newfoundland and Labrador, I feel as though in the climate crisis, it's rather the crucible of events. We have the extreme traumatic event of Fiona that impacted Newfoundland and Labrador so strongly. People from that province now take a different view about the climate crisis. It's personal. And this is a really exciting opportunity. Onshore wind in Newfoundland and Labrador may lead to green hydrogen. Offshore could be huge. But the federal cabinet thinks it has to have a SOP to Newfoundland and Labrador, so it approved the Norwegian Crown Corporation Equinor's Bay du Nord, which is an abomination in the face of the climate crisis. Can the honourable member suggest that we perhaps could get policy coherence from this government, say no to Bay du Nord, and move more rapidly on onshore and offshore wind?
Secretary, 20 seconds.
Madam Speaker, Canada has some very aggressive climate targets that we want to be able to achieve. We've passed legislation not that long ago in regards to that, Madam Speaker. And this legislation ultimately will help Canada address those targets. And ultimately what we have found over the years with all the disasters that have taken place, even more and more Canadians are looking to governments to show leadership on the issue of climate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and as always, it is an honour to be able to enter into debate about the important issues facing Canadians in this place and to be back after a summer break where I'm sure I'm not alone, although I'd like to take a moment to specifically talk about the fact that I had the opportunity to travel across Battle River Crowfoot and the more than 60 municipalities that I have the honour of representing, over 53,000 square kilometres of beautiful East Country Alberta real estate. And Madam Speaker, it is always good, and although I make it home every weekend, it's always good to spend a little more focused time being able to chat with those good common sense thinking Canadians that make up those communities across East Central Alberta. Because Madam Speaker, I can tell you definitively that what I heard from so many of them is emphasizes exactly what I am going to talk about this bill. And it comes back to the basic foundation of trust. You have to be able to trust, whether it's a bill like we see before us in Bill C-49, or whether it's the words of a prime minister, whether it's the actions of a cabinet behind the closed doors and the cabinet confidences associated with that, and the whole range of other elements of what makes up our institutions within this country. And Madam Speaker, from the thousands of kilometers that I drove across east central Alberta, communities where there's no such thing as public transit, where from small hamlets to the small city of Camrose, these folks are ready for somebody that they can trust. Because definitively, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that they do not trust these Liberals. They do not trust their agenda. They do not trust what they say. And the unfortunate reality is this: history proves that point. And Madam Speaker, I bring it back now specifically to C-49. Now, we're talking about, in broad strokes, a bill that brings forward a whole host of changes that in what its intent is, and I use the word intent specifically, its intent is to provide that framework to allow for renewable development in 2 of Canada's Atlantic provinces. And Madam Speaker, I've heard from the previous speaker, who I don't think actually spent much time listening to some of the concerns that Conservatives have brought forward over the course of this debate. But it's a laudable goal. And I think that what's unfortunate is that the Liberals at the NDP, and I think the Bloc as well, are so blinded by the politics of these energy issues that they refuse to acknowledge the reality that exists. Now, it's laudable, and I am proud to represent a constituency that has, and I'm not sure if it's the most, but certainly one of the most bullish on renewable development. There are wind farms being built. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, I also am proud to be involved in my family farm. And you know what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that, and I could go on for a lot about some of the complaints I heard from farmers, but I'll save that for another day. But Madam Speaker, what is interesting is the vehicles driving by. In fact, we had to time some of the moving from one field to another and moving large equipment on the roads because of the shift change that was being dealt with at some of these renewable developments. So, Madam Speaker, people in Alberta get energy. We get oil and gas, and we get renewables. We get the whole spectrum of it. But, Madam Speaker, the unfortunate reality is that the government does not. Now, I brought forward the issue of trust. I heard about it constantly over the course of the summer. Trust. And the reason why that is so key when it comes to the debate surrounding C-49 is because the government is saying they want to accomplish all of these things. They want to model these regulations and have these objectives, but by the way, they're allowed to interfere in the process, so just trust us. They're going to model it after the Impact Assessment Act, Bill C-69. So just trust us on that. They've dealt with the consultation of the provinces, and I've heard many times from members of the Liberal Party that we should support this because there is provincial support, and I acknowledge fully. And I'm glad that there was that consultation that took place, and I'm glad that they are able to come to some sort of consensus. But, Madam Speaker, what I find absolutely tragic is that you cannot trust what those Liberals say, because time and time again, when it fits their political narrative, they will throw their provincial partners under the bus. Madam Speaker, it was Bill C-69 that is referenced in the context of this bill. Bill C-69, all 10 provinces in this country wanted it to be repealed. So how dare that government stand up and righteously say, oh, provinces support it, when I can tell you there are not very many issues that all 10 provinces in this country will agree unanimously on, but that Prime Minister accomplished it in opposition to one of the most absurd pieces of legislation to cross the floor of this place. So, Madam Speaker, forgive me if I come back to the basic premise that you simply cannot trust these Liberals. Madam Speaker, when it comes to many of the details of this bill, you look at how it can add red tape. And they say, oh, well, you know, it's okay because we'll create a framework. It'll be dealt with in regulations. Well, Madam Speaker, the unfortunate reality is this, is that when those words are uttered from a Liberal, it means effectively that they will accomplish nothing ever. Nothing ever. And if I could sum up the energy situation in our country after 8 years of a prime minister that is clueless, absolutely clueless on energy. There is if I could sum up the conversation of 8 years, I'd sum it up in 2 words, and it's this: missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. Now, why is that, Madam Speaker? Well, we have seen the untold cost of these additional delays, red tape, when the impacts of C-69, the carbon tax, the fact that the Liberals seem to care more about piling things on their desks than actually dealing with these problems. We have seen hundreds of billions of dollars of investment gone. 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 And Madam Speaker, that's missed opportunity. And I'll tell you why it's so significant and why I highlight it here. It's because there are these ideas of, we talk often about the fiscal situation of the country and the debts and the deficit, and I know provinces talk a lot about investing in schools and hospitals, and municipalities will talk about paving roads and water infrastructure, the whole deal. But Madam Speaker, when it comes down to it, the missed opportunity here is hundreds of billions of dollars that did not be invested in our economy. That means fewer schools, fewer hospitals, fewer paved roads. That means fewer resources to invest in the benefits that the Liberals talk so much about. Madam Speaker, it is a missed opportunity. Madam Speaker, when we have the situation around wind, the situation around solar, the situation around battery production and minerals and resources, these are all very, very real issues. Very real issues. But Madam Speaker, what's interesting is that once again, I would sum up the last 8 years as a missed opportunity. We see, in fact, it was the American president came to this very House and said, we want a partner. But why would any company invest in a country that they can't trust they'd ever be able to build a mine? So, Madam Speaker, once again, I ask the question about trust. Well, there's a whole host of questions around whether these Liberals can be trusted, and their history shows otherwise. Madam Speaker, when it comes to development of renewables, we saw a tidal project that got canceled because of the fact that this government can't be trusted when it comes to dealing with the economy, and specifically that project was canceled because of cost overruns. So, Madam Speaker, again, we come down to the very fundamental premise here. Can you trust that C-49 is going to build renewable energy projects in Atlantic Canada? Well, Madam Speaker, the Liberals' history makes that very question one that we can't answer. Now, the Liberals stand up and say a lot of things about that, but the reality speaks otherwise. So, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that we're pragmatic in the way that we approach energy issues. And one of the ways that I think that we should be able and willing to do that, and I hear from my NDP colleagues, there's 2 of them from Alberta, only 2 of them here from Alberta, and they seem quite quick to diminish our oil and gas sector. They seem quite quick to in fact, sometimes when I listen to them speak in this place, I wonder if they forgot that they ran for federal office and not provincial office. So it's and I know I certainly hear quite often from my constituents when they listen, whether it's question period or some of the debates, they ask that very question. But Madam Speaker, what we need to be pragmatic and realistic around energy. We need to ensure that when we're talking about solutions, we understand the impacts that exist. And I know there's been a whole host of conversations around renewable projects in Alberta, and I did talk about how there are those investments being made, and I know there are other investments. And I know, in fact, I had the opportunity for a couple of years, and truly an honor and a privilege, to work with former Saskatchewan Premier Brad Wall. And when he was proud to be leading the country at a time when Alberta had fallen into a deep socialist chasm. Madam Speaker, where you had a government that was so clueless that they tried to tell farmers, get this, Madam Speaker, they tried to tell farmers if they set foot outside their front door that they might be subject to the rules and regulations set forward by a bureaucrat in the province's capital. Can you believe that, Madam Speaker? It was a dark time for the province of Alberta, and one that I'm very thankful the people of Alberta resoundingly rejected here only a number of months ago. But, Madam Speaker, when it comes to this energy reality we have to face, costs are up. And you know what's interesting on that subject? I hear often two things. Sometimes, quite often, they're disconnected. Because you will have the Liberals talk about how they're wanting to address things like the cost of living crisis. But they also want to increase costs. So, Madam Speaker, let's look at the former of those two. They want to address the cost of living crisis. So they often, in the form of government payments, I know there was support, in fact, I believe it was unanimous support to increase the GST rebate, which they renamed the grocery rebate, and I'm not sure the Prime Minister should be bragging about the fact that his economic management has led us to the fact that so many Canadians cannot afford groceries without the help of the government. That's a whole other conversation, though. Madam Speaker, the cost of living crisis is real. And I heard from, in fact, I was going through some emails, replying to some constituents' emails today, and seniors are talking about how they can't afford energy. They just got a power bill and they're scared about their upcoming gas bill, and not to mention the fact that winter is coming. Madam Speaker, so that's part of it, but let's look at why. Let's have a realistic, pragmatic look at why that's the case. Well, here's part of the reality. A carbon tax. Now, the Liberals don't like it when we bring this up and bridge the connection that I'm about to make here. Because the reality is this. They want costs to go up. Full stop. The carbon tax, by its very design, is made to increase costs. Yet you have the government that is talking about how you have to address affordability. Can you believe that, Madam Speaker? They are intentionally making costs rise, and yet they talk a whole host about affordability. So that's part one, Madam Speaker. Now the latter of the 2 points I made. And that's related to the environment. Now let's be real here. The carbon tax and the Liberals' environmental plan is not accomplishing the objectives that they set out, nor is it truly even an environmental plan. They talk often about needing to address climate challenges, yet they have failed to do so every step of the way. So, Madam Speaker, it is terribly ironic how they laud an increase in costs, yet they're not accomplishing anything. They are subjecting Canadians to so much pain, yet there is no gain. And it is that lived reality. I said we needed to be real here. And it is that lived reality that so many Canadians are facing. And Madam Speaker, what's interesting is when it comes to the realistic nature, we need to be a country that can say yes to development. There has to be the processes and structures in place to ensure we respect the environment, to ensure that there's human rights. And Alberta specifically, but our nation generally, is a leader in this. And I applaud my provincial counterparts in Newfoundland. Now I spent close to a decade, Madam Speaker, batching wells and throwing pigs. And that may be a strange reference to many in this House, but basically that's doing environmental work in the oil patch. And if members have questions about that, I'd be happy to talk to them about what batching wells and throwing pigs is all about. But, Madam Speaker, the lived reality of what Alberta has done, and the unprecedented prosperity in the Western world, quite frankly, that we have seen, is an example for so many. And I applaud Newfoundland and Labrador. The fact that they are visionaries in being able to continue to use their resources, to look at the opportunities that exist, to be able to be a leader. Yet it was, I believe the press conference was in Newfoundland. I may stand corrected on that. But when the German Chancellor came to Canada with a metaphorical check in hand and said, we want your LNG. And what did our illustrious Prime Minister say? He said, sorry, there's no market for it. But what he forgot to add is because I've closed down the market. And Madam Speaker, it's that reality that exists. And I would just note, there's a few conversations that I've had with constituents, and in particular, there's this one constituent that called me here a number of weeks ago, and I want to bring this up because I think it's an interesting idea, because often what happens is the thinking that takes place in Ottawa, a nation's capital, and sometimes even corporate headquarters and whatnot, gets a little bit blinded to the reality that exists. So let me throw a couple of things out, Madam Speaker. For those who have seen wind development, they are impressive machines. They are massive, absolutely massive. You were talking about, and for those that have seen them move on trains and on trucks, and I just note the resources that are required to move them. They are massive machines. I had a constituent bring up an interesting point the other day, Madam Speaker. Why don't you put solar panels on a windmill? Why not? Maybe there's something that could be practical about that. I had another constituent that shared, who was frustrated actually, because a solar project was being built without adequate consultation. So the response, and shared, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically shared, Madam Speaker, how frustrated he was that 160 acres, so that's a quarter section for those of you that don't understand that. A quarter section was going to be graveled over and put on, and they were going to build solar panels on it. They were going to gravel over a quarter section of land, productive ranch land. And this constituent brought up to me something that was really interesting. He said, why don't they build the panels an extra 3 feet tall, and then at least you could run goats or sheep on them? I think what often, in the last minute I have here, Madam Speaker, is that, and the reason why I wanted to bring those things up is because so often what is discussed in this place, we lose sight on what matters to Canadians. We lose sight of how regular folks going about their business, the individuals that are hard at work, those that work in the oil patch, those that are building the wind turbines, those that are driving the trucks, those farmers that are currently in many places in the field, including my father. So, hello, Dad, and I think my wife was in the grain cart today, so hello, sweetheart. So often, Madam Speaker, we forget that the reason why all of us should be here is not for some ideological objective, not for some nuanced political whatever you might call it, but we're here because of the people. So let's make sure we work for the people. So when I spoke to so many people across my constituency, Madam Speaker, this summer, and they said, we cannot trust those Liberals, I stand here today in this place and say history proves that right. Therefore, we need to work at bringing back trust to our institutions. And when it comes to making sure there's energy development in this country, let's get it right, because whether it's traditional energy, whether it's new energy, Canadians deserve better than what they've been getting from those Liberals.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mississauga East.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And I want to thank the member for his wonderful speech, but he said something about, making sure that when we are in this House, we should not lose sight of what's important to people. And, in my community of Don Valley East, like many communities across this country, climate change is real. People are feeling the impact of climate change. I just did a survey. It was in the top 3 issues, so I know it matters to people in my neighborhood. So my question to the member opposite, because he talked a lot about the environment and keeping our environment healthy and clean and renewables. I'd like to know from the member if he believes in climate change, and I know his party, their previous convention voted against accepting climate change as something that was real. I'd like to know from the member if he and his party actually believe in climate change.
Great question. Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, you know how rich it is that a Liberal MP would ask a farmer whether or not he believes climate change is real? Well, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that for more than 5 generations, my family has been not only dealing with the realities of climate, but understand it better, I would submit, than the vast majority of members on that side of the House that would try to politicize and dictate to Canadians. And then that member specifically says this. He says, well, climate change and the concerns associated with that is in the top 3 concerns raised by his constituents, and I'm sure it is. So let's have a plan that actually addresses it. But I'm sure what he forgot conveniently to mention in that question was I'm sure affordability and housing were probably the first 2.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is my first time standing in the House this session, so I just wanted to welcome you back and welcome all of my colleagues back. Thank you very much to my colleague for his speech today. It was entertaining. I do have to say that you spoke more about. Sorry, the member spoke more. I'm out of practice. The member spoke more about goats than he did about climate change. So I do have a little bit of concern about maybe the priorities there. He did talk about reducing red tape. He did talk about costly delays. He did talk about missed opportunities. A large part of his conversation today was about missed opportunities. And so he won't be surprised that I'm going to ask some questions about missed opportunities in our province, in the province of Alberta, where the leader has stopped renewable projects, where we have a Conservative leader who has stopped renewable projects in the province costing $33 billion and thousands of Albertan jobs.
Right.
So he can talk about how the trucks got in the way for him, but realistically, if you want to talk about missed opportunities, that has got to be one of the biggest missed opportunities in this country, and I'd like to hear his thoughts on that.
Good question.
For Battle River Crowfoot.
You know, it's interesting, Madam Speaker, that member would so selectively listen to what I said when she'd missed. It's kind of So here's the reality, Madam Speaker. If that member understood when it comes to the pragmatic realities that energy is facing, she would understand that the point that I was making surrounding goats, and this bears repeating, this bears specific emphasis, is that they are blinded by ideology and refuse to recognize practical reality, which is why that party and their sibling party or whatever they would call it, their officially connected Alberta party, was so resoundingly rejected in the last election. But Madam Speaker, when it comes to the issue of where Alberta stands on renewable development, here is the reality. We have the most renewable development in this country. We are proud of that, and there will be more. But what we need to also ensure is that there is a firm regulatory framework to allow that to happen. We've done it with oil and gas, and we will do it with renewable energy. And the fact that that party is so blinded by politics speaks to the fact of why they were rejected in the last Alberta election.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. And I'm so happy to see my friend from Battle River Crowfoot back. I'm going to hone in on something he said in his speech about transportation needs, because it's critical. Want to let him know because of having a stroke, I couldn't take a plane to Ottawa, and I needed to pursue foreign interference, so I took the train. And I want him to know that I thought of him while crossing the Trestle Bridge over Battle River. And I thought, I know who's the member of Parliament for Battle River Crowfoot, but I want to let him know exactly how often one can get public transit from Vancouver to Kamloops. And it's a shockingly poor 2 times a week. You can get via rail out of Vancouver, and you can get to Kamloops, you can get to Edmonton. By the way, when you took the train, we took the train back, and we were stopped. Edmonton was as far west as we could go because via rail canceled the train due to the fires. Rented a U-Haul truck out of Edmonton and drove to Kamloops. Long story, just to say, would the honourable member join our passenger rail caucus and do everything we can to boost accessibility for particularly low-income Canadians to reliable public transit in rural and remote areas, because all of the buses packed up and left. Any comments would be welcome.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the question, because it highlights that we need to ensure that we provide opportunity in our country, and that includes for rail development. I have in my constituency one of those via rail stations in the community of Wainwright. And it is unfortunate that there has been reduced service, that although the Liberals brag a lot about investing in transportation, well, that certainly hasn't come to Battle River Crowfoot, nor has it been seen in the via train situation. But, Madam Speaker, we do have to acknowledge that we need to ensure that we provide opportunity on all fronts. So if that's passenger rail service, and I know the province of Alberta has been leading the country in terms of ensuring that they are opening the door to say, look, there is potential to have high-speed passenger rail service from major urban to major urban. Madam Speaker, I think the rest of the country could learn from that. And I would just simply say this in addition to passenger rail. I am proud to have communities that are actively working to ensure that we increase rail capacity, period, because more rail capacity in our country is good for the economy, it's good for industry, and ultimately, if we can get passenger trains on that rail, that's good for passengers as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. You know, the Liberal NDP coalition claims they care about climate change and renewable energy, and yet they had their Ottawa gatekeeper bureaucrats actually cancel a viable tidal wave energy project in Nova Scotia just this year. That company lost close to $40 million, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering, my question for my colleague is, why would any company want to invest in renewable energy in Canada when they see this kind of thing?
That's right. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, it's a good and it's a valid question, because he's right. When it comes to capital, the idea of capital, it goes to markets where it can see a predictable return on investment. Now, talking about economic terms like that probably flies over the head of many of the left-leaning members in this place. But, Madam Speaker, the reality is this. The Liberals have created more boundaries and roadblocks and reasons as to why so few are deciding to invest in Canada on many fronts. Energy is a big part of it, whether that be renewable or traditional. Madam Speaker, we need to be a country that says yes again, that allows mines to be dug to get those rare earth minerals, that allows windmills and solar farms to be built. We need to be a country that, in addition to those things, we also have to be willing to say yes to oil and gas. We have to be willing to say yes to major infrastructure. But the sad reality is that has been shut down.
Sorry, it being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill S-242, an act to amend the Radio Communication Act, standing in the name of Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams, seconded by Ms. Roberts, moves that Bill S-242, an act to amend the Radio Communication Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte. Okay.
Madam Speaker, access to high-speed internet on your phone, your tablet, or your computer has become not just a want, but a need and a necessity to participate in today's economy in order to go to school, to be educated, to communicate, or even, as you saw this summer, for public safety. The internet, which when I was a kid was a luxury, is now transformed into a public utility, which nary a function in today's society that can be completed without it. And yet 40% of rural Canada is not connected to high-speed internet. Wow. Almost 60% of our First Nation communities are not connected to high-speed internet access. And especially troublesome, those in rural areas that are connected find it inadequate and expensive. In a 2021 poll conducted by the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, 68% said that the organization they communicate most with online is their bank. A strong internet connection may also be a factor in determining someone's health care, as 28% of Canadians consulted a doctor virtually in 2021. Wow. And as this nation faces a shortage of doctors and healthcare practitioners, that number is only going higher. There are also simpler conveniences that come with reliable internet, like food and grocery delivery, car sharing, social media, and online booking portals. Farmers these days now only have equipment with software that can only be updated online using the internet. That's right. But rural Canadians suffer most of all as the world goes more digital and they are stuck in the Stone Age. And Madam Speaker, why does this matter? Well, it matters because Canada is rural. Of the 3,700 municipalities in Canada, only 94 are urban, or over 100,000 in population. That means that 97% of Canadian municipalities are rural. Even in my home riding of Bay of Quinte, only a 3-hour drive west of Ottawa, southwest of Ottawa, with Belleville, Prince Edward County, and Quinte West. In my region, traveling east to west, north to south, you often lose cell coverage. A lot of my residents don't have reliable high-speed internet. And we're a 3-hour drive from over 10 million people, and a part of this country that should be considered urban and have reliable, high-speed, and cheap internet. The answer to those problems, Madam Speaker, is to have more competition, more companies competing, and especially have more Canadian companies competing, filling in the gaps when it comes to technology and spectrum to get more rural Canadians connected to the internet and cell phone towers in Canada. But the answer is also to ensure that the government's role is to ensure that the rules and regulations in place benefit rural Canada as much as it does urban Canada. This bill is a bill for rural Canada to ensure that when Canada gives a public utility resource, spectrum, or spectrum licensing to a company, that the company uses the spectrum to connect rural parts of this country, and it's over 7 million people, to high-speed internet access. Right. This bill is entitled Use It or Lose It, which will see that if a telco buys spectrum intended to service a geographic region in Canada and within 3 years does not service 50% of that geographic area, the minister has the legislative options to ensure that another company will. I'd like to personally thank Senator Patterson from the Great Nunavut and his incredible staff who have already passed this bill and shepherded it through the Senate. When discussing this bill, the senator revealed that this is his last year in the Senate. He actually turned 75 and almost the last day of the year that he can serve as a senator. And he told me that if his generation is going to be remembered for anything, it'll be the last one that remembers the world before the internet. Can you imagine that? But with this bill, Senator Patterson will be remembered for protecting this public utility for all of rural Canada.
Hear, hear.
The senator talked to me about the importance of this bill in the North, in the Northwest Territories, in Nunavut, and on the Yukon. You see, when it comes to the internet, we're either 5 years ahead or 5 years behind. In rural Canada, we are certainly 5 years behind. In the North, the Northwest Territory Premier Caroline Cochrane, during a recent wildfire, stressed, as phone and internet lines were out, that they had been asking for upgrades for decades with no response. She quotes, "It angered me that we've been pleading and begging to have the same infrastructure the people in the South take for granted, not extra, just basic infrastructure." In PEI, a resident, Julie Lauren, pays $161 per month for her home internet service, and just for context, that is more than 8 times what Australians pay. She lives in Bonshaw, PEI, a rural community just 30 minutes outside of Charlottetown. To have a high-speed internet at home, Lauren relies on the only company she found that provides reliable service in her area, Starlink, a United States-based satellite internet provider operated by American SpaceX. Most Canadians can't afford either internet or can't get it because it hasn't rolled out yet. Worse, and many times in the past, telcos have abused the internet and spectrum, a public utility, as their own real estate and asset and profited off of it. And there are many examples this very thing has happened. In 2008, after a competitive auction that lasted 331 rounds, Quebecers Media Videotron Limited shelled out $96.4 million for the exclusive rights to a block of wireless airwaves in Toronto, outside of its home market of Quebec. But the telecom never built a wireless network out in Canada's most populous city, and in June 2017, it sold the unused licenses to Rogers Communications for $184.2 million, netting an $87.8 million profit. A month later, Videotron earned an even larger windfall, $243.1 million, by selling a handful of spectrum licenses to Western Canadian Telecom HoC Communications Incorporated. And in 2013, after scrapping its on-again, off-again plans to launch wireless services, Shaw sold 18 licenses to Rogers for $350 million, nearly twice the $189.5 million it bought for them in 2008. Madam Speaker, the message couldn't be clearer. Spectrum is a public utility. It's a public good. The government owns it and leases it to companies with the idea that they will use it. Spectrum should not be flipped like a piece of real estate. It should be developed. Or if it can't be given to those that can give it to those companies to develop, especially in rural Canada, so that they can get the high-speed internet that they need. And by law, although the government says they can do just that, there has been very little done about it. This bill gives the minister powers to do something about it. The minister's new powers include repealing licenses if they do not meet the geographic deployment conditions. You see right now it's met only by population. And a lot of times what will happen to spectrum licenses, if they fulfill the population, which in tier 2 to 4 includes an urban component, so if a licensee fulfills the Toronto component but not the Northern King region or Vaughan component, they can still hold on to that license, even though those rural users don't have internet. This makes sure that it's geographic. That includes the geography, that 50% of that geographic area must be met, not just the urban area. It includes a consent to an agreement to transfer the license to a new provider if the original owner has partially deployed service. So there is a provision, use it or share it. So it's not going to be as cruel for those that are actively trying to deploy spectrum. It's going to give the minister power to make a decision to work with that provider as long as they are working with the ministry and with the minister. And it's going to allow the spectrum license to be shared among 2 or more companies to deliver the service to a assigned geographic area. Again, not just use it or lose it, but if need be, use it or share it, which I think is very innovative. These came from amendments on the Senate. I'd like to congratulate the senator on many important amendments to this bill in the Senate, and there were many great improvements to its original form. One of the amendments was to ensure that those buying Tier 1 to Tier 4 licenses would not be able to meet deployment conditions by simply deploying to the urban areas with those large geographic tiers, but also required to provide service to a smaller rural remote areas nestled within in order to meet the obligations under this legislation. So we're trying to work with those providers. It also laid the foundation for other amendments focusing on the use it or share it regime, which allows the minister to be able to make the decision to share parts of the spectrum to companies that can fulfill the obligations of the spectrum rollout. In addition, it provides ministerial flexibility to either outright revoke the license or to reallocate Tier 5 areas, which are rural, within the license to other providers who are already able and ready to service the under-serviced areas. A lot of those were independent service providers like a company called Storm, which is actively working on that. The amendments also included a provision that would clarify the intent to ensure that license holders cannot sell the license up to and including 3 years minus a day in an effort to avoid penalties for not complying with license conditions. So we're giving the minister the power also to ensure that companies on the 299th day prior to the 300th day that they're going to revoke this, that he can make sure that these companies are complying, or again, he has the power. We're giving the power to the minister, which is very important. Another amendment requires the minister to start a competitive bidding process within 60 days of not only the revocation of a spectrum license, but also where the license holder has voluntarily surrendered their license as a result of not being able to meet their licensing obligations. And a further amendment addressed the concerns over the ability of smaller proponents to raise the required capital to participate in the competitive bidding process, small companies, giving the minister the flexibility to use competitive bidding or other reallocation processes such as a first-come, first-served model when a license is revoked or surrenders. Again, we have many small businesses that want to participate in this license process. Let's give the minister the power to select those smaller companies, especially when it comes to rural Canada and the North. You see, not all companies are bad, and spectrum auctioning is a necessary process where there's much demand and little supply, like in urban Canada. But in rural Canada, there is less supply, and this bill is awfully needed to fix that. Therefore, this bill is a small start to spectrum policy review in Canada, especially in rural Canada. In the Senate, Senator Patterson noticed the importance of this bill in raising awareness of the major problem of connectivity, including Indigenous communities, and the impact this plays on Canada's reconciliation process, especially as it pertains to enhancing the language and culture of those in remote communities. The Senator also made many comments close to my heart on how the government should develop incentives and policies that foster competition and facilitate the entry of Canadian companies into the competitive market. Madam Speaker, Canadians have had bad or worse connectivity in rural and remote areas in Canada. The really bad news is that most of Canada is rural, and that 40% of rural Canadians don't even have access to high-speed internet, and that's just almost 60% for our First Nation peoples. At a time when Canadians need fast, reliable internet and cell phone coverage for their economic well-being, for their kids' education, and perhaps most importantly at all, for their safety. This bill ensures that those companies that win spectrum auctions actually use the spectrum they are buying in rural areas of Canada that need it. This is too, with no small effect, work on ensuring that the Canadian government and its Ministry of Industry has a role to play in ensuring that the spectrum licenses in this public utility that is purchased by companies is being put to providing good, fast, reliable internet for Canadians, or that a use it or lose it provision will ensure that at the very least that the asset owned by the Canadian public is not just speculative for companies trying to earn another buck. I want to thank Senator Patterson of Nunavut for putting forward this very important bill, a very timely one for when he retires, and it is my hope that we in this place can support the work he has done in the Senate in this great first step to address rural connectivity in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you to the member. I think this issue, without a question, is a very important issue, and I'm thankful for the senator to raise this issue as something that's important. We know that when it comes to rural communities, northern communities, there are still big challenges. The member did speak about other levels of government, and I would just like to know from the member, what role does he see when it comes to building more capacity in regards to municipalities and provincial governments and territories? What roles do other levels of government have to play when it comes to building more capacity within the system?
Good question. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. Well, the federal government takes the lead. Certainly, we've given the role to other municipalities and to the province in terms of also fulfilling these obligations. It ultimately comes down to the company. The company is the one responsible for that spectrum, which is a taxpayer-owned entity, and for rolling that entity out in a timely and affordable fashion to those members. And we're also realize that Canada is a large geographic area, so perhaps one of those answers is we need more companies. More companies. I think the answer we've stated all along from this side of the House, we need less government and we need more people in order to fix a lot of the problems that are here. We need more Canadian companies that can provide those services, provide spectrum and internet to Canadians so that Canadians have cheaper internet and they have internet as a whole. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say, first of all, I'd like to talk about my colleague's leadership with respect to telecommunication services. We saw him take a position in the industry. I want to stress this fact. This bill will also cause a certain disturbance to the industry, and I'd like to talk about what impact it might have on possibly higher tariffs and fees. This is perhaps not desirable because in rural areas and in areas like mine, this could be a problem. Will he support the motion in committee saying that we should study in depth how we can modernize this bill in order to have programs better adapted for rural areas? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci beaucoup pour...
I'd like to thank my colleague.
When this gets to committee, I'm definitely in favor of any amendment that's going to improve this bill. For the most part, this bill, I think, for the amendments in the Senate have already satisfied some of my members' concerns, specifically including the effects on rural Canada and those companies, specifically in the fact that the minister is going to have all the power to determine what happens if spectrum's unused. The biggest provision of this bill is going to be punishing only those that are grossly negligent in terms of not using spectrum they said they're going to sell. In other words, using spectrum only for speculative activities, buying it and selling it for more profit. If a company wants to develop that spectrum into a rural area, I think they're going to find the support from the minister in ensuring that not only use it to lose it, but a use it or share it provision that's in this bill. And I think we're going to be happy to discuss that at committee, and I think we can make this bill the best it can going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief question, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his intervention and also Senator Patterson for this. I do want to ask my colleague, though, one of the differences with the New Democrats' policy on our internet broadband is actually to have the spectrum fund the build-out, which is actually right now about $6 billion that's required. And real quickly to my colleague, is there any regrets through the process that we've had? $21 billion has been raised through spectrum auctions since 2001, and Conservative and Liberal governments have taken that money in, and at the same time, there hasn't been oversight, and we have some of the highest prices. So thoughts in terms of why we've taken up so much money coming in and not had any type of connection with our spectrum auction policy with the $21 billion that the governments have collected off of Canadians.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte, a brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the simple answer is, yeah, the government's taken all this money in, and at the end of the day, Canadians have never paid more for internet and cell phone than ever before. The Canadians pay the highest cell phone bills in the whole world, and they pay double the internet that the Americans and the Australians do. The answer that from our side is to make sure there's more competition, but ensuring, yeah, when we're collecting all that money for spectrum, perhaps we should be looking at an urban component, but then a rural component, because the rural component needs help, and the urban component is doing just fine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable for London West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to represent the people of London West and to talk today about the important role played by the spectrum in the Canadian economy and in the daily lives of Canadians.
Attention to this important issue, and I look forward to study this matter. Wireless spectrum is a finite public resource and an important enabler economic activity. And Bill S242 seeks to ensure that unused spectrum is being put to work. And I think that we can all agree that this goal, Madame la Présidente, à mesure que nous menons l'étude de...
Madam Speaker, as we consider this bill, it's important that we think about the way in which this bill reflects ways in which we can support the vast array of economic activities, social activities, and mobile connectivity. The spectrum supplies security networks, research, industrial applications, national defense, and satellite services. We also want to make sure that institutions and enterprises in Canada can profit from these technologies, which allow businesses to be more efficient, productive, and innovative. By supporting the adoption of automation, robot technology, in industries such as mining, agriculture, and manufacturing, the spectrum will help us support the growth of businesses and economic development in rural and remote areas.
Recognizes this and is supporting innovation through its spectrum licensing processes. For example, our recently announced non-competitive licensing framework will support the adoption of innovative technologies that our economy's productivity will ultimately depend on. My hope is that Bill S242 can accommodate important spectrum measures such as these. Madame la Présidente, Bill S242 has an important goal to put spectrum to work and get Canadians connected. Every Canadian, regardless of where they live or work, deserves access to reliable and affordable high-speed internet. And we saw the importance of this during the pandemic when everybody had to work from home and had to figure out ways to continue to be productive. Furthermore, further study of this bill should be considered its interaction with existing and planned policies and focus on ensuring that it will accelerate the objectives of the universal broadband access and efficient spectrum use. The Government of Canada has already committed to connecting 98% of Canadians to high-speed internet by 2026 and 100% of Canadians by 2030. I think this is ambitious, Madam Speaker, and we have made available over $7.6 billion to expand access to high-speed internet in underserved areas. And through our Universal Broadband Fund, we have already helped connect over 200,000 underserved homes to high-speed internet. with an additional of 80,000 homes getting connected by the end of this year. That is a total of 750,000 homes to come.
One of the main things in this bill, S242, is that it implements an overall objective of deploying up to 50% in each part of the spectrum. A more thorough study will help us to consider the way in which this objective will allow us to deal with the things we have to deal with to have larger, wider bandwidth coverage. Most sectors will be better connected through our financing programs, our rules having to do with the 5G network. And at the same time, this bill will allow us to adopt new innovative approaches which will improve access to the spectrum in rural areas. For example, within the license issuance framework, when things are not competitive, as has been mentioned before, we will take an innovative approach with respect to issuing various permits and licenses. And this will also help non-traditional license holders. It could be that there is a private network in a factory or in a mine that covers things in a way that would support aquaculture or agriculture. This framework will allow smaller players in internet services to access the spectrum quickly, rather.
It is a public resource and it needs to be used. That is why we're already putting the strong use it or lose it policies in place as part of our licensing policies and our spectrum auctions. And as we release more spectrum, we continue to increase our deployment requirements using more ambitious targets, as well as smaller license areas to ensure that coverage is targeted to rural communities. And our upcoming 5G spectrum auction later this year will feature our most ambitious deployment requirements to date, which will require operators to increase their coverage over time and expand into rural communities to meet our targets. We're also strengthening older deployments requirements and pursuing policies that will provide new users with access to unused spectrum. And this will also be in areas where deployment conditions have been met. So as these processes come online, we will see even further progress in closing the connectivity gap across the country. Enfin, Madame la Présidente.
And, Madam Speaker, I feel that any possible impact of this bill on investment in implementation of these objectives should be considered and studied. These objectives will be implemented so quickly that those who are contracting for them may have to deal with uncertainties. We also have to examine the impact of the bill on investments already with respect to the 5G spectrum. As the bill is drafted and amended, it will have to be amended perhaps, or those wanting to use it will have to make changes to a whole series of multi-year investments in order to respond to a whole series of new deployment conditions. I am sure that this is not the intention of the bill, and our examination, an in-depth examination, will allow us to examine the best way to improve investments in the network.
This is an important bill, and it's an important topic. And I look forward to hear the discussions of my colleagues and how we can continue to make sure that every home in Canada is connected, and we can support the plan that the government has already started to connect families. That's 750,000 families that will be connected through our connectivity plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to say, first of all, allow me to offer the condolences to our friend Mathieu Leblanc, who died over the past few days ago. He was part of a student movement At my university, he was part of the union movement. It was very touching to listen to what his friends had to say on social media. I would like to offer my condolences to his loved ones. He will be missed by all of us. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss a subject which is crucially important for my region and for all Quebec regions. Cellular coverage is an important issue for all communities. Our smartphones are something that can help us maintain contact with our families and our friends. There are some people who still have a landline, but it is less and less used in my region, as in many other regions of Quebec. When there isn't adequate coverage, this can lead to all kinds of problems. First of all, it's hard to attract people, to get people to come to these rural communities. My chief of staff, Christian, lives in a rural area of Rouyn-Noranda, and it's impossible to get him with a cell phone. You have to get him through internet, and yet he only lives 45 kilometers from downtown Noranda. These people have to use other technologies. With the advent of telework, those who couldn't get a clear cell signal became second-class citizens and weren't able to take advantage of this new work tool. There's also the question of safety and security, because there can be accidents. For example, on the highway towards Du Parquet, there's a 9-mile stretch in the region which is not covered, doesn't have cell phone coverage. So you could not be able to get in touch with someone if there were an accident. This is only one example among many. With respect to the problems having to do with lack of cellular coverage on our roads and highways. There are things that happen every week. In Bill S-242, with respect to the conditions for license issuance, they talk about deploying the spectrum to provide service for at least 50% of the population, but this is not enough. They talk about this 50% as if it was what was stipulated in the bill, that it would bring builders and would help people living in these second-class zones, so to speak, without help. Those who paid already profited from connectivity, but others could not. What we see is that there are the same companies and the same geographic facts as there were with the internet. And what about rural zones?
For them, it's a matter of equality of opportunity. Currently, people who decide to live in a rural area are penalized. This undermines our full use of our territory. Our villages, our rural and remote communities deserve to be taken into account. The government should deploy legislative and financial incentives to allow for the full use of the spectrum for the benefit of remote and rural areas. Leaving it to supply and demand and competition is not fast enough. And as we have seen, leads to difficulties in rural and remote areas. It's very simple. Companies don't provide service where it's not profitable. We should also limit spectrum license reallocations, because transferring a license from one company to another only slows things down further. It also leads to uncertainty, and that can really drive up prices. The government should fund infrastructure to provide connectivity to people in underserviced areas. There should also be laws requiring telecoms to serve as many people as possible, and share infrastructure to avoid redundant infrastructure. Forcing telecoms to provide service to as many people as possible and to share infrastructure would allow us to connect as many people as possible, but there will still be areas where the government will have to intervene on behalf of residents. That's why sufficient funding should be set aside to provide connectivity to as many Quebecers and Canadians as possible. We can take as an example Quebec's Operation High Speed. Because the federal government provided money to Quebec, the plan could be deployed very quickly. Since 2021, we have seen vans all over the streets there to expand the network, and things are being deployed extremely quickly. If the government really wants to speed up the improvements to the cell network, it should send money to Quebec. Quebec already has shovels in the ground. If the government really wants to service areas with a low population density, it should count on the Quebec government. When debating on internet coverage and cell coverage, it comes down to this. Do we really want to fully use our territory, or do we want to group people around a few big cities and major highways? Because that's really what we're debating here. People who choose to live in the countryside are fully using our territory and making our land bloom, while our major cities have some competition. In smaller towns, the issue is not competition, it's access. Because to have competition, there needs to be at least one player present. This is a matter of equality of opportunity for rural and underserviced communities. And then there is the whole issue of deadlines. In Bill S-242, should there even be deadlines? If so, what deadlines? Going back to Quebec's deployment of high-speed internet, that started in 2021, and 2 years later, we can see that things moved forward quite rapidly. But that was because the operation was heavily subsidized. We should recognize that deploying spectrum will not happen by waving a magic wand. There needs to be consultations with people in the sector to make sure that any imposed deadlines are feasible. It's one thing to impose deadlines on a major player. It's quite another thing to impose a deadline on a smaller player or a new entrant. This whole question of rural connectivity for cell phones and internet should be studied. Could, for example, the government set up a program to build infrastructure? These sorts of questions need to be studied in greater detail. And that is why I decided to move a motion, which I just moved in the industry committee, to study these questions. We want to be able to sit down with people from within the sector so we could discuss these questions, but also accessibility and affordability of wired and wireless internet writ large. We want to hear from the CRTC. We want to hear from the Competition Bureau. We want to hear from the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Rural Development. This will let us obtain data and recommendations so that we can properly address the needs and concerns of consumers. Wired services are becoming less and less used. Wireless phones are becoming the new alternative. And given these changes, we really need to look at the issue in detail. I fully believe that the committee study is the best way to arrive at a regulatory framework that will meet the needs of Quebecers from Gaspé to Rouyn-Noranda. So thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc will be voting against the bill. We want there to be a more detailed reflection on high-speed internet. And this is important to me. This was really one thing that got me back into politics in 2019. It was a main issue in my election campaign. When you live in a rural area, you know that current services are inadequate. People cannot get connected. People would say, oh, well, unroll 500 kilometers of wire. It didn't do anything. There had to be all sorts of coaxing to get people to offer connectivity. We brought this up in the industry committee. COVID also really played a role. We know that telework exploded during COVID. It's about time the federal government realized that they're lax in its own programs and look to what was done in Abitibi West. We were able to provide subsidies. So I commend that sort of leadership. I hope that the federal government will do something similar with its cell network. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to raise and talk about this issue, and also want to thank Senator Patterson for putting forth the legislation that we will then hopefully move to industry committee. And You know, it's really important, Madam Speaker, to understand a couple of things about the spectrum auction. I know when we talk about those things, usually people's eyes glass over and they don't see it as something that connects to them and their family on a regular basis, but it is at the root of the problem of the reason why we have high prices. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because since John Chrétien, Paul Martin, Stephen Harper, and our current Prime Minister, the philosophy has been to grab the cash from these companies that would make a robber baron blush with the profits they have and the way that they've treated the general public, and then have no terms and conditions related to pricing, consumer rights, all those things. And it's important for the public to understand this. We control all of this. We always have. And that is not in dispute. It is something that is not going to change. We issue out the public airwaves. So the public space that we own above ourselves is a series of different products in terms of speed, the way it can be actually accessed by companies, but we control this 100%. So $21 billion has come into the government coffers since John Chrétien, Paul Martin, Stephen Harper, and now the current Prime Minister, and at the same time, they have allowed these robber barons to set up a system with low competition, high charges and fees, and conduct that is not appropriate. You'll remember, Madam Speaker, that these companies recently, because of their own turf war, failed Canadians during an emergency with 911 calls. Yeah. We lost control of emergency services because of two children having a fight in the playground. And what was the response? Not a whole lot. We had to come up with a legislative solution. The minister was actually out of the country, had to call the companies and beg for us to get back online. That's the nature of this company. When I got here originally, Bell Canada at that time wouldn't even follow through with the mandate for pay equity for their women workers. We had to bring the CEO of Bell, who actually got later on hired by this Prime Minister for a side job, to actually get equal pay for women in their own system that they were supposed to do. We had hearings here in Ottawa on that. This is a routine behavior of some of the industry on Canadians on a regular basis. And I can go on with a few other examples. You look at most recently, and I do congratulate the minister for the TTC, but why did it take the minister's intervention to get cell phone service sorted out properly in an area that's dangerous, has millions of people using each day, and again, the children in the playground had to be brought together to get a solution? The Shaw-Rogers takeover. How outrageous is it right now that the minister still hasn't responded? I wrote him a letter asking for it. Our Competition Bureau took that to court because we wouldn't do the right thing here in this place and stop the merger, or takeover is really what it is, and have less entries in the market. So the Competition Bureau, which is the public interest, took them to court to challenge this. A routine thing that other countries do. So what did Rogers do? They sued the Competition Bureau, and outrageously, they have to pay Rogers $8 million for the Competition Bureau just to protect Canadians. And meanwhile, the Competition Bureau has to do all kinds of legislative work and other types of work. So basically, the watchdog ends up paying the robber baron at the end of the day. So what does this bill do? Is a couple of things New Democrats have been calling for. Number one is cell phone service is an essential service, flat out, full stop. Yep. It's involved in terms of your life, emergency. Even when government did, remember that one, remember this one, Madam Speaker? For immigration, they put up the first thing is if you actually wanted to get on the immigration file, you could do it really quickly. Well, if you had a higher speed service, you actually got the spots from the government. They did that, and it was a policy. So your speed affects not only that, your work, your school, the way that you actually be involved in life, and the rural component is really abused in this country. In fact, since the pandemic, their speeds have not improved very much, and meanwhile, urban ones are going up again. So again, as New Democrats, what we've called for this would be essential service. And second of all, we said stop the cash grab as a policy that ends up putting those profits back to the companies or subsidies And an alternative model, which other countries have done, is put demands that when you get the spectrum, you have to have some low-cost service fees for seniors, persons with disabilities, low income, and the speeds have to be the same. You can do that through a mandate of the way that you do the RFP, request for proposal, on how you sell the spectrum. But instead, we've had an addiction for that $21 billion and growing. And until we actually change that process, we are going to pass on that $21 billion, not only in terms of it goes to the public, and where it's gone is unbelievably in terms of many, many years, but also that expense to consumers. Because what do the big ones do? They pass on the cost of the spectrum to their customers. So think about this as a Canadian. Your own government takes your own resource, gobbles it up, then sells it, and they try to squeeze every single cent they can out of the spectrum auction for whatever else, and then pass that cost back on to you. And at the same time, as I mentioned those former prime ministers, the other thing they have in common is they've cut corporate taxes during record profits for these CEOs and for these companies, with no terms and conditions, despite the product being our own. The spectrum is our own. I don't care if you're a Canadian on Bay Street or if you're a Canadian up north somewhere else in Alberta or other parts of Quebec or Newfoundland and Ontario and go on and on. We all own this equally. And it is now a toll road in the sky. That's what we've created with our natural asset. We've created a toll road in the sky. And by the way, all toll roads aren't created equal. If you're rural, you get a double whammy. Not only was your resource used against you for the price and costing, you also got a poorer product. And that's just plain simple. Plain simple. And this bill, thank goodness, stops one of the most worst practices. And I really want to thank Senator Patterson for this, is that if you buy spectrum, get this, we were allowing the purchaser then to resell it. How stupid is that of a public interest that we would actually go out there, try to squeeze what we can, and then we'd let the actual company that got the spectrum sell it for a profit without doing any work, or no terms and conditions. So where do you think that cost goes? So you get a double layer. Talk about double, triple taxation. And this is unacceptable. And again, this goes back to Chrétien, Martin, Harper, and now the current PM in terms of the philosophy. So Senator Patterson's bill fixes that one particular problem. It's no longer going to be allowed to be able to go and do that. And we are actually ransoming ourselves and our asset against ourselves. So when we go to committee with this bill, it will only touch on certain things. Not all those things are going to get dealt with, but these are controllables right now. We have to lower the price of cell phone and services. But we need a prime minister and a minister that's willing to put terms and conditions like never before to build out our system, as opposed to just trying to do a cash, take the money and run. $21 billion. And you know what, Madam Speaker, right now, it's estimated to connect all Canadians at a reasonable rate. And by the way, the reasonable rate set by the CRTC, what the NDP says, that should be the floor, not the ceiling. Like, it should actually be the best, not the worst that you can get, is that it's $6 billion. $6 billion, and we could actually roll out the proper coverage and connection. And our policies should be based upon that. I know I have to come to a conclusion, Madam Speaker, but again, what I think is really unfortunate about this is we've done it to ourselves. So it's up to us to fix this now, because we can't continue to have a policy that does nothing other than have a cash grab from the Prime Minister of the day, and the fallout is high prices, low accountability, and low standards and services from companies that even have had to be reined in because of the way they aggressively pursue against their own customers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Hey, Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill S-242, an act to amend the Radio Communication Act. If passed, Bill S-242 would require spectrum holders to significantly increase the deployment of this finite and valuable resource. Now, most Canadians will say, what the heck is spectrum? And that's a great question. Spectrum is an intangible asset, but it's an extremely valuable asset worth billions of dollars. In fact, the most expensive auctions in the entire world are for spectrum. Access to spectrum decides who can go online, it determines who can use the internet, and it even can save a person's life through a call to 911. But to help understand the importance of spectrum, let's go back over 100 years ago to April 14th of 1912. Yes, the day that the RMS Titanic crashed into the iceberg over 300 nautical miles off the coast of Newfoundland. The result? Over 1,500 people tragically perished. Some will say that it was solely an iceberg responsible for the fatalities of the Titanic, but did you know many experts have pointed out that managing radio interference could have prevented the fatalities the night the Titanic sank. Radios use spectrum bands to communicate through different frequencies, and back in 1912, radio communication was the most commonly way to communicate wirelessly. Historians say that electronics of the wireless telegraph on the Titanic created so much noise that it interfered with the communication systems on ships nearby. In fact, multiple ships warned the Titanic of nearby icebergs the day it encountered its own. To make matters worse, a ship by the name of the Californian, only 16 kilometers away, did not receive the Titanic's urgent call for help on the night of April 14th. Not because it was too far away, but because its only wireless operator had turned off their communication system after an earlier dispute with the Titanic over radio interference. As a result, not one SOS message was received by the Californian despite being the closest ship to the Titanic. This failure to manage the spectrum prompted a swift passage of the Radio Act of 1912 in the United States. The Radio Act enabled the federal government to license wireless operations. And although spectrum was mainly used for radio communications in 1912, today spectrum is the foundation of internet and cellular connectivity in our digital world. So although times have changed, the consequences of mismanaging spectrum continue to exist. The reality is, Bill S-242 was introduced because of this government's mismanagement of spectrum. And as a result, rural Canadians in particular suffer because of this mismanagement. Madam Speaker, as Conservative Shadow Minister of Rural Economic Development and Connectivity, I will focus on how the current Liberal government's mismanagement of spectrum has failed rural Canadians. Later this year, the Liberal government is set to auction off the 3,800 megahertz band of spectrum. The spectrum is needed to connect Canadians with high-speed internet and cellular service. But if telecom companies fail to use the spectrum they purchase, then Canadians won't get connected with the reliable internet and cellular service they need. And because the government sets the rules for spectrum auctions along with the requirements for deploying the spectrum, the government directly influences how many Canadians will be connected with this essential service. Unfortunately, if we examine the deployment requirements of the upcoming spectrum auctions, we can clearly see how little this government cares about connecting Canadians in rural and remote areas. The government has irresponsibly signed off on a plan that will shut out rural Canadians from accessing high-speed internet and cellular services for decades. For example, the deployment requirements for the most urban regions in the upcoming auctions require a minimum population coverage of 50% over 10 years. Regions that include cities such as Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, Regina, and St. John's all require telecom companies to connect 50% of their population within 10 years. You may think that 10 years is a long time for only 50% of the population to be covered with the newest technology, and I would agree. But when you look at the connectivity requirements set by this current Liberal government for the upcoming spectrum auction, a massive discrepancy exists between how quickly urban Canadians and rural Canadians will be connected. This is a shocking in today's digital age when high-speed connectivity is vital to economic and social prosperity. Rural Canadians should be furious that this Liberal government has signed off on a plan to connect rural Canadians much slower than the rest of Canada in the upcoming Spectrum auction. For example, the good people of Timmins, Ontario, should be furious to learn that only 35% of them can expect to be connected with the internet and cellular services needed in today's digital age with a lackluster 10 years. In Grand Falls, Windsor, and Gander, Newfoundland, the government is only requiring telecom companies to connect 10% of the population over 10 years. And it's clear how little the Liberal government cares about Smithers, British Columbia, because they will only require telecom companies to connect 20% of Smithers region with this spectrum band over an outrageously slow time frame of 20 years. Madam Speaker, when you look at their plan for connecting Canadians, it's clear how little the government cares about connecting the rural and remote Canadians who need this service the most. The longer the spectrum deployment requirements are, the longer Canadians will wait to be connected. Madam Speaker, the Liberals love making announcements when it comes to reliable internet and cellular service, but they have failed to deliver miserably. This Prime Minister doesn't care about rural Canadians. In fact, he has yet to learn what the realities they face. I was recently in the Yukon, where a local First Nation development organization told me that predators will deliberately prey on individuals along highways without cellular service because they know their victims can't call 911 for help. These are the realities of this government's failed connectivity plan. This Prime Minister pretends that his government has connected rural Canadians with high-speed internet and cell service, but rural Canadians know he is misleading them. Earlier this year, Canada's independent Auditor General confirmed her damning report to Parliament what rural Canadians already knew. Despite billions of dollars in announcements and multiple so-called strategies, over 1 million Canadian households and over 50% of First Nations still do not have access to high-speed internet. This report didn't even include the many cellular dead zones across Canada that are threatening the public safety of Canadians, especially those in Atlantic Canada who just faced deadly hurricanes. But results don't matter to this government, because this Liberal government measures success on how much of your money they announce, instead of how many Canadians they can connect. In fact, since the Liberals have introduced their Universal Broadband Fund, they announced over $200 million in taxpayer funds for Bell Canada, over $38 million for TELUS, and over $5 million for Rogers. But I can't forget to mention the Liberals' disastrous infrastructure bank. The government announced over $640 million for Bell and $660 million for Rogers through their infrastructure bank, which has failed to complete countless projects. It's one thing if these billions of dollars resulted in high-speed internet and cell service for all Canadians, but that's not the case. Connectivity projects across Canada are not getting built because government gatekeepers are slow to approve applications. Connectivity projects are not getting built because there are so many bureaucratic programs that organizations are losing track of their applications. And connectivity projects are not being built because there just isn't enough competition. The Liberals love announcing billions of dollars in taxpayer-funded money, but fail to connect Canadians. Madam Speaker, this is a problem because this government can connect Canadians through better spectrum policy. Rural Canadians cannot afford to wait any longer to receive dependable, quality, and affordable service. As urban communities become connected at a much faster rate, the future of economic growth in rural Canada is at risk. It's become clear that current approach is not working. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, sending Bill S-242 to committee is important so it can get studied and improved if needed. We know the consequences of poor spectrum management. In 1912, it contributed to the sinking of the unsinkable Titanic. Today, it determines whether rural and remote Canadians sink or swim in our economy and our society. Canadians are counting on us to connect them. Let's bring it home. Thank you.
Resuming debate, and I do want to advise the honourable member that I will be actually interrupting him at some point. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, it's interesting. The mover of the bill made reference to the fact that he was but a child when the internet was around, and it made me reflect on myself. When I was a child attending school, internet didn't exist. So there is maybe a bit of a generational gap, but I can tell you that during the 80s, when it really started to come upon Canadian communities with the old dial-up dial tones and so forth, and the advancements in technology that we have witnessed over the last number of decades, today it is safe to say, when you think of internet, Madam Speaker, that it is an essential service. It is something that is of critical importance. And when I think of many of our rural communities, if not all of our rural communities, how they can dramatically benefit through the internet. And if you understand and you appreciate the way in which communities, both rural and urban, can benefit through the internet, and we've heard a number of citations, such as economic power of the internet. We can talk about the health services today that are on the internet, the many different types of services that you can actually acquire. It's truly amazing. When we talk about the spectrum, I can appreciate the fact that over the last couple of decades, the spectrum issue has been on the floor of the House of Commons. It is something in which ministers have had to deal with. Where I start to get a little bit offside with some of the comments, whether they're coming from the Conservatives or my New Democratic friends in particular, is when they start making accusations in terms of how this particular government has been allegedly, or concerns about neglecting rural connectivity. I would argue that there has not been a government that has spent more time and energy and financial resources in ensuring that rural communities are being connected, Madam Speaker. You know, they talk about hundreds of millions of dollars that have been collected through spectrum auctions, or the selling off of spectrum, Madam Speaker. You know, estimated somewhere in the neighborhood of about $20 billion. It's a significant amount of money. This government has also invested hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into rural communities related to internet access, Madam Speaker. The government has done that because, as I indicated, we have recognized the importance of rural economic development, plus the social benefits of expanding and ensuring rural.
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has expired. The honourable member will have 6 minutes and 40 seconds the next time this matter is before the House. As I said, the time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House shall now resolve itself into committee of the whole to consider motion number 28 under government business. La Chambre se formera.
The House will now go into committee of the whole.
Okay, je vais donner ces deux-là. Alors, avant d'entamer
Before we begin this evening's debate, I would like to remind honourable members of how the proceedings will unfold.
Each member speaking will be allotted 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. And this is pursuant to order made earlier today. Members may divide their time with another member. The time provided for the debate may be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each, and the chair will receive no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent. We will now begin tonight's Take Note debate. And before we do that, I would like to remind honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 17, every member participating in person desiring to speak must rise in their place. Oh, okay. So on the motion, Mr. Sajan for Ms. Gould moves that this committee take note of the allegations of a potential link between agents of the Government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export, Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Mississauga-Malton. Madam Speaker, as this is my first time rising in this House today after the summer break, I'd like to take a moment to thank the constituents of Brampton East for putting their faith in me as I continue to advocate for them here in Ottawa. Madam Speaker, I want to start today by offering my sincere condolences to the family of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Canadian tragically killed on Canadian soil. As the Prime Minister said yesterday in this very chamber, Canadian securities have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the Government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Canada is a rule of law country. The protection of our citizens and the defense of our sovereignty are fundamental. Our top priorities have therefore been, one, that our law enforcement and security agencies ensure the continued safety of all Canadians, and two, that all steps be taken to hold perpetrators of this murder to account. Madam Speaker, our law enforcement and security agencies are actively pursuing this with the utmost importance and severity. As I said, Madam Speaker, all Canadians deserve to feel safe, and our government will do everything it takes to ensure Canadians and our sovereignty are not violated and Canadians are protected. The Prime Minister of Canada raised this very serious concern directly with Prime Minister Modi just recently while he was in India and urged the Government of India to cooperate with Canada on this important matter. This is something our government is working closely on with many of our important allies around the world. Canada is a country that respects international law, respects freedom of expression without violence, and we all will always stand up for these principles and values that we as Canadians, regardless of where we come from across the globe, hold very dear to our hearts. As Canadians, it's important that we remain united. It is essential that we remain steady in our democratic values and principles. Madam Speaker, I must say that this is a very difficult time for many families in my riding of Brampton East, those who come from India with ties with India and the broader community. Many constituents have reached out to express their deep and serious concern on this matter, and it's important to note that all parties in this House unequivocally stand with Canadians and stand united against all forms of foreign interference. It doesn't matter on this issue if you're a Liberal, Conservative, NDP, Bloc, or Green. We heard from all leaders of these parties yesterday in this very chamber who stood up together against the killing of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar. For those listening at home, there's one unifying message from all parties in this House, that no form of foreign interference will ever be tolerated, and we will hold steady in our pursuit of justice. At a time when many from the Indo-Canadian community have deep concerns, it is important that we stand together and stand united. As Canadians, we are proud of our multiculturalism. We value all religions and backgrounds, and we have a mutual respect for one another and our beliefs. Canada is a country made up of immigrants from across the world, and it is our diversity and inclusivity which makes us stronger and keeps us united. Diasporas from all around the world come to Canada for a better life for their families because of our values, the rule of law, the strength of our democratic institutions, and so much more. In my riding of Brampton East, we have gurdwaras, mandirs, masjids, churches, to name a few. I have witnessed firsthand the value of diversity in my riding and the mutual respect communities have for each other. This is not just a representation of Brampton, Madam Speaker. This is a representation of many communities across Canada. During my recent visit to Richmond, BC, I visited the Highway to Heaven and witnessed a Buddhist temple, synagogue, a monastery, and so many places of worship side by side. The Highway to Heaven is home to many religious institutions from the Buddhist, Sikh, Hindu, Muslim faiths across Canada. From coast to coast to coast, Canada truly is a diverse country, and this is what makes us Canadian. Madam Speaker, as Canadians, we truly are one big family, and we need to continue standing together. Our values of multiculturalism, inclusion, resilience, and respect bring us together and define what it means to be Canadian. We value the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom, which protects the rights and freedoms of Canadians, including freedom of expression and the right to equality. We all deserve to feel safe and be safe in our communities. Madam Speaker, as I conclude today, as we saw in the chamber yesterday from all parties, this is a time for all Canadians to stand together, hold steady, be calm, and be there for one another, and hold strong on our principles and values as Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his comments, and I would like to stand in solidarity with the South Asian community of my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. They do not simply live there, they helped build my community. And I'm thinking of the temple in Paldi. They helped as a part of the forestry industry, and they are an integral part of the fabric of my community. The revelations yesterday have shocked many in my community as well. And I think right now we need a moment of openness and transparency. The community in the weeks and months ahead will be looking for answers. I would like the Parliamentary Secretary to commit to the House today. Will the government be providing measured objectives and status updates on how this investigation is proceeding so this community can have answers on how the pursuit of justice is proceeding? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank a member opposite for that very important question. Madam Speaker, just like his community in his riding and my community, they've come together on this very important matter to stand united as Canadians against foreign interference. And of course, as this is an active investigation, I don't think it's fair for me to comment on the investigation itself, but I think it's fair to say that we stand together against foreign interference in all its forms.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague said in his speech that the Prime Minister had raised the question with the Prime Minister of India during his recent visit to India for the G20. My question is quite simple. Why did he wait to yesterday, the first day of the return of Parliament, to share this information with parliamentarians? We know that there was some difficulty coming back. It was a bit complicated for him, technically speaking, but he has been back for some days now. Why did he wait until yesterday during the return to Parliament to make that spectacular declaration?
Secretary.
Madam Speaker, thank you for that very important question through you. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister did indeed raise this issue, but it's not the first time that the issue was brought to that level of government, through ministers, to parliamentary secretaries, through MPs, feeding into the system about our community's concerns. And I know with the Public Safety Minister, many of the MPs met with him to express these concerns that we're hearing from our communities. And so we will continue raising the voice of our community to ensure that justice is served.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First off, if I may say, I have a very high Sikh population in terms of that I represent in Winnipeg North, and I know there's a great deal of concern on the issue. I also have a very strong, caring, passionate feeling towards India, a country that I believe Canada needs to have a wonderful, positive, growing relationship well into the future with. I was caught by the member's comments when he said that we should remain calm. Believe in the fact that Canada is a nation that has a strong belief in the rule for law, and that there will be justice served. And I'm wondering if he could just expand on his thoughts when he made reference, as I believe, that we should remain calm and just be dependent on the system that has served us so well for so many years.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the member for that very important question. As leaders in our respective communities across the country, I think it's upon us to ensure that the community knows that our institution, our security agencies are working hard at this investigation. But really going back to it, I think it's about our principles and our values that we need to continue to remain united, hold strong as Canadians, because any type of foreign interference is not going to be tolerated in any of our communities, but it's upon us as leaders to stand within our communities, to unite our communities, to stand for our principles and values.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga-Malton.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister rose in this chamber to speak about something that strikes at the core of sovereignty of Canada. Now I wish to speak to all Canadians. As the PM said, over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the Government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Any involvement of a foreign government in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil is an unacceptable violation of our sovereignty. Foreign interference is unbecoming of any democracy, let alone the potential link between foreign interference and the country that proudly proclaims itself as the largest democracy in the world. The Government of India needs to take this matter with utmost sincerity and seriousness. We are not looking to provoke or to escalate, but we are a rule of law country. The protection of our citizens and the defense of our sovereignty are fundamental. Madam Speaker, many news outlets in India have reported on this issue and have already made conclusions. Conclusions so outrageous that they can only be defined as misinformation at best. They should know that this was not a political calculation for votes. This is an immense country with many vast and diverse diaspora communities, and they are all equally Canadian. The remarks yesterday were made in spite of how diaspora communities vote, not for diaspora votes. For many Canadians, including those from the Sikh community, yesterday confirmed what they already knew and felt. Many deep-seated fears were realized. In the Sikh community, you grew up learning and hearing about the Indian state and how they have treated Sikhs, how the Indian state keeps an eye on Sikhs in Canada. To hear that there is a potential link between the murder of a Sikh living in Canada and the Indian state strikes at the very heart of the security that a lot of Sikhs came to Canada to find. Madam Speaker, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Now we will test the veracity of those words. A Canadian was killed on Canadian soil. In seeking justice, we must heal the divisions of the past and not create further divisions. As Canadians, we are one people with a common future. For the strength of our democracy and the harmony of our people, we must come together and close rank. We must stand united against foreign powers that seek to undermine our fundamental freedoms. It's true in Canada that we have diverging views. This is not a sign of weakness. The strength of democracy is in fact shown most in how openly we can air those diverging views. I call on all Canadians to unite. While there will be time to debate our differences, now is the time to find common ground. Despite the pain, we must be patient. We must trust our institutions to do the important work of carrying out justice, and we will wait and we will demand for justice. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. I admired the Prime Minister's transparency towards the House when he told us about this incident, but it has created a great deal of concern in the Sikh community in Canada. This is a great community in Canada, and now are these people experiencing increased fear and concern because these people have families, loved ones in India? What is the government's message to these people who now are in Canada?
Malton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her comments and her question. As a member of the Sikh community of Canada, again, I stand united against foreign interference in all of its forms, including the targeting of diverse Canadians that come from diverse countries. I am an immigrant myself, and I have family within India. And I share these same concerns that my honourable colleague raised. Again, there is an ongoing investigation. I cannot comment on that investigation, but we will stand united against all forms of foreign interference.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver, Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, often people confuse my riding with my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway, but I am East Van all the way. Thank you very much to the member for his comments. As we know, the issue around foreign interference is real, and it is happening here in Canada. Earlier, of course, it was exposed to CSIS that there's been significant foreign interference from China, targeting even members of this parliament. Now, of course, the latest revelation from the Prime Minister with India is particularly disturbing as well. And so this situation is very serious. People in my community in Vancouver, and I would say across the nation, are wanting to stand united together with each other to recognize the importance and significance of this issue. So to that end, with respect to the public inquiry that is finally now before us, what message do we want to bring forward to the Commissioner as the Commissioner looks into the issue around foreign interference, most definitely in the situation for interference from China, but as well in this instance and other instances? What suggestions?
The honourable member for Mississauga-Malton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments and her question. Again, the federal government chose Justice HoC to lead the independent public inquiry, and she'll be tasked with investigating the interference by China, Russia, and other foreign states and non-state actors in the 2019 and 2021 elections and otherwise. Again, her background is legal, as is mine. To respect the rule of law, she was appointed under the Inquiries Act, and the Commissioner will act and operate independently from the government and will have a full range of powers. So at this moment, I think it's inappropriate for me to comment on how the Commissioner should do her job. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in my riding of Brampton East, from the South Asian community, the Sikh, Hindu, Muslims, and various diasporas in my riding have reached out with various degrees of concerns in terms of foreign interference. And I think what I'd like to hear more from the member is has he heard the same thing from some of his constituents in Mississauga-Malton?
Our member for Mississauga-Malton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. His riding is actually the neighbour to my riding, and we share some of these same communities. I have heard these same concerns from folks that have families overseas, both from immigrants and individuals that were born in Canada and have families overseas. Again, individuals fundamentally respect the rule of law, no matter where they come from or where they are. And that's the rule of law that this country stands for as well. And so we'll continue to advocate on behalf of the constituents of Brampton East as for the constituents of Mississauga-Malton.
A brief question, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, how can he explain the lack of a reaction from Canada's partners who helped us so much with the two Michaels? Right now, it seems that there is no one who is standing up for us. What does he have to say?
For Mississauga-Malton, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. And my answer to him is an unresounding yes, that we should call on our partners that respect the rule of law, to hold countries that engage in foreign interference to account. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, we learned from the Prime Minister that the Government of Canada had intelligence that linked the Indian government to the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar outside a Surrey Gurdwara in June. Now, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to offer and convey my sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Nijjar for their loss. I know that it must be incredibly difficult, especially given the circumstances that have since unfolded and the horrific public nature of this murder. One thing is clear: If the allegations that have come to light are true, they not only represent a murder, but also an egregious violation of Canada's sovereignty. Canadian citizens and all persons in Canada must be safe from interference from foreign governments, and they certainly must be protected from extrajudicial killings. There must be no question that Canadians on Canadian soil should not have to worry about their safety in relation to authorities beyond our borders. Si ces allégations sont vraies,
if these allegations are true, they would represent a scandalous insult to our sovereignty. We should be safe from these extrajudicial executions, in particular those committed by foreign governments. Canadians deserve to be protected on Canadian soil. We ask the Indian government to act with the greatest transparency while authorities investigate this murder, because the truth must come out. We want to know who committed this assassination and who was the instigator. Conservatives will continue to work to get these answers.
Deserve the facts of what happened here. They must be provided with the truth. That means that the Canadian government must share the evidence that they have. It also means that the Indian government must provide transparency and cooperate with authorities as this murder is investigated. The public deserves to know who was responsible for this murder and why it occurred. Canadians can rest assured that Conservatives will not rest until we get these answers. Conservatives and all Canadians stand with those diaspora communities of Indian origin who have been impacted so directly by these tragic events. We also appeal for calm as we navigate these difficult circumstances. We also must stand for the rule of law, one of the foundational principles of Canada. We must defend it vigorously so that no Canadian is deprived of it. Tous les Canadiens sont...
All Canadians are acquainted with people from the Indian diaspora community, and this is why the official opposition is saying we are all Canadians. This is our country. We must be united, and we must be united each with the other. Let us join hands and condemn this act. To the friends and family of the victim, let us put aside our differences to defend the rule of law. The rule of law is the same for all citizens, and it was drafted by Canadians for Canadians.
We are all Canadians. Canada is our country, and we must be united as we confront these challenges. We all condemn this murder, and we all stand with the families and friends of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. That is the Canadian way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export, Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his important remarks today. And would the Honourable Member agree that we need to stand together against all forms of foreign interference? I know when families in my riding came to this country, including my own family, we came to this country because of our respect for international law, our rules, and our principles. And so I'm hoping the member can expand on standing up together against foreign interference, as we saw yesterday in the chamber.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Of course, Conservatives have been calling for stronger measures to protect Canada against foreign interference. And my honourable colleague is correct. People come to Canada from all around the world because of what Canada offers. We are a diverse country because people come to Canada for our freedoms, for the ability to live their lives the way they choose, to raise their children the way they want, to pass down their culture, their faith, their language. to the next generation of their families. And that's why so many people come from all over the world, all different backgrounds, all different cultures come to Canada, and we are united in that freedom. So absolutely, Conservatives believe in taking strong measures to defend our institutions, our country, and our people against any form of foreign interference, especially when it comes to a tragic situation like this.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to my colleague's speech, and it made me realize that with my my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois have been asking questions, and some to which we haven't had an answer yet. My colleague, the member from Montarville, said why, when the Prime Minister has been aware of this for a while, waited till yesterday to make the statement in the House. And another question that was put by my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, is, how is it that you and the former Speaker wasn't able to say why were we not able? Why did they not support us in asking the Prime Minister to give us clarifications on this? I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. These are excellent questions for the government. I'm a member of the official opposition, and I don't have the information that the Prime Minister has. I don't have access to our intelligence agencies. My colleague raised some good questions. I think questions that a lot of Canadians are asking, but only the Prime Minister or someone in his team can answer. Because we'd like to know what information justified his statement yesterday, so perhaps at the next stage of this debate, the Honourable Member can put the question to a government member.
For Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Conservative House Leader for his remarks in the House. I'd like to again state the solidarity that I stand with the South Asian, particularly the Sikh community in my riding of Cowichan Malahat Langford, and I would agree with them. They are looking for transparency and openness during the course of this investigation. My question through you, Madam Speaker, to the House Leader is, if the credible allegations head towards a path where the facts become incontrovertible, and we do have hard evidence of the involvement of the Indian government, does he have any ideas on what Canada's response vis-a-vis India should be in its international relations with that country? Thank you.
The official opposition House Leader.
Well, I think it's premature to talk about what might happen should information come to light. I think we should focus on the need for that information to come to light. And that's why it's our position that the Prime Minister should disclose the information that he has that led to his statement yesterday. I think only then can we start to talk about what might come after that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, the official opposition House Leader, thank him for his speech. I also want to thank the Leader of the official opposition for taking the tone that he has taken, as did the honourable member just now, that we need to see more evidence, that we need to know. I mean, these charges are grave. I am as alarmed and aggrieved as any member in this House. I would have liked to have said right away in response to the Prime Minister that extending condolences and support and deep sympathy for the family of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Unfortunately, the official opposition chose to deny me the unanimous consent to speak then, but that doesn't stop me from thanking them for taking a very sober tone that we need to see the evidence. So my question to the honourable member is whether his leader would reconsider the offer to have top secret security clearance so that those of us who are leaders of opposition parties in this place, but particularly the leader of the official opposition, have access to looking at materials that are classified and top secret, because I think that, especially given the gravity of these recent just revelations from the Prime Minister that the government of India may have committed murder on Canadian soil. We need to see all the evidence. Would the leader of the official opposition, and does his House leader believe he might reconsider rejecting the opportunity to get top secret security clearance?
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands knows full well that that offer was made in relation to a different kind of foreign interference, the foreign interference by the communist regime in Beijing, and it was part of a multifaceted attempt by the government to avoid transparency on this issue. Our position is that the Prime Minister made a very public statement yesterday. He rose in this House, made a very public statement. He delivered a statement to the media. He's making very public allegations. So there's no reason, we don't believe there's any reason to have secret briefings where those who attend those briefings have to keep those secrets. We believe Canadians have a right to know what happened, and the evidence that led to the Prime Minister's statement yesterday should be released so that all Canadians can understand what's going on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member of Surrey Centre.
I'm just listening to the leader of the House Leader of the Opposition, and what he has just said is that he's asking for evidence that is to go before courts to for people that haven't even been charged yet to be disclosed in public so that everyone may know, and then those that aren't even charged yet could possibly run away, go away, hide their deeds. I think I have a lot of respect for him. He's been a speaker here. He understands the rule of law and order and knows, I hope, the basics, fundamental principles of law and order and evidence and court proceedings, that you cannot do that. So it would be very irresponsible for the Prime Minister of any party to ever get up and give evidence in this chamber. I think the duty in this chamber was to give reassurance. So I ask the Honourable Opposition House Leader to clarify why he would want evidence of an ongoing investigation to be given out in public.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, that's just complete nonsense. I did nothing of the sort. I said that the Prime Minister had information, he had evidence that led him to make a very public statement and a very public determination yesterday. So that's all we're saying. We're not in any way saying that that something that might rise to the level of an actual court proceeding. But we are saying that the information that was provided to the Prime Minister that led to the statement should be made public. The evidence that he has should be put forward so that Canadians can understand what's going on. Perhaps they're trying to dance between the semantics of literal definitions or certain definitions of words. But I think it's safe to say that when the Prime Minister rises in this place and makes the statement, the gravity of which is so profound and so serious, that it does merit an explanation for Canadians.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't think anybody's trying to dance around anything, and I would just like to seek clarity on what was just said. So is it the case, because I know that the Leader of the Opposition issued a similar statement to what the Opposition House Leader is saying, would he agree then that any evidence that would be germane to this case that would be gathered by officials in their investigation in this matter that they deem should not be made public, even if it was given to the Prime Minister at one time, would he agree that that should remain
Answer from the Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I guess we could start with them releasing some information on all different areas. This government has an aversion to transparency and accountability. So, it'd be a great conversation to start, and they can start by sharing what they believe they can at this moment. I think Canadians would welcome that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, in a shocking statement, the Prime Minister accused India of sponsoring, if you will, the assassination of a Sikh separatist on Canadian soil back in June, Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to convey our most sincere condolences to members of Mr. Nijjar's family. They must be going through a very difficult time, especially after what they learned from the Prime Minister yesterday. And like my colleague from Avignon, Tan Mitis Matapedia, I should say we appreciate the transparency shown by the Prime Minister in this affair, which is concerning to say the least. And as the House Leader of the Bloc, I again signal our collaboration to get to the bottom of things, and we need to truly investigate this revelation to see if those allegations are really true. Because this is about an extrajudicial assassination in Canada, pure and simple. It flies in the face of international law. This would represent a very serious act. It would seem that the Prime Minister's allegations are based on intelligence information. But should they prove false, it would seem that in that case the Prime Minister would have been quite imprudent, especially given how serious those allegations are and how important of a country India is. And it's not to mention the importance of the Indian and Sikh communities within Canada. Since yesterday, the tone changed. The Prime Minister is now calling for calm. And I think that is a wise decision. I do believe that we should avoid squabbling, avoid speculation. What we should do is investigate and get to the bottom of things. But when the Prime Minister calls for calm, it makes us focus on what is going on, because for years now there have been tensions between Canada and India. Now Canada is accusing India of a possible extrajudicial, extraterritorial assassination. India, for a while now, has been accusing Canada of providing a haven for Sikh extremists in our territory. They've accused Canada of being too lax towards the Khalistan movement, and I, as a sovereigntist, find it a bit far-fetched that the Liberal government would be rubbing shoulders with a separatist movement. But really, what we need to do is fully examine what actually happened, especially given the seriousness of the allegations. I would like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières who drew my attention to an article by Sam Cooper in the Bureau. He brought up the NCCOP report on the Prime Minister's visit to India. And I can speak about this quite freely, given that I'm not even that I wasn't a member of NCCOP at the time. According to that article, Madam Speaker, CSIS had planned a major intervention back in 2017 to shut down the actions of Indian intelligence services in Vancouver who were targeting members of the Sikh community. According to that article, Ottawa blocked the CSIS operation due to the political sensitivity of the issue, and because Ottawa was worried about a possible impact on the Prime Minister's then upcoming trip to India. The National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians also said that back in 2016, CSIS had discovered an increased volume of Indian intelligence activity within Canada, targeting the Indian Canadian diaspora and governmental institutions. If that is true, that's also quite troubling, Madam Speaker, because it would mean that Ottawa, the Liberal government, deliberately interfered with a CSIS investigation to avoid an impact on the Prime Minister's then upcoming trip, a trip that the Prime Minister would then go on to India. And we all know that despite the Prime Minister's attempts to impress our Indian friends, the visit was a failure. And one of the reasons for this is because inadvertently, and even though the RCMP was aware, the government had invited to not just one, but two receptions in India, a Sikh separatist named Jaspal Atwal. Obviously, this provoked the Indian government. Since then, tensions have been hot between India and Canada, despite the fact that there was great hope that the Prime Minister's visit to India for the G20 and the planned meeting between the Prime Minister and India's Prime Minister would be an occasion to rebuild bridges and reopen communication channels. Instead, what we saw was an increase of tension between Canada and India's prime ministers due to discussions on the alleged assassination of a Sikh separatist on Canadian soil. Once again, I will say that we greatly appreciate the transparency shown yesterday by the Prime Minister. We would have expected nothing more from him, especially given during the Chinese interference issue, he was accused of taking too long to reveal information. It looks like the lesson was learned, so he decided that he would inform parliamentarians promptly this time. Though, of course, that all depends on what you consider prompt. Perhaps immediately after his meeting with the Indian Prime Minister, he should have informed Parliament or the public of the strategic and sensitive information he had. When asked about this, the newly minted Minister of Public Safety said that because information was beginning to leak, they decided that they were going to reveal the whole thing to Parliament. Sometimes arbitrariness gets it right. The government felt information beginning to leak at the very time where the government needs a boost because the Liberal Party is trailing in the polls. Now, I'm not making any allegations of my own here, but I'm just noting that sometimes random chance works out for some people. And this leads us to another question. Why did there have to be information leaking out in order to reveal information formally? What might have happened had nothing leaked? In that case, would the Prime Minister simply not have informed the public for a long time? In that case, he would face more allegations of taking too long to reveal information to Parliament and the public about tragic interference by a foreign country in Canada's affairs. So, Madam Speaker, as you've no doubt observed, there are lots of questions flying, a lot of questions, and all too few answers. Earlier, we asked why the Prime Minister waited until yesterday. We didn't get an answer to that. We asked why so few allies of Canada have stood up for us. We didn't get an answer there either. I will reiterate that we in the Bloc will cooperate with the government to the extent possible to get to the bottom of things, because we are dealing with some very troubling allegations. The Canadians and Quebecers absolutely need more information. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This murder happened just a few kilometers of where I live. So we know that all Sikhs in Greater Vancouver and throughout Canada have been affected by this. We also know there is a far-right organization who has been involved in murders and violence, not just in India, but also in the UK and North America. This is of course, the far-right Indian organization which discriminates against religious minorities. So I have a very simple question, because one thing that the NDP has been calling for since yesterday when the information came out was the need to keep track of the RSS, this far-right Indian organization in Canada, so that it cannot carry out its activities and its threats and all that it does to target religious minorities in Canada. Does my colleague in the Bloc Québécois believe in that approach? The Honourable Member for Montarville. Madam Speaker, there are legal and legislative provisions under which the government can designate certain organizations as terrorist organizations. My colleague brought up some legitimate concerns, and there should be a serious assessment of these issues. If the members' concerns turned out to be founded, then it would be appropriate to designate that organization as a terrorist organization. But we are dealing with hypotheticals here at the moment. Right now, the important thing to do is to investigate and respond to unanswered questions.
I want to thank the Member of Parliament from Montarville, who I've had the good fortune of serving on the Foreign Affairs Committee and traveling with him as well. Maybe you can remind other democratic countries that might be watching this how democracies work. We can work in the same place, travel together, vote in the same election, and have different political views, and you don't feel any reprisal and any threat. And the reason I say this, I get this question, Madam Speaker, many times when we're speaking to our Indian counterparts, and they ask us that we must quash independent movements or independent views that are held here in Canada, despite ours being contrarian or not. They tell us to somehow do that, but they forget that in a free and democratic country, people have the ability to express themselves. And we constantly give a reminder that we have members of the Bloc who differ in our opinions on the sovereignty and the boundaries of this country, but they are able to do it freely and openly, and even in this House. So I'd like to hear from my member opposite and how he's able to do that here in this wonderful country.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Madam Speaker, I will gladly recognize the fact that I have freedom of expression as an elected MP in this House, even though I believe in a political initiative which is at odds with most of the parties in this House. However, that did not happen overnight. In the 19th century, blood was spilled in Quebec and in Ontario. Back then they were Upper and Lower Canada. Here we're talking about the Patriotes and the Reformists. And those people fought to obtain civil and political rights and a truly democratic and responsible government. If today Quebec's sovereigntist movement can carry out its policies freely, if we were able to hold referendums in 1980 and 1995 without violence, neither before, during, or after the referendums, if all of these things are true, it's because those who came before us granted us the democratic institutions we have today, which allow us to have polite debate without violence becoming involved. So I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my honourable colleague for his good speech and for bringing awareness to not only the values of democracy we hold so near and dear here in Canada, but also to the incredible threat that these kinds of actions by foreign states pose here in Canada. It's no secret that Canada, through the treaties it's made with First Nations, has become a place, a beacon for people, for safety, for so much more that their lives can represent when freed from the risk of violence and the risk and threat of death. What we are talking about today, Madam Speaker, is something incredibly serious. The reality that Canadians are feeling scared and in the worst cases are being targeted by foreign governments like Prime Minister Modi's government. In my community in Edmonton-Griesbach, we have a great diasporic community of Muslims who've built our province, who've built our city, and right now they are fearful. They're scared that action won't be taken. Will the member agree from the Democratic Party's call that RCMP members, the police, should be involved in the protection and security of those who face great risk in our country?
The honourable member for Montarville. Madam Speaker, first, let me say that I think that there's a brutal awakening for Canadians and Quebecers. I think this comes from the vision that we have always had of ourselves. Nice people, we're open. We seek dialogue and compromise. And internationally, we try to put an end to conflicts. We must never forget that the peacekeepers were an idea created or that came from Canada. It was a Canadian invention. So this idea that we could be the object of foreign interference, well, for us in Canada and Quebec, it's really something that is so unexpected. People in Taiwan are much more used to this kind of situation. They have already developed ways to protect themselves from foreign interference, from misinformation, and this is all new to us. Everybody's nice and wonderful to us, and we can't imagine that this country, this peaceful country that seeks collaboration and compromise, can be the object of this kind of behavior by foreign states. It's a brutal awakening, yes, but we must acknowledge this reality and take action to face that new reality. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avignon.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Matisse-Matane-Matipédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a question that a Bloc colleague asked earlier. It's the same colleague, in fact, who just spoke, and no one could answer him. So I'd like to have his own opinion on this. Why does he think, it was a question from a different colleague, but why does he think that there are no allies of Canada that have spoken? I'm interested in this. It seems very important to me in this context. These are very serious allegations. I think that there has to be a reason for these kinds of accusations. It's not just some simple doubt. How come Canada's allies haven't spoken or made a statement in this regard? The honourable member from Montarville. I'll be brief, Madam Speaker. Perhaps, of course, I haven't communicated with foreign capitals who are allies of Canada to find out what they think about the Prime Minister's statement that he made yesterday. But one thing is certain, and my colleague from Trois-Rivières said it, when it comes to the arbitrary detention of the two Michaels, that was a fact. It was something that was a clear fact. We're talking about intelligence here. We're talking about an allegation, and until that allegation has been proven, it's difficult for foreign nations to speak. even if it's a very worrying situation for all democracies around the globe.
Resuming debate, the honourable member New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to say, to start, that I will be sharing my time with the eloquent member for Edmonton Strathcona. I'm a bit sad to take part in today's debate. As our leader from Burnaby said so well yesterday, we have offered our condolences to the family of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. The member for Burnaby South talked about the conversations that he had with the sons of Mr. Nijjar. This is a situation where a Canadian citizen has been killed on Canadian soil. According to the allegations, allegedly through the act of a foreign government. I think everybody here, all the members here, are united that in thinking that this is something that is unacceptable for Canadians, nor by the Canadian government, and it should not be accepted by the Canadian Parliament, that a foreign nation can decide to kill a Canadian on Canadian soil. That is why, and given the concerns that we have had since June when Mr. Nijjar was murdered, not so far from where I live in Greater Vancouver. A few months later, there were allegations that seem increasingly credible. And as has already been said a number of times now, the investigation must get to the bottom of it so that all the facts are known. That is why the NDP pushed in the spring, and we had a motion that was passed by all the members of all the recognized parties and all the independent MPs. The Liberals were asking, except for the Liberals, they were asking for a public inquiry with regard to India, China, Iran, and other nations. And Madam Speaker, this motion passed on May 31st with a crushing majority by the members who voted in favor, and we continued. You know, there was an agreement between the recognized parties for this investigation to start, and it will begin in the coming days. It's clear that India's interference must be part of this study, as China's interference, and Canada's response must be a strong one.
In my riding, in my community, there are gurdwaras that do incredible work. Sri Guru Ravidas Sabda, that is celebrating its 41st anniversary this very weekend. The Khalsa Diwan Society, the Gurdwara Sahib Sukh Sagal, Guru Nanak Free Kitchen, all of these organizations doing incredibly important work in our community. Now, these Canadians who contribute to such an enormous extent in the life of our community and our region should not have to fear whether or not something they say may be taken and interfered with by a foreign entity and a government like the Modi government. Mr. Speaker, it is vitally important that Canada take action to ensure that this doesn't happen again. That includes, as my colleagues have said, offering our CMP protection. It includes reviewing all of the status of Indian diplomats in this country. We have expelled one. There are dozens of diplomats. We need to review their status. I know my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona will speak more deeply on that. We pushed and have succeeded in having the inclusion of India in the foreign interference, public inquiry into foreign interference. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the RSS, the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, a notorious extreme right organization that has been involved in violence not only in India but also in North America and in Europe, needs to be banned in Canada. These are the responses of the member from Burnaby South and the NDP caucus to the horrendous allegations that we have all heard this week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that speech. It's very logical and sensible. I'd like to ask his opinion. What pushed the government to actively wait before starting an independent inquiry when these revelations had already been gathering for some time? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, I always appreciate my colleagues' comments. In my opinion, it's inexplicable. The proof had been there for months. That's why the NDP introduced the motion asking for the special rapporteur, David Johnston, to resign, that he did not have the confidence of the House, and that the government immediately launch a public inquiry on foreign interference. Now, as the member knows, the vast majority of parliamentarians from all parties, except the Liberal Party, voted for the motion in question, and the government listened to reason. And what is important now is that there is a public inquiry in place. It will begin its work in the coming days. That is a very important thing to ensure and reassure all Canadians that the next elections will not be tainted by foreign interference. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, this is an incredibly serious issue that we're discussing tonight in the House of Commons. My colleague has brought forward some very compelling arguments. He's brought up some very compelling facts. And one of the things that I find interesting is that the official opposition is not participating in the debate today. And I have to ask why that is the case. And I wonder if it is because Stephen Harper, in fact, called Modi a great leader, a good friend. And I'm wondering right now if the member could talk about why he thinks that the official opposition is not, in fact, participating adequately in this debate.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think the member from Edmonton Strathcona has hit a very important point. Over 100 members of Parliament from the Conservative Party are here in the House of Commons. Normally, that would mean the normal rotation for questions would be every third question. They've only rose once since this debate started over an hour ago. So they've only made one comment. That shows, and that was a position, a speaking place that they couldn't give up. So I am questioning, and I think Canadians should question, why the official opposition is absent from asking those questions and raising these concerns. There is no doubt that the Modi government has been cited numerous times for human rights violations, concerns raised by human rights organizations. There is no doubt that these concerns and these allegations are serious. You would think that it would be more than the NDP and the Bloc and the Liberals speaking on these issues. I do not understand why the official opposition is absent tonight.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Stephenson, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member opposite from New Westminster Burnaby for making intervention on this important topic. And much like him, I have numerous religious institutions in my riding, and my friend and colleague from Brampton East spoke about the Highway to Heaven, which he had an opportunity to visit with me. It's a 5-kilometer stretch with over 20 different religious institutions, all in a 5-kilometer corridor located right beside one another, living in harmony and many people are troubled by what they're hearing and what the news that we've learned recently. So I want to ask, speak about a little, some findings that we heard from multiple witnesses during a recent committee study on foreign interference, where witnesses revealed under the previous Harper government, a number of MOUs were entered directly with the RCMP, allowing 25 China policing agents to repatriate criminals from Canada. And does the member think that this practice set a precedent to allow foreign policing or intimidation of diaspora communities on our Canadian soil?
We are out of time, but I will allow the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby to respond.
He's raised a number of different issues, my colleague, but I want to say this quite simply. When we talk about the highway to heaven, the region of Richmond, where all faiths are together, that this is a hallmark of Canadian society, that all faiths work together, that there are interfaith conferences, that we respect each other's religion. And this profound, despicable act that took place in June, the killing of Mr. Nijar, is something that cannot be tolerated by any Canadian, accepted by any Canadian, and we must all give voice to our unity at this time.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to take a moment, as this is the first time I am speaking in the House of Commons since the session started, that it is always a great honour to stand up and represent the smart, the caring, and the kind people of Edmonton Strathcona. I also want to take a moment to express my deepest sympathies to the family of Hardeep Singh Niggar. It's incredible to have a debate in this House today like this. It's beyond the pale that we have to stand in the House of Commons and talk about the fact that a Canadian citizen was murdered on Canadian soil by a foreign government. That there is credible evidence to the fact that has occurred. It breaks my heart. And the reason that happens is because not only did this horrific crime happen, but this sows fear in the hearts of every member of the Sikh community. This hurts our Muslim brothers and sisters. This hurts our community of diaspora across this country. You know, I met with folks today. I've met with folks time and time again that told me about how afraid they are, that told me about how angry they are, and about how little has been done to protect them in this country in which they came to be safe, in which they came to be able to be safe and raise their families. You know, one woman I spoke to today told me that she would have second thoughts about going to a political rally right now. She would have second thoughts about attending a political rally because she would be worried about her safety. In Canada. In Canada. The fact that this is what we're dealing with right now, I don't think we can let go. And I think it's important to recognize the same thing happened when we were talking in this place about Chinese interference. The diaspora community at that time said, we've been telling you for decades. We've told you this is a problem for decades. Again, we're hearing this from our diaspora communities, and we need to listen to them. We need to hear their experience, their voices. We need to make sure that they feel safe in their communities. Because, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter if you're Sikh, if you're Jewish, if you are Muslim, if you are Christian, you must be able to practice your faith in this country without fear. You must be able to live in your community without fear. And we know that right now, for so many Canadians, from coast to coast to coast, that's not the case. That's not the case. You know, I've raised this issue in the House. The New Democratic Party have raised this issue in the House many times. I've raised this in committee. The fact is that the Modi government is committing human rights abuses in India, that the role we have to play in terms of protecting Canadians is an important role that has to be addressed. We have to find ways to protect Canadians better. We have to make sure that the RCMP is protecting people. We have to make sure that the RSS has been banned from Canada. There are many things we can do. But let's not forget that Canada, as a democracy, as a country who believes in the international rule of law, have an obligation, an ethical, moral obligation to talk about when human rights are being abused around the world. It's not enough that we talk about it in Canada. We have to talk about what that looks like around the world. So we have to be able to name that the Modi government has attacked people within the country of India, that women, members of the LGBTQ2+ community, Dalits, Sikhs, Muslims, have all been targeted by this government. And as a country like Canada, with a feminist foreign policy, with a strong belief in multilateralism and the international rule of law, if we don't stand up, if we don't say that that's not all right, if we don't call out the government for this behavior, if we don't call out Modi for the attacks he's making on vulnerable people in India, it hurts us. It hurts who we are as a country. So going forward, we need to do everything we can to make sure what happened doesn't happen again in Canada. We need to hold those responsible. We need to find justice for those that have been impacted by Indian interference in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her passionate speech, in fact, for her passion towards the human rights. If we talk about India, Mr. Speaker, even today we are getting news from Manipur that the Christian women are gang raped in public. Holy Bibles are being burnt. And what the member would think when this is happening there, do we still need to have free trade talks when the human rights are at risk?
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It has been a belief of mine for a very long time that Canada has moved too far away from our core values when it comes to our role in the world. You know, we can't put trade in front of human rights. Trade can't be the priority instead of human rights. You know, we're looking at the Indo-Pacific strategy, a strategy that this government has brought forward. And I will say that making sure that we are not engaging to the same level with China because of the human rights abuses that we know China is committing against the Uyghur people is very important. But to then say that the human rights abuses that we are hearing about day in and day out by the Modi government don't deserve the same condemnation, don't deserve us to stand up and call out that government for these abuses is wrong. If we believe in human rights, if Canadians believe in human rights, we believe in human rights when they are in Canada, we believe in them when they're in India, we believe in them when they're in China, we believe in human rights when they happen anywhere in the world.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her passionate speech. And as she mentioned, at the Ethics Committee, I heard members of the Chinese diaspora who came and told us, I am a Canadian and I am afraid. This was repeated over and over. I'd like to ask my colleague, what does she think the government should do in order to ensure that the diaspora is protected, diasporas in Canada?
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague. That's a very, very important question. I'm a member of the Canada-China committee as well, and at that committee we've also heard time and time again members of the diaspora telling us that they are afraid, that they need more action by the government. They need there to be more steps taken to protect them. So this is not something that is new. And in fact, one of the things that I mentioned in my speech is they've been actually telling government representatives for 30 years. So a couple things need to happen. When we look at the foreign interference study, we need to make sure that we are looking at China, we are looking at Russia, Iran, and India, because those are the 4 countries we have been told have the biggest influence on our democracy, or the biggest ill-gotten interference in our democracy. So that's one step that we can take. We need to have a registry so that we know who these players are. We need to understand. And most importantly, we need to listen to the diaspora. When they tell us what is happening in their communities, when they tell us that they feel unsafe, when they tell us that things are happening that are wrong, that are an attack on our democracy and our sovereignty, we need to listen. And I don't think we've done that very well.
Questions and comments, questions, commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the depth that the member brings, both from Edmonton, Strathcona, Edmonton, Griesba. They've spoken numerous times through the course of this debate so far this evening. We know about the mosques and gurdwaras across Alberta, in Lethbridge, in Edmonton, Calgary, Red Deer, Fort McMurray, throughout Alberta. This is an important issue, and we've had the 2 members speaking up repeatedly about this during the debate, but there has not been a single Conservative MP from Alberta who's spoken even one word in this debate this evening. And I wanted to ask my colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona, why are Alberta Conservatives completely silent on this important debate?
Good question.
Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Well, honestly, Mr. Speaker, I wish I could answer that question. The people of Edmonton, the people of Calgary, the people of Alberta deserve to have their representatives engage in this debate, and that's not happening. I expect that it has to do with the fact that, like I mentioned earlier, Stephen Harper has said that Modi is a great leader. That he's a good friend of Stephen Harper, and that was the Prime Minister that was in power when the current leader of the official opposition was part of his cabinet. The leader of the official opposition has said publicly that we shouldn't be critical of India. I'm sorry. When we hear what is happening in India, there is no other option but to criticize those attacks on human rights by the Modi government.
Hear, hear.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today on the behalf of my resident Brampton South on important issue, and I'm splitting my time with the President of Treasury Board. It is a fundamental right, Mr. Speaker, that every person, regardless of their background, should have the right to safety and security. When these rights are threatened, we must all speak up. On June 18, 2023, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Canadian citizen, was murdered by 2 masked men outside a Sikh Gurdwara in Surrey, British Columbia. I wish to join my colleague across the House, offering our thoughts to the family and loved ones of the victim. Homicide investigators said the incident was targeted, releasing description of the suspects and pleading for information. What was even more concerning was to learn that our national security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegation of a potential link between foreign state agent and the alleged criminals. This is a matter that strikes at the every heart of our sovereignty and our values as a country. Mr. Speaker, today I want to share my thoughts in this important take note debate supported unanimously. This alleged involvement of a foreign government in the killing of Canadian citizens on Canadian soil is an unacceptable violation of our sovereignty. This is a serious allegation which is contrary to the fundamental rules that free, open, and democratic countries conduct themselves with. Canada is a rule of law country, and it is our responsibility to uphold these principles and the principles of international law. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs has said, this government has been guided by 3 principles. Since these allegations came to light, number 1, that we'll seek the truth. Number 2, that we will protect Canadians to all times. And number 3, that we will protect Canadian sovereignty. This is what Canadians expect of us. Mr. Speaker, we must recognize that foreign interference poses one of the greatest threats to Canadian sovereignty and national security. Any form of interference not only puts the integrity of Canadians' democracy at risk, but also undermines our country's ability to safeguard institutions and our sovereignty. This government has always been clear. We will never tolerate any form of foreign interference, and we will always protect our democracy. This is why we have taken strong action as a government to protect our democracy and our electoral system from foreign interference by pursuing a foreign influence transparency registry, conducting a review at our national security oversight processes, and investing in our national security institution. It is a part of our comprehensive approach and ensuring that the integrity of our democratic process remains robust and resilient. That is why we must ensure that the killing is thoroughly investigated. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Bramptonian, and our city has always been a place where people from diverse backgrounds come together, work hard, and contribute to our shared prosperity. It is these residents, like those across the country, who have the right to feel safe and secure within their community. I want to assure all residents in Brampton and communities across the country that their safety and security remain our top priority. No matter your background, culture, race, religion, or affiliation, act of violence or foreign interference against any community need to be investigated, and they are investigated. As the Prime Minister has said, the intention here is not to provoke or escalate. We should remain calm and grounded in our democratic principles and values as we follow the evidence. I urge all of us to stand united in protecting values important to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, when I heard the Prime Minister's remarks in the House, my thoughts first went to people back home in Winnipeg, folks that I see in the community, folks that I see when I visit Guru Nanak Dar Bar, folks at the Khalsa Diwan Gurdwara, and wondering, how that news would be received back home in the community. I've had the opportunity to reach out and to talk to some folks back home and to hear about the concern that people have. And we've heard tonight a number of ways that that concern takes shape. People being concerned about, for instance, going to political demonstrations. People wondering about visits home and what may happen when they go back to see family, depending on their own political views. And it's something that we're grateful for in Canada, that we treasure and that we fight for, to have people be able to take the political positions that they take without fear of violence and death. I'm very proud of the work that the NDP has done to get a public inquiry into foreign interference underway, and I'm wondering if the member has some reflections on how that public inquiry may help bring more truth to light for Canadians, and also, I hope as well, lay out a path that helps allay some of their fears. Thank you.
For Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my honorable colleagues. Yes, as in my speech, I said that, yes, Bramptonian, I'm from Brampton. Bramptonians are concerned like other Canadians. And that is why, Prime Minister made the statement, let's remain calm and steadfast in our commitment to our democratic principles. And as we have fully trust in our law enforcement agencies and intelligence agencies, and they are working hard on that. And in the meantime, we all stand together, and that's what all Canadians expect to do, and that is what we are committed to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I think that on the part of the Bloc and other parties, we all deplore what happened. But my concern is that my colleague is from the region where the crime was committed. I'd like to know what she thinks about the fact that despite all our sympathy, does she understand why the Prime Minister waited till Monday to make a statement? And is she aware of whether or not the Prime Minister had discussions with leaders of other countries? Because we'd like to know why we didn't get any support from other countries in what the Prime Minister is doing, what he started yesterday.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, my honourable colleague, for your questions. Wherever the crime is committed, it is committed on Canadian soil. I'm from Brampton, but it committed on the west part, but it is in Canada. Wherever it's committed, we are all Canadians, and it's unacceptable on Canadian soil. So that is why I'm mentioning our Prime Minister is so transparent and our government is transparent. And that is why my honourable member know that we cannot comment when the investigation is going on. And our number one priority is protect our Canadian. That is what our government is committed to do. We all committed to do that. And that is what we Canadians expect from us. And that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, these credible allegations of a link between the government of India and the killing of my constituent, Mr. Nijjar, are immensely troubling. If substantiated, it is an attack directly on Canadian values with specific focus on Sikh Canadians. Can the member speak to the importance of all Canadians coming together to denounce and affirm shared Canadian values?
Very short answer, and the honourable member for Brampton South.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my honourable colleague. And I think it's a great question. No matter where we come from, no matter what our background is, safety and security is the main thing. And then we all share these sentiments, and we all stand together. And this is the debate is happening here. And the investigation is going on, and we are all looking forward to that. And thank you, my honourable member, for the question.
Continuing debate, a reprise du débat, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you perhaps know, I come from a family that comes from India.
Come from India. They've passed now. But my father is from Tamil Nadu, and my mother was from Jandiala Guru, a small town outside Amritsar. And many years ago, they immigrated to the province where you hail from, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia. And they settled in a small rural town of 5,000 people. Je suis née là. Et c'était...
And we had a very good life there. I love Nova Scotia.
Regardless of where we hail from, we all in this country should always defend the rule of law, should always defend human rights, should always defend Canadian sovereignty free from foreign interference. That is ironclad, Mr. Speaker. And that is what I am here to speak about this evening. Mais premièrement,
but first off, when I was born,
we were one of a very few South Asian families in the province at the time. And that didn't matter because the people of Kemptville, Nova Scotia embraced our family, and we had a wonderful childhood there. And I will say that is the story of towns and cities across this country. It defines Canada, in fact. And we need to hang on to the respect and the integrity that so typifies so many towns and cities across our country. Now, my parents' way of raising us was to enroll us in all the extracurricular activities that they possibly could, so we felt as though we were very much a part of the community. But I, like many children of immigrants, understand the anxiety, the emotions, and the affinity that people have towards their ancestral home. We've all learned to embrace our backgrounds and all that they entail as part of the Canadian identity. Diversity and inclusion are our biggest strengths. My ethnic background is part and parcel of my entire identity. And that identity is made up of different components, including being a mother, a professor, now a member of Parliament, a Canadian, and a Canadian of Indian origin, in fact. And I am a Canadian that is very proud of both my Punjabi and Tamil heritage. So yesterday, like so many, I was appalled to learn about the credible allegations of possible involvement by a foreign government in the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar. And I want to extend my deepest sympathies to the family and loved ones of Hardeep who are having to relive this horrific incident. My thoughts are with you, and today, especially, I'm thinking about my parents and what this means for so many of us who have our roots in India. And I know this is a very difficult time, and as the process unfolds, it will continue to be difficult. But I want to be very clear that our government takes any and all allegations of foreign actor interference in Canada extremely seriously. Canada is a country that is governed by the rule of law, and the protection of our citizens and the defense of our sovereignty are fundamental to our society, to our security, and indeed to our very being. As the Prime Minister said, we must let law enforcement and security agencies take their course for the continued safety of all Canadians. And we must take all necessary steps to hold the perpetrators to account. Mr. Speaker, today I've shared with you things that I have never shared in this House of Commons before, because we do need to remain unified and empathetic, and we must remain a country where our democratic principles and the rule of law are protected. All Canadians have the right to feel safe in their communities and free to practice their religion of their choice, and our government will always protect this right. I hope that we can remain united and allow the justice system to run its course. But I want to echo what the Prime Minister said. We will remain committed to democratic principles, the rule of law, and human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. And because I'm out of practice, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for a very important speech, and just speaking about sharing things that have never been shared in the House and the kind of feelings that this is bringing up. And in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, I've had a lot of community outreach this week, people reaching out to me, sharing their stories, telling their stories. So I wonder if the member wouldn't mind just expanding on the impacts of what kind of feelings are coming out from Canadians and immigrant Canadians that have come here for safety in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and for her service to her community and on behalf of all Canadians. I have heard from many constituents as well as members of the broader South Asian community, and I will say that there is concern coming from the community and Canadians generally about the Prime Minister's words yesterday, especially because people want and need and should be able to feel safe in their own communities. And it is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that I thought that I would stand in this House this evening to express how important it is for us to have confidence in a government that will always protect the rule of law, democratic principles, and human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for, make sure I get it right, Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I kind of scoped the room and have been listening to this, I unfortunately haven't heard too many of my Conservative colleagues speaking. However, the one that spoke, the opposition House leader, brought up some legal questions and said that we need more evidence. That the Prime Minister should share what he knows with this House and with Canadians. My good friend, the President of the Treasury Board, has been my professor. She's a legal eagle, and she's also been part of the Cabinet and knows what is said in Cabinet, as well as evidentiary laws. I'd just like to ask the President of the Treasury Board to maybe reiterate about the only thing that the Conservative caucus members had asked, which is, can the Prime Minister reveal information in an ongoing investigation? And has the Prime Minister ever, without credible evidence, ever made a statement such as this before?
Good question.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board, as far as having you as a professor, I don't know if you should answer that, quite honestly. But the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. I can confirm the veracity of the statement made by my honourable colleague just now relating to our past collegial relationship as professor and student. I will say that it would be highly imprudent for anyone to comment on potential or actual evidence in the process of an ongoing investigation. Full stop. And therefore, the question for us to adduce such evidence while an ongoing investigation is occurring is simply inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. We cannot and should not be involved in an independent investigation which must take its course, especially for the grieving families of the victim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's time for one quick exchange. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention today, for her very heartfelt intervention. One of my questions that I have, we are hearing from diaspora communities. They are afraid. They are afraid of violence being perpetrated against them and their loved ones. And the threat against this particular individual was known, and yet this individual still lost his life, was still murdered. And I'm just wondering what the government can do to reassure members of the diaspora community, what the government can do to make Canadians feel safe again in their homes, in their communities, in their places of faith.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. And of course, it affects not only members of the Sikh community, but every single person in Canada, every individual, regardless of age, ethnicity, cultural background, or religion, must feel safe and secure in their own community. And that is fundamental to our democracy. It's fundamental to a country governed by the rule of law, Mr. Speaker, and it is absolutely central to our Canada that we know and love. And so in this instance, and every other, we need to make sure that law enforcement can take its course and can bring perpetrators of illegal actions to justice. That is fundamental to operating and living in a country governed by the rule of law, and such is the country of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Merci.
The honourable member from Trois-Rivières. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by expressing my sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Nijar and to the Sikh community. You know, in my riding, there are not that many people that are members of the Sikh community as such, but I received a number of phone calls myself since yesterday. People told me these types of things should not be happening. Why aren't the people from the diaspora protected? Clearly, this is the first question one would ask. But we should take a step back and let's take a look at the broader picture. Foreign interference? It did not start overnight. There were a number of discussions in the spring, and in fact, the subject has been on the table for years now. Last spring, I asked dozens of questions, and they remained unanswered. It was downplayed. A number of comments were made calling for an independent investigation, and all of this was turned down. During the spring, the government denied the importance of such an investigation. Requests were simply denied until it was no longer possible to do so. The government was actively passive, if you will, and sped into doing nothing. But this doing nothing was actually allowing for interference. And it's a sad state of affairs when you look at the situation today in the world, in Ukraine, in Armenia. Today, we are no longer living in the era of Walt Disney. There are rogue states, and some of these rogue states, well, you know, we should get rid of our rose-colored glasses at some point. Some of these states are our partners, and some of them are rogue states. Interference can take a number of forms. Clearly, some might refer to it as propaganda through social media channels. You can manipulate the minds of people through these social media networks. You can corrupt elected officials, something that was raised at the Ethics Committee. You can interfere in institutions. There can be direct action, as was the case in Vancouver. But throughout the spring, there was a great deal said about Chinese interference, although my colleague mentioned China, Iran, Russia. Whether we're talking about the committee at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee or at the Ethics Committee, I myself at Ethics heard from people who were afraid, people who said, I'm getting a call over FaceTime in the middle of the day and someone showing me my grandmother on the image, and it strikes fear in me. We called for a public investigation until that could happen. The commissioner was appointed. September 18th is when that will start. That's when the Prime Minister made the statement, actually, about what happened in June in BC. This was a brutal wake-up call for a number of people who believe that these types of things can only happen elsewhere. But in fact, this happened it happened here. And we learned that on June 18th, 2023, Mr. Nijar was assassinated, and that India could be involved. How is that possible? It's impossible. India is our partner. We have an Indo-Pacific strategy. We've invested so much. It's impossible, some might say, but it is true. According to Sam Hooper, we're learning that in 2017, the PM's office stopped a CSIS operation because of, quote, some political sensitivity issues, and that was on the eve of the Prime Minister's visit to India that will remain in the books for a number of reasons. But that's not all. In 2019, CSIS reiterated in a report, and it was for Canadian eyes only, This report stated that Indian interference continued unabated. It's been mentioned tonight, but one wonders why. Why is this tolerated? Why is this made commonplace, whereas something like this costs the life of an individual? It can not only cost the lives of some, it can poison the lives of so many. It just doesn't make sense that these things happen. But you just can't say that it can't happen. The government was aware. The Committee of Parliamentarians on National Security said, more often than not, that the government ignored warnings issued by CSIS about China and India's actions in relation to its nationals. So now you got CSIS, the National Committee of Parliamentarians, the PM. You know, frankly, foreign interference, is that sort of a thing these days? Is it due to ignorance of international relations? Is it a lack of courage on the part of this government? Or is it that people aren't doing anything, that we are allowing this interference by not acting? There is a fundamental distinction that needs to be drawn between intelligence and evidence. It really should not jump to any conclusions, but that distinction needs to be made. Intelligence indicates certain things, whereas evidence demonstrates certain things. This is at varying degrees. I have to say that looking at these reports, there is a lot of intelligence, and that begs the question. Despite the fact that there is this much intelligence, the government decided, once again, not to listen to CSIS. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You know, this is not a perfect, pretty picture. There are rogue states around us. Rogue states will not hesitate to do everything in their power to advance their own interests. There was a Pegasus study at the committee. This Pegasus tool was used by rogue states mostly if there are ways of controlling thought through propaganda, through conspiracy theories, etc. Following what was said yesterday in the House of Commons, our allies, our partners, do not seem to have supported the Prime Minister. And that is shocking to me because back in the days of the two Michaels, the Allied states quickly supported us with no reservations, but there was evidence here at the time. It wasn't an allegation. It wasn't intelligence-based. There's a distinction there. So I wonder, why is there no support here? The government should put forward credible and irrefutable evidence, and if it is to act, it should act in the public interest by putting aside partisan interest. Speaking of partisanship, like my colleague mentioned earlier, these statements seem to be coming up at an interesting time for this government that was mired in a number of issues, and of course, all of that falls behind the issue that we are faced with tonight. At the end of the day, the relationship of trust between this government and the people is being damaged. We require evidence. The government's laissez-faire approach to foreign interference has created some degree of mistrust as to its sincerity to act, and this mistrust is damaging to the public interest. Members of the diaspora need to know that the government will protect them and that the government will act quickly and fairly on matters of foreign interference. The people of Quebec and of Canada need to know that the government has a plan that is credible when it comes to foreign interference, and that it is not just avoiding it, as we saw last spring. I'd close in saying this. You can't have economics trump security, even though Adam Smith says trade equals security. Today we're economic partners with a country that now interferes in our affairs. That just is untenable. We need to put away naivety. We need to look at things squarely. It's a tough world out there. We have to face it. and we need to preserve our dignity and our sense of safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. It's a very sad state of affairs that we should see a Canadian citizen shot on Canadian soil. And the fact that this type of thing, that these allegations that we heard in June were dealt with, I think that's an indication of progress, but we need to take action. I think we agree on that. The NDP proposes tonight that we increase protection, along with the RCMP, for vulnerable populations or groups that may be vulnerable to this type of violent interference from foreign actors, foreign states. It's also important to take a look at the situation of Indian diplomats. There are dozens and dozens of Indian diplomats. But to this day, we've only removed one of these diplomats. And it's important to do away with this violent organization that is involved in the violence against Muslims and Sikhs in India, as well as uttering threats in Europe and in North America. Of course, we also are in favor of a public investigation that would include India. I know my colleague voted in favor of that motion that includes India in the public investigation on foreign interference. Would my colleague agree with this approach? So as to move towards action, words are simply not enough. We need to walk the talk. The member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for these wise suggestions. I've said numerous times during the spring when we're discussing the issue of interference, while we're discussing it, it's ongoing as to whether we should appoint a commissioner or a rapporteur. Interference was still ongoing, and it happened that Mr. Nijar was assassinated in June. It is time to take action. It is time to vigorously and rigorously protect the public.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières for his very enlightening speech and very reasonable, ethical speech, I would say. That being said, Mr. Speaker, he himself raised the question of the lack of support from other states. And there was also the question of the delay between, that was maybe well justified, between the time when the Prime Minister received this information and shared it with us. Now, it may be understandable that the Conservatives are not saying much on this topic, but this has raised a lot of questions. And I don't know if my colleague from Trois-Rivières could go a little further with his reasoning on this topic, but on the topic of delays, maybe the information we have isn't as reliable as we'd like it to be, or maybe it is. I would simply like to hear my colleague speak a little further on this aspect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always appreciate my colleagues' interventions here on this topic. Now, was the information incomplete? Was it premature? Did we make a decision too early? There are a lot of different questions and gray areas that prevent us from trusting what's being said. And there's been a lot of performance. I hope that this is not the case here. But in terms of the absence of support, it might be because there's an absence of proof, and maybe things are a bit premature. There are a lot of questions that can be raised, but we need to shine a light on this, that's sure. And like my colleague, I would like to hear my Conservative colleagues share their perspective on this topic.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Member for... why am I mixing that one up tonight? Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for the introduction of the reality of how this hasn't necessarily been taken seriously in the past, this intimidation, this interference, and potentially this harassment of Canadians on Canadian soil. So I just wonder if the member has any other suggestions of what should be done now to protect the communities that often come to us with intelligence and stories about how they don't feel safe.
Good question.
Honourable Member from Trois-Rivières, thank you to my colleague for this important question. People who came to the Ethics Committee said, firstly, they want to be heard. Secondly, they want to be believed. And, you know, when people tell me I went to the RCMP, they didn't believe me, I think that, firstly, we need to work on really listening to them and then looking into what can be done. You know, of course, ignoring it is the best way to not have to deal with it. So I think we need to discuss how we can communicate with the diaspora. And so we need to be in direct contact with them and in a sincere manner.
Okay. We can all right, sure. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, too, want to thank the honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois for their intervention. And I think on issues like this pertaining to Canadian sovereignty, Canadian dignity and respect for our processes, our safety and our democratic institutions is paramount to this discussion. It's central to the need to see a consensus of members of Parliament. It's good to see the Bloc Québécois is prepared to work with parties of all stripes to ensure that we can actually come to a unified solution on behalf of Canadians, particularly those Canadians that are right now in fear for their lives, that right now have been raising the alarm. And I'm proud of the fact that the government has been honest with this information, has brought it to the House of Commons for us to delineate. Would the member comment, however, on the absence of the Conservatives' voices in something so important as this, that they would want to protect our democracy, protect our institutions, and their absence in this discussion is shameful?
Honourable Member from Trois-Rivières, thank you to my colleague for his question, and he's raising a very valid point. We are all MPs here, no matter what political party we're from, and we have different ideologies. You know my ideology. But we need to be protecting the Canadian population, and when we speak of this, we have to speak from a unified voice. So I'd like to thank him for his question, and I hope that our Conservative colleagues will have heard the fact that we want them to be directly involved in this.
Questions and comments? All right, then we can continue. Continuing debate, the Honourable Minister of Diversity, Inclusion, and Persons with Disability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I want to advise you that I'll be splitting my time with my good friend and colleague, the Member of Parliament from Surrey Newton. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by offering my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was tragically shot to death outside of what is supposed to be a sacred place of worship, the Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara in Surrey, British Columbia. His death was shocking and disturbing to all Canadians, and I know in particular the Canadian Sikh community. The allegations of a potential link between the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, on Canadian soil is unthinkable and absolutely unacceptable. Canada is a country of the rule of law. The protection of our citizens, our rights, our democracy, and our sovereignty is paramount. Actions taken by any foreign government or actor that would seek to harm or kill a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil is a grave violation of our sovereignty. It stands against the fundamental principles of a free, open, and a democratic society. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. we will not allow India or any other nation to interfere in our democracy. So far, our government has taken a number of concrete steps to address the situation. Last week at the G20, our Prime Minister personally raised his concerns about the situation directly with Prime Minister Modi. Yesterday, our Foreign Minister expelled a top Indian diplomat from Canada. Our security agencies are conducting an extensive investigation to ensure those responsible are held accountable. And as the situation evolves, our top priority, Mr. Speaker, remains ensuring the safety of Canadians at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to now speak directly to our communities here in Canada, which for the last few days I've had a number of conversations, including in my community of Brampton West. Mr. Speaker, I want them to know that our government is listening. There is no denying that this is an extremely difficult time for families right across the country, within diasporas, communities across this country. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, our government knows that many in our community may be feeling angry or even frightened right now. But we also know is that our community is resilient. Our community is strong. And our community will get through this together. This is the time for unity. Right now, we as Canadians, regardless of our political stripes, our faith, our race, or religion, must unite and be steadfast in our values as Canadians. Our values of freedom, of acceptance, of democracy, and above all, Mr. Speaker, of fundamental belief in the rule of law. Because it is these values and our commitment to celebrating our diversity that truly makes us stronger, Mr. Speaker, that makes us who we are as Canadians. This is who we are and what we do as Canadians, and we cannot allow this to change us. It is these values that will guide us for the truth. Seeking truth and justice, Mr. Speaker, is also at the heart of what it means to be a Sikh. And Mr. Speaker, like I said, Canadians are strong, our community is strong, and our democracy is strong. And I want to reiterate what our Prime Minister said, and to reassure this House and to all Canadians, especially those impacted by these horrific events, that all steps will be taken to hold those responsible for this killing to account. The safety of Canadians is our top priority, and we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that Canadians feel safe in their homes, in their communities, and in their places of worship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for her speech and commitment tonight to this Take Note debate. I too, like so many of us, I'm sure, have been trying to reach out to folks in our own communities, our own ridings from the Sikh community, and I had a really moving conversation with one fellow who was very specific, and he spoke to the fact that he himself has felt threatened. And that he tries to brush it off and say, well, this isn't about me, this is about a bigger community. And throughout my community in London, the London Sikh Society, Gurdwara, they all work so hard to contribute so positively to the community, and he does so as well. But he said, I feel threatened. And so one of the things that we're calling for are additional supports, protections from the RCMP going forward for those community members who also feel threatened. And I'm wondering if she could talk about that and if the government will support that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from London for her question, but her relentless advocacy also on behalf of her constituents. And London has a resilient community. I've had the opportunity to visit some of the places and the gurdwaras that she had mentioned, Mr. Speaker, and she's right. I mean, we've all have had in our communities have spoken to our constituents that we know are angry. I know are hurt. I know are anxious about what this means. I also know of constituents that have families back home in India right now, or Canadians that are in India right now. These are real concerns, Mr. Speaker, but I want them to know as a government and all of us together in this place are united. We are all Canadians, and it's time for us to come together to ensure that we uphold our values as Canadians and we're there for them. As a government, we've taken a number of steps to ensure security of Canadians, particularly when it comes to places of worship. And we, of course, doubled recently our security infrastructure program to ensure places of worship can have the capacity to ensure they have the security and infrastructure that's needed to support them. So, Mr. Speaker, there's awfully a lot of work that I know we're doing on this side of the House, and I will love an opportunity to work with my honourable colleague to do more. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Out of practice, I'm removing the mute button. Listen, I want to ask my honourable colleague, information has come to light from the Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness speaking to CBC News. And I want to ask my honourable colleague if she can shed any light on this. But the reason the Prime Minister told us what he told us yesterday was that he had reason to expect that this was going to come out in the media, and he wanted to make sure the House was notified before it came out as a media leak. I find this deeply troubling. The allegations of foreign interference, it seems to me, from the spring in relation to the People's Republic of China were also based on leaks in the media from CSIS operatives. I wonder if the honourable member has any light to shine and share on what made the Prime Minister know this. If this is again a leak from either, it can only be the RCMP or CSIS to the media. And I find that aspect of what we're debating tonight deeply troubling.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker, I will not comment on the investigation itself. I think that would not be appropriate. As we know, there's laws that are followed. But as a country, Mr. Speaker, where the rule of law reigns and protecting our citizens and defending our sovereignty are paramount, I just want to reassure the House and all Canadians that all the steps will be taken to hold those responsible to the killing of Mr. Hardeep Nijjar to account. We are a country, Mr. Speaker, that is governed by the rule of law, and we're going to make sure those processes follow through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On June the 18th, a respected community leader from my riding of Surrey Newton was brutally killed at Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara, Surrey Delta, in my constituency. I want to extend my thoughts and prayers to the soul of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar, his family, friends, and loved ones. This tragic assassination of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar has shaken the entire community. Every Canadian deserves to feel safe. Canada is a country of diversity, peace, and inclusion. We cannot and we will not tolerate hate and violence. Over the past several months, the leadership and congregation of Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara and members from the community at large have expressed concerns pertaining to the involvement of Government of India in killing of Mr. Nijjar. Shortly after Mr. Nijjar's killing, the former Minister of Public Safety and member from Eglinton, Lawrence, met with the leadership of Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara and BC Gurdwara Council to listen to their concerns. I want to commend the Gurdwara leadership for their advocacy and professionalism shown while the meeting was in progress with former minister. I have listened to the concerns of many Canadians who are scared and worried about their safety and well-being, it has been heartbreaking to hear the stories from people on how the murder of Mr. Nijjar has impacted their lives. Following the killing, I sponsored an electronic petition which called upon the government to address concerns related to India's alleged involvement in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil while ensuring the safety of all Canadians. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to present this petition in this chamber. I, along with all the signatories and countless number of community members, anxiously await the government's response within the coming weeks. I want to thank and commend the Prime Minister for showing strong leadership in bringing this matter before the Parliament and standing up for all Canadians, not only stating here in the Parliament, in fact, bringing it face to face with Prime Minister Modi during the G20 summit. Prime Minister's address to the Parliament and to all Canadians was not only a sense of relief for Sikh diaspora, but unfortunately, it has also brought back trauma that many Sikhs have felt over the past several decades. Since 1984, democratic and human rights have been violated in order to label and discredit the Sikh community across the globe, including right here in Canada. Many Sikhs have lost their lives in India and throughout the world. As the Prime Minister mentioned yesterday, our top priorities are that law enforcement and security agencies ensure the continued safety of all Canadians and that all steps are taken to hold the offenders to account. We must continue to highlight the importance of unity during these challenging times. It is crucial that we come together to condemn the heinous crime, support the grieving family, and stand up for the principles of rule of law. Canada is built on values of justice, fairness, and inclusivity. Let us uphold these values and ensure that they prevail in the face of adversity. The truth surrounding Mr. Nijjar's assassination must come to light. We must uncover all the facts. I want to state that Sikh community will continue to fearlessly advocate against human rights abuses and will not be intimidated or frightened by the actions of any foreign government. Rest assured, I will continue to bring the voices of my constituents to Ottawa. Let us remain calm and steadfast in our commitment to democratic principles and our adherence to the rule of law. This is who we are and what we do as Canadians.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the words, and we've shared many conversations back and forth to the province of British Columbia. And I feel those heartfelt words today, and I know that the member expressed that the community has come forward with concerns, and that the community is scared, and the community is worried. And I know there was some mention of keeping in contact. I just wanted to ask the member, will the government do more to protect and safeguard Canadians' human rights here in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member from Port Moody, Port Coquitlam. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the safety and security of Canadians, as I mentioned in my speech, Prime Minister has personally assured me yesterday and has assured the House that we will do everything to make sure that every Canadian, irrespective of what their background is, they feel safe, and the government will do every step moving forward to protect their safety and security.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de...
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I listen to him often, and he speaks from the heart. So I'd like to ask him for another answer coming from the heart. Himself being a member of the community that's been affected and knowing that the diaspora is affected, what does he think should be done to better protect and reassure the communities and to offer them a feeling of security? The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
I want to thank the honourable member for this important question. In fact, as he is concerned about how we all can work together, I personally would love to see that us as members of parliament in 338 constituencies should be able to reach out to Sikh diaspora and other diasporas that feel intimidated or at risk by the foreign interference. And we got to go and tell them and bring that voice back to the minister and to the government and what can be done. And it can only be done collectively as a team, not just one party.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Brampton. I know I had it a second. North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Surrey Newton for his heartfelt speech. It definitely struck a chord with me. I know that the member has shown great leadership in his community, in his riding since this incident occurred there. But the particular part in his speech that struck a chord was about discrediting the community. And I know that the Minister of Emergency Preparedness talked about this today in an earlier statement as well, that often the community is discredited when it speaks and is asked about its political allegiances to this country or another. And I was wondering if you could shed some more light on that.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the honourable member and also her family, who's been involved in Sikh diaspora issues for many, many years. And this is very important that we stand for the human rights, not only in Canada, in fact, across this globe. Any person that tries to raise its voice, whether it is, a minister in this cabinet or the leader of the NDP or myself previously, when we have raised those issues, Mr. Speaker, you know what the consequences were? I was refused visa to travel to India. And this is how the government of India intimidates people, intimidates our parliament, let alone the public. We all got to come together, whether it's Conservatives, Liberals, Bloc, NDP or Green or Independent, to come together to condemn this so-called democracy and stand for the rights of Canadians.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable. Resuming debate, honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you. Chair, I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Rivière du Nord. So I would like to go ahead and offer my most sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar, as well as all other members of the Sikh community in Canada, which is, of course, a big community. So I'm offering my most sincere condolences, and I believe that my colleagues have been very clear when they spoke before me. We are thinking about them. Our hearts are with them. This is a very concerning incident that we had in June. And when we talk about the family or the beloved ones and for them to receive such information after the fact, it must be very hard, and they are already suffering the loss of their family member. So, of course, this is a nonpartisan debate, and it should be a nonpartisan debate. And in our role as parliamentarians, our role is to be reassuring, not just Quebecers, Canadians, the Sikh community in Canada, but we have to be reassuring vis-à-vis everyone. And the government may be failed at this task. I don't want to criticize right away, but yesterday we had the Prime Minister who made a statement which was appreciated, but it also surfaced some concerns, especially within the Sikh community in Canada, people who are victims of intimidation from the Indian government for many years now, and there are some who say that they feel less insecurity today. So what is the government's message to reassure these people? So that is the part that we did not really hear that much about. But this incident, and we have to say this, it is a form of simple and straightforward foreign interference. We talked about this during the last parliamentary session. We even had intimidation towards one of our colleagues or other colleagues here in the House of Commons, and now we're talking about the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. Maybe a government or a foreign state might be part of this incident. So it, of course, leads to many important questions. It is good that we're having this debate tonight, but unfortunately, we are not really getting to as many answers as there are questions. We are faced with very serious accusations. A couple of minutes ago, we had a minister who was saying that it was maybe inadequate to come up with accusations while there's an investigation that is going on. And I wasn't really sure about the government's stance on this, because coming up with such serious allegations that cannot be based on a simple suspicion. There has to be facts behind. It feels like we were only given part of the information there is. So Canadians have the right to know more, and we do understand that there's an investigation that is going on, but nonetheless, there are questions that need answers. Mr. Speaker, I'm running out of time, but what I wanted to say was to, again, mention the issues already mentioned by my colleagues. We haven't really seen any allies of Canada or other states from the international community who have made statements on these important allegations. The Prime Minister told us that that allies have been informed before informing the Parliament, the House of Commons, and Canadians. So why is the question? Are some states not really willing to risk having strained diplomatic relations with India if that wasn't already the case? For some of these countries, Canada standing up to a great country, which is India, of course, brings back memories of Canada refusing to extradite Canadians of Indian origin. I lost my train of thought, Mr. Speaker. So the government is allegedly in the know when it comes to Indian interference. So apparently this is something that's been known for months and even years. So we are talking about foreign interference and looking for ways of protecting ourselves against this phenomenon. And maybe the government was aware, but it is only today that we are talking about this. So it raises many questions. Thank you, Chair.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can understand that there is a lot of concern right now, a lot of confusion, and a lot of questions are being raised. But I also wanted to point out the fact that a take note debate is so that we can raise our concerns here in this House, the questions we may have, the things we want to see happen in the future. And what I am looking forward to seeing is the public inquiry that is taking place led by Justice HoC. In that inquiry, I'm happy to say that the scope of that inquiry has been expanded thanks to our government, support from the NDP as well. We know that the Conservatives were fixed on just studying the issue of China, and I wanted to know how the member feels about having a broader scope and making sure that all Canadians are protected and that our democratic institutions are safe from harm from many countries out there that seek to attack Canada.
Honourable Member for Avignon Lamitis Matan Matapedia. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for their question. And clearly, this is a very important question, a very important file, foreign interference, and we have to be serious when we treat it. And thank God we requested this infamous independent inquiry, and it took the government a while to accept and to adopt the proposition. It's been a while since the Bloc Québécois has been asking for this, and we've been talking a lot about foreign interference coming from China specifically, but with the facts that are before us today, it is clear that it needs to be expanded. The scope needs to be expanded when it comes to foreign interference. That Justice HoC should also look into India, in India-related questions would be interesting when we are talking about the foreign interference file. Of course, we are open if the Justice HoC proposes suggestions and ideas that the government could put into use to protect Canada from all forms of foreign interference.
Comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention tonight. You know, one of my big worries here is, of course, the result. The reason we're here today is because Mr. Randeep Singh Nijjar was murdered, and we knew that he was under risk. We now have heard that CSIS knew that there were threats to his life for some time, and I'm wondering what is that next step that we need to take as parliamentarians? What does the government need to do to make sure that this same incident, the same horrific tragedy can't happen to other members of the Sikh community, that can't happen to other members of diaspora communities in this country? What are those steps? Like, do we need to involve the RCMP? Do we need to make sure that there is a foreign registry? From her perspective, if she could speak a little bit about those steps that would protect Canadians that I know are feeling extraordinarily vulnerable right now.
Honourable Member for Avignon Lamitis Matan Matapedia. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an excellent question. I don't necessarily have an answer, but I believe that the first step is to talk about it. And I do really like the idea of asking ourselves, who are we and what do we serve if it is not to expose what is happening in terms of religious minorities, vulnerable populations, and what's happening in terms of foreign interference. So it is our duty as parliamentarians to denounce what is happening and, of course, take the necessary steps. And then we can talk about potential solutions, but we should be talking more about it to begin with, about what is happening here in our country, because God knows there are injustices here too, but elsewhere as well. So it is part of our role in a world where we have international relations between different states. Sometimes there are challenging discussions to be had, but of course this needs to be done. Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Avignon Lamitis Matan Matapedia. I would like to ask the following question. After having seen the hesitation and the avoidance from the government, does she believe that the government will really do something about the case that is very worrying and before us, other than the investigation, the inquiry that has been launched? Honourable Member for Avignon Lamitis Matan Matapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I would like to remain in good faith, even though we have had several examples of failure in this file. But the security forces and intelligence services, I believe that they are up to the task. So I am choosing to remain optimistic in this file, but clearly the government has to send a strong message when it comes to the response they will give to foreign interference, no matter in what form it appears, and especially in this file. Resuming debate, Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it will come as no surprise to you that I will also be expressing my most sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Singh Nijjar. they have been going through mourning since the spring and since June, rather, and certainly I want to express all of my sympathy to the family. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want emotional debates to turn partisan, but I feel as though we're in a bad spot in Canada. When I look at what's going on Monday, the Prime Minister announced something that he said he already knew and had known for a few weeks. And then when questions are asked of him as to why he didn't tell us earlier, then the investigation's underway and he can't tell us. It's almost as though he's telling us that the place is on fire, but he won't tell us what place. I find that this is not very useful. That said, as my colleague for Trois-Rivières said earlier, other states do not seem to be in a rush to support the Prime Minister in his statement. What does that mean? Is that because the intelligence was not reliable, in which case, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's statement was premature? If that is the case, that it was a premature statement, actually he may have caused more harm by making that statement than by waiting. He might have been criticized for waiting too long, but, you know, in your governing a state, Mr. Speaker, I may never govern a state unless Quebec decides to become sovereign, but I'm not sure I will be the one elected to that position. That said, Mr. Speaker, as a leader of a state, before making a statement of this nature, then you have to really know what you're talking about. I'm really surprised we don't have any further information to this effect. Is there a relationship with the lack of clarity of these, or the potential lack of clarity about the intelligence that the Prime Minister might have received, the timeline for him to actually reveal it, and the silence on the part of other states? Well, we don't know. But the first thing we should do would be to support the diaspora, all of these communities who live in Canada. When you look at what's going on, we're kind of in a bad position, as I've said. We're dealing with foreign interference. We had to designate a commissioner who will do an excellent job of it, I'm sure. But we're not there yet. In the meantime, Chinese communities in Vancouver and Toronto, if I'm not mistaken, are dealing with these clandestine police stations, Chinese police stations, and the government doesn't seem to have reacted to that other than to say, to denounce it. Nothing's been done to put a stop to it. Now we're hearing about the murder of Mr. Nijar, and that is potentially involving the Indian state. And now there seems to be some confusion about another investigation that we don't have any information on. How do you reassure the Indian diaspora in Canada? How do you reassure the Chinese diaspora in Canada? How do you even reassure any other cultural community here? Mr. Speaker, it's as though the government's just not there. And when we ask questions, the government's still not there. When you look at the alternatives, where are they actually? Where is the official opposition that, in fact, should be here vigorously denouncing or perhaps sharing some of this pain, sharing its views on these issues? Is the official opposition's not even here. On the one hand, you've got the government that says official silence, we won't talk about it, and then on the other side, they're not even here. Well, I'd say Quebec is in a really bad position here. And again, I reissue my condolences to the family of Mr. Nijar, and I just want to extend our support in a way that goes beyond just thoughts and prayers. We have to do more than that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and answers. Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask, I would have loved to ask the His Majesty's opposition, the Conservative Party members, but unfortunately nobody's speaking today. So I'll reiterate what the member from Rivière du Nord was just saying. I would like to know, a lot of Bloc members got a lot of time and a lot of Conservatives didn't. I'm wondering, yesterday the leader of the opposition did support the Prime Minister's statement and reiterated a similar statement. This emergency debate was also agreed upon unanimously. Did they give you any information on why they wouldn't be speaking today? Did ex-Prime Minister Harper give a call and said, Conservatives, shut up, go home, it's time not to speak. You cannot speak about China, about India, but you must speak about China? Because if I recall, prior to June, the House rising, it was all about foreign interference, but now another country come up and it's dead silence. I see canaries on the other side that aren't chirping today. So if you could make some comments on that.
Dennis?
Just remind people maybe not to call anyone names on that. And also just to be careful on underlining whether someone's here or not here. The
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it will come as no surprise to my eminent colleague that I respect a great deal. No, Mr. Harper did not call me. Look, I get the questioning. I'm asking myself the same questions, but at the end of the day, it's just a host of questions. Who's governing? Who's governing this country? Who is governing? That's my question. I tell my electors, if you want to be represented, vote for the Bloc. Because if they're not here, if they're not showing up, then I honestly think things are not going that well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member from Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fortunately, I was on mute for a minute there. My colleague from Rivière-du-Nord, I have a question for him. Clearly, we understand that the victim of this crime, Mr. Nijar, received police warnings from CSIS to the effect that he was under threat and that he wasn't safe.
Late. I'm very troubled that our security forces and RCMP were unable to keep Mr. Niger safe. And this aspect, I wonder if my friend from Rivière du Nord has any thoughts or comments. This strikes me as a failure of our security services, and I wonder if he feels the same.
The Honourable Member from Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thank my colleague from the Green Party, who always does excellent work, who is so tactful and diplomatic. It's remarkable, and I thank her for it. That said, I understand her questions as well. I mean, I'm asking myself the same. Why were we not able to protect Mr. Nijar? I understand that there was intelligence that was shared with him at some point, but that seems rather succinct and not enough to ensure his safety. We've seen events over the last few years here on the Hill leading us to ask ourselves some questions as to how to protect parliamentarians and now how to protect communities, cultural communities throughout this country. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I've been here for 8 years. We've been discussing this for 8 years, but here we're still discussing this, the idea of the administration of justice. We're not in a position to appoint judges, so there are miscarriages of justice or trials fold because we're not in a position to address them. I repeat that we're not doing that well in Canada. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his statements. He's always fighting for justice and human rights. We work together on the Justice Committee, and I heard his speech with great interest. He mentioned that members of the diaspora are very concerned, given everything that's going on. These people often flee. They're leaving their country of origin. They leave their country of origin for these reasons. Can he tell the people here in the House and those listening to us what more can be done to support the diaspora, to feel safer? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, then, I would say we will never be in government. Unfortunately, I can't tell her how to do things. She is in the Liberal Party. I would suggest she discuss it with her Prime Minister and the senior officials in her party and the cabinet. The answer's there. They're the ones that are leading. Unfortunately, I find the same events deplorable as well, and I can only denounce them and be saddened by them. I hope that on her side, she's in a position to actually do something about that. I have a great deal of respect also for her, for the work that we've done at the Justice Committee, and I have trust in her.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the Member of Parliament from Brampton North. Mr. Speaker, the announcement by the Prime Minister in the House of Commons regarding the credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the Government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen are deeply troubling. All Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities, and that is the highest priority of our government. As the Prime Minister described, our top priorities at this time are, number one, that our law enforcement and security agencies ensure the continued safety of all Canadians. And secondly, that all steps be taken to hold the perpetrators of this murder to account. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address the recent allegations surrounding the death of the Sikh community leader, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, particularly in relation to the RCMP's involvement in this investigation. Mr. Nijjar was a husband, a father, a businessman, and a community leader. Only weeks before his assassination, he was at UBC attending his son's graduation, where I saw him with his family, smiling as a proud father would, seeing their son earn such a prestigious degree. On Sunday, June 18th, it was Father's Day. After spending time with his family, he did what he does every evening, which is to go to Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara and serve the congregation, not only as the president, but also to physically help build the new hall adjacent to the Gurdwara. He was leaving the Gurdwara. Mr. Nijjar was shot and killed in cold blood in Surrey, British Columbia. The community was shocked and they wanted answers. Concerned MPs immediately met with the Minister of Public Safety and were assured that no stone would be left unturned and that the law enforcement agencies would investigate this with the full resources at its disposal. Yesterday, the Prime Minister Trudeau announced there are credible allegations linking agents of the government.
Let it go.
Oh, my apologies.
Just remember, we just sort of need to remember that we can just call them by their titles or their riding names. So maybe the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can back up just a little bit there.
Thank you. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced there are credible allegations linking agents of the Government of India to this killing. The RCMP continues to investigate this murder. Investigators are working diligently to gather information and evidence to bring justice to Mr. Nijjar and his family. To ensure the integrity of the RCMP investigation and those involved, I'm not in a position to discuss specifics. Those responsible will be held to account. The implications of foreign actors actively pursuing targets in Canada poses a significant threat to Canadian sovereignty and the safety of our citizens, and is of grave concern. Any involvement by a foreign government in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil is an unaccepted violation of Canadian sovereignty. India's involvement in the extraterritorial killing of a Canadian on Canadian soil will not be tolerated. We are engaging with our Indian counterparts at many levels on this issue and expect their full cooperation in ensuring that those responsible for this egregious act face consequences and that this never happens again. Given the seriousness of the situation, we have also engaged with our closest allies on this matter. I know that many Canadians, particularly members of Canada's Indian diaspora community, are feeling angry and perhaps frightened right now. Rest assured that Canada is a country governed by the rule of law and Canadian law enforcement authorities will take all necessary steps to hold perpetrators to account. CSIS, the RCMP, and the broader security and intelligence community are working closely with other government departments and international partners and local police forces to ensure the safety and security of Canadians at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Surrey Centre, I will continue to engage with Canadian communities to hear their concerns and work with them to foster trust and open communication channels. Public safety remains a top priority for our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, and I would like to, first of all, congratulate my colleague on his new appointment as Parliamentary Secretary and thank him for his intervention today. And I also want to thank him for bringing forward a more personal story, a more personal perspective on Mr. Nijar. I think that's very important. But I also wanted to ask him, you know, tonight we've talked a lot about how shocking it is that a Canadian citizen was killed on Canadian soil. But I do know that this member also has been on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I know he has a strong understanding of the human rights abuses that are taking place under the Modi government in India right now. And I wonder if he could speak a little bit about what Canada could do, how Canada could respond to some of those human rights abuses that are happening outside of Canada in India at the moment.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you to the member from Edmonton, Strathcona, who's been a big champion of human rights and wherever they may be. I would like to say this is something that comes to me as a member of Parliament, Surrey Centre, in a very diverse riding where we hear complaints Dalits or those that have been subjugated in very inappropriate ways in India have faced human rights violations. Christians, Christian minorities particularly, have been facing gross violations. A lot of tribal people in some of the more rural areas have faced similar feats. Muslims in many parts of India have faced great atrocities and challenges. Women all over the country, I would say, there have faced those challenges. And I think Canada's role is to always make that a priority whenever they deal in foreign affairs matters with that, get like-minded allies to also support that. I think when the world speaks together and comes with one voice, I think people have to listen. And I think Canada, who touts to be a democracy, has a requirement and should be answerable to other democracies around the world and to uphold those rights. And that's how we get that done. Just like members of Parliament in this House today have shown unity, especially from the NDP and the Bloc, in condemning this action by the Indian government. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Surrey Centre for his very thoughtful speech. Look, I think what happened yesterday in the Prime Minister's statement has really shaken many young people. I've been speaking to many young people of South Asian backgrounds, and it's very troubling to see how much hurt they are today. Can you just maybe give us a sense and to young people, especially those who may be watching, what they should be doing, how they can overcome some of the challenges that they may be facing today, or some of the questions that they may have today that really shatters who they are, something like this happening in a place like Canada. How do they feel safe? How do we make sure that they're protected and they feel very much at home in their country?
Just a quick reminder to speak to the chair, the Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you. The question was very poignant. I think growing up in this country, we've heard many others speak in the same way. It's been very troubling when we heard of accounts, usually of these events happening in other countries, perhaps in India and abroad. Many Canadians, especially of the South Asian diaspora, this was their worst nightmare, to find out that they, while speaking or conveying their voices here, that they could be actually targeted here. So to them, I say, rest assured that this country country has your back. This country will not sell you out for a trade deal. This country, this Prime Minister, this government will ensure that their rights are protected and will voice that at all accounts. And I think that's an unprecedented situation, an unprecedented statement that the Prime Minister made, which gives a lot of surety to a lot of those young people. The second thing I would like to say is that they need to show that they're better. That they have communal harmony here, regardless of your faith. You can be from the Indian diaspora, you could be a Sikh, a Christian, a Hindu, a Muslim. We all get along very well. Come to Surrey, you'll see our houses of worship, places of worship, where people commingle both together. Members of all communities come and go. And to maintain that integrity, to maintain that decorum, and maintain that Canada is a beautiful, diverse, multicultural country, and no one should ever tamper with that.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to address the issue that has been brought to light in this very House yesterday. The issue of credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the Government of India and the killing of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Canadian citizen murdered on Canadian soil. Mr. Speaker, this is an unacceptable violation of sovereignty and international law. I want to provide my sincerest condolences to Mr. Nijjar's family and friends and the Sikh community at large. The Prime Minister brought this issue to light because our government remains committed to combating foreign interference, to protecting Canadians and their communities targeted by foreign state actors. Mr. Speaker, we are taking leadership in safeguarding our democratic institutions and protecting our sovereignty. This will never change. The RCMP and our security agencies are aware of foreign interference in Canada and are leveraging all tools at its disposal. We are also working closely with our democratic and international partners and will continue to share as much information as possible with Canadians. It is within the RCMP's mandate to investigate criminal or illegal activities occurring in Canada that are found to be backed by a foreign state actor. And they are currently have over 100 investigations into foreign interference activities ongoing. The Government of Canada is aware that certain foreign governments have attempted to threaten and intimidate individuals in Canada or their relatives abroad. We take this issue very seriously, and we look forward to the expanded mandate given to the public inquiry led by Justice HoC, exploring this issue more in depth, despite the Conservatives only wanting the focus to be on China. But I guess seeing their absence here in the House today and this debate tonight, and the Conservative...
Order. The Honourable Member, being Deputy Whip, should know that you can't say whether anyone is in the chamber or not in the chamber. So, with the Honourable Member for Brampton North, maybe back that up and continue.
You're right, Mr. Speaker, but it does sadden me to hear the silence in this chamber from Conservative voices tonight. And also the walking back of their leader's statement this morning. We've been talking a lot about foreign interference this past year and the safety of Canadians and the integrity of our institutions. It's unfortunate that we don't have a partner in the Conservative Party when it comes to making sure that all Canadians are safe and that we're looking into the actions of all foreign governments. Since coming into office, our government has taken robust action to safeguard our democracy and our institutions against foreign interference by investing in the RCMP to better protect Canadians from harassment and intimidation, increasing its investigative capacity, and more proactively engaging with communities at risk of being targeted. We're creating a foreign agents registry, and through the Public Safety Canada, we are also establishing a national counter-foreign interference office to coordinate our efforts. Rest assured, where there is evidence of state-backed harassment or intimidation, CSIS and the RCMP apply the full measures of their mandate to investigate these threats. I would also reiterate that if a member of the public suspects criminal foreign interference activities that do not pose an immediate threat to life, they should report it to the RCMP or CSIS through the phone and online reporting channels, including the National Security Information Network web portal. The Government of Canada is working diligently every day to keep Canadians safe using the full extent of our national security and intelligence agencies. Finally, I know that many Canadians, especially those of Indo-Canadian descent, are feeling deeply concerned over the revelations that have been brought to light yesterday. I have received many calls from people of my riding of Brampton North, and I have been saddened to hear from so many that they are not surprised, as they have long suspected and feared the reach of the Indian government outside their borders. This is a sad reality, but our government has made it clear that we will not tolerate this, and our top priority will continue to be the safety of Canadians, and that all steps will be taken by law enforcement to hold the perpetrators to account. This news should not in any way be seen as an attack against one community or an endorsement of another. We must all work together and call for justice. We call on the Indian government to cooperate with the investigation so that we can have further transparency and so that justice can be served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because as you said, the honourable member is a deputy whip. I want, through you, her to explain if every party had the same number of spots to speak today on this debate, and why there are some parties that are not speaking. Is it at their will or others?
The honourable member for Brampton North.
This is an interesting question. I think I'm at liberty to maybe speak to it. As far as I was aware, all members originally were participating in the House. Perhaps there has been a sudden change of heart. I don't know why that is. But there was a few other things that I wanted to say, especially to Canadians that are watching today. I want to remind them that they are a peace-loving people, and I want to remind them to stay calm and steadfast in our commitment to diversity, religious freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. I think that is so important as we have this conversation and as events continue to unfold in the coming weeks and months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I know that a lot of us, and I had mentioned it before, we've all probably been reaching out to those in our community who are greatly impacted by this and members of the Sikh community. I know that I was having a conversation tonight, and one of the members, he said to me, what will it take for us to be considered as first-class citizens in this country? And it really just broke my heart, and I didn't know what to say to him. And I said, it's about that solidarity. It's about that nonpartisan coming together, speaking out against what we know is wrong. But if you could, as a member of the government, speak to my constituent as well on how we're all working together, for the most part, to do just that and to make their lives safer and better as we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
I want to thank the member for this important question, and it's something that, being born and raised here in Canada myself, I've struggled with, and I know many around me, and there's many in our caucus that have shared these types of sentiments. It's unfortunate, and it saddens me greatly to hear that even today there are members of our Canadian society that feel that they are looked upon as less than. I want to say to them that they are Canadian and that this government will always stand for their rights and their freedoms in this country and their right to be treated as an equal Canadian as all others. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, leading into the summer, the member and I both sat on PROC. I got to chair it, and the member got to participate, and she got to participate for a lot more hours than we had planned because the official opposition wanted to keep meeting and having meetings on foreign election interference. And it was a really important topic. And in the riding of Waterloo, where I'm really proud to serve my constituents, for the most part, there's a lot of confidence in the independent judicial system. So they know that politicians, elected officials have roles to play, but so do our security agencies and the judicial process and police organizations, and the list goes on. So I would like to hear from the member as to what is taking place right now. What is the importance of the Prime Minister speaking yesterday? And who are the right authorities to ensure that the situation is dealt with in a way that anyone who needs to be held to account is held to account, and that justice is served for the loss of this individual? Thank you.
Member for Brampton North.
Thank the member from Waterloo. She is definitely an excellent chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. She's led that committee through many challenges that we as members face, but that Canadians look to us to overcome. And I want to say that within that committee, we talked quite a lot about this issue. We had witnesses appear before committee that told us that there are many actors involved in foreign interference in Canada, and that those include countries like Iran, China, Russia, and others. They had stated, and others many times. And I had pressed upon those witnesses to explain who those other countries are. And in our deliberations, we constantly came back to China being the only concerns that we as a government, or particularly that the Conservative Party had. But now it goes to show that we must be concerned. We must be concerned of all foreign state actors in order to protect all Canadians and to protect our institutions to the greatest extent possible. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this place virtually to join the debate, and I want to start by thanking the opportunity to have this speech, but also to say that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach. I'm trying to, as I think Canadians are from coast to coast to coast, we're grappling with something deeply shocking. And it was only yesterday the Prime Minister stood in this place, and I was, as I think all of us were, completely astonished with what he said and the implications of what he said for rule of law, for the notion which we have been grappling with in this place since the spring of foreign interference, initially in our electoral process, but now foreign interference by governments alleged at the most deeply alarming, troubling violation of sovereignty, violation of decency, morality. We really do lack for words, which is rare in this place. But I do want to be mindful that the Prime Minister chose his words carefully, and so will I. We do not yet have facts that say that the state of India was involved directly in the killing of a Canadian. But what the Prime Minister said was that, quote, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar. I want to stay with those words and try to keep my remarks within the bounds of what the Prime Minister has told us we know and we can talk about, and not assume that we have all the facts, because we don't. But I do want to say how deeply, deeply we wish to share condolences and our sympathies with the family of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. It's clear now his son has been talking with the media that not only was his father warned that his life might be at risk, recent media story says he met regularly with...
I apologize to the honourable member, but we lost sound. We can't hear the honourable member. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me now?
Now we can, yes, now we can.
Oh, so I don't know how much time do I have left so I can find out?
Seconds.
How much?
2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm informing my thoughts. I find this a very difficult topic because we have had allegations of foreign interference, and now nothing could be more disturbing and troubling and unacceptable than the murder of a Canadian on Canadian soil. But I think we have obligation as parliamentarians to stay calm, to allow the investigation to take place. We must, and I think we all are united in this, insist on justice being done, that the perpetrators be found. But the questions that I have at this point, as we stay calm and seek the facts, is what on earth is going on with our security agencies that they were unable to keep Mr. Niger safe on Canadian soil? They had warnings, they knew. So that's a question that I have in my mind, and I hope that we can get to the bottom of that as well. We need to know, obviously, we need to know for a fact, was the Indian government involved in killing a Canadian? That we need to know, and we don't know that yet. But I'm reminded of the Air India inquiry. And the Air India inquiry, of course, was into the 1985 bombing, which was the single largest terrorist attack ever in Canada. It killed 329 people. But Mr. Justice Major's report, I remember with great clarity, told us that we could have averted that bombing if only CSIS and the RCMP had communicated with each other to avert the attack. So when I know that now we know in June, Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar was murdered, and our security forces had advance warning, but they didn't prevent his killing, I want to ask some of those same questions. Were they talking to each other? What steps were taken? What steps weren't taken? I'm also quite shocked, Madam Speaker, by the news that has come out through the CBC from comments made by the Minister for Emergency Preparedness that the Prime Minister chose to tell us this yesterday because otherwise the information was going to be in the media. So once again, we're drawn back to the reality, not a suggestion, but the reality that in our security agencies, we have people who think it's okay to leak information to the media. I go back to the report of our Right Honorable David Johnston, former special rapporteur. We know how that went, but Mr. Johnston made it very clear we have to find out who leaks information from our security agencies because it brings Canadian security information and it brings our security forces into disrepute with our Five Eyes partners. Security agencies need to understand what's not secret needs.
I apologize, but we do have to go to questions and comments. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Coquitlam? Port Moody Coquitlam, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I've listened to a couple of her questions tonight, too, were specifically about some concerns around the intelligence that comes from our public safety department. So I just wonder if she could expand a little bit on, does she have any thoughts about what's going on there?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my friend from Port Coquitlam. The question is, what is our role as members of Parliament? Is one thing that I put that lens on in trying to figure out what I was going to say this evening. I mean, we can always comment on what we know about Prime Minister Modi and his anti-human rights record and so on. But what do we really know, and what, as parliamentarians, should we have a responsibility to oversee? I think we need to pay a lot more attention to what's going on in CSIS and the RCMP. The RCMP, through what we haven't focused on this House much, it may seem unrelated to some members, but the mass casualty report points to an agency that has deep, deep rot and real problems. And we look at CSIS, and I don't understand how we can allow people in CSIS to call themselves whistleblowers when they violate national security legislation, apparently with impunity, and apparently someone has done it again. I think we need to look at that.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I too want to join the chorus of my colleagues in the House today in sending my condolences on behalf of the communities of Edmonton, Grisba, and albeit many communities in Alberta, to the family of Mr. Niger, who was ruthlessly murdered outside a BC temple. This is an egregious attack on safety, on security, and the feelings of dignity that Canadians expect when they come to Canada, when they become Canadian. Madam Speaker, Turtle Island, this place, my ancestors, the Aboriginal Indigenous people of this land, by way of treaty, have made commitments to share this place, to have a peaceful place, and to have a place to which we can all call home. The troubling news delivered by the Prime Minister just yesterday, that a fellow Canadian, a member of our community, a member of our country, could be so ruthlessly gunned down, and to have alleged connections confirmed by our intelligence agencies to that of the Indian government, is truly heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking not just for Canadians who value our systems, who value our safety and value our institutions, but it's heartbreaking for the world, Madam Speaker, that we've come to a place where human lives can be so easily taken because of political dissent, because of an opinion that someone might hold. I want to be able to put my words into some context for those who may feel blindsided, who may feel as though this has come figuratively out of nowhere. My friends, this is not a new instance for many of the diaspora community members who know India. In the last 8 years alone, India has gone from a vibrant, diverse, and populous democracy, a beacon of how large and successful democracies can be. However, it's become deteriorated to a state to which majoritarianism has directly eliminated and is trying to eliminate the rights of others, the rights of Muslims, the rights of Sikhs, the rights of Dalits, and albeit the rights of Christians right across India. This includes lynchings, killings, shootings, Madam Speaker, unprecedented violence against community members simply for who they are. I am troubled by tonight's debate. I'm troubled because the chorus of members of my colleagues from the Liberal bench, the Bloc Québécois, the Green Party, New Democrats, have come together at a time when our country needs us to dwell deeply on the concerns of many Canadians, on the concerns of their safety. Absent of course, our Conservative colleagues, who very often in this place speak of other and foreign governments and their intervention and interference in our democracies, however, are now silent when a Canadian has been gunned down. No words, not even words of sympathy for a fellow Canadian who's been killed. Shame.
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 I call on the Leader of the Opposition to make his truth known to Canadians. Make his truth known of his party's close affiliation to that of the Prime Minister of India, of Modi's BJP government. It has been cited from the former Prime Minister, a Conservative Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, congratulating and celebrating Mr. Modi and his government. These are the reasons why we hear silence today. My friends, these are the reasons why we are hearing silence at a time when we must come together to protect our institutions, to protect Canadians. I now want to speak about some of the partnered organizations here in Canada. Please, continue to do your work. Continue to do what is right. Continue to speak truth to power, because here in Canada, we will continue to protect you. We will continue to fight every single day so that your rights are protected, that your dignity is protected, that your security is protected. New Democrats stand for that. Canadians expect that. We'll continue to fight for that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.